Chapter 1. How can one accept such a death? Lin Chen, you conspire with the enemy and betray your nation, seeking to overthrow the Great Wei dynasty and establish yourself as king. Do you not know your crimes? A thunderous voice reverberated throughout the palace. In the Xintian continent, within the grand halls of the Wei dynasty, the Grand Marshal of the Wei dynasty, Zhao Wuji, exuded an aura of iron-blooded ferocity as he coldly glared at the blood-soaked youth before him. The youth, known as Lin Chen, was the young general of the Lin clan, hailed as the foremost talent of the empire's younger generation. At such a tender age, he had already attained the fourth realm of the condensation of intent, shattering the record for the youngest condensation warrior in the history of the Wei dynasty. Even the secluded Qingxian divine sect had extended an olive branch to Lin Chen, expressing their desire to take him as a disciple. In recognition of Lin Chen's achievements, the emperor of Wei had even promised him his most cherished princess. His fame was unparalleled. Yet, who could have imagined that just recently, this once celebrated young general, who had succeeded his father in leading the Lin army to victory on the borders, would now find himself imprisoned, his meridians severed, and his cultivation utterly ruined. The hall fell silent, as everyone dared not utter a word. They understood that the Lin clan, which had fought valiantly for the empire and contributed to the establishment of half of the current Wei dynasty, was on the brink of complete annihilation today. Conspiring with the enemy and betraying the nation? Lin Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes blazing with fury as he roared at Zhao Wuji. How many brave souls from the Lin clan have perished for the Wei dynasty? My fifth brother was merely 14 years old when he died in Battle 14. Yet we of the Lin clan have always charged forward, undeterred by death. And now you tell the world, that the Lin clan seeks to rebel, to collude with the blood-soaked enemy of the Wu kingdom, to overthrow the Wei dynasty. Ridiculous! Lin Chen's roar echoed throughout the grand hall, causing many to change their expressions. Zhao Wuji's face darkened. He cast a glance at the emperor seated imperiously on his throne, who remained indifferent, seemingly unaffected by Lin Chen's anguished cries. Thus, Zhao Wuji spoke with a nonchalant tone. The Lin clan has indeed rendered great service, but that is merely the duty of subject. It does not justify your rebellion. Now, your majesty has shown leniency, sparing the Lin clan from complete annihilation. What more do you desire? Lin Chen, bloodied and gritting his teeth, retorted, My Lin clan has been loyal for generations. The guilty ones are all of you. Obstinate fool. Zhao Wuji's voice was ice-cold. Bring forth those who participated in the rebellion. At these words, Lin Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of panic for the first time. He turned to see familiar figures being brought forth, clad in prison garb, bloodied and battered as comrades, his brothers in arms who had fought valiantly for their country. Spare them. They are loyal men. They should not die here. Lin Chen howled in despair. Traitors and rebels. What loyalty is there to speak of? Execute them. Zhao Wuji bellowed. One by one, comrades, brothers in life and death. With the sickening sounds of flesh tearing, heads fell to the ground. Lin Chen cried out in anguish, his sorrow palpable to all who heard. Soon, the clanking of shackles echoed once more, as another group was dragged forth elderly, weak, and infirm. The imperial nobles present felt a chill in their hearts, unable to bear witness any longer. These were Lin clan members, warriors who had shed blood and tears on the battlefield. Those Lin clan traitors must be executed as well. Zhao Wuji declared coldly, devoid of compassion. Lin Chen's vision blurred with tears of blood. He watched as his kin were brought forth, frail and broken, having returned from the battlefield, unable to fight any longer, now only able to teach their young. They should not die. Chainer, you have done nothing wrong. Do not blame yourself. Grandmother has lived long enough. She will go to the underworld and ask the ancestors of the Qin clan if they can answer for my Lin clan. An elderly woman, disheveled and stooped, pointed a trembling finger at the lofty throne, her voice a mix of blood and tears. But the executioners remained cold-hearted. With a swift motion, the blade fell. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of decapitation echoed. Uncle, aunt, grandmother, no, please don't. Lin Chen wailed, spewing blood, before collapsing into unconsciousness. Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet within the palace, an inexplicable chill pervaded, causing shivers to run down spines. Take this boy and confine him to the celestial prison. In 3 days, he shall be executed publicly during the imperial sacrifice, to honor the valiant spirits of our great way. Zhao Wuji's detached voice resonated through the hall. He smiled coldly. The Lin clan was obliterated. The imperial family remained unyielding. The empire needed only one Marshal Zhao Wuji. The celestial prison, dark and damp. At this moment, in the very depths, Lin Chen lay bloodied upon the ground. The brutal scenes from the grand hall replayed relentlessly in his mind, the blood-soaked floor, the heads rolling, each image tearing at his heart. He felt himself slipping away, his vitality waning. He might not survive these 3 days in prison. But how could he accept such a death? I refuse to accept this. I cannot die like this. I won't allow my kin to suffer in vain. I must make the Zhao clan and the imperial family pay in blood to honor the loyal souls. Lin Chen rasped, his voice hoarse with desperation. Yet, no matter how unwilling, he felt utterly powerless. Those cruel beings had colluded with the Wu kingdom, forcing him into a corner, slaughtering his comrades, severing his meridians, ruining his dantian, and breaking his limbs. His cultivation was completely destroyed, and he could barely stand. His final cry consumed all his strength. He lay on the ground like a lifeless corpse, his eyes devoid of light. "Father, are you still alive?" Lin Chen murmured. His father, Marshal Lin Lan, had been gravely injured in a battle against the Wu kingdom and had returned to the capital for treatment. When Lin Shan took up the martial seal and led the Lin army to the borders, Lin Lan was still recuperating. Who could have foreseen that farewell would be eternal? After that, they never saw each other again. Today, Lin Lan's absence in the court likely meant he had perished long ago. "Mother, I'm sorry. I failed to protect everyone. I have disappointed you," Lin Shan said, tears mingling with blood streaming down his face. Before her death, he had promised his mother he would take care of his father and protect the Lin clan. Yet he had achieved none of it. "Mother, I miss you." Lin Shan placed his hand over his chest, clutching the jade pendant left to him by his mother, closing his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, the jade pendant in his bloodied hand began to glow faintly, as if melting into a stream of light, entering Lin Chen's body. "Little brother, did you wake your sister? You look quite unwilling. Would you like me to help you?" Suddenly, a voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. It was a woman's voice, sweet and melodious, each word caressing his heart, soothing yet teasing, as if she had just awoken from slumber. Lin Chen felt as if his mind had exploded, jolted awake from his stupor. Who is it? Who is speaking? Chapter 2. 9 Heavens Slaying God Technique. Who? Lin Chen shouted softly. "Ah, I slept so, well, it feels like I've been asleep for 1,000 years. How delightful." The woman seemed to stretch lazily, her voice a mix of languor and allure. Lin Chen's heart raced with uncertainty. Who is speaking? There is no one else in this prison. Could it be an illusion? Or perhaps there's a ghost here. Enough with the guessing. I'm not a ghost, but a great beauty. "Little brother, come to your sister." The woman's voice rang out again, enticingly. Before Lin Chen could ponder where to find her, he found himself in a realm of darkness, with a long staircase faintly visible, leading upward into the unknown. Lin Chen was astonished, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Determined, he gritted his teeth and began to ascend the steps. Each step was littered with the remnants of battle-broken swords, shattered armor, and severed wings. Just the sight of these remnants hinted at the fierce battles that had once raged here. This was beyond Lin Chen's comprehension. What kind of staircase is this? Where does it lead? His mind swirled with questions, and the only way to find answers was to reach the end. After climbing 999 stone steps, Lin Chen finally stood at the staircase's end, where he beheld a colossal world of molten furnaces. Surrounding him were volcanoes, with lava cascading like waterfalls. Between these volcanoes lay enormous black chains intertwined, as if binding this realm itself. "Come to your sister," the woman's voice called once more. Suddenly, the sound of clanking iron echoed, as an iron chain, serpentine in form, coiled before Lin Chen. With no time to hesitate, Lin Chen stepped onto the chain. In an instant, the chain retracted, drawing him deeper into this volcanic world. At last, beneath the immense volcano at the center, Lin Chen beheld the woman. A beauty beyond words, her very presence captivating. Draped in a crimson gown that bled like fresh blood, the skirt slashed high, revealing a swath of pristine skin, she reclined gracefully upon a stone platform, her exquisite legs elegantly displayed. She gazed at Lin Chen with an air of keen interest. Surrounding the stone platform beneath her, 9 swords of varied forms were embedded. It appeared as though she was ensnared by these 9 blades. "Little brother, do share your name with your elder sister." The woman giggled, her beauty so captivating that it seemed otherworldly, a sight rarely beheld by mortal eyes. However, Lin Chen found himself in tumultuous circumstances, rendering him incapable of appreciating such exquisite beauty. He replied, "Lin Chen. Then I shall call you Little Chen Chen from now on." She chimed with a tinkling laugh. "Whatever pleases you, Senior," Lin Chen responded. "Do not call me Senior, it makes me feel ancient. From now on, you may refer to me as Goddess, or Goddess Sister if you prefer." She laughed, her eyes sparkling like those of a mischievous sprite. A goddess? Could she truly be a divine female entity? Lin Chen was taken aback. Yet, considering her enchanting beauty, calling her a goddess seemed rather fitting. "Goddess, where exactly is this place, and why have you brought me here?" Lin Chen inquired. "This place? Merely a wretched locale, best left unmentioned," the goddess pouted, clearly reluctant to elaborate, as if it brought her misfortune. "As for why you are here, it is undoubtedly due to the medium you possess to enter, likely a jade pendant or something similar. Do you recall having such an item?" Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, for indeed, he wore a jade pendant around his neck, a keepsake from his deceased mother. Could it truly be because of that pendant? Yet, this was not the time for such musings. He was present in this realm, and thus, Lin Chen was eager to discern what assistance this goddess could offer him. "Goddess, you can aid me, cannot you?" Lin Chen asked earnestly. "Of course. I possess the most formidable power in existence. Would you desire it?" The goddess chuckled, her gaze shimmering with intrigue. "I do," Lin Chen responded without hesitation. The goddess' eyes sparkled with mirth, brightening ever so slightly. "Do you not wish to inquire about the cost?" "Whatever the cost may be," Lin Chen asserted boldly. He had nothing left to lose. He must obtain this power, and for it, he was willing to sacrifice everything. "Haha, I admire your spirit. Some individuals are overly cautious, fretting about this and that, and I have no patience for their hesitation. I would simply dispose of them. Yet they still yearn for power. How absurd." The goddess scoffed. Even in her coarse demeanor, she remained utterly enchanting. Could the goddess truly eliminate those who entered? Lin Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. But that was of little consequence. How might I attain this power? Lin Chen pressed, singularly focused on this inquiry. Such impatience. Is acquiring power not more pleasurable than conversing with your elder sister? The goddess teased, her slender fingers gesturing towards the swords surrounding the stone platform. "Little Chen Chen, choose one for yourself. Simply draw it, and the power shall be yours," the goddess said with a playful smile. Her peach blossom-like eyes regarded Lin Chen, their depths inscrutable and laden with meaning. 9 swords were embedded beneath the stone platform, each distinct from the others. Even without contact, one could sense the terrifying power contained within each blade. Lin Chen scrutinized each sword, and without a moment's hesitation, he reached for the one directly facing him. It was a pitch-black sword, its blade irregular, not entirely straight, with several chips marring its edge. The hilt bore intricate patterns resembling dragon scales, culminating in a dragon's head at its end. As Lin Chen grasped it, suddenly, a ferocious black dragon lunged at him, intent on tearing him apart with its maw. The sheer force of its presence made the heavens tremble. In that instant, Lin Chen felt as though his body would shatter, as crimson streaks erupted upon him, reminiscent of a shattered porcelain bowl. "Do you think a mere sword can subdue me? Bow before me and become my strength," Lin Chen bellowed, bracing himself against the onslaught. "Even so, one must reverse the oppression of that black dragon," With unwavering determination, he forcefully drew forth the sword. Oh! The goddess parted her crimson lips, her eyes betraying a glimmer of excitement. With the extraction of the celestial tungsten. This young man is indeed extraordinary. As Lin Chen drew forth the celestial tungsten, a vision of a black dragon surged into his mind, which swiftly transformed into a series of scriptures, the 9 heavens god-slaying technique. Lin Chen gasped softly. It is a form of cultivation. Is this the power the goddess spoke of? Lin Chen could not suppress his excitement. He instinctively sensed that this technique must be nothing short of astonishing. He glanced at the goddess, yet suddenly he seemed to perceive a fleeting silhouette upon her, a skeletal figure. What? A shiver ran down Lin Chen's spine, but upon closer inspection, that silhouette had vanished. The goddess remained as she was. Breathtakingly beautiful, not bad, but little Chen, you must understand. Possessing the 9 heavens god-slaying technique and truly having the right to wield it are two entirely different matters, the goddess remarked with a smile. What must I do? Lin Chen inquired, furrowing his brow. As for me, I can assist you in restoring your dantian, granting you a chance for rebirth. If you can survive this, you may tentatively qualify as the bearer of the 9 heavens god-slaying technique. Little Chen, I hope to see you again. The goddess laughed lightly, gesturing with her finger, causing the scene before Lin Chen to blur instantly. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness returned to his body. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a dark, eerie dungeon. On my back, the dantian, it has indeed recovered. Yet, despite the restoration of his dantian, numerous grievous injuries remained. The goddess had indeed only granted a sliver of hope. If he could not survive, it would simply mean he lacked the qualification. Nevertheless, at this moment, Lin Chen was imbued with hope. He resolved to attempt the 9 heavens god-slaying technique. However, someone approached. A cloaked figure entered. And even the voluminous robe could not conceal her graceful form. What brings your highness to the dungeon? Is it possible that this dying man still holds some value to you? Lin Chen spoke coldly. The newcomer was none other than his fiancée, the petite princess of the Great Wei royal family. Qin Chapter 3. You blocked my path. A woman with such authority, able to freely traverse the depths of the dungeon, even without guards, was a rarity in the entire Great Wei. At this moment, it seemed only she would come to see Lin Chen. Surprised by Lin Chen's direct revelation of her identity, Qin responded. Did Brother Chen guess it was me? She lowered her hood, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful face. Even in such a dim dungeon, her visage illuminated the surroundings, akin to that of a celestial being. However, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and get to the point, he said indifferently. Qin, undeniably enchanting, evoked an involuntary fondness. I am grateful for the emperor's betrothal. Since childhood, we have known each other, and our affections have blossomed. The marriage is but a natural progression. In Lin Chen's heart, he had long regarded Qin as his wife. Once the border conflicts were resolved, he would return in triumph to wed her, making her the happiest woman in the world. Yet, all of that had become a shattered illusion, for the woman he cherished was merely a meticulously crafted facade. 3 days prior, Lin Chen had planned to lead an elite force in a night raid, launching a surprise attack on a critical stronghold of the Wu Kingdom. This was a bold strike. If successful, it could decisively resolve the turmoil at the borders. He had shared this plan only with Qin, presenting it as a bridal gift to the royal family. Yet, it had become the very blade that would bring about his own destruction, ensnaring his comrades and kin. The expression on Qin face was one of such innocent naivety, her eyes shimmering with a hint of grievance, evoking pity. She shook her head repeatedly, tears brimming in her eyes. No, Brother Chen, you must believe me, it was not I who betrayed you. Lin Chen merely regarded Qin with an icy stare. Her countenance momentarily stiffened. Then, her sorrowful demeanor vanished as if by magic, replaced by indifference. Why expose the truth? Would it not be better for me to play the role of a dutiful fiancé? Why? Lin Chen asked simply. Qin comprehended his inquiry, and now there was nothing left to conceal. Your Lin family, with accomplishments that overshadow the throne. Ha! A father and son, both heroes, their renown echoes through the heavens. Just look at the current border troops. They likely recognize only the Lin family's banner, disregarding the royal command. Just a Lin Lan alone is formidable, but with Zhao Wujie to balance him, it is unfortunate that the Lin family has produced a tiger of the Great Wei and now a prodigious young commander in you. If you are allowed to flourish, will not the Qin family's legacy be overturned in an instant? If action is not taken now, when will it be? Lin Chen listened, a deep sorrow settling in his heart. He had long suspected such a fate awaited him, but hearing Qin acknowledge it aloud still pained him, for the injustice suffered by his fallen brothers weighed heavily on his soul. The royal family is merciless. No matter how many merits you accrue in defending the nation, should you pose a threat to their status, they will not hesitate to eliminate you. And what of you? Lin Chen queried. At his words, Qin Yuer chuckled softly, seating herself beside him, gently caressing his face as one might for a husband. Yet, Lin Chen felt nothing but revulsion. Brother Chen should know, I have no interest in power. What empires and legacies can be sustained through such pitiful balancing acts and machinations? Only the strength in one's grasp is the foundation of everything. One's own might is eternal. Qin Yue smiled. Her ambition laid bare. So it is, Lin Chen scoffed. Then, Brother Chen, may I have that Qing Xian token as your fiancé? Allow me to take your place at the Qing Xian Divine Gate, Qin Yue implored softly. Seeing Lin Chen's silence, she rose, her voice growing colder. Brother Chen should understand. Even without the Qing Xian token, I can join the Qing Xian Divine Gate. After all, apart from you, I am the most talented in the Great Way. Now that you cannot go to the Qing Xian Divine Gate, the only remaining spot must be attainable through some means, with a little sacrifice. However, that would indeed be troublesome and fraught with uncertainties. Therefore, grant me the Qing Xian token, and fulfill your last wish, shall we? Lin Chen fell silent, realizing he had no choice. With Qin Yuer's cunning, even without the token, she could gain entry to the Qing Xian Divine Gate. All she sought was convenience, and Lin Chen was in no position to negotiate. Spare the remaining members of my Lin family, the veterans of the army, Lin Chen rasped. Qin Yuer's gaze flickered. Unperturbed, and she chuckled. Does that include your sister, who shares no blood relation, Qin Yuer? Lin Chen growled. All right, no need to be so agitated. These matters have little significance to me. I agree, Qin Yuer smiled, her focus already drifting to the world beyond. She regarded Lin Chen, saying, now tell me, where is the Qing Xian token? I have thoroughly searched the Lin residence, exploring every possible hiding place, and to be honest, I am quite curious where you have concealed it. Beneath Longyan Mountain, where we first met, Lin Chen replied coolly. He indeed possessed the Qing Xian token, qualifying him to join the Qing Xian Divine Gate, yet he had no desire to leave Qin Yuer. Which is why he had concealed the token at the site of their initial encounter. Who could have foreseen that it would culminate in such a predicament? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuer felt a tremor in her heart. Genuinely moved for the first time, looking at Lin Chen with surprise. However, that fleeting ripple quickly dissipated. I will honor my promise, Qin Yuer stated coldly, donning her hood and preparing to leave. Before stepping out, she paused. Lin Chen, perhaps had you possessed greater talent, we might have had a favorable ending. Alas, you have obstructed my path. In the pitch-black shadows, Qin Yuer departed, her eyes glimmering with ambition, a smirk playing at her lips. She would join the Qing Xian Divine Gate and venture into a broader world. Lin Chen watched her leave with indifference, unable to ascertain whether Qin Yuer would uphold her promise. He could not afford to harbor any illusions. He must survive, escape the royal city. He must grow stronger. Only through his own might could he safeguard everything. 9 Heavens God-slaying technique. Do not let me down, Lin Chen declared solemnly. He began to cultivate the technique. Though he appeared as wretched as ever, burdened by grievous injuries, the most crucial aspect, his dantian, had been restored by the goddess. This was the foundation for his rebirth. The 9 Heavens God-slaying technique began to circulate within Lin Chen. And despite many channels being obstructed or even severed, it still managed to flow. This 9 Heavens God-slaying technique is indeed profoundly mysterious. The nascent profound energy began to take shape, circulating within Lin Chen's body for an entire cycle before finally converging in his dantian. Yet, it did not cease there. Instead, it continuously coalesced into a shimmering sword silhouette. After nearly 100 cycles, drenched in cold sweat and on the brink of collapse, the sword silhouette finally materialized in his dantian. Tianwu. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. Was this not the Tianwu sword that stood before the goddess's stone platform? Immediately, he channeled his profound energy into his palm and gently grasped it. A pitch-black longsword now rested in his hand. This sword possessed all the attributes of the Black Dragon, capable of penetrating prohibitions and formations, while simultaneously concealing its aura and slipping into the shadows. The 9 Heavens God-slaying technique, after cultivation. Would he be able to wield the power of those 9 divine swords? Lin Chen pondered, grasping part of the technique's essence. In the next moment, his gaze brightened. He had just taken the first step toward his recultivation. His realm had officially returned to the first level of the gathering energy realm. Chapter 4. Devouring the dragon vein in the Xiantian continent. Martial arts were held in the highest esteem. Everyone yearned to cultivate martial arts and become warriors. However, only those endowed with martial talent could practice martial techniques and condense profound energy in their dantian. The ranks of warriors were categorized into 9 levels, from weakest to strongest: gathering energy, dominating force, thousand June, condensing intent, specialized skill, knowledge of the void, divine concealment, inquiring the divine. and divine kingdom. Previously, Lin Chen, at a tender age, had reached the fourth realm of condensing intent, standing head and shoulders above his peers. Yet now, he was relegated to the first level of gathering energy. However, compared to his prior first level of gathering energy, Lin Chen's current strength was vastly superior, entirely on a different tier, but this was insufficient. He needed to grow stronger swiftly, or he would inevitably perish, Lin Chen murmured. Even a formidable first level of gathering energy was still too weak. Yet, time was not on his side. He had only 3 days. After 3 days, he would be escorted to the imperial execution grounds for a public beheading. His only chance lay in escaping during transport. Otherwise, whether in this dungeon or at the imperial execution grounds, heavily guarded by formidable warriors, he would have no opportunity to escape. Not only did he need to cultivate, but he also needed to heal his injuries. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. The spiritual energy at the bottom of this dungeon was exceedingly sparse. Under such conditions, it was difficult to continue cultivating, let alone recover from injuries. What was he to do? In this desperate environment, could there truly be a glimmer of hope? No. If the goddess had presented a trial, then despite the hardships, there must surely be a sliver of opportunity. Otherwise, the goddess could have simply allowed him to perish, without the need to assist him in restoring his dantian. Tianwu. Tianwu possessed the traits of the black dragon. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. The reason the dungeon's spiritual energy was thin was not due to its desolate location. On the contrary, the Great Way Kingdom had chosen this site meticulously, built upon a powerful dragon vein, rich in spiritual energy. The dungeon was isolated by a grand formation, resulting in its current state. Lin Chen could utilize Tianwu to penetrate the dungeon's formation, burrowing into the earth to connect with that dragon vein, directly accessing the abundant spiritual energy. Tianwu, go, Lin Chen commanded, and Tianwu transformed into a black dragon, burrowing into the depths below. Indeed, Tianwu, as a manifestation of the black dragon, was unimpeded by the formation's barriers and restrictions, plunging directly into the earth. Below, the ground was interwoven with veins of energy, countless pure spiritual energies flowing like the meridians of the human body. Ultimately, these veins converged into a formidable dragon vein. The black dragon traversed the subterranean depths, roaring continuously as it bit down on the golden dragon vein, devouring its essence. Those were the highly concentrated and pure spiritual energies within the dragon vein. Once consumed by the black dragon, they would be infused into Lin Chen's body. Excellent. The power of the dragon vein would mend my injuries and accelerate my cultivation speed. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed. Tianwu, as a black dragon, exerted immense suppression over the dragon vein, directly biting and devouring it, leaving the dragon vein with no chance to resist. An unending stream of spiritual energy gathered as Lin Chen fully activated the Nine Heavens Godslaying technique, channeling the power to nourish his shattered body. Before long, his grievous injuries began to visibly mend. At this rate, it would not be long before he fully recovered. Once restored, he could resume his cultivation. The profound energy condensed, surging into that sword silhouette. Gathering energy realm, 2nd level. Gathering energy realm, 3rd level. Gathering energy realm, 4th level. At the bottom of the dungeon, it was inconceivable for anyone to escape, especially since Lin Chen was now a mere shell of his former self. No one would come here. In 3 days, Lin Chen could push his boundaries to the limit. Thus, 3 days passed. Lin Chen's realm had ascended to the 2nd level of dominating force in just 3 days. Such a pace was truly terrifying. The 3 days were up, and Lin Chen retracted Tianwu. The black dragon's characteristics, deep and shadowy, were sufficient to conceal his aura, allowing him to continue masquerading as a cripple. Footsteps echoed as heavy chains clinked open, and several golden armored guards from the royal capital approached this deepest cell. TSK, ISNT, this the illustrious Lin Chen, young marshal of the Great Way? Zhao Xing sneered at Lin Chen, reveling in mockery. Lin Chen had always shone brightly, while in his presence, Zhao Xing appeared as a mere worm in the muck. But what of now? Were you not incredibly strong? Did you not overshadow your peers? And yet, look at you now, reduced to a mere prisoner, a worthless wretch. Zhao Xing mocked, deriding Lin Chen. Lin Chen regarded Zhao Xing with indifference. This grandson of Zhao Wujie had once been at odds with Lin Chen, and the outcome had been a humiliating defeat for Zhao Xing, unable to withstand even a single blow from Lin Chen. Zhao Xing had long sought revenge, and now, at last, he had his opportunity. Why so silent? Great genius. Were you not the one with the might? Come on, try hitting me again. Ha ha ha. Zhao Xing laughed heartily, brimming with self-satisfaction. Who are you? Lin Chen rasped. At this, Zhao Xing was momentarily taken aback, his expression twisting in fury. Lin Chen's implication was clear. He did not even remember him, for a person like him was not worthy of being remembered. Seeking death, Zhao Xing kicked Lin Chen in the abdomen, causing him to spit blood. You don't remember me, huh? What about now? Do you recall? Zhao Xing grinned maliciously. No matter how formidable you once were, you're nothing but a cripple now. I, Zhao Xing, will always be stronger than you. Understand? Lin Chen curled up on the ground, offering no response. Oh, let me share some good news with you. The little princess, out of old affection, has spared the remaining rebels of your Lin family. They have been exempted from exile, forced labor, and prostitution. They have already been sent to Yinzhou, Zhao Xing said coldly, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Yinzhou. For the first time, Lin Chen exhibited a change in emotion. Yinzhou, on the border of the Great Wei Kingdom, was a wild land, notorious for its rebellious inhabitants. A persistent headache for the royal family. It was said that the king of Yinzhou had personally approached the emperor, expressing his desire to take Lin Wanner as a concubine. Eager to sample the taste of a general's daughter, as Zhao Xing spoke, he burst into laughter. The king of Yinzhou was lustful and brutal, reveling in the abuse of women, although he had submitted to the Great Wei. He harbored ulterior motives. The past king had once declared his intention to wed Lin Wanner. For this, Lin Chen was shackled with restrictive cuffs and escorted out of the dungeon. Boarding a prison cart that made its way along the Grand Shnw Avenue towards the imperial sacrificial altar. Inside the cart, beneath a disheveled mane of hair, a pair of eyes glimmered with the cold, determined light. Chapter 5. Escape in the capital of the Great Wei Empire. Lin Chen had grown up, familiar with every nook and cranny of the place. Shnw Avenue, one of the largest thoroughfares in the capital, was flanked by a labyrinth of alleys, intricate and convoluted. A map of the capital floated in Lin Chen's mind. He had long devised a plan. In the middle section of Shnw Avenue lay Fang Street, a bustling locale teeming with life and revelry, where the mingling of diverse characters from all walks of life created a vibrant tapestry. Within this area, countless hidden paths and secret waterways awaited Lin Chen's exploitation. Leaving Yifang Street, he would pass through the Sanxian Gate and make a beeline for Liuli Lane, the residence of the Lord of Yankan. Even with pursuing soldiers, none dared to tread lightly upon the grounds of the Yankan estate, let alone conduct a search. Today, as the imperial sacrifice was to take place, Lord Yankan, being a member of the royal family, would undoubtedly be absent from his residence. The choice of this location was deliberate. Lord Yankan was known for his eccentricity, steering clear of court politics and eschewing retainers, leaving only his family at home. Moreover, he shared a history with Lin Chen's mother, having traversed the mountains and rivers together in their youth. Once past the estate, he would approach the north gate. The gatekeeper, Wang Yusi, had been absent for several days due to a training mishap, rendering the north gate the weakest of the four. Additionally, on the day of the imperial sacrifice, the law mandated that all city gates remain open throughout the day. This presented Lin Chen with a golden opportunity. Once he left the capital, his chances of survival would significantly increase. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen reviewed the entire route once more. At this moment, the imperial sacrificial altar was a gathering point for many influential figures within the capital, and proceedings were unfolding in an orderly fashion. However, what everyone awaited was not the rituals or prayers, but Lin Chen, who was being brought in chains. Crowds gathered on both sides of Shnw Avenue, some vociferously cursing the Lin clan's traitor, while others expressed disbelief, shouting for justice. Yet, all knew that the once illustrious youth would undoubtedly meet his demise today. The procession moved steadily forward until it reached the middle of Shnw Avenue, where the throngs had indeed multiplied. Yifang Street lay adjacent to the thoroughfare, and many young women leaned out from the upper floors of the brothels, craning their necks to catch a glimpse. Today, it seemed, there would be no customers, and so it began. Within Lin Chen's dantian, the shadow of a sword stirred quietly. An overwhelming surge of mysterious energy coursed through his body, manifesting as a domineering aura. Concealed yet potent, the Tian tongue, like a stream of black mist, flowed into the shackles that bound Lin Chen, inscribed with formidable runes which began to unravel. Lin Chen, I recall your last passage down Shnw Avenue was met with accolades. How does it feel to be scorned this time? Zhao Xing turned his head, mockingly gazing at Lin Chen. Lin Chen merely shot him a glance, causing Zhao Xing to shudder violently. That gaze of Lin Chen's stirred an inexplicable dread within him, reminiscent of the time he had provoked Lin Chen only to be vanquished in a single blow. Shaking his head, Zhao Xing dismissed his fears. What strength could Lin Chen possibly possess now? A cripple, shackled by powerful runes, was hardly a threat. Cuffs. Cuffs. Why have they come undone? A chill shot up Zhao Xing's spine as he prepared to shout, but Lin Chen was quicker, bursting forth like a sword unsheathed, shattering the prison cart and heading straight for Zhao Xing. What? The sudden turn of events elicited countless gasps. Lin Chen is escaping. You think you can get away? Zhao Xing howled, his body surging with mysterious energy. Coalescing into a formidable force, he was a powerful figure at the third realm, the Qi condensation stage. He was unconcerned with how Lin Chen had extricated himself. This was merely a desperate struggle, providing him with an opportunity to crush Lin Chen outright. This was his moment of glory. Lin Chen, I must thank you. After today, I shall be hailed as a hero of the capital. Zhao Xing cackled. Starlight Spear, a single thrust aimed directly at Lin Chen, a signature technique of the Zhao clan, once shining with unparalleled brilliance in the army. Yet, this military maneuver bore numerous flaws. The Zhao clan had ultimately fallen into decline. Lin Chen muttered, wielding Tian tongue, and cleaved the spear's aura apart. In the same motion, he bisected Zhao Xing. No, no. Zhao Xing cried out in despair, but his fate was sealed. The execution of Zhao Xing transpired in an instant. And in the next moment, Lin Chen had dashed toward Yifang Street, his speed reaching its zenith. The crowd erupted in cheers and shouts, some howling in fury, others applauding with joy. Such excitement was a rare sight. Capture him. We must not let him escape. The golden armored guards roared, a multitude of powerful figures in hot pursuit of Lin Chen. Simultaneously, communication tokens were shattered, swiftly relaying the news. And formidable forces would soon descend. Lin Chen's escape was impossible. Bursting into Yifang Street, he dove into the hidden passages, rapidly altering his direction. This place was a lang of people, rife with unspeakable secrets. The sudden appearance of a battalion of golden armored guards was bound to lead to conflict. The greater the chaos, the more opportunities arose for Lin Chen. Behind him, shouts echoed, and combat erupted as many golden armored guards were impeded, unable to advance. Traitor, can you truly escape? One golden armored guard, exceptionally swift, pursued like the wind. Practicing wind techniques, gale thrust, die. The guard bellowed, unleashing a flurry of slicing winds aimed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen had no time to engage him in battle. He swiftly evaded, slipping into a dark alley. With a miss, the guard pressed on, while more golden armored guards surged from all sides. Lin Chen, you are merely a fish in a barrel. Bursting forth from Yifang Street, Lin Chen pressed onward toward the Sanxian Gate. Ahead, dozens of golden armored guards were converging from the opposite side, intent on cutting him off. Tian tongue, Lin Chen called upon the black dragon that coiled around him, unleashing a torrent of domineering energy that defied the second realm of the dominant stage. With unparalleled force, he charged into the enemy formation. Lin Chen had dismantled military formations countless times before, but those had been against enemy nations. Now, he faced the capital's defenders. Yet, they were even weaker. With a single stroke, he shattered their defenses, a secret technique of the Lin clan, the 16 slashes of the killing array. Lin Chen executed 16 strikes, obliterating the golden armored guards. None could withstand him. Those who had once wielded authority in the capital now truly understood the horrors of the battlefield. They were utterly powerless to stop him. Bursting through the Sanxian Gate, Lin Chen veered into Liuli Lane. In the narrow alley, the clashing of metal rang out, heavy armor thundering against the ground. The armored troops arrived with astonishing speed, but at this juncture, retreat was not an option for Lin Chen. It was his sole hope. Armed with a sword, he plunged into the fray. With each step, he claimed a life, relentless and unyielding. Armor shattered, blood splattered, Lin Chen bathed in crimson, drawing upon years of martial refinement to carve his path forward. The sounds of roars, furious shouts, and anguished cries filled the air. As the battle raged on, broken armor and severed spears became entwined with the blood that flowed. Liuli Lane ran red with blood, and Lin Chen emerged, wounded and bleeding, yet gritting his teeth as he darted into the Yinkan estate. This was the most perilous gamble. Should Lord Yinkan wish to apprehend him, even in his absence, Lin Chen would find himself cornered and unable to escape. Within the estate, Lin Chen dashed through, aiming for the north gate. In the distance, he spotted an elderly man standing upon the steps of the main hall. The man glanced at Lin Chen but did not look again. Golden armored guards surged from all directions, several captains converging. Such strength was beyond Lin Chen's capability to contend with. They were confident they could encircle him within the estate, in the heart of the Yinkan grounds. Who would dare to intrude? Death without mercy. Yet a booming voice rang out. It was the elderly man standing before the hall. What? The golden armored guards halted, and the captain could not contain his fury. We have come to apprehend a wanted criminal. Do you dare obstruct us? Wanted criminal? The old man snorted disdainfully. I see no wanted criminal entering my estate. I only see you attempting to trespass. I shall say this once more, within the Yinkan grounds. Should you dare to intrude, death awaits you. The captain's face turned ashen as he bellowed. Are you siding with that traitor? Does the Yinkan estate also intend to betray his majesty? Take that up with the Lord. I am merely a gatekeeper, the old man replied nonchalantly. Chapter 6. Wang Yusi, the North Gate commander. The captain gritted his teeth, However, they could not afford to offend Lord Yankan. Charging in now would not only fail to capture Lin Chen, but also escalate into a greater conflict. No matter how bold Lord Yankan might be, he would not dare harbor a criminal. Lin Chen must have already escaped through another route, pursue him. At last, the commander bellowed. The golden armored guards split into two factions. Circumventing the royal residence in pursuit of Lin Chen, the imperial altar, a middle-aged man clad in a python robe stood at the railing, gazing into the distance, with a wave of his hand. The shadowy informant melted back into the shadows. Alas, the extent of my assistance to your son is limited, murmured Prince Yankan. Your Highness, this shall not be a precedent, interjected a robust man in a yellow dragon robe. Stepping beside the prince, both surveying the horizon with voices low and filled with authority, Prince Yankan understood that the emperor was compelling his involvement, thus providing a pretext for action, without offering any explanation. He strode out, not glancing back. From this day forth, I shall guard the Tianmen Pass, never to return to the capital, Prince Yankan stated with an air of finality. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of the Great Way finally revealed a satisfied smile. The Tianmen Pass, a land of bitter cold, once crossed, would render one incapable of returning, and thus Prince Yankan would no longer pose a threat to imperial power. This is most agreeable. As for Lin Chen, he cannot escape. At the northern gate, Lin Chen stood beneath the city arch, feeling an unsettling chill within his veins. Wang Yusi, the northern gate commander, unexpectedly stood at the gate. He had not been recuperating as rumored. The northern gate commander Wang Yusi has been absent for days due to a training mishap, the court had proclaimed, granting him spiritual medicine for recovery. Yet, everyone knew that injuries from training gone awry were severe, and recovery would take time. Fortunately, the capital remained stable. His absence at the northern gate posed no issue. However, it was all a fade. From the very beginning, Wang Yusi had not faltered in his training. His absence was merely a ruse. Lin Chen could distinctly sense the fiery vitality emanating from Wang Yusi. This was not the aura of one who had encountered a setback. Rebel, I never expected you to partially regain your strength. It is truly astonishing. However, choosing the northern gate was a grave mistake. Wang Yusi sneered. The Emperor's bestowed medicine serves not to heal, but to liberate me from my martial shackles, allowing my sword intent to ascend further. Standing before the northern gate, clad in ominous black armor adorned with vicious spikes, an aura of ferocity enveloped him. The city gates were wide open, for today was the imperial altar, and they could not be shut. Yet Wang Yusi stood before the gates like a mountain, sealing them with impenetrable might. His presence melded with the gates and walls. Whether they were opened or closed was inconsequential, for he, Wang Yusi, embodied the northern gate of the capital. Surrender willingly. For Lin Shuai's sake, I shall grant you a modicum of mercy, Wang Yusi stated coldly. In his eyes, the matter was already settled. With him present, Lin Chen could not pass. After a moment of astonishment, Lin Chen's emotion steadied. He recognized that time was of the essence, and pondering Wang Yusi's presence was futile. He had but one choice, to break through Wang Yusi and flee the capital. The sole method for such a breakthrough was speed. In an instant, Lin Chen unleashed his entire reservoir of profound energy, which roared forth, coalescing into a tempestuous wave of force. The next moment, he shattered the cobblestones beneath him. Propelling himself like an arrow released from its bow towards the northern gate, his speed was extraordinary, far beyond what could be measured against the third tier of the Baghuang realm. Wang Yusi's eyes narrowed slightly. This velocity exceeded expectations. Yet, it was merely the stubborn folly of a fool. He was a defender of the Great Way capital, a formidable general of the fourth tier, and his combat prowess was immense. To break through him, a delusion. A gleaming arc of sword light manifested beside Wang Yusi, the blade a palm's width wide, heavy yet agile, its edge humming as the air trembled in response. This was Wang Yusi's renowned technique, the shocking sword. It was by this very sword that he distinguished himself among the many generals, safeguarding the capital with the power of the shocking sword and its unique intent. This sword intent was unlike any other, particularly insidious. Once it invaded the body, it was exceedingly difficult to expel, gnawing at one's profound energy like a maggot in the bone. In the past, countless strong warriors had perished beneath the shocking sword. And now he was even more formidable. How could Lin Chen defend against this? Wang Yusi swept his sword horizontally, the force tremendous, simultaneously moving with such speed that it seemed to materialize directly before Lin Chen. This was the might of the fourth tier, a power beyond the reach of the second tier. Yet Lin Chen had once attained the fourth tier himself. He was well aware of the strength of the condensing intent realm. Moreover, Wang Yusi had once fought under Lin Lan's command, so Lin Chen was familiar with his habits. Although Lin Chen's form appeared to surge forward, he had been conserving his strength all along. Poised for a counterattack, as the sword swept towards him, Lin Chen anticipated its trajectory, crouching to evade the strike, then swiftly shifting his form to create several duplicates of himself, the 8 shadow steps. This was a secret technique of the Lin family, allowing one to generate 8 phantoms once mastered, useful for both offense and evasion, capable of perplexing opponents. Merely a trivial skill, utterly futile. What use is it? Wang Yusi scoffed. He had to concede that Lin Chen's martial talent was exceptionally high. The 8 shadow steps had been perfected to an astonishing degree, making it nearly impossible to discern the true body among the illusions. But alas, separation was unnecessary. Heavenly shatter, Wang Yusi roared, executing a horizontal slash with his sword, shattering the stones beneath as the blade's brilliance cleaved through the ground. The overwhelming force engulfed Lin Chen's 8 phantoms in an instant. How could one defend against this? Why bother distinguishing? A mere Baghuang realm warrior could not withstand such a strike. Yet Wang Yusi's senses enveloped the area, and beneath that sword strike, he detected no trace of Lin Chen's presence. All 8 figures were mere illusions. Wang Yusi gasped, suddenly glancing upwards, where he spotted a figure soaring towards the city gate. The 8 shadow steps. No, this was the 9 shadow steps. Lin Chen had transcended the 8 shadow steps after mastering them, creating the 9 shadows. What terrifying martial talent was this? Furthermore, Wang Yusi had failed to perceive it at the first instance. But what of it? You cannot escape, Wang Yusi bellowed. Lin Chen's performance had taken him by surprise. Yet it was still insufficient. Wang Yusi unleashed his full power, gripping his sword with both hands, delivering a colossal upward slash. Within the sword light roared an intense sword intent, at Lin Chen's level. Even a mere brush with it would spell death. Lin Chen, in an effort to deceive Wang Yusi, leapt into the air, becoming a fixed target. How could he evade? How could he escape? What? Wang Yusi exclaimed. He witnessed Lin Chen's dark sword suddenly transform into a dragon's claw, grasping the city wall. Then, leveraging that force, Lin Chen pivoted mid-air, speeding towards the city gate. Everything transpired in a flash. Wang Yusi, the gatekeeper general, possessed immense strength. A direct confrontation with Lin Chen would spell his doom. Yet Lin Chen, forged by countless life and death battles, possessed unparalleled combat experience, even surpassing that of Wang Yusi, who had grown rusty from guarding the gates. From their initial encounter to this moment, every aspect of the conflict was within Lin Chen's foresight. Thus, he managed to breach Wang Yusi's defenses despite being at a severe disadvantage in both strength and speed. And he did so with astonishing swiftness. Yet such an advantage could not be maintained indefinitely. The gate was singular, and to pass through it rendered him a sitting duck, not to mention the heavily fortified guards. He had no space to evade and could only charge through. Golden-armored guards surged from all directions, and several commanders emanated powerful auras, rapidly encircling him. Therefore, he had to be swift, to charge forth like a tempest. Compelling Wang Yusi to perceive him as unstoppable, he needed to induce a sense of urgency in Wang Yusi, causing him to lose his optimal judgment, thus creating a slim chance for survival. Lin Chen wielded his sword, shadows swirling around him, an overwhelming force surging forth. He charged directly towards the city gate. Chapter 7. Escape from the capital. Do you believe you can escape? Wang Yusi's face darkened as he roared. Despite the overwhelming situation, Lin Chen had repeatedly turned the tide, and now he stood at the city gate. Although there were still guards obstructing Lin Chen, his escape was far from easy. However, as the gatekeeper general, Wang Yusi had lost all face. He could not allow any further mishaps, regardless of the cost. He must personally slay Lin Chen. Sword intent infused into the shocking sword. A fierce glint flickered in Wang Yusi's eyes as he disregarded everything else. Unleashing a devastating strike, a massive sword light coalesced, warping the air as though it would be shattered. This strike was aimed squarely at Lin Chen, directly targeting the city gate, unless Lin Chen abandoned his escape. Evasion was impossible, and should he attempt to evade, the golden-armored guards would converge, leaving Lin Chen with no chance of survival. Still alive? Wang Yusi howled, continuously channeling sword intent into the strike, its might far beyond what Lin Chen could withstand. Within the confined space of the archway, Lin Chen desperately attempted to dodge, avoiding the brunt of the strike. Yet even the edges of the lethal force could spell instant death. It was a scene steeped in despair. Yet Lin Chen did not relent. He could not perish here. He must grasp any flicker of possibility. Sword intent, a fierce light erupted in Lin Chen's eyes. He had once been a practitioner of the condensing intent realm and understood the nature of sword intent. At this moment, Wang Yusi's unleashed sword intent was indeed formidable, yet it bore a hint of sluggishness. Had Wang Yusi made an error, the sword move was incomplete, leaving a flaw. Nine heavens divine slash. Open for me. Lin Chen bellowed, launching a reckless explosion of energy, the sword shadow within his dantian radiating brilliance, all his strength converging into the Tian tongue. The Tian tongue transformed into a black dragon. Lin Chen seized upon Wang Yuxi's slight opening with unwavering resolve. Wang Yuxi merely sneered. No matter how frantically a warrior of the Bagong realm might strive to enhance their power, how could they possibly withstand the full-force strike of someone in the condensation intent realm? Indeed, he soon witnessed Lin Chen spitting blood as he was sent flying, his flesh and blood savagely sliced by the long sword, with gaping wounds and blood splattering everywhere, rendering him a veritable figure of carnage. Numerous corpses were cleaved and fell heavily to the ground. Although many city guards were mistakenly slain in the process, Lin Chen's demise was sufficient. This farce would conclude here. The traitor to the nation shall meet his end. Wang Yuxi scoffed, raising his voice in a thunderous proclamation. Clang! The sound of armor crashing to the ground echoed. Wang Yuxi's expression stiffened. There, within the archway of the city gate, stood a figure, drenched in blood. Struggling to push aside the bodies of the fallen guards and rising to his feet, the terrifying force of Wang Yuxi's sword had been so overwhelming that even the heavily armored soldiers within the gate had not managed to escape. All falling victim to the slaughter, Lin Chen was gravely injured, yet he had survived. Thus, he must flee, escape the city, survive. Only by living could he return to exact his vengeance. Lin Chen strained every ounce of remaining strength from his battered body, bleeding profusely as he desperately sprinted toward the city's outskirts. Activate the Great Formation. Do not allow him to leave the city. Wang Yuxi howled, charging full speed toward Lin Chen. Meanwhile, the protective barrier of the city's Great Formation began to rise. The capital of the Dawei Kingdom, fortified by the Great Formation, this array was directly connected to the dragon vein buried deep beneath the ground, drawing upon the Empire's fortune to empower its might. The dragon vein and the formation served as the final safeguard of the Empire. How could it possibly fail to contain someone as insignificant as Lin Chen? A resounding dragon roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth as the formation activated. And the dragon vein, hidden deep below, transformed into a golden dragon, soaring into the sky. Yet, it was incomplete. This dragon vein had been damaged, marred by some unknown force. The entire capital was engulfed in shock and uproar. Even the pursuing golden armored guards were momentarily dazed, their minds blank. Within the royal sacrificial hall, the emperor, who controlled all, finally revealed a change of expression. The damage to the dragon vein was a harbinger of national demise. However, Wang Yuxi had no time to concern himself with the dragon rising in the sky. He merely observed the formation activating, its barrier rising, and realized that Lin Chen was just a step too late. Blocked within the confines of the formation, thus, everything had come to an end. Die for me. Wang Yuxi roared, his sword intent surging anew. With this strike, Lin Chen was undoubtedly doomed. Yet, in the next moment, Wang Yuxi could scarcely believe his eyes. Lin Chen was enveloped in a shadow, seemingly piercing through the formation itself. The formation had failed. A chill coursed through Wang Yuxi's mind. However, the very next instant, the strike he had unleashed was completely thwarted by the formation, unable to budge even a fraction. This indicated that the formation was functioning normally. Then why could Lin Chen pass through it? Shut down the formation, quickly. Wang Yuxi's thoughts were racing, and he erupted into a frenzied roar. A chilling dread surged within him. An unbearable thought taking root in his mind. Lin Chen might escape. This traitor, who should have been doomed, could very well elude his grasp. He could not fathom the severe consequences he would face afterward. Yet, the activation and subsequent deactivation of the formation could not occur instantaneously. Outside the city, there were indeed soldiers stationed. Could they possibly intercept Lin Chen? As Lin Chen fought his way out, his vision blurred. But he could not afford to fall, could not succumb to unconsciousness. He must survive. Beyond the capital lay the Sihui River, its currents ceaselessly flowing, the river's surface vast and wide, with countless tributaries along its course and innumerable hidden undercurrents. If he plunged into the river, Lin Chen's chances of escape would undoubtedly increase. After a brief pause, Wang Yuxi, along with the golden armored guards, gathered by the riverbank, a throng of guards already plunging into the water in search of him. Their formidable strength stirring the waters into turmoil, yet the river flowed swiftly, and Lin Chen had long since vanished from sight. How could they possibly find him? This rogue was grievously injured, as long as he made it ashore. He would not escape far. Send word down the line. Dispatch more personnel to search along the river. The living must be seen, and the dead must be found. Wang Yuxi bellowed. The city defense forces and golden armored guards were mobilized, racing along the river. Meanwhile, Wang Yuxi felt a chilling sensation wash over him. He had never imagined that Lin Chen could truly escape from his grasp. Such a monumental transgression would surely incite the emperor's wrath. and his entire clan would likely face annihilation. The royal guard, sworn to serve the imperial family, had now set into motion. They would scour the Sihui River region, searching even beneath the earth to intercept the waters. Determined to locate Lin Chen, you all should go as well. Zhao Wuji is in the city, his tone indifferent. Before him, a contingent of dozens surged forth, racing toward the Sihui River region. These individuals were under Zhao Wuji's command. Yet they differed from the others. They had once belonged to the Lin family army, Lin Chen's former subordinates, but had been expelled for violating military discipline. Zhao Wuji had secretly gathered them. Now was their moment to prove their worth. Chapter 8. The demon suppression spell in the turbulent waters of the river. Lin Chen found himself with no means to leverage, allowing the currents to batter him relentlessly. Given his injuries, should he remain in the water, he feared he would not last long before becoming a mere floating corpse. Yet, even if he managed to reach the shore, death would still await him. Countless pursuers were scouring the river, frantically searching the banks, employing various magical artifacts for extensive sensing. The Dawei kingdom would never allow Lin Chen to escape in such a manner. Otherwise, the imperial family would lose face and become the laughingstock of other nations. Any slight movement from Lin Chen could expose him. The dragon swims in the waters, rivers, lakes, and seas. Lin Chen's consciousness trembled faintly. He endeavored to maintain his focus, slowing the flow of blood within him. The nine heavens slashing god technique gradually circulating through his meridians. Tianwu was a black dragon. At this moment, Lin Chen embodied Tianwu, like a dragon swimming through the river. Gradually, the suffocating sensation of death became less pressing, and Lin Chen felt as though he had merged with the river, flowing along with the swift currents. 3 days later, Lin Chen awoke in the waters, astonished that he had managed to survive for 3 days submerged. The nine heavens slashing god technique was indeed extraordinarily miraculous. However, if this continued, it would still bode ill for him. He needed to extricate himself from this predicament swiftly, lest his injuries worsen, making it increasingly difficult for the nine heavens slashing god technique to sustain him. Thereupon, Lin Chen cautiously surfaced, carefully observing his surroundings. Both banks of the river were lined with towering mountains and dense forests, with rocky gorges scattered throughout. For a moment, Lin Chen could not discern where he had been swept to. However, given the terrain, it was clear he was no longer on the Sihui River, but rather on some tributary. Had he been carried here by the undercurrents? Lin Chen, heavily wounded and in dire need of treatment, did not rush to the shore. Instead, he concealed himself beneath a floating log, continuing to survey the area. Only after confirming there were no signs of pursuers did he select a hidden spot to quietly ascend the bank, ensuring he left no trace behind. The Sihui River basin was vast. Even if the capital dispatched all its forces to search, they could not cover every corner. For the time being, he was safe. After some time, Lin Chen discovered a concealed cave. He needed to recuperate. The nine heavens slashing god technique gradually operated to heal his injuries. Yet his condition was dire. Wang Yuxi's overwhelming sword had wreaked havoc on his internal organs, damaging over 100 meridians. Residual sword intent lingered within. At this moment, he struggled to circulate his mystical energy. Had it not been for the presence of the nine heavens slashing god technique, he would not have survived. To have managed to escape the capital under such conditions was undoubtedly a miracle, but for that miracle to endure, Lin Chen needed to find a way to heal his injuries. Otherwise, he would not escape the relentless pursuit of the Dawei kingdom's all-encompassing net. Lacking medicinal pills, even the nine heavens slashing god technique could not work miracles without the necessary resources, rendering it impossible for him to recover swiftly. Seated in meditation, Lin Chen gradually restored himself. Had it not been for the extraordinary strength of the nine heavens slashing god technique, he would have perished. At this moment, he could not afford to wish for more and must seek another path, a solution. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen forced himself to calm down. The situation was dire, but succumbing to panic would only exacerbate it. Temporarily suppressing some of his injuries, Lin Chen began to channel his remaining mystical energy, drawing intricate patterns upon the rocky wall beside him. At present, this was his only hope. These patterns were a special type of communication rune, extraordinarily mystical, capable of establishing direct contact between nations. It had been imparted to him by a dedicated informant. By utilizing it, Lin Chen would be able to reach out, while the informant would also ascertain his location. However, this informant was exceptionally unique. He and Lin Chen did not share a subordinate relationship. At most, he was merely an ally. All previous communications had been one-sided, with Lin Chen rarely receiving any response when he reached out. Now, he could only give it a try. Lin Chen was utterly oblivious to the outside world, and though he could not easily reveal himself, He could only rely on the informant to gather intelligence, enabling him to formulate his subsequent plans. Otherwise, facing the operational machinery of the nation, he would find himself utterly powerless. As night fell, dark clouds obscured the moon, and the earth was shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to see one's own fingers. Lin Chen sensed a shift, his eyes snapping open. He gazed at the rocky wall beside him, where, amidst the darkness, a faint glow pulsed within the runes. The informant had finally responded. "Mi Li," Lin Chen called out. "Mi Li." A woman shrouded in mystery. 2 years ago, Lin Chen, during his training in the outside world, inadvertently saved the gravely injured Mi Li. Since then, Mi Li has been assisting him in various tasks. She remains an enigma. Apart from her name, Lin Chen knows nothing about her. In fact, after Mi Li recovered from her injuries, he never saw her again. As if she were one with the darkness, eternally concealed in the shadows. Mi Li has never engaged in combat. She claimed to have lost all fighting capability, yet she possesses extraordinary skills of concealment. With her presence, countless elusive pieces of intelligence have found their way to Lin Chen. It is thanks to her that he has achieved successive victories along the border. Regrettably, Lin Chen's past adversaries were all from the Upper Wu Kingdom, which is why Mi Li has been traversing Upper Wu to gather information. Had she focused more on the affairs of the Great Wei Kingdom, the Lin family might not have fallen victim to such treachery. The voice from the communication talisman fell silent for a moment before resuming. "It is indeed remarkable that you are still alive. Have you encountered some extraordinary fortune?" The tone was devoid of much emotion. "Perhaps," Lin Chen replied with a wry smile. "However, it seems the fortune is insufficient. Otherwise, I would not have had to flee in such a disheveled state. I should be like the protagonists of certain tales, directly slaying my enemies." Mi Li spoke with an air of detachment. Simultaneously, a peculiar sound, akin to a chant, accompanied her words. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and said in a low voice, "Mi Li, what is the matter? You seem rather unusual today." Mi Li typically abhorred superfluous conversation, yet today she spoke more than usual. Lin Chen found it hard to believe that the events surrounding him would pique her interest unduly. After a brief silence, Mi Li's voice emerged once more. "What you heard earlier was a demon suppression charm, capable of subduing malevolent entities. Since you have managed to maintain your consciousness, it appears you are still yourself." Her tone was calm, and the chanting ceased. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen understood the situation. Mi Li must have learned of the Lin family's plight and returned from Upper Wu to the Great Wei Kingdom. Grasping the entirety of the circumstances, including how Lin Chen managed to escape the capital, the power he displayed while breaking free, his dragon claw, and ability to breach formations might be unknown to others. But Mi Li likely recognized it as the gift of the Black Dragon. She was concerned that he might have been possessed by a powerful black dragon, which prompted her to employ the demon suppression charm to assess his condition. After all, it was astonishing to recover from incapacitation and subsequently break out of the capital, a feat that could easily raise suspicions. "The situation is somewhat intricate. I need not explain," Mi Li stated, her voice unwavering. She was uninterested in these matters, content to know that Lin Chen remained Lin Chen. Lin Chen, understanding Mi Li's character, directly inquired, "Since you have returned, have you gathered any information regarding my kin?" Lin Wano had already entered the territory of Yinzhou, and the Yinzhou king had indicated that she should be sent to his chambers. Conversely, Lin Wano had made it clear that should the Yinzhou king force her, she would deliver him a corpse. Mi Li understood that Lin Chen's foremost concern was Lin Waner's well-being, and for the Yinzhou king, Lin Waner was the woman he most desired to possess. Chapter 9. The pursuers are upon us. A surge of murderous intent welled up in Lin Chen's eyes. The Yinzhou king. "I will certainly go to Yinzhou and kill him." Mi Li remained unfazed by Lin Chen's emotions and continued in her monotone voice. "Though Lin Waner is unwilling, she must consider the few remaining members of her family. She has no other choice. She has agreed to marry into the royal household, with the condition that she will guard the spirits of her deceased kin for a month and ensure the surviving members are sent to the 100 Battles Wasteland." At her words, Lin Chen clenched his fist tightly. The 100 Battles Wasteland is a chaotic realm, devoid of allegiance to any nation. Even the Great Wei Kingdom finds it challenging to infiltrate. Lin Waner's choice of the wasteland was evidently a well-considered decision. However, the wasteland is fraught with danger, teeming with all manner of factions. Yet Lin Chen understood that this was the utmost effort that Lin Waner, a fragile woman, could muster. It was all she could do. Lin Waner was not a blood relative of the Lin family. She was an orphan whom Lin Chen's mother had rescued from the snow. She had endured displacement and starvation, and in the depths of despair, the Lin family had provided her with warmth and a sense of home. She cherished all those who had shown her kindness, valuing this family more than anyone else, especially Lin Chen. Lin Wano had grown up alongside Lin Chen, regarding him as more precious than her own life. For Lin Chen, she would do anything. Those delicate shoulders could bear any burden for Lin Chen, even if it meant enduring unimaginable pain and humiliation. You are not safe at present. Swiftly decide your next course of action, Meili insisted, her demeanor still devoid of emotion. Through the communication talisman, she had pinpointed Lin Chen's exact location and would provide corresponding intelligence support based on his subsequent choices. Lin Chen took a deep breath. He was indeed worried about Lin Weiner's current predicament, yet he understood that everything she was doing was for the sake of her family's survival. His only option was to head to the 100 Battles Wasteland first, protect his kin, resolve any lingering concerns, and then storm the Yinzhou royal palace to slay the Yinzhou king and rescue Lin Waner. Time was of the essence. He had only 1 month. For someone who was still merely at the Ba Gang realm, this seemed like an impossible task. I understand, Lin Chen said, releasing his tightly clenched fists. He knew he could not afford to act recklessly. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin. He bore the lives of all his kin upon his shoulders. He could not afford to fail. Once my injuries have healed sufficiently, I will immediately head to the 100 Battles Wasteland. I must first save my kin and eliminate any lingering concerns, and that place is suitable for my current state. Lin Chen spoke solemnly. Understood, Meili's voice responded. She would not interfere with Lin Chen's decision-making. What do you need me to do? Go to Yinzhou, Lin Chen instructed. Very well, Meili replied. She understood that Lin Chen wanted her to keep watch over Lin Waner and report on her situation at all times. This was the only task within Meili's capabilities at present. I am counting on you, Lin Chen said apologetically, aware that this would pose danger for Meili. Continue. Meili responded flatly. I urgently require medicinal pills and various cultivation resources, Lin Chen declared. Given his current circumstances, conventional means would no longer suffice to acquire these essentials. Please wait, Meili said. Before long, her voice returned. I have checked the reports submitted to the local central authorities. There are several bands of mountain bandits occupying an area 20 li to your northeast. Their combat strength is not particularly formidable. You could attempt to procure the healing pills you need from them. Additionally, the Lord of Ancient Tower City has reported that there may be spiritual herbs emerging in the 10 Floors mountain range, a rumor that has persisted for over a month. The authenticity remains unconfirmed. But traveling to the 100 Battles Wasteland could involve passing through the 10 Floors mountain range. If the opportunity arises, you might investigate. As for the forces pursuing you, they include royal guards and Zhao Wuji's men, who have already spread out toward your direction, though their exact progress is still uncertain. It would be best for you to depart by tomorrow morning. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. It seemed Meili had infiltrated the core of the Great Wei Kingdom, directly obtaining first-hand intelligence from the enemy camp. Rest assured, I will not perish in such a place, Lin Chen declared, clenching his fist with determination. As the talisman's inscription began to fade, it soon completely vanished without leaving a trace. Mountain bandits, you say? I still carry the lingering essence of Wang Yuxi's sword intent within me. This must be eradicated with a 6th-grade healing pill. However, I possess the 9 Heaven sword slaying technique, which can lower the requirement. A 5th-grade healing pill will suffice, Lin Chen pondered, furrowing his brow. Even a 5th-grade healing pill is a rare treasure. He wondered if the bandits would possess any. Yet, given the current situation, he had no choice but to take a gamble with the bandits. Even if they lacked 5th-grade healing pills, any other medicinal supplies would serve as a stopgap. In his current condition, he could not afford to overlook any potential assistance. Thus, Lin Chen settled into a meditative position, gradually circulating the 9 Heaven sword slaying technique, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy to nourish his battered body. The next day, before dawn, Lin Chen abruptly awoke from his healing state. A cold glint flickering in his eyes, he sensed that someone was approaching. Had they found this place so quickly? Soon, he saw a flicker of flame as someone entered the cave, a large fireball blazing in their hand. Dispelling the darkness, Lin Chen concealed himself behind a rock, employing the heavenly tongue technique to remain undetected. The intruder was inspecting the cave. Lin Chen frowned slightly, sensing the fluctuations of the intruder's aura as strangely familiar. An acquaintance? Suddenly, Lin Chen realized something and understood how the intruder had found this location so swiftly. This person was a soldier of the Lin family army. The Lin family army has a unique characteristic. Once selected for the elite corps, each soldier must cultivate a special technique. This technique enables the soldiers to sense their comrades' aura fluctuations more clearly, forming a bond that allows them to locate each other even amidst the chaos of battle. Maintaining the integrity of their formation. This is also one of the reasons why the Lin family army is so formidable. As the young marshal, Lin Chen commands numerous elite legions, naturally mastering this esoteric technique. After years of warfare, this technique has become second nature to him. Having been in a state of unconsciousness and extreme weakness prior, his concealment of Tian Tung could not be maintained indefinitely. It was likely sensed by someone. Was he not here? Had he already departed from this area? A hoarse voice echoed, somewhat grim, as if speaking to oneself. Indeed, I had sensed his aura fluctuating earlier, though it was but a fleeting moment. It could not have been a mere illusion. He could not have ventured too far, as he needs to recuperate. He must be hiding somewhere within this vicinity. Lin Chen squinted at the voice. Recalling the identity of the speaker. Chapter 10. To borrow my head, you are not worthy. Xingguang Yuan. This man was once Lin Chen's aide-de-camp, possessing notable strength and experience, entrusted with significant responsibilities by Lin Chen. Yet he flouted the law, abusing the name of the Lin family army to humiliate women and slaughter innocents, deserving of execution by law. However, before the sentence could be carried out, he was forcibly taken away by Zhao Wuji's men. And Lin Chen's attempts to retrieve him were in vain. A criminal scorned by the Lin family army has now become the vanguard seeking his life. Xingguang Yuan's gaze swept through the cave with a sinister glint. After the battle in the capital, Lin Chen's abilities had been unveiled, and he was now aware of Lin Chen's formidable concealment techniques, thus he could not entirely trust his own eyes to ascertain whether anyone was indeed present. An indiscriminate assault would suffice. Gathering his internal energy with haste, Xingguang Yuan soon conjured a massive fireball, the terrifying heat wreaking havoc. Immediately, he unleashed the fireball, bombarding every corner of the cave with relentless strikes. Although he did not see Lin Chen's figure, it did not mean Lin Chen was absent. He needed to confirm. Lin Chen snorted coldly. This Xingguang Yuan was indeed a soldier he had trained. Remarkably skilled, alas, misguided in his path. Given the current situation, Lin Chen could no longer remain hidden. Otherwise, he risked being scorched by the fireballs that he could not afford any further injuries. He had to take the initiative. In an instant, Lin Chen leapt forth, launching the first strike, his sword light sharp, aimed directly at Xingguang Yuan. Xingguang Yuan was taken aback, caught off guard, but years of combat instinct allowed him to raise a golden shield just in time. With a resounding crash, cracks appeared on the shield, which was shattered. Damn it! Xingguang Yuan roared, his expression darkening. This was his defensive spiritual treasure, painstakingly acquired, now destroyed. Had it not been for the sudden nature of the attack, the runes within the shield would have fully activated. How could this have happened? However, Xingguang Yuan's combat prowess was indeed exceptional. After blocking the strike, he swiftly distanced himself. Upon recognizing his assailant, Xingguang Yuan's face lit up with astonishment. Lin Chen was truly here. Ha ha ha. It seems the heavens are favoring me. Xingguang Yuan's gaze fixated on Lin Chen, filled with greed and bloodlust. Young marshal, you remain as perilous as ever, though grievously injured. You can still wield your sword. What a pity that this strike was insufficient to slay me. It merely destroyed my spiritual treasure, he sneered coldly. Carefully maintaining distance, he would grant Lin Chen no opportunity for a surprise attack. Losing a spiritual treasure in exchange for Lin Chen's head was a tremendous profit. Young marshal, do you realize how valuable your head is? How fortunate you are to have delivered it directly to me. Xingguang Yuan envisioned himself being promoted and gaining prestige. Is that so? Lin Chen replied indifferently. Xingguang Yuan snorted, his expression contorting with rage. Even now, he remained so calm, believing he could survive under his hands. Lin Chen was merely a cornered dog, still putting on airs. Even the most promising strike, a sneak attack, was thwarted. Lin Chen had no chances left. By killing Lin Chen, he would become a guest of the royal family. Basking in glory, beyond Zhao Wuji's command, you have reached the 6th level of the Thousand June realm. Before me, you are but a rat in a drain. Understand, the 6th level of the Thousand June realm against the 3rd level of the Dominance realm. How could he possibly lose? Not to mention, Lin Chen was severely injured. The scene in the capital would not repeat itself. Lin Chen would undoubtedly be slain. Nothing more to say. Draw your sword. Lin Chen's figure suddenly flickered. 8 shadow steps. In an instant, 9 figures emerged, all charging towards Xingguang Yuan. Practicing the 8 shadow steps to the 9th shadow was indeed breathtaking. Yet, my young marshal, why does your aura seem so feeble? Xingguang Yuan mocked, sweeping his sword. The fiery sword light swept through, its power overwhelming. All 8 shadows shattered. and Lin Chen's true form was jolted, blood spilling from his mouth. Xing Guangyuan laughed heartily. This strike was sufficient to confirm Lin Chen's severe injuries. Far from recovery, his strength was a far cry from its peak, rendering him no match. Then, you may die. Flames blazed fiercely, and Xing Guangyuan's assault was relentless, showing no mercy, all lethal moves. After just a few collisions, Lin Chen bore numerous charred wounds, having been slashed, yet his eyes held no hint of despair, focused intently on Xing Guangyuan. It seems this will come to an end, young marshal. I shall borrow your head. Xing Guangyuan laughed uproariously, brimming with excitement. However, Lin Chen's sword light suddenly transformed, becoming a resplendent sword wheel, whistling forward, the sword wheel of slashing formation. Yet, Xing Guangyuan's eyes were filled with derision. And in response, he also executed the same sword wheel of slashing formation. The sword wheel of slashing formation, a fierce technique of border troops, was something Xing Guangyuan had no qualms about using to slay Lin Chen. As the sword wheels clashed, Lin Chen, unsurprisingly, found himself at a disadvantage. The disparity in their realms was too great, and his injuries were not yet healed, compounded by the lingering influence of Wang Yuxi's sword intent. In a single clash, he was sent reeling back. It's over. Xing Guangyuan laughed heartily, utterly convinced of his victory. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Guangyuan's assault surged like wildfire. The sword wheel roared, cornering Lin Chen. What a pity, I do not wish for any surprises. Otherwise, I would truly relish the sight of you kneeling before me. Xing Guangyuan sneered cruelly. Fearing any unforeseen variables, he focused solely on eliminating Lin Chen. The sword wheel of slashing formation, double slash. Xing Guangyuan grinned savagely. His sword wheel splitting into two, simultaneously cleaving down towards Lin Chen. This scene was indeed poignant. The sword wheel of slashing formation had been taught to Xing Guangyuan by Lin Chen himself. And now Xing Guangyuan had mastered it to an extraordinary degree, capable of executing the rare double slash, its power terrifying. To slay Lin Chen with this technique filled Xing Guangyuan's heart with immense pride. However, Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. Facing the twin wheels, rather than retreating, he advanced, bending low to slip through the minuscule space between them. Impossible. Xing Guangyuan gasped in shock. The space between the twin wheels was infinitesimally small. The moment fleeting. How could anyone navigate through it? Yet Lin Chen achieved it, seizing that fleeting opportunity. Although his shoulders burst open, blood-soaked, his movements remained unyielding. His sword pierced directly through Xing Guangyuan's heart. To borrow my head. You are not worthy, Lin Chen stated coldly. The reason you employed the sword wheel of slashing formation was for this moment. Xing Guangyuan stared at Lin Chen, filled with resentment. In that instant, he comprehended that Lin Chen had deliberately lured him into executing the double slash, only to exploit the flaw and launch a counterattack from the brink. Alas, there would be no second chances. Suddenly, Xing Guangyuan recalled something within his spatial ring that he realized that not only had his appearance failed to slay Lin Chen, but it might also have inadvertently aided him greatly. Chapter 11. The Human Skin Mask. Lin Chen coughed up blood, his breath weakening further. Xing Guangyuan was not mistaken. Lin Chen had intentionally used the sword wheel of slashing formation. This technique was deeply ingrained in Xing Guangyuan, his signature sword skill. Moreover, Lin Chen understood Xing Guangyuan's character well, knowing he would desire to crush him with the same move, to exact his revenge, ensuring a more painful demise, and this was Lin Chen's opportunity, after all. This sword technique was one Lin Chen had taught Xing Guangyuan. Who could comprehend the sword wheel of slashing formation better than him? To eliminate Xing Guangyuan, Lin Chen swiftly searched through his spatial ring. The earlier commotion had been considerable. He feared attracting others and needed to leave immediately. A third-grade healing pill, though not of high quality, would still aid in his recovery. Lin Chen's eyes flashed. He swallowed the pill directly, seeking to mend his injuries. Unfortunately, for someone of Xing Guangyuan's caliber to possess a spatial ring was no simple feat. Naturally, its quality would not be exceptional. And the internal space was limited. It merely contained 2 bottles of pills and some travel gear. Barely enough for emergencies. What is this? Lin Chen meticulously rummaged through the contents when he unexpectedly discovered a leather mask. Upon taking a closer look, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. A human skin mask. How fortunate that Xing Guangyuan possessed such a valuable item. With this, Lin Chen could alter his appearance and conceal his identity. Coupled with Tian Tung's concealment, Lin Chen could almost achieve flawless disguise. A remarkable find. Without hesitation, Lin Chen donned the human skin mask, channeling his internal energy, gently kneading it. In no time, it transformed into the visage of another person, transformed into a stranger. Thus, the threat posed by the maritime capture document will significantly diminish, allowing for much safer actions in the future. Lin Chen felt somewhat more at ease. He then cast a glance at the corpse of Xing Guangyang. It is indeed commendable of you to travel such a distance to deliver this mask to me, aiding in my escape. Lin Chen spoke with indifference. Subsequently, he meticulously erased any traces left behind and swiftly departed. Zhao Wujing's subordinates have likely gathered a considerable number of the Lin family's former allies, and it is not solely Xing Guangyuan who has come seeking him. Lin Chen must distance himself from this area as quickly as possible. He then set off in search of bandits. The following day, in the afternoon, Lin Chen concealed himself in the shadows of a dense forest, observing a distant hollow in the mountains. There, a group of people moved nimbly through the woods, exuding an air of ferocity. Bandits. It seemed they were not far from their stronghold. The third-grade healing elixir in Xing Guangyuan's possession could only serve as a temporary measure, insufficient for Lin Chen's recovery. He required more potent elixirs. Even if he did not possess a fifth-grade healing elixir, a fourth-grade one would suffice to heal his internal and external injuries. He hoped these bandits would not disappoint him. Word has it that they planned to rob the Geoding Chamber of Commerce. The leader has finally made up his mind to undertake a grand venture. The bandits were engaged in casual banter. I've heard the young lady of the Geoding Chamber of Commerce is renowned for her beauty, rivaling the 3 beauties of the imperial capital. If she happens to be present this time, it would be delightful. One bandit leered. Don't get your hopes up. If they capture her, she'll be for the enjoyment of the leaders alone, not for the likes of us. Another bandit retorted sourly. Stop dreaming. Hurry up and move, lest you ruin the leader's grand plans. Once the bandits had receded, Lin Chen emerged from the shadows. It seemed the bandits were indeed preparing for action, which meant the stronghold should be relatively unguarded. This was fortuitous. Following the trail they had taken, Lin Chen quickly arrived at the outskirts of their stronghold. The stronghold had but one entrance, heavily guarded by numerous bandits. It appeared he could only storm in head-on. There was no need for further deliberation. Lin Chen sprang into action, leaping forth with astonishing speed, his sword flashing with lethal sharpness. The bandits were caught completely off guard, and the sounds of slicing echoed as heads rolled. They were merely minor lackeys, at most at the 4th or 5th level of the Bagong realm, posing little threat to Lin Chen, utilizing the lethal techniques honed in the military. Lin Chen pressed forward, leaving no unnecessary movements. Each strike was a guaranteed kill. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had carved a path through the stronghold, slaying all he encountered without leaving a single survivor. Finally, before a stone door, Lin Chen pierced the neck of their 4th-in-command with a single stroke. Coughing out blood, Lin Chen felt his internal organs quiver. Old injuries were resurfacing, and the sword intent left behind by Wang Yusi was now deeply entrenched in his body due to the constant fighting. This needed to be resolved quickly, otherwise he would injure himself without any external assault. Hoping for what he desired, Lin Chen wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, pushed open the stone door, and stepped into the inner chamber. This was the bandits' treasury. In the martial arts world, although treasures like spatial rings exist, they are rare, and lower-grade rings have limited internal space, unable to accommodate much. Thus, a vast array of treasures is typically stored within a treasury. Inside the treasury, there were numerous spiritual treasures, martial techniques, and medicinal herbs of various kinds. Lin Chen did not bother with the spiritual treasures or martial techniques. He immediately opened the vials to examine their contents. The 4th-grade holy water pill proved more effective than the 4th-grade healing elixir, sufficient for him to recover from his injuries. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This was excellent. It would provide him with considerable assistance. Unfortunately, it was not a 5th-grade healing elixir. Fortunately, he had an entire vial of holy water pills, which would temporarily stabilize the sword intent within him and prevent further deterioration. The 4th-grade blood explosion pill, when taken, could significantly enhance his combat power for a brief period. Lin Chen picked up another vial, within which lay a single fiery red pill, pulsating with explosive energy. This item, when consumed in a critical moment, would greatly amplify his Xuanli, serving as a trump card. This was the exploding sword technique. Perfectly complementing the blood explosion pill, Lin Chen retrieved a scroll detailing a martial skill ranked at the 4th grade. Given that Lin Chen needed to conceal his identity, he could not use his past martial techniques. Thus, the exploding sword technique was not weak for him at this juncture. As for the others, their overall benefit to Lin Chen was minimal. He took some and destroyed the rest. Naturally, he would not leave these items for the bandits. I shall search other strongholds, Lin Chen muttered, his gaze icy. This area was plagued by numerous bands of bandits, and he could not afford to overlook several strongholds. When facing bandits, there was no need for mercy. With that, Lin Chen consumed a fourth-grade holy water pill, while simultaneously recovering and swiftly making his way outward. Meanwhile, on the official road, the caravan of the Geoding Chamber of Commerce had been halted. On both sides of the road, numerous bandits had taken position atop the mountains, their powerful bows and crossbows aimed squarely at the caravan. The guards of the Geoding Chamber of Commerce could only form a defensive formation around the caravan, shields raised in front, ever ready for battle. Yet, their faces were ashen. The bandits' numbers were overwhelming, evidently a coalition of several strongholds, all elite fighters. Should a battle ensue, their chances of victory were slim. Third uncle, what do we do now? A young woman of extraordinary beauty, seated in an opulent carriage within the caravan, could not help but feel anxious. Her lovely face had turned pale. Zhang Chongli's expression was equally grim. He forced a smile to reassure Zhang Tianxue. Yet his heart sank. He was uncertain why the bandits had chosen to act so brazenly, violating the rules and targeting them. Was it for Zhang Tianxue, or for the fifth-grade elixirs? Zhang Tianxue was none other than the young lady of the Geoding Chamber of Commerce. Though she was merely 18, her beauty was renowned throughout Dawei, rivaling the three great beauties of the imperial capital. Countless young heroes were infatuated with her, yet she remained unbetrothed under normal circumstances. Given Zhang Tianxue's status, she would not accompany the caravan, as it would pose a danger with no necessity. However, this situation was exceptional. The old president of the Geoding Chamber of Commerce, who was also Zhang Tianxue's grandfather, had suddenly fallen gravely ill, with little time remaining. The chamber's flying treasure ship had been dispatched beyond Dawei to invite esteemed physicians for the old president's treatment, and in the meantime, it was unable to return for Zhang Tianxue. In a state of urgency, Zhang Tianxue chose to accompany the caravan, for it was the closest route. Had she taken the usual path to the capital, she likely would not have made it in time to bid farewell. To ensure safety, the Geoding Chamber of Commerce had already paid the toll and invited the formidable Sandao Batu to oversee their passage. Multiple measures had been taken to ensure a smooth journey, yet they had not anticipated being intercepted by bandits. Zhang Chongli's expression darkened. It was evident that the bandits were targeting the Geoding Chamber of Commerce. A coordinated effort from several strongholds. They were likely determined to rob them. Given the current turmoil in Dawei, were these bandits planning to undertake a grand heist and flee? The situation was dire. Nevertheless, Zhang Chongli remained composed. He had prepared extensively prior to this journey. This time, the number of elite fighters deployed surpassed any previous endeavors, including himself. A powerhouse. These bandits would have to think twice before attempting to devour them. Zhang Chongli spoke to reassure. Schwerer, do not worry. We are well prepared this time. Each of our guards is a skilled fighter, and with Sandao Batu present, we shall be fine. The Sandao Batu held significant authority and prestige in the martial world, and the nearby strongholds would certainly give him face. The bandits were eyeing the Geoding Chamber of Commerce as goods, which is why they chose to act even after receiving the toll. Their motives were purely financial. However, with Sandao Batu intervening, they would be compelled to negotiate, and it was hoped that they would not dare to overstep their boundaries. Sandao Batu, we beseech you to mediate. Zhang Chongli dismounted from the carriage and bowed respectfully to a robust elder. Though the old man was advanced in years, his vitality was vigorous, and his gaze was profound, exuding an unsettling air. His most notable feature was the three long, deep scars etched across his face, a fearsome sight that had earned him the moniker Sandao Batu. Humph, these scoundrels are blinded by greed. Disregarding the rules, do they not fear their own demise? Sandao Batu snorted in indignation. He then turned to Zhang Chongli, solemnly clasping his fists and assuring, rest assured, Master Zhang. With me, Sandao Batu present. They will not dare to act recklessly. At most, they will only demand additional tolls. You must be prepared for this. Sandao Batu spoke with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chongli let out a sigh of relief and clasped his hands with a smile. If they require additional tolls, that is easily arranged. I shall ensure their satisfaction. Very well, I shall step forward to negotiate. I trust they will not dare to deny me this courtesy. Sandao Batu laughed heartily. At that moment, he prepared to step outside. However, just as he moved forward, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. In an instant, a dagger flashed in his hand, its sharp edge glimmering with a toxic green hue. The next moment, he suddenly turned around, thrusting the dagger towards Zhang Chongli with astonishing speed, leaving no room for him to react. The dagger pierced through Zhang Chongli's heart. You, blood gushed from Zhang Chongli's mouth as he grasped San Daoba too tightly. Finally comprehending the dire situation, San Daoba too had conspired with the bandits to seize the cargo of the Jioding Chamber of Commerce. With a low roar, Zhang Chongli, fully aware of his impending doom, summoned his last ounce of strength and struck towards San Daoba too with his palm. The fiery palm, a fiery blaze erupted from his hand, scorching with immense intensity. San Daoba too was too close to evade, and he was forced to endure the full force of the strike, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, Zhang Chongli ultimately sustained a fatal wound, and the power of his blow was only a fraction of its peak, barely enough to injure San Daoba too, but not enough to be lethal. Schwer, run, Zhang Chongli shouted with his remaining strength. Meanwhile, San Daoba too had already slashed across his neck, blood spraying forth. Damn it, a turn of fate has turned against me. And I actually took a hard hit. San Daoba too gritted his teeth. He had not anticipated that Zhang Chongli, a man accustomed to a life of luxury, would possess such resolve, inflicting an unexpected injury upon him. Nonetheless, this change of events altered nothing. San Daoba too flipped his hand, producing a signal arrow, which he swiftly shot into the sky. The shrill whistle of the arrow echoed immediately, serving as the prearranged signal with the bandits. In an instant, the cries of slaughter erupted, and the bandits surged forth. As the rain of arrows fell, the guards of the Jioding Chamber of Commerce suffered immediate casualties, forced to retreat their defenses and struggle to hold the line. The bandits pressed on, blades clashing, and their momentum became increasingly difficult to contain. Especially with Zhang Chongli's death, the loss of their leader rendered them unable to sustain themselves, and many guards began to flee. Miss, hurry! Zhang Tianxue heard the commotion and had already dismounted from the carriage. The dozen elite warriors from the Jioding Chamber of Commerce quickly surrounded and protected her. However, 3 gleaming blades suddenly sliced through. Their might utterly overwhelming and nearly impossible to resist. Several elite warriors were instantly severed in half. San Daoba too, wielding 3 blades, showcased his lethal prowess. This was the true origin of his name. Zhang Tianxue gasped in horror, her face paling as she beheld Zhang Chongli's lifeless body in a pool of blood, tears streaming down her cheeks. She realized Zhang Chongli had been murdered and understood that San Daoba too had colluded with the bandits. Little girl, I advise you to behave. It might spare you some pain. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. San Daoba too sneered coldly. He was no longer interested in Zhang Tianxue due to his age. But he was aware of her worth. He intended to use her to secure greater benefits. This caravan was laden with many treasures, high-grade martial arts techniques, rare materials, and even 5th-grade healing pills, priceless lifesavers that everyone desired. Miss, flee. We'll hold them off. The elite warriors shielded Zhang Tianxue, several of them roaring as they charged at San Daoba too. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianxue swiftly retreated under their protection. San Daoba too merely scoffed at the sight. How could he let go of such a lucrative prize? Zhang Tianxue could not escape. His current thoughts revolved around how to sell this noble lady after capturing her, and he was confident he could fetch a handsome price. Chapter 13. This medicine works wonders for both men and women. Can she escape? San Daoba too had no fear of Zhang Tianxue fleeing. In recent days, he had thoroughly investigated the strength of this caravan. Realizing that Zhang Chongli was the greatest threat, possessing the formidable strength of a 9th level in the Qianjin realm, but now he had been slain. Although a few Qianjin realm worshippers remained, he had poisoned their drinks the previous day. The poison was now taking effect and posed no concern. As for the remaining elite warriors and guards, they were hardly a challenge, merely chopping vegetables. The bounty was already in his grasp. San Daoba too grinned sinisterly, wielding his 3 blades as he slaughtered the few elite warriors and hastily pursued Zhang Tianxue. The sounds of battle continued to ring out. Many bandits fell, but the Jioding Chamber of Commerce suffered even more losses, ultimately being entirely wiped out. Zhang Tianxue could not escape. San Daoba too caught up with her, capturing her effortlessly. San Daoba too, this time, it truly depends on you. According to our agreement, you can take 1/3. The 4 leaders of the bandit factions gathered together, erupting into laughter, reveling in their enormous haul of various spiritual treasures, materials, gold coins, and pills, a veritable cornucopia, among which were even 5th-grade healing pills. Exceedingly rare goods. Which of you wants this, woman? San Daoba too chuckled. Upon seeing Zhang Tianxue, the 4 leaders' eyes lit up, some even breathing heavily, already beginning to salivate. Zhang Tianxue was indeed stunningly beautiful, her figure tall and perfectly proportioned. with no ambiguity in her curves. Her skin was as flawless as snow, and her beauty was breathtaking, making it difficult for anyone to look away. Especially with the air of nobility she exuded, it drove these bandits into a frenzy. They were crude men who had never encountered such a distinguished lady. Naturally, they all desired her. Such a woman was scarce, even in the great way, and to have a taste of her was worth any price. Even if it meant sacrificing a 5th-grade martial arts technique. 5 grades, cursed one bandit leader, astonished by San Dao Batu's audacity. Yet for a woman of such caliber, it was worth it, after all. A highborn lady like Zhang Tianxue, outside, would be unattainable even with 6th-grade treasures. If you release me, I can offer each of you a 5th-grade martial arts technique. Zhang Tianxue gritted her teeth, attempting to resist, but found herself lacking the strength. Her profound energy had been sealed by San Dao Batu, rendering her unable to even contemplate self-harm. Hearing her words, the bandits erupted into laughter. The Geoding Chamber of Commerce certainly possessed such wealth. But one needed to be alive to claim it. They would not be foolish enough to let Zhang Tianxue go. This is the 5th-grade martial arts technique, the Ubijna blade. Is that sufficient? One of the bandit leaders handed a scroll to San Dao Batu. 5th-grade martial arts techniques were indeed precious and painful to part with. Upon seeing someone offer, the other 3 hesitated. They had 5th-grade techniques, but they needed to be blade techniques, which were harder to come by. After some contemplation, they ultimately decided against it. After all, she was merely a woman. With money, there would be plenty of women to enjoy. Moreover, once they grew tired of her, they could easily sell her off, earning a reputation for being thrifty. Thus, after dividing the spoils and ensuring everything was in order, they hurriedly made their way back to the bandit stronghold. They needed to leave quickly. Zhang Tianxue slung over Wang Laojiu's shoulder, wept silently, her heart filled with dread, repeatedly crying out for someone to save her. But who would come to her rescue? These bandits were cunning. After completing this heist, they would surely flee far away, leaving no trace. She would live in darkness, becoming a tool for the bandits' depravity, trampled and violated. With this thought, Zhang Tianxue felt a sense of despair wash over her. Is there no one to save me? Please, save me, Zhang Tianxue cried out in her heart. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had emerged from the bandit strongholds. His expression was grim, not due to injury, but because he had failed to find what he sought. He had raided all the bandit lairs, yet not a single 5th-grade healing pill was to be found. This meant that the sword intent left within him by Wang Yusi would continue to torment him, making cultivation exceedingly difficult. He could only devise another plan. Feeling helpless, it seemed that the earlier imperial campaign against the bandits, while not eradicating the threat entirely, had proved somewhat effective, at least depleting the bandits' resources. Even if there were 5th-grade healing pills, they had likely already been consumed. Fortunately, his internal and external injuries had healed, and Lin Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. Aside from the lingering sword intent, all other wounds had recovered. This provided him with a modicum of confidence. As he pondered where to seek medicine next, he suddenly halted his steps, slipping into the shadows. The bandits had returned. From a distance, Lin Chen observed that the bandits had not suffered significant losses. They appeared to have achieved a resounding victory. Leading them was a man carrying a young lady over his shoulder, yet Lin Chen merely watched. Harboring no intention of intervening, he needed to vacate this area swiftly. The bandits discovering their lair had been plundered was one matter, but the Geoding Chamber of Commerce being robbed would surely attract attention. If powerful figures sent by the imperial capital were nearby, they would undoubtedly come searching immediately. Even the royal guards might descend upon them. Now that would be troublesome. At this moment, Lin Chen bore the lives of Lin Lan, Lin Wanner, and others upon his shoulders. He had no time to concern himself with the fates of others. Thus, he remained hidden in the shadows, waiting for the bandits to pass before making his escape. Boss, this time our haul is truly enormous. Not only do you return with a beautiful woman, but the pills, spiritual treasures, martial arts techniques, and more amount to no less than hundreds, and there are even 5th-grade high-grade goods. The small head of the mountain bandits chuckled slyly. If it were otherwise, why would we risk robbing him of the Geoding Merchants Association? A hearty meal would allow us a brief respite. Wang Laojiu remarked with satisfaction. His pace was brisk, clearly eager to return and make a swift exit. Most importantly, he could hardly contain his anticipation to sample the delicate pleasures of this noble lady. Boss, do you think we should sell this batch of goods on the black market or keep them for ourselves? The small head inquired. The other items can be sold, but the 5th-grade healing elixirs, especially the ones for wounds, must not be sold. They are life-saving substances. What good is wealth if one has lost their life? Wang Laojio declared emphatically. The boss is wise. I've already arranged the channels. Once we retreat, we can sell everything at once. The small head cackled. Well done. Wang Laojio nodded in satisfaction, then lowered his voice. Did you manage to acquire the medicine I asked you to prepare? Upon hearing this, the small head displayed a lascivious grin that he discreetly produced a vial of healing elixir and handed it to Wang Laojio. Boss, this vial contains it. Its efficacy is remarkable. It works wonders for both genders. Tonight, you shall be assured of pleasure. Wang Laojio raised an eyebrow and accepted the vial. This fellow certainly knew how to curry favor and even disguise the healing elixir in a vial. He must be promoted. As for this precious medicine paired with a beauty, he intended to savor every moment. Lin Chen had no interest in their lewd conversation, but he could not overlook the mention of the 5th grade healing elixir. It seemed his luck was not as dire as he had thought. Chapter 14. Robbing medicine and capturing people. It turned out that good things were in the possession of the Geoding Merchants Association. However, this was in accordance with the status of the Geoding Merchants Association. Since he had encountered this opportunity, Lin Chen could not let it slip away. He had to eradicate the sword intent left by Wang Yusi within him to further his growth. Lin Chen observed the bandits as they made their way to their stronghold. The leaders among them were formidable, all possessing strength at the 1000 June realm, with the strongest being Wang Laojio. At the 7th level of the 1000 June realm, this level of power was already quite impressive, and Lin Chen, at the 3rd level of the dominant force realm, was at a significant disadvantage, having crossed an entire major realm and more. Moreover, he still bore the sword intent from Wang Yusi within him, which prevented him from unleashing his full potential. He could only strike unexpectedly, launching a lethal attack from the shadows. Lin Chen activated the 9 Heavens God-slaying technique, and the celestial tungsten sword shadow within his dantian began to resonate, enveloping him in the power of the black dragon, allowing him to blend into the darkness. Silent and unseen. If only that woman were not present. Zhang Tianxue's existence prevented Lin Chen from utilizing the celestial tungsten. Otherwise, his identity would be instantly exposed. However, she was living well, and he could not let her perish over such matters. Fortunately, he had practiced the explosive sword technique along the way. This sword technique was not weak and would suffice. Lin Chen mused. The explosive sword technique could unleash several times its power in an instant, emphasizing a single deadly strike, making it quite powerful among 4th-grade martial techniques. Moreover, it was a method unique to the bandits, thus arousing no suspicion. The only limitation was that it could not be executed consecutively. Lin Chen needed to conclude the battle in one strike, and if he were delayed, it would be challenging for him to break free without resorting to his martial skills. He also possessed an explosive blood pill, which could instantaneously enhance his profound energy. Lin Chen contemplated. The combination of these two forces would be sufficient. Lin Chen refrained from acting impulsively, maintaining his patience as he stealthily followed at the periphery, waiting for the optimal terrain and timing. The bandits moved swiftly, evidently unwilling to linger, traversing several mountains until they arrived at a chaotic stone forest. Here, boulders towered 1 to 2 people high, densely packed, with trees flourishing, resembling a labyrinth. Anyone unfamiliar with the area would likely become disoriented at a splendid location, perfect for action. Lin Chen waited, searching for the best opportunity. Miss Zhang, we are almost at my stronghold. It's a pity we can't indulge in our affections within the fort. I hope you won't mind. Wang Laojio guffawed that he was unable to contain his eagerness. Zhang Tianxue felt a deep sense of despair within her heart. Help! Help! She began to scream, knowing it would matter little. Yet she could do nothing else. Her cries only elicited laughter from the bandits, who paid her no heed. If calling for help were effective, why would they need to be bandits? Tiste, that voice is truly melodious. Even more enchanting than the song of a lark. That I look forward to hearing you call like that in bed, Miss Zhang. Wang Laojio laughed heartily, completely disregarding her desperate pleas. Help! Whoever saves me. I, Zhang Tianxue, swear to marry you, no matter how ugly you are, and never part ways. For women, I will provide you with great wealth and seek handsome men for you. Zhang Tianxue cried out frantically. She was indeed desperate. Otherwise, she would never utter such words. The bandits roared with laughter, mocking her mercilessly. Meanwhile, Lin Chen hesitated slightly in his preparations to strike. After all, launching an attack now would seem as if he were reacting to Zhang Tianxue's earlier words. However, he decided otherwise. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy, and he acted without further hesitation, seizing the moment when Wang Laojio was laughing heartily as everyone was utterly relaxed, suddenly he shot out from the shadows like an arrow. Explosive blood pill. The surging profound energy reached its peak, enhancing Lin Chen's explosive power and speed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had darted close to Wang Laojiao. Gasps of surprise erupted. The sudden assault caught all the bandits off guard. They had never anticipated an enemy attack so near their stronghold. Moreover, there had been no prior indication of any danger, and it came upon them too abruptly for them to react. Seeking death, Wang Laojiao, a true powerhouse at the 7th level of the Thousand June realm, reacted swiftly. While the other bandits were still startled and unable to act, he had already drawn his sword. Although he was a beat slow, it seemed he could still manage to block with just a hair's breadth of luck. If he were just a tad stronger, this ambush might have succeeded. Boy, you are too naive. You seek your own demise, Wang Laojiao snarled. He could block this strike. However, it was as if a thunderous blast echoed. The sword strike Lin Chen unleashed suddenly doubled in power. Explosive sword technique. Wang Laojiao's expression shifted instantly. You are one of Lu Laosan's people. The explosive sword technique was a 4th-grade martial skill, difficult to master. Only those trained by Lu Laosan could reach such a level. Damn it! You dare to rob the robbers, Wang Laojiao bellowed. But he was already a beat slow, and now Lin Chen's sword momentum surged unexpectedly, rendering his blade insufficient to defend that it was utterly incapable of withstanding the blow. The long sword descended, drawing forth a spray of blood, and Wang Laojiao's entire hand was severed. Lin Chen did not pause for even a moment. He seized that hand, the spatial ring within it being precisely what he needed. He intended to plunge into the stone forest and make his escape. Zhang Tianxue was of no concern to him. There was no need to take risks for her, as he brushed past. Lin Chen caught a glimpse of the plea and hopeful gleam in Zhang Tianxue's eyes. She was imploring him to rescue her from the inferno, but that had nothing to do with him. Yet another face, exceedingly beautiful, inadvertently surfaced in Lin Chen's mind. That was Lin Wanner, who had grown up alongside him, like a sister. What she faced now was no different from Zhang Tianxue. She too must be yearning for someone to save her from the abyss. Lin Chen sighed. He then turned his hand, grasping the collar at the back of Zhang Tianxue's neck, lifting her effortlessly and tossing her over his shoulder as he charged into the stone forest. Lin Chen aimed to escape as far as possible while the effects of the explosive blood pill still lingered. After him, Wang Laojiao's furious voice resounded, startling the birds into flight. The bandits finally reacted. Rushing into the stone forest in pursuit, we must capture him. I will tear him to shreds. Wang Laojiao screamed madly. The losses this time were too significant to bear. Half an hour later, the bandits returned, having failed to catch Lin Chen. Boss, that kid is slipperier than an eel. He left no trace where he passed, and it is utterly impossible to catch him, a small head reported. His tone filled with trepidation. Useless. What good are you to me? Wang Laojiao roared, swatting the man's head off. The remaining bandits shivered in fear, not daring to breathe. Let us go. Gather everyone and head to Lu Laosan's stronghold. Wang Laojiao's gaze darkened ominously. I will make him understand that I am not to be trifled with. Chapter 15. The disdained Zhang Tianxue Lin Chen remained indifferent to the internal strife among the bandits. Merely an unintentional observer, his objectives had been achieved, and all that remained was to distance himself from the chaos. Yet, a flicker of compassion stirred within him, prompting him to rescue Zhang Tianxue, despite his own sense of helplessness. Lin Chen felt no regret for his actions, and he was confident that, with caution and vigilance, Zhang Tianxue would remain oblivious to any hint of his true intentions. Carrying Zhang Tianxue, Lin Chen dashed through the rocky terrain, skillfully altering his path. Although the bandits were familiar with the local geography, they could not keep pace with him. Seizing the fleeting effects of the blood-burst pill, Lin Chen vanished into a secluded valley with Zhang Tianxue in tow. As dusk descended and the sun began its descent, the dense forest enveloped them in shadows. They were now perilously close to an area notorious for monster activity, where perilous creatures roamed freely under the cover of night. Lin Chen had no desire to venture further. He sought refuge in a concealed cave, intending to rest there for the night before departing at dawn. As for Zhang Tianxue, their paths would diverge come morning. Upon entering the cave, Lin Chen unceremoniously dropped Zhang Tianxue onto the ground, showing no regard for her discomfort. She cried out in pain, her eyes brimming with tears, evidently stung by the abruptness of her landing. Could you not be gentler? I am a person, not a mere object. Zhang Tianxue exclaimed, her voice tinged with annoyance, yet she dared not raise it too high for fear of attracting unwanted attention. Lin Chen paid her no mind. Rescuing Zhang Tianxue, had been an unnecessary endeavor. He had neither the inclination nor the patience to concern himself with her grievances. After discarding her, he placed a luminescent stone on the ground. Its dim glow barely illuminated the cave, ensuring that its light would not reach the outside world, thus averting any undue scrutiny. Feeling quite aggrieved, Zhang Tianxue sat in silence, having endured much hardship that day. Observing Lin Chen's meticulous arrangement of the luminescent stone without any intention of throwing it, her sense of injustice deepened. "Rest up tonight. You shall leave on your own come morning," Lin Chen declared as he settled down to cultivate the Nine Heavens God-slaying technique. The after-effects of the blood-burst pill had left him considerably weakened, and he needed to recuperate swiftly. Zhang Tianxue blinked in surprise, exclaiming, "Aren't you going to escort me back?" "Absolutely not," Lin Chen replied curtly. Her astonishment was palpable. After all, she had cried out in desperation, pledging a promise in her moment of despair. Lin Chen's intervention had been transparently motivated. Throughout their journey, Zhang Tianxue had grappled with whether to fulfill her vow. In her moment of hopelessness, she had shouted in madness, never truly believing someone would come to her aid. Now that she had been saved, she found herself at a loss. To retract her promise felt somewhat dishonorable, especially since it had been her own desperate cry that had summoned him. Yet, the prospect of fulfilling that promise was daunting. She had certainly not intended to marry a stranger in her moment of panic. The weight of her decision pressed heavily upon her. Having lived a life of luxury and privilege for over a decade, this was a choice she had never anticipated. Moreover, even if she wished to retract her promise, would he agree? Zhang Tianxue felt utterly bewildered. What did it mean for her to return on her own? She had no knowledge of this mountainous expanse, nor how to navigate her way back. "I can't return by myself. I don't even know where I am," she exclaimed, desperation creeping into her voice. The area was rife with bandits, and she had no desire to fall prey to them once more. Lin Chen clicked his tongue in annoyance. Zhang Tianxue widened her eyes, interpreting his gesture as blatant disdain. She had never been treated this way before, as the daughter of the Juding Chamber of Commerce. Her status was elevated, and she was accustomed to being the center of attention, adored by all. Countless individuals had gone to great lengths to curry her favor, yet this man was entirely different. He seemed to be eager to rid himself of her presence, almost regretting his act of rescue. "What do you mean? I wouldn't let you help me for free. I can offer you a reward. The Juding Chamber of Commerce can certainly provide you with a satisfactory compensation," Zhang Tianxue insisted, pouting and unwilling to mention marriage again. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. While the Juding Chamber of Commerce was indeed powerful, with access to rare treasures that could expedite his cultivation, engaging with such a formidable entity at this juncture was imprudent, fraught with uncertainties. However, leaving her in the wilderness was not a viable option either. He needed to ensure her safe passage to a more secure location. "I will accompany you part of the way, but before that, focus on recovering. At the very least, do not hinder me," Lin Chen stated matter-of-factly. "You." Zhang Tianxue seethed with indignation. His words felt excessively harsh. She was not weak. She had merely been incapacitated by the bandit leader's swift strikes. However, seeing Lin Chen's lack of interest in further dialogue, she could only stew in her frustration. Yet, she noted one peculiar detail. Throughout their interaction, Lin Chen had never once mentioned her promise or expressed any interest in the reward from the Juding Chamber of Commerce. What an odd person he was. Was his act of kindness merely a chance occurrence? If that were the case, her previous attitude had been unnecessarily hurtful. Zhang Tianxue couldn't help but glance at Lin Chen. He is not even handsome, just an ordinary-looking fellow. However, his serious demeanor while cultivating was somewhat captivating. Despite being merely at the Baghuang realm, he had risked his life to save her from a group of ferocious bandits, causing her heart to race unexpectedly. What am I thinking? He is just a rude man. Zhang Tianxue shook her head vigorously. Then she turned to Lin Chen and huffed. "All my belongings were taken, and I require healing pills to recover." The bandit leader had indeed refrained from inflicting severe harm on her to ensure she could fetch a good price, but he had still injured her, ultimately subduing her. With her current condition, a third-grade healing pill would suffice to restore her vitality. Lin Chen, upon hearing her, casually retrieved a vial of healing pills from Wang Laojiu's spatial ring and tossed it to Zhang Tianxue. "Keep silent unless necessary," he advised. He preferred to avoid unnecessary conversation, believing that too many words lead to mistakes. Zhang Tianxue gritted her teeth in frustration. When had she ever been treated with such disdain? To the point where he wouldn't even converse with her. Clutching the vial of medicine, she sulked in a corner. Once I recover, I will return on my own," and my father will reward you generously with treasures beyond measure. You will owe me nothing, she muttered defiantly, pouring out a healing pill and swallowing it without a second glance. She needed to recuperate swiftly and would not allow herself to be seen as a burden. Chapter 16. There's something wrong with this medicine. Zhang Tianxue sat cross-legged upon a stone, her internal energy circulating to the intersection of her hands. A phantom of a three-legged ancient cauldron gradually took shape. This was the Jiodingju, a closely guarded secret of the Jioding Chamber of Commerce. As one of the largest trading consortiums in the Great Wei Kingdom, their influence extended across the nation, even forging trade agreements with neighboring countries. The power they wielded was immense. As the daughter of the chamber's leader, Zhang Tianxue had access to the finest resources within the Great Wei Kingdom. The martial techniques and cultivation methods she practiced were of the highest caliber, rivaling even those of Lin Chen. Coupled with her sharp intellect, she ranked among the top in her generation, showcasing considerable combat prowess. However, her lack of enthusiasm for training and minimal combat experience had rendered her vulnerable, as evidenced by her easy capture by the bandit leader. Present, as she operated the Jiodingju and combined it with the healing pill. She aimed to rapidly mend her injuries while purging the residual energy left within her by the bandit leader. She was confident that by dawn, she would fully recover. At that point, she would confront that insufferable man and see what grounds he had to disdain her. This was Zhang Tianxue's first earnest endeavor to cultivate the Jiodingju. However, as time passed, she sensed something amiss. The potency of the healing pill seemed weaker than usual, differing significantly from those she had previously consumed. The effects of the pill should have swiftly integrated into her meridians, nourishing her entire being. Yet this time, it felt as if that was not the case. While a healing pill typically brought a warm sensation, this one felt distinctly hot, almost scorching. What was happening? Zhang Tianxue's mind swirled with confusion. Had she consumed the wrong medicine? This was clearly not the expected effect of a healing pill. Zhang Tianxue's cheeks were flushed, and she felt an overwhelming heat. She picked up the vial and examined it closely. It was undoubtedly the bottle of healing elixir, nothing out of the ordinary. However, upon glancing inside, she noticed only 2 pills remained, the rest having been consumed in a moment of reckless abandon. The scent was unsettling, causing her to furrow her brow. This aroma was certainly not that of a healing elixir. In her earlier state of irritation, she had been oblivious and consumed it without a second thought, never suspecting that the vial might contain something else. But now, Zhang Tianxue realized she had ingested the wrong medicine. The sensation of heat began to circulate throughout her body. Her breathing quickened, fine beads of sweat emerged upon her delicate skin, accompanied by an alluring blush. What kind of medicine was this? Her thoughts began to cloud. She poured the contents out. Indeed, the shape resembled that of a healing elixir. Likely a deliberate disguise, panic surged within her. What on earth had that insufferable man made her consume, and to what end? Just as she was about to rise and inquire, she suddenly swayed and fell to one side. At that moment, she felt utterly powerless, as if devoid of strength, soft gasps escaping her lips, stirring the heartstrings. "Hey, what did you make me take?" Zhang Tianxue managed to ask, breathless and exhaling warmth. Lin Chen noticed her peculiar behavior, initially thinking the young lady was merely throwing a fit. However, he quickly realized something was amiss. Unable to suppress his concern, Lin Chen halted his cultivation and looked at Zhang Tianxue, amused. The dim light could not conceal her current allure, and even he felt an urge to cover his face in response. He had overheard Wang Laojiu discussing some kind of medicine with his subordinates, but he had paid it little mind, considering it insignificant. Little did he expect that the very medicine would end up in Zhang Tianxue's possession. He had merely picked a bottle at random. What a fortuitous coincidence, recalling the mountain bandit's words. Lin Chen remembered that the medicine was said to be effective for both men and women, possessing remarkable potency. "Miss, are you all right?" Lin Chen asked hesitantly. "I am not well. I feel strange, hot, and overall, something is terribly off." "This is certainly not a healing elixir. What on earth is it?" Zhang Tianxue stammered. Some reactions were too embarrassing for her to articulate. It could be an aphrodisiac, a potent one, Lin Chen replied frankly. "What?" Zhang Tianxue's eyes widened in shock. An aphrodisiac? Why would you give me this, you wicked man? You were certainly no good. Zhang Tianxue felt a mix of shame and anger. Her heart racing. It was hopeless. He must have sensed her hesitation about the marriage and resorted to such underhanded tactics, aiming to force her hand. In that moment, she was torn between cursing Lin Chen and berating herself. "I have already agreed to marry you. Can we not take our time? I do not wish to surrender myself to a man like this. Zhang Tianxue wept. It was far too humiliating. Lin Chen sighed and explained. The aphrodisiac was prepared by the bandits. They likely feared being questioned about their masculinity, hence the use of a healing elixir's vial for disguise, that I never anticipated such unfortunate timing. Lin Chen struggled to find the right words. Knowing that anything he said might not be trusted, as if to suggest that no one would believe such nonsense. In any case, how are you feeling now? Can you control yourself? Lin Chen inquired. Zhang Tianxue was mortified. Did he expect her, a young lady, to admit that she could not control herself and had desires? Get out. I do not wish to see you. Zhang Tianxue forced herself to maintain her composure. Lin Chen nodded, rising to leave. Zhang Tianxue was taken aback by his decisiveness. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Yet, she soon saw him turn back. What do you intend to do? I warn you, I'd rather end my own life than let you succeed. Zhang Tianxue hastily declared, though her voice was laced with breathiness, lacking any semblance of threat and instead imbued with temptation. Moreover, she was devoid of the strength to even consider such an act. Do not misunderstand that I worry you may lose control and run off. There are no people around here, but there are wild monkeys and such, Lin Chen said. Zhang Tianxue nearly spat blood in response. But the fear was indeed palpable if she were to succumb entirely to desire without a man beside her, in this desolate wilderness, with the threat of beasts or even monsters lurking, who knew what dreadful occurrences could unfold. That was a fate Zhang Tianxue could never accept. Better this than that. Closing her eyes, tears streamed down her cheeks. She resigned herself to her fate, placing the blame solely on herself. It was her promise to bear the consequences. In a haze, Zhang Tianxue felt Lin Chen's hands on her, a sadness welling up inside her, yet something felt amiss. Shouldn't the loosening of her garments relieve the pressure? Why did it instead feel tighter? No, it was indeed tightening. Zhang Tianxue let out a pained gasp, unable to restrain herself from opening her eyes. This was far too constricting. She noticed Lin Chen had produced a thick rope, binding her tightly. With a knot secured firmly, Zhang Tianxue gazed at Lin Chen in disbelief. Just before her sanity slipped away entirely, she felt a flicker of unwillingness. It seemed even the act of seeking solace was met with disdain. Chapter 17. Am I really that inferior? Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, continuing his recovery. Zhang Tianxue was utterly disoriented. Though bound, she incessantly sought refuge in Lin Chen's embrace, with no other choice. Lin Chen secured her to a nearby rock to prevent her from moving about. Yet, while the rope was thick, it could not restrain a warrior of the Qianjun realm. Zhang Tianxue appeared somewhat terrifying. Her eyes reddened, exuding an unsettling aura, as if intent on consuming Lin Chen whole, nearly breaking the rope. How could she be so fierce when I was fighting against the bandit leader? He mused. Once she broke free, Zhang Tianxue dove back into Lin Chen's arms, wrapping around him like an octopus, ensnaring him completely. Lin Chen took a deep breath and struck her lightly on the back of her head, rendering her unconscious, but she soon regained her senses. Ultimately, Lin Chen gave up. He did not wish to waste time dealing with Zhang Tianxue's antics, as he needed to recover swiftly. After all, she was currently lost in confusion, merely clinging to him, uncertain of what to do next. Clearly, such matters required cooperation from both parties. Thus, Lin Chen chose to ignore Zhang Tianxue. Her embrace would not hinder his cultivation, and he began to consume a 5th-grade healing elixir to mitigate the effects of the explosive blood pill. Although it was not a 6th-grade healing elixir, combined with the 9-heaven sword god technique, it should suffice to cleanse the sword intent that Wang Yusi had implanted within him. However, Lin Chen did not intend to simply eliminate the sword intent. Wang Yusi had inflicted this pain upon him, and he deserved to reap some benefits in return. Utilizing the medicinal properties, Lin Chen activated the 9-heaven sword god technique to counter the sword intent. Honing the power of his sky tungsten. Under normal circumstances, this would be an exceedingly dangerous endeavor, as the battlefield lay within his own body, and the fluctuating sword intent would damage his internal organs and meridians. However, with the 9-heaven sword god technique and 5th-grade healing elixir as safeguards, Lin Chen felt confident in his approach. The sword intent from Wang Yusi was complex and layered, possessing many unique characteristics. Lin Chen, having previously ventured into the realm of intent and developed his own sword intent, was now perfectly positioned to validate his understanding. At this moment, the honing of his sky tungsten was one aspect, while accumulating strength for the future to condense an even more formidable sword intent was another. Lin Chen treated his body as a battlefield, engaging in a second battle against Wang Yusi's sword intent. Through this clash, Lin Chen's comprehension of sky tungsten deepened. and the sword shadow within his dantian grew increasingly solid. Finally, at the moment of completely purging the sword intent, Lin Chen's realm broke through. Ascending to the third level of the dominant force realm, his profound energy became formidable and unparalleled. Once his body fully recovered, Lin Chen subdued the restless power within him. Presently, he was still quite weak. And during the battle in the capital, he had revealed all his trump cards. Those pursuing him were likely now aware of his capabilities. The abilities of Sky Tungsten would also be analyzed. If he were to encounter them again, achieving the element of surprise as he did against Wang Yusi would be exceedingly difficult. The only solution was to grow stronger. Consuming the dragon vein had propelled him to the second level of the dominant force realm at an astonishing speed. But that was the power of the dragon vein, Lin Chen contemplated. Rather than saying his progress was rapid, it was more accurate to state that even with the dragon vein's power, he had merely ascended to the second level of the dominant force realm. The appetite of the nine-heaven sword god technique was indeed insatiable. The dragon vein is elusive. One cannot perpetually rely on it for ascension, Lin Chen mused within himself. However, apart from the dragon vein, there exists a plethora of celestial materials and earthly treasures that can assist in cultivation, such as rare spiritual herbs and uncommon energy crystals, as well as formidable cultivation formations crafted by masters. Lin Chen envisioned the map of the Great Way in his mind. There were numerous strategic locations along the route to the 100 Battles wasteland, yet for the sake of safety, he deemed it necessary to take a more obscure path. In Gulu City, outside the Tin Towers mountain range, there had been rumors a month prior of mature spiritual herbs, accompanied by strange phenomena, which caused Lin Chen's eyes to flicker with intrigue. This information held some credibility, but it was not entirely reliable. After all, it seemed that no one had successfully located those spiritual herbs thus far. Only reports of witnessing the phenomenon of their maturity had surfaced. Given that a month had elapsed, countless individuals must have ventured into the Tin Towers mountain range, so it would be reasonable to assume that someone would have found them by now. Thus, the possibility of the news being false loomed large. Most likely, the majority had already given up. Lin Chen, too, harbored doubts, had it not been for the convenience of the route. He would not have chosen the Tin Towers mountain as his next destination. If he could find the herbs, that would be splendid. If not, he would merely pass through without consequence. A decision he had firmly resolved that at dawn, Lin Chen would set forth towards the Tin Towers mountain. His injuries had healed, and his realm had ascended to the third level of the dominance realm. With a little time left, Lin Chen continued to cultivate the nine-heaven sword god technique to solidify his realm. He had no time to squander. The shadow of the sword, like celestial tungsten, coalesced within his dantian, and he could almost envision a black dragon spiraling above it, the essence of celestial tungsten. Previously, this vision had been indistinct, only becoming clearer through the clash and tempering of sword intent. Lin Chen sensed that once this black dragon fully materialized, he could attempt to draw his second sword, at which point he would likely encounter the goddess once more. Lin Chen was filled with anticipation. He yearned for greater power. Thus, the night passed in silence. Save for Zhang Tianqiu's intermittent breaths and her chaotic murmurs, it was an exceptionally tranquil night. At dawn, Zhang Tianqiu groggily awakened, feeling as though she had toiled throughout the night. Her body aching all over, habitually stretching her limbs, she intended to roll about with her pillow as usual before rising, only to realize that today, the pillow did not feel particularly soft. Moreover, it was warm. Zhang Tianqiu furrowed her brow as her consciousness slowly returned. Suddenly recalling the events of the previous night, she stiffened, the remnants of her drowsiness evaporating in an instant. Her large eyes sprang open, and she was met with the sight of Lin Chen, so close. She was practically clinging to him like a koala bear. Ah! Zhang Tianqiu exclaimed in surprise, hastily struggling to free herself from Lin Chen's embrace, only to tumble to the ground. Ouch! Zhang Tianqiu cried out in pain, and it dawned on her that she had been the one clinging to Lin Chen, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Did you? Zhang Tianqiu stammered. It's dawn. Let us depart, Lin Chen said, rising and speaking with a calm demeanor. With that, he walked outside. Explaining the situation felt too cumbersome, and Lin Chen was disinclined to engage in conversation. Too many words could lead to missteps. Zhang Tianqiu blinked, her cheeks puffing slightly. What kind of person was he, to be so indifferent? Nevertheless, it appeared that nothing particularly significant had transpired the previous night. It was merely her one-sided intrusion upon Lin Chen, who had done nothing in return. As Zhang Tianqiu sighed in relief, she also felt somewhat disheartened. Am I really so inadequate? She pondered, glancing down to find her toes obscured from view. Zhang Tianxue shook her head vigorously, dismissing such thoughts. What does it matter? As long as everything is fine, she hurriedly chased after Lin Chen, unwilling to traverse the desolate mountains alone. Chapter 18. The royal guard Lin Chen swiftly maneuvered through the forest with Zhang Tianxue in tow. He refrained from speaking unless absolutely necessary, only intervening when Zhang Tianxue made mistakes, leaving too many traces behind. However, just a few minutes later, Lin Chen halted and hoisted Zhang Tianxue onto his shoulder. Continuing his rapid traversal, Zhang Tianxue was utterly inexperienced, requiring guidance at every turn, and Lin Chen lacked the patience for such teaching. Pouting in displeasure, Zhang Tianxue, having spent time with Lin Chen, understood his character and recognized that this was to evade the pursuit of bandits. So she dared not voice her complaints. Yet, she felt increasingly despondent. In the past, she had been cherished by all, which had fostered her pride, but now she realized that she was not exceptional. As a woman, she had believed herself to be sufficiently beautiful, yet she had been disregarded entirely. As a martial artist, she was even more inept, lacking the ability to protect herself and facing disdain at every turn. This feeling was unbearable. It was the first time in over a decade. Zhang Tianxue silently resolved that if she could return this time, she would diligently train to improve herself and never again squander her talents in idleness. Hey, what's your name? I don't even know what to call you, Zhang Tianxue asked quietly. Being carried by Lin Chen left her with nothing to do, and it was rather dull. Furthermore, she was quite curious about this individual, who was unlike anyone she had encountered before. Lin Chen initially hesitated to respond. However, refusing to divulge his name would seem peculiar and could raise suspicions. Bai Fei, Lin Chen replied. Oh, Bai Fei, that's a decent name. Where are you from? And how did you end up in a mountain infested with bandits? Zhang Tianxue inquired with curiosity. Well, since you seem uninterested in me, how about we change our previous agreement? Do you have a girl you like? I can help you pursue her, or I can introduce you to some pretty girls. Why aren't you speaking? I'm not backing out. I just see that you genuinely don't care about me. Either be quiet, or walk on your own, Lin Chen replied. Zhang Tianxue pouted. Fine, if you want to talk, then I shan't either. As they continued along their way, Lin Chen's stamina was indeed extraordinary, even while carrying Zhang Tianxue. He showed no signs of fatigue. It was only around noon that Lin Chen finally stopped to rest and refuel. Eat. Lin Chen tossed some food to Zhang Tianxue. It was a type of pastry, appearing quite exquisite. Zhang Tianxue received it, her expression darkening. This was all hers, after all. It had been taken by the bandits and was now in Lin Chen's possession. Of course, she had no intention of demanding it back. So she ate while replenishing her strength, while Lin Chen contemplated where to safely leave Zhang Tianxue. They had already distanced themselves significantly from the bandit-infested area, and Lin Chen doubted the bandits could pursue them. The greater concern was that someone might come searching for Zhang Tianxue. However, she had been thoroughly stripped of her belongings, appearing to have no identifying marks. The Geoding Merchants Guild would likely be unable to pinpoint her exact location. Yet, due to the traces left behind from carrying Zhang Tianxue, it would be unavoidable for the Geoding Merchants Guild to track them down. According to Lin Chen's judgment, it would only be a matter of hours before the Geoding Merchants Guild's personnel, or even powerful figures from the capital, would catch up with them. Before that happened, Lin Chen needed to part ways with Zhang Tianxue. After crossing a few more mountains, you should reach a village where you'll be safe, Lin Chen said while eating. Zhang Tianxue, upon hearing this, did not feel as elated as she had anticipated, though she could not quite grasp why. She thought for a moment and asked, will the bandits not chase after us? They shouldn't, and besides, your people from the Geoding Merchants Guild will arrive shortly. Just wait for them, Lin Chen assured. Zhang Tianxue nodded. Oh, I see. Then she added, why don't you come back to the Geoding Merchants Guild with me? You saved me, and I should offer you a token of gratitude. My family would certainly wish to meet you. No need. I have other matters to attend to, Lin Chen replied. Zhang Tianxue nibbled on the pastry and suddenly asked, will we have a chance to meet again in the future? Preferably not, Lin Chen stated bluntly. Humph. Zhang Tianxue huffed in indignation. If we don't meet, then we don't meet. I don't even want to see you. After a brief respite, Lin Chen resumed carrying Zhang Tianxue onward. After about an hour, they crested a ridge and could see a village in the distance. There should be no danger here. You can make your way there on your own, Lin Chen said, setting Zhang Tianxue down before turning to leave. That was rather abrupt. Without a hint of reluctance, Zhang Tianxue stomped her foot. Though she had the intention to follow him, she turned back to the village, calling out, "By Fei, if you encounter difficulties in the future, come find me at the Geoding Merchants Guild that I will certainly help you." Of course, it would be best if there were no difficulties, for she did not wish to see him again. With that, Zhang Tianxue huffed away towards the village, not looking back. Lin Chen paused for a moment before hastily departing. This young lady is rather decent. Yet, wasn't Qin you were equally splendid in the past? Now, Lin Chen felt he had no right to trust anyone. A solitary figure traversed the path, Lin Chen, possessing ample strength to erase any traces, only veering off course after traveling several dozen miles. Directing his course towards the Shalu mountain range, approximately an hour later, a number of formidable individuals arrived at that village and located Zhang Tianxue. "Uncle, you have finally arrived. Third uncle has been murdered." Upon seeing Zhang Chaqing, Zhang Tianxue burst into tears. Zhang Chaqing hurriedly comforted her, his heart filled with intense hatred. This time, the Geoding Merchants Guild must exert every effort to eradicate the mountain bandits completely. "Miss Zhang, perhaps you could recount the events that transpired, so we may have a direction in our pursuit of these audacious scoundrels," spoke a middle-aged man. Zhang Tianxue glanced over, recognizing him as not being affiliated with the Geoding Merchants Guild. Yet his aura was exceedingly potent, even surpassing that of Zhang Chongqing, royal guards. Zhang Tianxue noted the ornament at the middle-aged man's collar, which bore the golden seal representing the Qin royal family. Although Zhang Tianxue was somewhat naive, she was aware of this. But why would the royal guards be here? Zhang Tianxue was not foolish. She merely lacked experience at this moment. She realized that the appearance of the royal guards was likely not due to the mountain bandit incident, but rather something else. Perhaps it pertained to the Lin family's young commander who had fled the capital. "Swear, this is Captain Zhou Tao of the royal guards, representing the royal family. Do not be afraid. Simply clarify what has transpired," Zhang Chongqing said with a hint of trepidation. Zhang Tianxue took a moment to compose herself, then recounted the events in broad strokes. Sandao Batu. "Ha! What a notorious figure. Two-faced and treacherous. I shall immediately issue the highest bounty, a nationwide manhunt, to avenge the third," Zhang Chongqing roared. Meanwhile, Zhou Tao expressed no concern for Sandao Batu. He gazed intently at Zhang Tianxue and inquired, "You mentioned a young man named Bai Fei rescued you from the mountain bandits, and then, without seeking any reward, brought you to this vicinity before departing?" "Indeed," Zhang Tianxue nodded. "Such individuals are rare. Knowing you are the daughter of the Geoding Merchants Guild, saving you would be a significant fortune." Yet he asked for nothing, even declining to reveal himself and leaving early. Zhou Tao's eyes narrowed. Zhang Tianxue's heart tightened at once. She felt an unsettling premonition that this captain might seek Lin Chen. Regardless of the motive, being found by the royal guards could not bode well. At that moment, Zhang Tianxue indignantly remarked, "He wouldn't dare reveal himself. He did something to me. What did that scoundrel do to you?" "Swear?" Zhang Chongqing's brows shot up. He kissed me once or twice," Zhang Tianxue said, her face flushed with embarrassment. Her mind involuntarily recalled her own actions towards Lin Chen, rendering her utterly bashful. Even someone as shrewd as Zhou Tao could discern no hints. This display did not seem feigned. Chapter 19. Zhou Tao's suspicions well, this lad does seem rather lacking in manliness. Zhang Chongqing opened his mouth, ultimately conceding to such a conclusion that in this situation. He kissed Zhang Tianxue and then fled in fear. It seemed Zhang Tianxue had suffered no loss. After all, she had traded an old life for a new one. That young men often struggle to navigate such matters. Zhou Tao squinted. While this rationale sounded plausible, it also seemed somewhat implausible. Did he mention where he was headed? Zhou Tao inquired. Though Zhang Tianxue was unaware of her precise location, she could still discern the cardinal directions, recalling the direction Lin Chen had taken. She replied, "He didn't specify clearly, just mentioned he would head south for some business." Zhang Tianxue was not worried that such a statement would lead Zhou Tao to find Lin Chen. Over the past few days, she had noticed that Lin Chen was exceedingly cautious and distrustful of her. How could he possibly walk towards his intended destination in her presence? He would undoubtedly change course midway. "Humph, that irritating fellow." Zhou Tao nodded, then continued, "Miss Zhang, if you do not mind, could you provide a likeness of this individual and detail his fighting style and habits?" Zhang Tianxue frowned, wondering why the official required such intricate details. Was he a criminal? Not at all. I simply wished to gain a better understanding. The royal guard chuckled lightly. However, I am quite fatigued at present. Zhang Tianxue expressed her reluctance. Observing this, Zhang Chongqing quickly interjected. Captain, Schwerer has endured much these past few days. She is indeed exhausted. Might we allow her a moment of respite to recover before questioning her further? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Chongqing. Saying nothing, Zhang Chongqing's expression shifted, a flicker of anger in his eyes, yet he dared not express it. Ultimately, he turned to Zhang Tianxue and spoke gently. Schwerer, perhaps you should answer the captain's inquiries. He is acting on behalf of His Majesty and must be quite anxious. Reluctantly, Zhang Tianxue nodded. She began to describe the events. Faced with Zhou Tao, she dared not fabricate lies, for many mountain bandits were still alive. Should discrepancies arise, it could jeopardize Lin Chen's safety. Thus, Zhang Tianxue chose to speak the truth, albeit in vague terms regarding crucial information. This would not raise suspicion, as it was improbable she would remember every detail in such a frantic situation, yet the outcome could diverge significantly from reality. The likeness she provided was 8 parts accurate and 2 parts falsehood. No one could contest it. Zhou Tao remained silent, and after concluding his inquiries, he took his leave to Schwerer. We should hasten back, your grandfather. Zhang Chongqing sighed deeply. The urgency with which Zhang Tianxue and the others had embarked upon the official road was prompted by the old master's critical illness. Yet now, Zhang Chongli had passed before the old master. A truly lamentable turn of events. How is Grandpa? Zhang Tianxue inquired urgently, her eyes reddening. The old master had always cherished her deeply. Her recent perilous journey was undertaken to return as swiftly as possible. Father may find it difficult to survive this time. Although we have summoned the finest physician in the Great Way, it merely prolongs the old master's life. Zhang Chongqing lamented, should the old master pass. The impact on the Jiuding Merchants Guild would be immense. The current scale of the Jiuding Merchants Guild was due in no small part to the old master's connections, prestige, and methods. Each was indispensable. Once the old master was gone, the Jiuding Merchants Guild would inevitably lose its ability to intimidate competitors. Even the royal family coveted the guild's immense financial resources. Therefore, the Jiuding Merchants Guild was determined to preserve the old master's life at any cost. As long as he remained, no one would dare to act against them. What of the divine physician? Wasn't he summoned? Zhang Tianxue asked anxiously. That esteemed physician is quite eccentric. One cannot simply summon him at will. However, we have managed to secure one of his disciples, who is expected to arrive today, that we can only hope for good news. Zhang Chongqing sighed. To the west of the Great Way lies a nation known as the Great Qi. The Great Qi's strength is not particularly formidable, falling short of the Great Way in Wu. Nevertheless, it has consistently maintained its status as a neutral nation, refraining from intervening in foreign conflicts and having never been invaded by external foes. The reason for this lies in the fact that the Great Qi was founded upon the principles of alchemy. Within the Great Qi, alchemical practices flourish, and over half of the pharmacists in neighboring countries hail from its alchemical lineage, instilling a profound respect for the Great Q. As a result, other nations are hesitant to wage war against it. After all, who can practice martial arts without the aid of pharmacists? To challenge the Great Qi would invite pressure from pharmacists, or even defection, losses that no one could bear. Given the Great Qi's veneration of alchemy, it has naturally produced outstanding pharmacists, known as divine physicians. It is said that the current divine physician has attained the rank of 7th-tier pharmacist, surpassing all others in neighboring nations in the field of alchemy. The old master of the Jiuding Merchants Guild lay gravely ill, and despite numerous attempts to summon renowned physicians, hope now rested solely upon the divine physician. The Jiuding Merchants Guild had sent envoys countless times. Even Zhang Tianxue's father had personally journeyed to the Great Qi, yet to no avail. The fact that they could finally summon a direct disciple of the divine physician marked a significant breakthrough. This disciple was already extraordinary. Perhaps there is hope for Grandpa, Zhang Tianxue said, her heart filled with hope. Let us hope so, Zhang Chongqing sighed. Now, let us hasten our return. Zhou Tao departed and promptly arrived at the location where Lin Chen had parted from Zhang Tianxue. Following the direction Zhang Tianxue had indicated, he began his pursuit. However, he soon found no traces whatsoever, rendering it impossible to ascertain where Lin Chen had gone. So cautious, indeed, Zhou Tao mused, stroking his chin at that moment. Several black-clad guards rushed in, kneeling before Zhou Tao. They were the covert guards, affiliated with the royal guards, highly capable and efficient. What news from the mountain bandits? Zhou Tao inquired coolly, reporting to the captain. This is the information we have gathered. Please review it. One of the black-clad guards presented a jade tablet before Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao took it, infusing it with his power, and detailed information began to materialize. He examined it closely, his brow gradually furrowing. This individual even plundered the bandit stronghold. What could be his purpose? To rid the people of harm, or does he have ulterior motives? Alas, those who witnessed his actions are all dead, and the remaining individuals cannot provide clarification. However, the realm of this individual bears some resemblance to that person. Approaching it closely, the circumstance in which Zhang Tianxue was rescued does not differ significantly from what Zhang Tianxue described. It appears that Zhang Tianxue did not fabricate any lies, at least not without basis. While saving Zhang Tianxue, this individual also seized goods that were pilfered from the Jioding Chamber of Commerce from the hands of Wang Laojiu. He plundered a stronghold, appropriating goods. What could possibly be the motive behind such a considerable risk? Benevolence, or perhaps ulterior motives, cultivation techniques, martial skills, or perhaps elixirs and spiritual treasures. Elixirs. Zhou Tao's eyes suddenly narrowed. Chapter 20. The 10-story mountain range. Zhou Tao recalls that, initially, within the list of stolen items submitted by the Jioding Chamber of Commerce, there was a healing elixir of the 5th rank. Within that person's body lingered the sword intent of Xinjian left by Wang Yusi. Unless a more formidable being cleansed it, only a 6th rank healing elixir could restore him. Would the 5th rank suffice? Zhou Tao furrowed his brow. Nonetheless, even if it were not aimed at dispelling the sword intent, healing elixirs would still be necessary for internal and external injuries. Additionally, another question arises. If it truly was him, why would he rescue Zhang Tianxue? This line of reasoning seems incoherent. Zhou Tao was acutely aware of the precarious situation that man currently faced. It would be illogical for him to stir up further complications. There are points of convergence, yet many discrepancies remained as it stands. The probability is less than 30%. Zhou Tao rubbed his temples. In recent days, the number of individuals with a probability exceeding 30% in the Sui River region has already surpassed dozens, yet all have ultimately been proven incorrect at present. This 30% probability may also lead to a similar outcome. But it is better to mistakenly kill than to let escape, just like those dozens before. With a 30% chance, whether it is him or not has become inconsequential. The most critical aspect is to eliminate him. It seems the only option is to pursue further. Otherwise, the absence of results may lead to the Emperor's wrath, which would be unbearable. Zhou Tao sighed. This time, the Emperor's stance is exceedingly resolute. At any cost, Lin Chen must be eliminated. Naturally, Zhou Tao dared not allow even a moment's relaxation. After all, if Lin Chen were to survive, their own fates could be at risk. Inform the subordinates to trace the paths leading from this area to the 100 Battles wasteland, excluding large cities and main routes, while marking the regions where spiritual herbs and celestial treasures may appear. Zhou Tao instructed slowly. He placed himself in Lin Chen's position, contemplating the path Lin Chen would likely choose. Although it is improbable to directly discover the exact route Lin Chen took, tracking every possible lead will surely yield the correct one. After all, everyone is clear about Lin Chen's destination. Understood. The black-clad guard took his leave. Soon, a tremendous force was set into motion. The imperial machinery was activated, leaving no trace unexamined. Attempting to escape would not be so simple. Lin Chen understood that rescuing Zhang Tianxue would inevitably lead to numerous troubles, bringing with it unpredictable risks. Thus, Lin Chen had no choice but to accelerate his departure, as long as he could flee swiftly and far enough. The risks arising from Zhang Tianxue would be mitigated. Lin Chen's strategy proved effective. Even Zhou Tao could only cast a wide net. Unable to ascertain Lin Chen's identity, he also could not determine the direction of his escape. 5 days later, Lin Chen found himself amidst a brand new mountain range, where the mountains loomed far larger than before, towering high enough to pierce the clouds, an awe-inspiring sight. The mountains stretched endlessly, leaving one to marvel at the artistry of nature. This was indeed the 10-story mountain range. The 10-story mountain range derives its name from the 10 ancient stone towers nestled within it. The origins of these towers remain a mystery, standing amidst the mountains in an aura of enigma. Countless legends surround them, yet few are credible, and these stone towers now exist merely as empty shells. mere remnants of their former glory to this day. They serve simply as landmarks. Among them, the White Jade Tower is one of the 10 ancient structures. Constructed entirely of white jade, truly remarkable. The area surrounding the White Jade Tower is perilous, inhabited by formidable beasts, yet it has previously yielded high-grade spiritual herbs and other treasures, thus continuing to attract countless adventurers. Despite the heavy casualties that ensued, news of the emergence of spiritual herbs has circulated for over a month, yet to date, there have been no reports of anyone obtaining any, lacking further intelligence. Lin Chen chose to head towards the White Jade Tower. Seeking to investigate, he proceeded along the narrow path towards the White Jade Tower, remaining ever vigilant. This place is fraught with danger, not merely requiring caution against pursuers. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As Lin Chen vaulted over a massive boulder, he suddenly sensed that he was being watched, a sticky sensation enveloping him. Most uncomfortable. A snake. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and with a forceful push, he instantly vacated his previous position. In the next moment, a serpent's tail lashed down like an iron whip, shattering the stone with an overwhelming force. A third-tier beast. At this moment, Lin Chen discerned the form of the snake. Its body was entirely jet black. Yet its neck was crimson, now unfurling like a fan. Layer upon layer of red stripes coalesced into what appeared to be 2 eyes. The scarlet-ringed snake. Lin Chen's gaze flickered, but he merely glanced at the scarlet-ringed snake without lingering. The scarlet-ringed snake possesses formidable illusionary abilities. Should one lock eyes with it, the rings could influence the mind, leading to hallucinations, which is exceedingly perilous. The scarlet-ringed snake did not anticipate Lin Chen's swift evasion. Its tongue flicked as it lunged towards him once more. Its speed was remarkable. This time, it aimed to sink its fangs into Lin Chen. The venom of the scarlet-ringed snake is not to be trifled with. If bitten, without an antidote of 4th rank or above, one could hardly hope to survive. However, for Lin Chen, considering the antidote was not yet necessary, even without gazing into the eyes of the scarlet-ringed snake, Lin Chen could still discern its attack patterns. 8 Shadow Steps. Lin Chen dodged the assault of the scarlet-ringed snake, then unleashed a strike with the Tian tongue, cleaving the snake cleanly in 2. Having fully recovered from his injuries and elevated his realm to the 3rd level of the dominance realm, Lin Chen was indeed not a foe that this 3rd-tier beast could contend with. One strike, and it was slain. After dispatching the scarlet-ringed snake, Lin Chen utilized the Tian tongue to slice through its flesh, retrieving the demon core within. This demon core, a fusion of deep crimson and black, radiated an immense power. The core serves numerous purposes. It can be used as a material for refining elixirs or forging spiritual treasures, or it can be absorbed directly, although the efficiency and conversion rate are suboptimal. Thus, unless one is in dire need of elixirs for cultivation, no one would ordinarily choose to absorb a demon core directly. Having plundered the stronghold and obtained a considerable amount of goods from the Juding Chamber of Commerce, Lin Chen was not lacking in elixirs. The demon core was merely an incidental acquisition. However, just as Lin Chen was about to proceed further, the Tian tongue in his hand transformed into a black dragon. Swirling around the demon core, the change in the Tian tongue took Lin Chen by surprise, soon filling him with excitement. His greatest fear had been that it would remain unchanged, now that the Tian tongue exhibited a response. It was undoubtedly a positive sign. This might indicate the direction of its evolution. The Tian tongue, morphing into a black dragon, emanated a deep, dark essence, traversing the void like an abyss, presenting an exceedingly fierce and brutal impression. This is the nature of the black dragon, an embodiment of wickedness and darkness. Of course, at this moment, the Tian tongue was merely a weapon, wielded by Lin Chen. Lin Chen's will is paramount. The black dragon coiled around the demon core, a tendril of darkness emanating towards it. Chapter 21. Devouring the demon core seemed to sense the impending threat, and a surge of red and black demonic energy erupted from it. Coalescing into the form of the scarlet-ringed snake, it arched its neck towards the black dragon, repeatedly flicking its tongue in a show of defiance. With its eyes dark and menacing, the black dragon let out a roar, shattering the illusory form of the scarlet-ringed snake, before bowing down and devouring the demon core whole. Lin Chen's heart stirred at this moment. He was the master of the Tian tongue, which had been transformed by the 9 Heavens sword god technique. Fully connected to Lin Chen, almost instantaneously, Lin Chen felt the demon core transforming into pure power, completely absorbed by the Tian Tong. Furthermore, the weapon's ethereal form now bore a greater solidity than before. Could devouring demon cores enhance the strength of the Tian Tong? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was undoubtedly splendid news for him. However, whether only demon cores from serpentine or dragon-like creatures could be consumed remained uncertain. Quickly, Lin Chen reined in his emotions and murmured, "Serpents indeed share a connection with dragons, akin to distant relatives. Serpents evolve continuously, gaining strength, with the most exceptional among them transforming into flood dragons, and the formidable bloodline of the flood dragon, when further enhanced, holds the potential to metamorphose into true dragons. Though they belong to different clans, they can be considered part of the same genus, exhibiting a connection. This may very well explain why the demon core of the red-ringed pupil snake is capable of being devoured." Thus, Lin Chen sought a concealed corner to hide, and subsequently retrieved various demon cores from his spatial ring, whether pillaged from a bandit stronghold or procured from the Juding Chamber of Commerce. The number of demon cores was not insignificant, making it an opportune moment for experimentation. From a third-tier demon beast, Lin Chen extracted a pitch-black demon core of the three-eyed mad python. He then activated the Nine Heavens Slaying God technique. Manifesting the heavenly tungsten in his hand, Lin Chen's thoughts swirled. The heavenly tungsten swiftly transformed into a black dragon, which devoured the demon core of the three-eyed mad python in one gulp. He could distinctly sense the demon core transforming into pure power, being absorbed by the heavenly tungsten, which thus grew even stronger. What about the demon core of the blazing firebird? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled as he took out a fiery red demon core. The black dragon, shaped from heavenly tungsten, began to spiral lazily in the air, seemingly devoid of interest. It appeared that only demon cores from the same genus would suffice. However, Lin Chen was not inclined to abandon the endeavor. He prompted the black dragon to consume the demon core using his own will. Reluctantly, the dragon acquiesced, bowing down to devour the blazing firebird's demon core. The power of the demon core was swiftly digested and decomposed by the black dragon, transforming into the purest energy, yet it was not absorbed by the dragon, as it was not what it required. Was this truly unfeasible? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. If only those of the dragon lineage and serpent clan were acceptable. The scope would be far too narrow, impacting efficiency. Of course, if such were indeed the rules, Lin Chen could only seek out usable demon cores. If the black dragon could not absorb them, what of himself? Observing the black dragon's reluctance to absorb the pure power, a sudden thought struck Lin Chen. Perhaps he could harness it for his own use. He commanded the black dragon to release the pure energy. Instantly, that force manifested within Lin Chen's dantian, permeating through his limbs and bones as he channeled the Nine Heavens Slaying God technique. He absorbed this power, feeling his mystical strength enhance significantly, and his realm slightly loosened. Useful, Lin Chen's eyes brightened. This way, he could also devour demon cores and directly utilize the absorbed power for his cultivation. The Nine Heavens Slaying God technique was indeed what the goddess had proclaimed as the mightiest power. It was truly astonishing. Lin Chen had never heard of any technique capable of such feats. This revelation bolstered Lin Chen's confidence immensely. Even in the absence of rare materials, numerous spiritual herbs, or grand formations, he could grow stronger by continuously consuming demon cores. Nevertheless, the increase in strength was not excessively formidable, certainly not comparable to that of a dragon vein. He could only achieve enhancement through relentless accumulation or by hunting stronger demon beasts. Lin Chen murmured. Although the situation had improved, he remained cautious. In any case, he resolved to consume all the demon cores in his possession. The 10th floor mountain range was fraught with danger, and swiftly augmenting his power was of utmost importance. Thus, Lin Chen continuously extracted demon cores, ranging from 2nd to 4th tier, all of which were devoured by the heavenly tungsten. However, most of these proved useless for the black dragon, thus benefiting Lin Chen instead. He exerted himself to operate the Nine Heavens Slaying God technique, absorbing this power, which significantly bolstered his mystical strength, leading to 2 consecutive breakthroughs, achieving the 5th level of the dominance realm. Such speed was indeed terrifying. Regrettably, without a 5th-tier demon core, a single one could have elevated him to another realm. Lin Chen felt a twinge of regret. Yet, relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Thus, he could only achieve qualitative change through quantitative accumulation. Henceforth, hunting demon beasts became Lin Chen's primary focus. As for the presumably matured precious spiritual herbs, it would depend on luck. With that, Lin Chen pressed deeper into the mountain range, his objective now solely the hunting of demon beasts. 3 days later, Lin Chen approached the vicinity of the white jadestone tower, having slain at least dozens of demon beasts along the way. However, the strongest among them was merely a third-tier 5-star beast. Insufficient for a significant transformation. Yet, the path ahead promised greater peril. In the area surrounding the white jadestone tower, the demon beasts would undoubtedly be of a higher caliber. This was precisely what Lin Chen required. He pressed onward. Scaling several towering mountains, he arrived in a dense forest where the trees soared into the sky, some requiring several people to encircle. These were ancient trees, thousands of years old. Lin Chen maintained the black dragon's concealed state. For demon beasts possessed keen senses, and many excelled at hiding, striking with lethal precision from the shadows. Lin Chen had no desire to become prey. However, after advancing a distance, Lin Chen sensed something amiss. There were not even a single demon beast in sight. That it appeared that faint fluctuations were emanating from a distance. Lin Chen focused intently, discerning the subtle vibrations of power colliding. That it seemed there was still quite a distance between them. Upon realizing this, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. After delving deep into the 10th floor mountain range for several days, he had finally encountered other individuals. Chapter 22, Silver-Horned Three-Tailed Snake for Lin Chen. It was preferable not to encounter others, lest he leave behind traces. However, since a fierce battle was underway, perhaps something valuable had been discovered. Lin Chen needed to grow stronger swiftly and could not afford to miss any opportunity. He stealthily approached, intending to assess the situation first. Amidst the ancient forest, in a valley, dozens of massive trees had been uprooted. Evidencing the ferocity of the battle, a small expedition team comprised of around 10 individuals was engaged in combat. They had clearly defined roles. Some were close combat fighters, while others engaged from a distance, with alchemists and talismancers providing support. Talismancers were individuals capable of inscribing talismans. Their mental fortitude was exceptionally strong, allowing them to inscribe power into talisman paper through special runes, thus creating talismans. The effects of these talismans were akin to miniature formations that could be activated at any moment, enhancing speed, combat prowess, defensive capabilities, and myriad other effects. That a potent talismancer could significantly influence the direction of a battle, enabling even weaker allies to triumph over stronger foes. Yet, despite the alchemist's constant healing and the talismancer's various enhancements, the battle appeared exceedingly arduous. The situation had become difficult to control. That a silver-horned three-tailed snake lurked behind a throng of demon beasts. Its cold, sinister eyes fixated on the group of humans. Simultaneously, the bloodline within its body quivered, summoning more demon beasts to converge. This was indeed an upper-tier demon beast. Its potent bloodline could dominate ordinary demon beasts, allowing it to command even those of higher realms despite its own relatively modest level. This phenomenon was known as bloodline suppression. For the bloodline-respecting demon clans, this was a commonplace occurrence. However, a typical silver-horned three-tailed snake should not possess an upper-tier bloodline. It was likely that it had consumed a certain spiritual herb or experienced a fortuitous event that led to a transformation of its bloodline. This snake is no ordinary creature. We have underestimated it. We must retreat for now, bellowed a burly man, brandishing a large shield that radiated light to fend off the demon beast's attacks. However, the brilliance was dimming, indicating that it could not hold out much longer. Precisely because this was a silver-horned three-tailed snake with a transformed bloodline, it was even more imperative to capture it. Do you not realize its value? If we miss this opportunity, we may never find it again. Hua Yun, however, was unwilling to retreat. The silver-horned three-tailed snake held significant importance for him as one of the materials required to concoct the three-snake pill. Furthermore, if it was a snake with a transformed bloodline, its demon core would undoubtedly be more potent, and the efficacy of the three-snake pill would be greatly enhanced. How could Hua Yun possibly let this slip away? Hua Yun's strength was formidable. Having reached the 5th level of the Thousand June realm, for every major realm, the number 5 and 9 represented critical thresholds. 5 was a minor hurdle, while 9 was a major one. Crossing that threshold into the 9th level marked a new major realm. The difficulty was enormous. Needless to say, Transitioning from the 5th to the 6th level, regarded as a minor hurdle, was still considerably more challenging than typical minor realm advancements. Without exceptional talent or sufficient external resources, a martial artist might easily falter at this juncture. Huayun found himself in such a predicament. Use all the talismans on me. I will definitely slay that snake. Huayun declared he was determined to obtain the demon core of the silver-horned three-tailed snake. Huayun, are you mad? If we do that, we will be torn apart instantly, Lin Chen shouted. The reason this small team had managed to hold their ground was due to the talismancer's enhancements. If the talismancer focused solely on boosting Huayun, what would happen to the rest of them? Can't you hold out for a little while longer? Fortune favors the bold. If you are afraid of dying, you should not have come to such a place, Huayun roared, his eyes bloodshot. Hearing this, the others felt a surge of anger. Huayun was disregarding their lives for his own gain. Let us retreat. Lin Chen maintained his composure. They could not afford to gamble their lives. Retreat. Others also began to withdraw. What are you doing? If I were just a step closer, I could have succeeded, Huayun roared, but his cries could no longer halt anyone. The malevolence in Huayun's eyes surged, and the intent to kill grew. However, he understood that continuing to confront the demon beasts was no longer feasible. He had to concede. After all, he did not wish to meet his demise. The silver-horned three-tailed serpent gazed coldly at the retreating Huayun and the others. Its forked tongue flickering menacingly, it commanded the demon beasts through its bloodline to pursue. It was determined to annihilate these humans. As the demon beasts chased, ancient trees fell one after another, shattered in their wake. Lin Chen witnessed the entire scene, surprised to encounter a silver-horned three-tailed serpent, and even more astonished to realize it had undergone bloodline evolution. Possessing a superior lineage, this would undoubtedly be of significant assistance to Tian. With that in mind, he could not let this opportunity slip by. The silver-horned three-tailed serpent had been injured, likely from its initial encounter with Huayun and his companions, where it had been jointly wounded before summoning other demon beasts for protection. Ultimately, it was merely powerful in bloodline but lacking in realm. It could command lower-tier demon races, but had little effect on humans. At that moment, while the formidable demon beasts pursued Huayun and the others, Lin Chen seized the opportunity to swiftly approach the silver-horned three-tailed serpent. Tian transformed into a black dragon, directly engulfing it. The sudden assault left the already wounded silver-horned three-tailed serpent with no chance to react, as it was pierced through by Tian. With a roar, the silver-horned three-tailed serpent was struck hard, its silver horn glowing fiercely, transforming into a massive, illusory figure of a flood dragon that ensnared Lin Chen. Meanwhile, Huayun and his companions, in the midst of their retreat, suddenly noticed that the demon beasts had ceased their relentless pursuit, many of them even beginning to turn on each other. They had lost their unified intimidation. This was disastrous. Huayun's face darkened as he realized that someone had slain the silver-horned three-tailed serpent. With a furious roar, he madly turned back. The blood of the flood dragon. Lin Chen's expression shifted slightly. The bloodline evolution of the silver-horned three-tailed serpent had granted it the essence of a flood dragon. It appeared that this serpent had consumed some potent elixir, and if given time, it might truly undergo metamorphosis into a flood dragon. Possessing flood dragon blood allowed the silver-horned three-tailed serpent to summon the illusory figure of a flood dragon. Even after being pierced by Lin Chen's sword, it still managed to retaliate. Yet, it proved futile. Lin Chen wielded Tian from below, cleaving through the flood dragon's illusory form. Before the black dragon, the flood dragon was insignificant. With a single slash, Lin Chen's gaze flickered slightly. Tian suddenly retracted, and he drew a long sword acquired from a mountain bandit. In the distance, Huan was racing back frantically. The demon core left behind is mine. Huayun howled with a twisted expression. Chapter 23. Seizing the demon core naturally, Lin Chen had no intention of heeding him. During their fierce battle, it would indeed have been somewhat unethical for Lin Chen to intervene and snatch the core. However, with everyone having retreated and given up, what was there to discuss? Lin Chen stirred the sword light in his hand, extracting the demon core from the silver-horned three-tailed serpent's body, and then swiftly departed. You dare! Stop right there! Huan roared, exerting all his strength in pursuit, but could only watch helplessly as Lin Chen vanished from sight. Kid, you can't escape. I will definitely kill you. Huan screamed in madness. Before long, Lin Chen and the others caught up, and upon glancing around, they immediately understood what had transpired. They had not anticipated that a hidden figure would emerge, inadvertently benefiting him. The talisman master gritted his teeth. Clearly displeased, however, before he could voice his thoughts, Huayan spun around and slapped the talisman master away in a fit of rage, bellowing, "If you had listened to me back then and used all the talismans to strengthen me, how could anyone else have benefited?" This scene caused the others to change their expressions. "Huayan, what madness is this? Do you not understand the circumstances at that time? If you had acted on your own whims, we would all have perished." Lin Chen shouted in anger. Huan had gone too far. A shadow of gloom flickered in Huayan's eyes. "If you were not so afraid of dying, I would have already slain that silver-horned three-tailed serpent." Once it fell, these demon beasts would instantly lose control and begin to fight amongst themselves at that point. "How could you have died? We would have achieved a resounding victory," Huayan roared, shifting all blame onto others. Such words truly incited anger and disappointment, but Lianan's chest heaved with rage. Huayan, in his pursuit of the Sanshi pill, had completely disregarded their lives. "Enough! Everyone calm down. We've collaborated for so long. Do we really want to turn against each other over this?" The pharmacist interjected. He was a veteran member who had established this expedition team alongside Huayan. "Huayan, you struck Li Ku. You need to apologize to him." The pharmacist insisted. Li Ku was the talisman master. Huayan's expression shifted. He finally calmed down. Realizing that internal strife would yield no benefits at once, he decisively slapped himself and said to Li Ku, "Li Ku, I apologize for what happened earlier that I lost my composure. I hope you can forgive me." Li Ku, seeing this, could only accept. Lunan's expression was not pleasant. Although he knew the pharmacist was biased towards Huayan, downplaying the matter, he also recognized that clinging to the issue was not wise. Thus he refrained from saying more. This is the right approach. Now, let us consider what to do next. We must still find the silver-horned three-tailed serpent. That Sanshi pill is crucial for us. The pharmacist remarked. "Let us seek Wang Tianyuan," Huayan said solemnly. "What?" Lunan exclaimed. Wang Tianyuan is one of the strongest explorers in the 10-story mountain range, commanding a massive team of explorers, yet he is notorious. In the past, Wang Tianyuan even targeted me, creating enmity. "You want to seek Wang Tianyuan's support?" Lianan's face darkened. Wang Tianyuan had once extended an olive branch to me, expressing a desire to collaborate with us. And he was sincere. But, Huayan glanced at Lunan, the implication clear. Just a few days ago, when they set off to explore the Lingyun Stone Cave, Wang Tianyuan sought me out again, promising a 20% share of the profits. I had refused at the time, but now we have no other choice. The Lingyun Stone Cave may still harbor the silver-horned three-tailed serpent. We must seek Wang Tianyuan's collaboration, Huayan declared. He had to refine the Sanshi pill. Collaborating with Wang Tianyuan is akin to seeking a tiger's skin, Lunan protested, but the pharmacist interjected. Wang Tianyuan is indeed not a benevolent figure, yet he is currently desperate for talent. Our goals align. He shouldn't shortchange us. Moreover, we are not easy to deal with ourselves. It is precisely because we possess sufficient strength that Wang Tianyuan would seek cooperation. We need not fear him. The pharmacist's words eased the expressions of the doubtful crowd considerably. Huayan and the pharmacist had always been the leaders of the team, and now that they had made a decision that was acceptable, there was no dissent. Lunan, we've shared life and death for so long. I hope you can prioritize the bigger picture and not let personal emotions interfere. The pharmacist spoke slowly, then lowered his voice. Of course, if Wang Tianyuan dares to act against you, we will not tolerate it and will surely sever ties. Indeed, I guarantee that. Huayan quickly added that Lianan's expression shifted several times before he ultimately nodded in agreement. All right, since everyone has no objections, let us proceed to the Lingyun Stone Cave and meet with Wang Tianyuan. Huan chuckled. Rest assured, brothers, once the Sanshi pill is refined and I advance to the 6th level of Qianjun, I will ensure that none of you are shortchanged. Thus, the team set off towards the Lingyun Stone Cave. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already traveled in truth. Given Huayan's condition at that time, even if he had caught up to Lin Chen, he would likely have been annihilated. However, Lin Chen did not wish to stir up further conflict. It was best to avoid battle whenever possible. Throughout this journey, Tian Tung had already absorbed the demon core of the silver-horned three-tailed serpent, its pure power significantly enhancing the solidity of the black dragon. Truly, it was a tremendous boon for the black dragon to have consumed a serpent evolved from flood dragon blood. Lin Chen could even observe that the scales of the black dragon shimmered with a metallic luster. Resembling substance itself, the enhancement was substantial. A glint of brilliance flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. The growth of Tian Tong equated to an increase in Lin Chen's combat strength, as well as an upgrade to the Nine Heavens slaying god technique. He believed that it would not be long before he could draw out his second sword. More serpents, or creatures of flood dragon lineage, were necessary. Lin Chen mused. After inspecting everything, Lin Chen intended to continue on his way. However, suddenly, he noticed Tian Tong within his dantian trembling slightly, and a luminous orb emerged from within Tian Tong. What is this? Lin Chen wondered, and upon making contact with his thoughts, a moment later, an illusory figure of a flood dragon burst forth. Enveloping Lin Chen's body, the illusory flood dragon. Wasn't this the innate ability of the silver-horned three-tailed serpent from earlier? Chapter 24. The flood dragon cloak. Lin Chen's heart jolted, filled with disbelief. This was the ability that the silver-horned three-tailed serpent activated just before its demise. A formidable power it gained after evolving with flood dragon blood. To his astonishment, this ability was unexpectedly extracted from the demon core by Tian Tong, and furthermore, it could actually be wielded by Lin Chen. Was it due to possessing an upper-tier bloodline that only the awakened talents of such lineage were deemed worthy to be retained by the Black Dragon? Lin Chen's heart was filled with uncertainty, and a speculation began to form. After all, the prior consumption of the demon core had not yielded such a transformation. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this change offered Lin Chen immense benefits, augmenting his offensive capabilities while simultaneously transforming his combat style, making it difficult to detect any previous signs. After all, this power stemmed from a demonic beast. Who could uncover the clues? Lin Chen summoned the Phantom of the Dragon, sensing the enhancement brought forth by this newfound ability, and his eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance. The improvement was substantial and comprehensive. Speed, explosive power, destructive force, and even defensive capabilities had all seen an increase. Moreover, when necessary, the Dragon Phantom could surge forth as a means of mid-range assault. Though it could not reach the distances of the Black Dragon, it was still extraordinary. This was a highly versatile ability. Achieving similar effects through martial skills would require at least a 6th rank, if not more. The Dragon Phantom enveloped his entire being, akin to a cloak. Henceforth, it would be dubbed the Dragon Cloak. Lin Chen chuckled. With the Dragon Cloak, Lin Chen's confidence soared. Without pausing, he continued deeper into the mountains to hunt demonic beasts. As he delved further, the beasts grew increasingly formidable, ultimately facing adversaries of the 7th and 8th star tier of the 3rd stage. Even Lin Chen felt the pressure. However, the Dragon Cloak had significantly boosted his combat prowess, and combined with Tian Tong's ability to conceal himself, his initial ambush strikes often proved remarkably effective. Even if a single strike did not fell his prey, it would invariably inflict severe injury. And whether to engage in a drawn-out battle or to retreat and launch a surprise counterattack would be determined by the situation. Regardless, he could assuredly slay his quarry. Thus, he advanced slowly, and after 2 days, Lin Chen finally caught sight of the white jade stone tower at the edge of his vision. Though still distant, he had ventured quite deep, and caution was imperative for the path ahead. Transitioning from the 5th to the 6th stage was indeed challenging, requiring an abundance of demon cores. Yet through cumulative efforts, he was nearing the point of qualitative transformation. Lin Chen murmured. He had discerned his situation. After consuming a few more demon cores, he would achieve a breakthrough to the 6th stage of the overbearing realm. After all, this was merely a minor hurdle. Once crossed, his combat power would see a marked enhancement. Regrettably, he had not encountered many serpent-type demonic beasts along the way. Lin Chen sighed. Although Tian Tong had enhanced his abilities, the lack of an upper-tier bloodline limited the extent of this enhancement. Yet this predicament would soon be resolved. If Lin Chen recalled correctly, there was a natural cavern near the White Jade Stone Tower, one of the lairs of serpent-type demonic beasts, where he was bound to reap rewards. Casting a glance at the White Jade Stone Tower, Lin Chen altered his course slightly, heading towards the Lingyun Cavern. The Lingyun Cavern resided halfway up a colossal mountain, with a labyrinth of intricate tunnels. Home to numerous perilous demonic beasts. Blood-sucking bats, blood leeches, venomous widow spiders, and various demonic snakes were all present, each formidable in their own right. Encountering them within such a cavernous terrain would make escape nearly impossible. Lin Chen stealthily approached the Lingyun Cavern. From a distance, He noticed that others were also heading towards the cavern, that a team of explorers was investigating the Lingyun cavern. It seemed there were several groups. Surely something extraordinary had transpired within. Lin Chen pondered. Could it be the legendary spiritual herb? He mused, yet refrained from acting impulsively, remaining concealed to observe the situation. The interior of the Lingyun cavern was exceedingly chaotic. Even if something were present, locating it would not be an easy task. There was no need to rush. Rushing would be futile. As night fell, Lin Chen emerged from his hiding spot at night. The situation within the Lingyun cavern would become even more perilous. By day, light filtered through the fissures in the mountain, illuminating the cavern's interior, allowing visibility in most areas. However, come nightfall, it would plunge into total darkness, a domain favored by the demonic beasts accustomed to cavern life, who would now emerge in droves. The explorer teams could no longer continue their investigations and were forced to find a place to rest until dawn. Yet for Lin Chen, wielding Tian Tong, the darkness was his domain. Silently entering the cavern, his eyes melded with the shadows, allowing him to perceive everything around him. This was the vision bestowed by the Black Dragon. Night could obscure the sight of most creatures, but the Black Dragon was evidently not among them. The battles were fierce as Lin Chen advanced. He observed the signs of conflict within the cavern, blood splattered everywhere, and even numerous severed limbs littering the ground. All left unattended. At this moment, blood leeches were continuously emerging from the crevices, beginning to feast upon the corpses and siphoning the still fresh blood. These small creatures resembled short red intestines writhing on the ground. Utterly repulsive. Individually, they posed little threat. A single sword strike could dispatch several, yet they often acted in swarms, and once bitten, it would be nearly impossible to remove them without shedding a layer of skin. Coupled with their ant-like numbers, they were perilously dangerous. Blood leeches carried no demon cores, and Lin Chen had no interest in exterminating them. Utilizing the power of the Black Dragon, he stealthily avoided these blood leeches and continued forward. Oh, here we go. After advancing a bit further, Lin Chen's eyes flickered as tonight's first prey finally emerged. A black snake, as thick as a thigh, slithered from a crevice, flicking its tongue and searching its surroundings with its crimson eyes. A red-eyed black snake. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This species possessed formidable stealth capabilities and acute perception. Fortunately, the power of the Black Dragon overwhelmingly surpassed it. With his prey before him, Lin Chen would not hold back, ready to strike it down. However, suddenly, Lin Chen's senses tingled, detecting an unusual presence. This snake seemed to be compelled by some force. A beast controller. Lin Chen's expression shifted in surprise. Chapter 25. A Claw of the Black Dragon. Beast controllers are a rare class of warriors capable of commanding demonic beasts. Such individuals are exceedingly uncommon, requiring an innate affinity for demonic beasts, the ability to communicate with them, and the mastery of beast-controlling techniques to condense a beast-controlling seal. Compared to this, talismans and potions are not considered rare. The difficulty is significantly greater. Of course, this refers to the introductory ease of entry. Achieving mastery at the highest level is exceptionally challenging, with no distinction between ease and difficulty. Lin Chen truly did not anticipate encountering a beast controller here in his lifetime. He had encountered only a handful of them. The border army had 3, and each major sect might cultivate 1 or 2. The rest belonged to the royal family. The beast controllers of the border army bore significant responsibilities, tasked with guarding the frontiers and commanding demonic beasts for patrols, making it unlikely for them to venture here. Thus, this beast controller could potentially be affiliated with various sects or the royal family. Instantly, Lin Chen's wariness heightened. The royal family possesses profound resources, and their trained beast controllers are formidable. One among them ranks among the great beast controllers, capable of commanding 5th-tier demonic beasts, a highly dangerous individual. If the beast controller present here were that person, Lin Chen would have to turn and leave immediately. That individual is exceptionally brutal, killing without reason. And Lin Chen had no desire to encounter him now. The red-eyed black snake is a 3rd-tier demonic beast. 3 stars, not weak at all, Lin Chen mused. Remaining hidden in the shadows, he carefully observed the movements of the red-eyed black snake. Its actions appeared somewhat sluggish, indicating that the controlling ability was not particularly high. It was likely not the great beast controller. Lin Chen felt a slight sense of relief if it were not that individual. There was still room for maneuver. However, Lin Chen remained cautious, resolving not to provoke the beast controller. Without knowing the identity of his opponent, He had no intention of confronting the beast controller, avoiding this passage. Lin Chen moved to another side. As night fell and demonic beasts roamed. Lin Chen soon encountered a hunting demonic snake, adorned with blotches, having a triangular head and a long neck, with a striking scarlet stripe running along its crown. It was evidently a highly venomous snake, the red-topped blotched snake. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. This snake's venom is lethal. A single drop can cause a peak practitioner in the Thousand June realm to perish in a short time. It was climbing along the rock wall, searching for signs of life. As Lin Chen emerged from the shadows, he became the hunter of the hunter. With a silent strike from Tian Tong, the head of the red-topped blotched snake was severed, causing instant death. Swiftly extracting the demon core, Lin Chen contemplated and carefully detached the snake's venom sac. This toxin was potent, and venom often serves as an excellent means of overcoming the strong with the weak. Carefully storing the venom sac, Lin Chen discarded the demon core for the black dragon to consume. Regrettably, lacking an upper-tier bloodline, he did not gain any special power, but Tian Tong indeed became more substantial. Continuing onward, Lin Chen paid little heed to other matters. His primary objective in this place was to hunt serpent-type demonic beasts. As he ventured deeper into the cavern, Lin Chen encountered numerous demonic beasts that had emerged to roam. True to its reputation as a snake cavern, serpent-type demonic beasts were plentiful. Within approximately an hour, Lin Chen had already hunted over 10 snakes. Among them, one lineage is particularly potent, with a pronounced crest already forming on its forehead, indicating a tendency towards transformation into a dragon. Alas, it has yet to reach that pivotal stage. It lacks the fortuitousness of the silver-horned three-tailed serpent, which obtained elixirs and other enhancements, thereby failing to achieve the transcendence that would elevate its bloodline. However, that demon core is already equivalent to that of a fourth-tier demon beast. After the black dragon devoured it, its form has further solidified, with scales gleaming as though they were tangible. The dragon's horns, whiskers, and its deep, fierce eyes would likely lead others to believe that Lin Chen is accompanied by a genuine black dragon. Yet, upon closer inspection, one can still discern that the dragon's claws have not fully materialized. Of the 5 claws of this black dragon, only one has solidified, while the remaining 4 remain spectral. It appears that the complete manifestation of the black dragon is still some distance away. Nevertheless, Lin Chen feels a significant enhancement in the power of Tian Tong. He eagerly anticipates mastering the entirety of Tian Tong. Along the way, he has also slain several venomous spiders, and he is now on the cusp of breaking through to the 6th level of the overbearing realm. With only a sliver of assistance needed, Lin Chen's heart swells with excitement. He resolves to press onward, seizing the night to hunt more demon beasts. However, in the darkness, he spots another serpent under manipulation. It is not the red-eyed black serpent, but rather a larger, more powerful variant, adorned with golden markings on its forehead, exuding an air of nobility. It is the red-eyed king snake. What a surprise! What kind of demon master is capable of commanding a red-eyed king snake? Their prowess is indeed formidable. Yet, this power has not been directed against any individual or demon beast, but instead manipulates demon creatures, scouring the Lingyun snake cave. What could they be searching for? Lin Chen ponders, opting to evade the red-eyed king snake and seek another passage down the cavern. Soon, he reaches the cave's profound depths. This area marks a boundary, belonging to the perilous zone of the Lingyun snake cave. Ordinary adventurers dare not venture deep within. However, the traces on the ground suggest that the current expeditionaries are evidently ambitious, seeking to reap rewards from the most hazardous depths, as many have already entered. Thus, Lin Chen does not linger and strides into the dangerous territory in this perilous zone. The air has grown significantly colder, with the atmosphere tinged with sourness and a fetid stench. Lin Chen perceives his surroundings clearly within the night. Not much different from daylight, it is evident that fierce battles have raged here during the day, far more terrifying than in the outer regions. Even now, he can sense the fluctuations of demonic and profound energy. Additionally, the corpses of 3rd-tier 8-star demon beasts are beginning to appear. Perhaps they will encounter 4th-tier demon beasts, Lin Chen muses, and he must be cautious. 4th-tier demon beasts possess the strength akin to the condensed intent realm, and even he would find it exceedingly challenging to confront them. Just like his previous encounter with Wang Yusi, where he had no room for resistance, desperate to escape at all costs. Why has the aura become so intense? Lin Chen continues deeper, momentarily taken aback. There is a battle underway. In the dead of night, A confrontation unfolds within the Lingyun snake cave. Such audacity. Lin Chen grows curious. What could provoke such a conflict? Considering this is the perilous zone of the Lingyun snake cave, particularly treacherous at night, powerful fourth-tier demon beasts may be lurking, and once they appear, most adventurers in the 10-story mountain range would be unable to withstand them. Lin Chen's gaze flickers as he stealthily advances. Along the way, he encounters demon beasts but refrains from engaging. Opting to sidestep them, To act here would surely attract attention. Another, from a distance, he spots yet another snake. The red-eyed king snake, and it is not the same one he encountered earlier. How many snakes has this fellow been able to command? Chapter 26. Cicada, praying mantis, yellow bird. This demon master commands a multitude of serpentine demon beasts. Utilizing their abilities to surveil the entire cave, it seems everything occurring within the cave is undoubtedly within their purview. What could that individual be plotting? Lin Chen grows increasingly vigilant, careful not to expose himself to the perception of the red-eyed king snake. Since someone lurks in the shadows, and a great battle rages ahead, the nighttime conflict in the Lingyun snake cave undoubtedly involves significant stakes. Otherwise, it would not be so fervently contested. It is possible that the demon master intends to play the mantis. Planning to be the fisherman. If so, Lin Chen does not mind assuming the role of the yellow bird. Evading the perception of the red-eyed king snake, Lin Chen proceeds deeper. He soon witnesses the spectacle of battle. This is a relatively rare open area within the cave, a vast mountainous space approximately 100 zhang in length and width, with a height of several zhang. The surrounding rock walls are uneven, and numerous natural stalactites dangle from the ceiling. Pairs of scarlet eyes flicker in the darkness. A group of adventurers, some wielding torches, while others toss luminous stones onto the ground, barely illuminating the space. Each holds weapons, their expressions gravely solemn. In front of them, demon beasts materialize incessantly, engaging in close combat from multiple directions, creating a temporary encirclement of demon beasts. The situation appears dire. Boss, the demon beasts here are too powerful. That snake behind us likely possesses fourth-tier strength. Zhou Qing's face pales. He wields a long knife, his aura ferocious, but at this moment, he shows signs of exhaustion. Zhou Qing is one of Wang Tianyuan's strongest warriors. At the 8th level of the Qianjun realm, indeed formidable. However, he has sustained injuries, and his comrades are stepping in to support him against one direction of demon beasts, but this cannot last long. Zhou Qing swallows several healing pills, his spirit returning, and continues, "Boss, just give the order. It's becoming unbearable for the brothers. The ground is littered with corpses, many belonging to warriors recruited by other adventurer teams. But numerous are also Wang Tianyuan's subordinates. Such losses are not insignificant. Zhou Qing cannot fathom why Wang Tianyuan insists on nighttime operations, even plunging into this perilous zone. Everyone knows this is an exceedingly dangerous endeavor. Wang Tianyuan, however, maintains a calm demeanor. He is robust, clad in sturdy armor, marked with scars from blades and swords, clearly having endured fierce battles. His aura is violent, and his eyes gleam with a ruthless light. Exuding an air of cruelty, he bares his teeth, revealing a menacing grin, and states, "Zhou Qing, I have my plans. Rest assured, our gains this time will undoubtedly be immense." Zhou Qing is taken aback. Ultimately, he refrains from saying anything further. Wang Tianyuan is not a good person, or rather, he is a shameless scoundrel, yet he treats his brothers well. Since he says so, he must have his reasons. Just let those people fight more. If they perish, we won't have to worry, will we? Wang Tianyuan sneers coldly. Zhou Qing nods. They have embarked on a significant operation, thus extending olive branches to numerous adventurer teams, promising generous rewards, successfully recruiting many individuals. Even before nearing the Lingyun snake cave, a formidable adventurer team joined them. Truly foolish. There are too many demon beasts. They must resist with all their might. Everyone, do not hold back. Rest assured, as long as this operation succeeds, we will cover all your losses and offer substantial rewards. Zhou Qing shouts loudly while simultaneously arranging the positions of the group. Casually, he places additional pressure on the other adventurer teams. Their casualties suddenly increase. Wang Tianyuan, what do you mean by this? Are we merely cannon fodder? Some have begun to realize something is amiss. If this continues, they will all perish. What good are promises of rewards then? Such words are truly excessive. We are exploring the Lingyun snake cave. How could there be no casualties? Wang Tianyuan retorts harshly. Upon hearing this, those individuals feel a chill run down their spines. They cannot remain here any longer. They must break free. or else they will only serve as cannon fodder for Wang Tianyuan and his crew. However, as their formation begins to falter, a venomous spider tears a gap through their defenses, resulting in heavy casualties. Escape? At this point, there is no room to flee. The demon beasts here are incredibly powerful. Fighting to the death offers a slim chance of survival, while fleeing would only lead to swifter demise. Wang Tianyuan states slowly, his voice deliberate, yet filled with cruelty. Thus, I advise everyone not to entertain any other thoughts. Focus on slaying the demon beasts with all your might. Once we succeed, I assure you will not regret surviving. Whether Wang Tianyuan's words are trustworthy is no longer of consequence, for at this moment, not fighting equates to death. Everywhere, bloodshed ensues. The serpentine demon beasts possess potent toxins and other attributes, moving with agility. Their scales resilient and difficult to slay. Venomous spiders can shift rapidly across the ceiling, their webs restricting the movements of warriors. Blood-sucking bats swarm, draining human blood and injecting toxins. Blood leeches continuously surge forth. This perilous zone of the Lingyun Snake Cave lives up to its name, proving exceedingly treacherous. Even several teams of adventurers banding together seem insufficient. The casualties continue to rise. Many faces are etched with despair, while Wang Tianyuan's cruel gaze shifts subtly. Having spilled so much blood, demon blood, human blood, surely that must suffice. Wang Tianyuan squints. Beneath the armor adorning his left hand, his skin is now etched with crimson patterns, emanating an aura of mystery and danger. These markings stretch and converge at his palm, where a blood-colored gem, reminiscent of agate, is embedded within the flesh. This is the evil blood bodhi, a malevolent artifact. Yet, its power cannot be wielded recklessly. However, by employing blood sacrifice runes and continuously consuming blood, one can channel its formidable energy. Wang Tianyuan has brought so many here, even hunting demon beasts by night, solely to ensure their demise, activating the power of the evil blood bodhi with their lifeblood. Alas, this power is but temporary. It cannot be sustained. Otherwise, Wang Tianyuan would not have to lure people here to their deaths. He could have slain many outside to activate the evil blood bodhi long ago. Feeling the pulsations of power from the evil blood bodhi, Wang Tianyuan's eyes gleam with excitement. With the evil blood bodhi in his possession, he will undoubtedly acquire that which he desires at this moment. In a concealed passageway, a young girl leans against the wall, her eyes closed. She possesses a captivating figure, perfectly proportioned, with alluring curves, especially her long, fair, and slender legs. Her face is equally beautiful, framed by short, raven black hair. And she wears only a short beast skin top with a skirt that barely conceals her legs. She exudes a wild and unique charm, starkly contrasting with the refined daughters of noble families. Her long lashes flutter slightly, as if she can perceive the world beyond her closed eyelids. Soon, her rosy lips curl into a disdainful smirk, pondering what all this fuss is about. If it's something valuable, I shall simply seize it. The girl laughs, bold and untamed. However, this stunning wild girl remains oblivious to the presence of an individual not far from her, watching her intently. Is she the demon tamer? Lin Chen squints. Chapter 27. The Fourth Order Upper Demon Serpent. So young, Lin Chen is indeed astonished. Throughout his journey, he has been speculating about the identity of this demon tamer. He has had various encounters, direct and indirect, with demon tamers from the Great Way Kingdom and has ruled out most of them. Yet, he never anticipated that none of them would be among those he had known. Moreover, she is surprisingly youthful. To command such a multitude of demon beasts at such a young age, without apparent effort, is truly remarkable. Even the esteemed demon tamer patronized by the royal family lacks such innate talent. When did the Great Way come to possess such a prodigious demon tamer? However, her methods of control are not inferior to those of the esteemed demon tamer. In fact, they appear even more refined. Suggesting a powerful legacy, Lin Chen concludes, youth has its advantages. Great talent signifies immense potential, and her future is boundless. Yet, that potential is just that, future potential. The youth will not possess the same experience as the old-timers. And faced with a blossoming maiden, Lin Chen's chances of ambush increase significantly. Thus, Lin Chen hides in the shadows, poised to act as a cunning predator. The wild girl, likewise concealed, monitors the entire Lingyun Serpent Cave with her demon serpent, preparing to play the role of the mantis. Of course, she remains unaware of her true position. She perceives herself as the fisherman. Regardless, whether mantis or sparrow, both must bide their time, waiting for a resolution to unfold. The stench of blood permeates the cavern. The battle has been devastating, with explorers suffering grievous losses. Regret fills their hearts. They should never have been swayed by the promises made by Wang Tianyuan. For now, they face annihilation. Wang Tianyuan, do you intend for us all to perish for your sake? Huayan roars. They had joined him, hoping to indulge in riches and seize the demon core of the silver-horned three-tailed serpent. Yet now, they face death. Huayan, I have been sincere with you. If not, you should be at the forefront. Wang Tianyuan retorts coldly. He glances at Lu Nan, chuckling. Miss Lu, you must feel my sincerity, for look, up until now, you have sustained no injuries. Lu Nan's face turns ashen. You may not all perish. Those who survive will obediently follow me. I shall fulfill my previous promises. Wang Tianyuan smiles. The blood light in his hand flickers, and he senses that the power of the evil blood body has been fully awakened. However, what I desire, you must also provide me, or else. Wang Tianyuan fixes his gaze upon Lu Nan, his eyes brimming with possessive longing. Huayan's expression shifts numerous times. He has always regarded Lu Nan as his own, and he intends to possess her eventually. Yet under Wang Tianyuan's oppressive aura, he has no choice but to concede. Forcing a smile, if you keep your word, then there shall be no issues. Lu Nan lets out a cold laugh. She feels utterly disillusioned with Huayan and resolves to find a way to survive on her own. Amidst the many demon beasts, a serpent with icy, indifferent eyes observes everything. Its scales are pitch black, shimmering with reflected light from the surrounding combat, revealing intricate natural patterns and a steady flow of demon energy. Prominently visible atop its head are two horns, occasionally crackling with electricity, a sight to behold, an upper bloodline. This serpent is even closer to a dragon than the previous silver-horned three-tailed serpent. It reigns supreme over all. The demon beast here heed its commands, relentlessly assaulting the group of explorers. Those foolish, greedy humans who dare to intrude upon its territory must perish here, becoming its blood feast. The black serpent's eyes, those vertical pupils, radiate rings of crimson light. The surrounding demon beasts grow increasingly frenzied, continuously battering the explorer's formation, and at this rate, it won't hold for long. Boss, are we done yet? I can't hold on much longer. Zhou Qing cries out. His long blade is ensnared by a three-tiered, 8-star serpent, making it nearly impossible to withdraw, while on the other side, a spider with blade-like forelegs descends upon him. He can only dodge. If this continues, he will surely be overwhelmed and slaughtered. It's done. Wang Tianyuan's gaze sharpens. Let me show you what absolute power looks like. To submit to me is your honor. Wang Tianyuan lets out a booming laugh. The crimson patterns on his left hand blaze with brilliant light, resembling blood flames swirling around him. An otherworldly force burgeons within him. As this power surges, Wang Tianyuan's entire aura transforms. There is a hint of the sinister, yet predominantly an overwhelming strength. Sensing the surging power, Wang Tianyuan grins wickedly, suddenly propelling himself forward. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupts as the rocky ground shatters beneath his feet. Wang Tianyuan launches forth like a cannonball, delivering a devastating punch that obliterates a three-tiered, 8-star venomous spider in his path. Flesh and remains scatter in all directions. For a moment, the fierce battle comes to a standstill as all eyes widen in shock. Wang Tianyuan, enveloped in bloodlight, appears monstrous and fearsome. He shatters one spider, but does not relent. Instead, he charges forward again. A massive six-eyed python, its girth comparable to a man, lunges at him, its cavernous maw poised to consume Wang Tianyuan whole. Yet, Wang Tianyuan's left hand clenches into a fist, the power of the evil blood body erupting forth as he punches straight through that gaping maw. Incredible! The six-eyed black python, at the pinnacle of the three-tiered 9-star realm, proves no match for him. How does Wang Tianyuan possess such terrifying strength? Boss, you're magnificent. Kill them all. Zhou Qing roars, invigorating Wang Tianyuan's subordinates. Wang Tianyuan single-handedly turns the tide of the battle. Roar. A deafening roar erupts as the upper demon serpent lurking in the shadows finally prepares to act. Wang Tianyuan has made it feel threatened, finally willing to show itself. I shall slay you. Wang Tianyuan howls, advancing rather than retreating, charging towards the serpent with incredible momentum, akin to a torrent of steel. The demon serpent bellows, its massive form twisting as it transforms into a phantom, its hissing echoing as if to rend the very air. The serpent lunges forward, its terrifying demon energy surging, ready to strike. Wang Tianyuan stands firm, his fist enveloped in bloodlight, striking out with tremendous force. The collision reverberates violently, propelling both parties back a few steps. However, Wang Tianyuan's performance is undeniably more astonishing. He is merely at the 9th level of the Thousand June realm, while the serpent is a 4th-tier creature with an upper bloodline. Wang Tianyuan's ability to contend with it is nothing short of extraordinary. Fourth-tier demon beasts are hardly formidable. Today, I shall slay you and seize everything. Wang Tianyuan laughs maniacally, his gaze filled with cruel bloodlust. He charges forward once more, this time wielding a long blade, its radiant edge vibrating with fearsome lethality. This is a fifth-grade spiritual treasure. The blade sliced through the air, creating the illusion that space itself was on the verge of being severed, twisting ever so slightly. Chapter 28. Purple mist thunder lotus, a roar erupted from the demon serpent, its tail whipping through the air like an iron whip. Shattering the surrounding rock walls, thunderous crackles rang out from its horns. Bolts of lightning surged towards Wang Tianyuan. The destructive power of the lightning element, combined with the fourth-tier demonic energy, was nothing short of terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The violent clashes erupted continuously, sending shockwaves that caused the cavern to tremble. It was evident that Wang Tianyuan had come prepared specifically to confront the demon serpent. The blade light descended, releasing a pungent scent. Infused with the essence of the Yang Huang powder, effective against serpent-like beasts, coupled with the evil blood bodhi, he truly possessed a chance of victory. The demon serpent engaged in a fierce battle with Wang Tianyuan. Sensed the overwhelming threat and could only muster its full strength. In that moment, aside from the serpents, the poisonous spider and blood-sucking bats began to act independently, though driven by their beastly instincts. Attacking the adventurers, the lack of coordination significantly reduced the pressure on the explorers, even allowing for a counterattack. All around, amidst flashing blades and the roars of demonic beasts, blood was spilled profusely, severed limbs and corpses littered the ground. The copious amounts of blood surged more power from the evil blood bodhi into Wang Tianyuan. He let out a wild howl, his strength escalating. That fourth-tier demon serpent, enveloped in thunder, appeared immensely powerful. Yet it was already starting to fall behind. This Wang Tianyuan possessed numerous tactics. That sinister bloodlight was undoubtedly not a manifestation of his inherent power, Lin Chen observed from the shadows. Taken aback by Wang Tianyuan's performance, however, it was unthinkable for Wang Tianyuan to venture this deep without means to deal with a fourth-tier beast. Such power must come at a significant cost and cannot be sustained for long. Lin Chen whispered in his eyes. The deaths of so many people and beasts in this place bore too many signs of Wang Tianyuan's deliberate actions. One could fear that the invocation of that power was closely related to this. Indeed ruthless. Yet, all these efforts could not merely be for the purpose of hunting that fourth-tier beast, Lin Chen pondered. Utilizing the vision of the black dragon, Lin Chen continuously surveyed the situation within the cavern. Previously, the demon serpent had been reluctant to reveal itself until Wang Tianyuan demonstrated his formidable strength, forcing it to engage. Could it be guarding something? Perhaps the spiritual herb truly lies here. Lin Chen's eyes glimmered. Spiritual herbs grow in the vast wilderness, and the first to discover them are often the demonic beasts. Moreover, powerful demon beasts possess a degree of intelligence. They understand to wait until the herbs mature before harvesting. Until then, they remain vigilant, preventing other creatures from approaching. It certainly seemed plausible. Had that wild girl also realized this? Lin Chen suddenly noticed that the feral maiden had opened her eyes. Xiaoye's eyes were large, with long lashes framing her deep black irises, resembling black pearls, radiating a certain spirit. Yet, true to her wild nature, there was an untamable fierceness about her. She suddenly directed her gaze toward Lin Chen's location. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched, but he refrained from any action, confident that she had not directly sensed his presence, merely possessing a keen intuition. Was it an illusion? Xiaoye shook her head. She seemed to sense a feeble gaze. A mere intuition, yet there was nothing there. With so many demon beasts around, including tiny blood leech worms, it could well be a trick of the mind. Thus, Xiaoye paid it no mind. She traced her fingers in the air, and a rune materialized. Subsequently, a red-eyed king snake silently slithered toward the location of the fourth-tier demon serpent. At this moment, the battle reached its peak intensity, and no one would notice the movement of a mere snake. Xiaoye closed one eye. With one eye observing the ongoing combat, the closed eye received the vision transmitted by the red-eyed king snake, behind where the fourth-tier demon beast had originally been. There lay another cavern, winding downward, with numerous shed snake skins along the way, indicating that the fourth-tier demon serpent had occupied this place for a considerable time. The red-eyed king snake trembled slightly, instinctively feeling fear. After all, the fourth-tier demon serpent bore high bloodline status, and even these shed skins continued to suppress the red-eyed king snake, affecting Xiaoye's control. At that moment, Xiaoye moved both hands in unison. casting multiple hand seals to forcefully control the red-eyed king snake. The red-eyed king snake continued forward, swiftly reaching the bottom of the cavern. Here, a pool of water lay, and in its center, a lotus flower bloomed quietly. 3 lotus leaves encircled a single purple lotus. The petals of the lotus had fully opened, lacking any rounded appearance, instead appearing remarkably sharp, exuding a sensation akin to a thunderous impact, a spiritual herb. Xiao Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. The purple mist thunder lotus, ranking as a top-tier 5-grade spiritual herb, it was a rare treasure for warriors who cultivated thunder attributes, and it held great significance for demon beasts as well. Consuming it would undoubtedly elevate their lightning prowess. No wonder the 4th-tier demon serpent had been guarding this place. It was for such a treasure. It seemed that this fellow named Wang Tianyuan had also come for the purple mist thunder lotus. Xiao Yi snorted coldly. Wang Tianyuan was not of the lightning element. However, once the lotus seeds were formed, their effects would transcend merely enhancing lightning power. Through these lotus seeds, a warrior could undergo a minuscule internal lightning tribulation, refining their entire being, cleansing their marrow and essence. The benefits were immense, a true boon for enhancing one's potential. Any warrior would covet such an opportunity. This demon serpent possessed considerable intelligence, patiently waiting for the lotus seeds to mature. Alas, it was destined to weave garments for others. Xiao Yi chuckled, embodying her wild nature. Clearly, she believed this scenario was tailored for her. 1 lotus seed had matured, while 2 others had only partially formed. But there was no time to waste. She wanted them all. Xiao Ye's appetite was grand. She intended to claim them all. Without hesitation, she commanded the red-eyed king snake to swallow the lotus seeds from the pod and then swiftly retreat. Under her control, she ensured that the seeds would not be absorbed by the red-eyed king snake. Roar. Just then, the 4th-tier demon serpent let out a furious roar. It had sensed the theft of the lotus seeds. It went into a frenzy, attempting to charge back. Yet, Wang Tianyuan, believing it to be a desperate attempt to consume the seeds for strength in the face of defeat, would not grant it the opportunity. He unleashed his full power, maximizing the essence of the evil blood Bodhi. He no longer cared about the potential erosion this power would inflict on his own body, slashing the blade of light to block the 4th-tier demon serpent's path. A smile grazed Xiao Ye's lips, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. These fools were utterly foolish, making it all too convenient for her, allowing her to reap all the benefits. Keep fighting. Once you are done, you will realize that nothing remains. Xiao Yi chuckled, her spirits evidently high. The red-eyed king snake swiftly returned. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi monitored the entire snake den, ensuring that even if discovered, she could escape. Everything was under her control. She began to contemplate how to maximize the benefits from the lotus seeds. A cleansing of the marrow and essence was essential, and perhaps there could be even greater advantages. Hee, Xiao Yi chuckled. Yet, just as her smile reached its peak, it suddenly froze. Out of nowhere, a blade of light slashed through with unparalleled sharpness and explosive power. The exploding sword technique. Lin Chen struck, his sword slicing through the red-eyed king snake, severing it in 2. The lotus seeds swallowed by the red-eyed king snake fell to the ground, and Lin Chen caught them in one swift motion. Chapter 29. Xiao Ye's Fury. Xiao Ye's exceptionally beautiful yet wild eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had been filled with joy. Unable to suppress her pride, that it felt delightful to be the fisherman, effortlessly grasping the fortune that eluded those foolish fighters who battled fiercely, only to end up with nothing. Humph! A bunch of incompetence. This was the fitting outcome. Xiao Yi raised her chin with pride, her countenance radiant. Yet, she never expected that someone was lurking behind her, waiting for her to act. Had she not extracted the lotus seeds, that person would likely have never ventured deep into the cavern. She had woven garments for others. Xiao Yi had never endured such humiliation. Her brows furrowed, her short hair slightly ruffled, as if ready to explode. How dare they intercept her? How dare they steal her possessions? An immense surge of mystical energy erupted from Xiao Yi as she moved both hands, casting several hand seals in rapid succession. As the seals formed, shadows surged towards Lin Chen. They were not the red-eyed king snake, but the poisonous spiders. The lower half of the poisonous spider was purely arachnid, yet its upper half bore a semblance of humanity. Possessing arms.at, the ends of those arms were 2 razor-sharp, blade-like limbs. Upon that pitch-black cranium, 6 scarlet eyes bestowed a significant advantage over human sight. These venomous spiders, originally aligned with the monstrous beasts, had turned their attention towards the adventurers that appeared as though they were under the bloodline control of the 4th-tier demon snake. transformed into subservient minions, but in truth, they were manipulated by Xiaoye. Their sudden assault was indeed unexpected. Moreover, the blades descended from all directions, executing a precise coordination that left Lin Chen no opportunity to evade. This young woman was quite formidable. Not only was her talent exceptional, but her combat prowess was also impressive, indicating thorough preparation. Yet, her experience was somewhat lacking. The razor-like edges of the venomous spiders seemed to seal off all of Lin Chen's escape routes. However, in reality, it was merely a fade, an illusion of beauty that held little substance in actual combat. With a swift motion, Lin Chen unleashed a strike with his longsword, not applying overwhelming force, but rather employing a technique that redirected the blades effortlessly, simultaneously disrupting another spider's assault. That a gap immediately materialized. Lin Chen exerted his strength, leveraging the rocky wall to leap multiple times, swiftly reaching an opening that he intended to make his escape from there. "You can't run." Xiaoye roared in fury. Her gaze was piercing, and with a flash of light in her hand, a longbow materialized. In an instant, she drew and released an arrow with remarkable speed, a seamless execution. The arrow shot forth with incredible velocity, arriving first to embed itself into the rock face before Lin Chen. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The arrow had veered off course. Yet, he understood that the intention was not to slay him with a single shot. This arrow bore a different significance. A demon luring mark. Lin Chen discerned that the arrowhead bore several grooves extending to its tail, evidently etched with a knife. This was the demon luring mark, capable of emitting a unique sound when the arrow was launched at high speed. This sound would have no effect on humans, perhaps even going unheard, but it would have an extraordinary impact on demonic beasts, instantly stimulating their nerves and drawing their attention. This demon tamer possessed such skill. The sound of the demon luring mark indeed stirred the nerves of all the demonic beasts present. The fourth-tier demon snake sensed the disturbance surrounding the Xixia Thunder Lotus it was guarding and became enraged. Its gaze now fixed upon Lin Chen. The beasts roared. Lin Chen had become the target of their ire. "It's that guy," Hua Yun exclaimed, casting his gaze over. Utilizing the faint illumination, he barely recognized Lin Chen and immediately recalled the scoundrel who had taken the silver-horned, three-tailed snake's demon core. Once was one thing, but to dare come again. Moreover, he had directly seized the fortunes of this place. "Kill him. He has taken what belongs to me." Hua Yun was the first to shout. His hatred for Lin Chen was profound. He yearned to rend him to pieces. He perceived this as an opportunity. If he could subdue Lin Chen, he could reclaim the silver-horned, three-tailed snake's demon core that belonged to him, seeking death. Wang Tianyuan bellowed viciously. That was his fortune. Wang Tianyuan surged forth, half enshrouded in blood light, racing towards Lin Chen. The fourth-tier demon snake also charged swiftly. Xiaoye snorted coldly. This had devolved into a chaotic melee between Lin Chen, the demonic beasts, and the adventurers, allowing her to return to her role as the opportunist. Meanwhile, she kept a vigilant watch over the entire snake den, confident that Lin Chen would not escape. Lin Chen reacted swiftly. Upon perceiving the demon luring mark, he vanished into the cave before him, darting through with remarkable speed. Shadows along the way revealed the red-eyed king snake, a beast under the demon tamer's control, actively monitoring Lin Chen's position. However, Lin Chen had noticed them from the outset and chose not to act, not wanting to raise alarm. But now, that restraint was unnecessary. Exploding sword technique. With a sudden swing of his sword, Lin Chen struck forth. Although it wasn't a heavenly tungsten blade, his combat strength was formidable enough at that moment. A mere red-eyed king snake was swiftly decapitated. What? Xiaoye's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Chen had accurately located the red-eyed king snake amidst the darkness of the cave. Coupled with Lin Chen's previous precision, did he possess some secret technique allowing him to see in the dark? Xiaoye was perplexed. There was no time to ponder. She hastened to command other beasts to converge. She absolutely could not afford to lose track of Lin Chen. Behind Lin Chen, both the fourth-tier demon snake and Wang Tianyuan pursued relentlessly. Their strength was immense, and their speed astonishing. If he attempted a direct escape, Lin Chen would soon be overtaken. Thus, he had no choice but to continuously shift his position, weaving through various caves. Another one down. Xiaoye's demeanor shifted yet again. As she directed other beasts to monitor Lin Chen's location. He struck with a sword, slaying another. Yet, within the cave, beasts were abundant, and Lin Chen sped onward, avoiding encounters to maintain his pace. This indicated that Lin Chen could discern which beasts were controlled and which were not. No wonder he could approach undetected and intercept so effectively. Xiaoye clenched her teeth. If this continued, she would entirely lose track of Lin Chen. and he would escape the pursuit of the fourth-tier demon snake and Wang Tianyuan. This time, she had miscalculated, too arrogant, and underestimated others. Indeed, the world beyond possessed many formidable individuals. Her perspective had been too narrow. However, a fierce determination ignited in Xiaoya's eyes. Though she was a woman, she harbored no softness. Having been outmaneuvered like this, she had no intention of swallowing her pride. She resembled a provoked little beast, utterly enraged. Chapter 30. Blood-explosive demon lure. Xiaoya was determined to reclaim her dignity. She would not permit such a failure. For this, she disregarded her own safety. Xiaoya pressed her finger to her lips, then bit through her skin, allowing blood to flow freely. Yet, she did not even furrow her brow. Using her blood as a medium, she inscribed a rune in the air, channeling her internal energy into it. Blood-explosive demon lure, Xiaoya proclaimed. Her complexion paled slightly, but as she unleashed this technique, the blood within the bodies of all the beasts in the snake den began to boil. As if about to explode, they descended into utter chaos, completely frenzied. All demonic beasts turned red with rage, launching indiscriminate attacks. You want to leave? Not so easily. Xiaoya gritted her teeth. This action undoubtedly plunged her into peril, as even her own beast would no longer be under control and had gone berserk. Yet, she cared not. The wild girl possessed not an ounce of gentleness. She intended for Lin Chen to pay a price. Lin Chen fled rapidly. He was experienced, knowing how to shake off opponents stronger than himself, and with the cover of night and his stealth techniques, he believed he could escape. This time, the rewards would be immense, surely making him stronger. But suddenly, every demonic beast within the snake den seemed to erupt in roars, accompanied by a violent onslaught that shook the cave. Countless beasts commenced indiscriminate attacks. They had gone mad. Lin Chen's expression shifted, his speed momentarily slowing as the beasts ahead rampaged, unleashing demonic energy and sending debris flying. It's that demon tamer. Lin Chen realized what had transpired. Unable to contain his frustration, he cursed inwardly, questioning whether this woman was insane, unafraid of dragging herself down too. The interior of the Lingyun snake den had descended into utter chaos. All the beasts were in a frenzy, attacking everything around them. The tremors continued. The fourth-tier demon snake was also affected, shattering every rock wall in its path, exhibiting extreme ferocity. This place was nestled within a mountain. The caves were numerous, having been carved out by rain over countless ages. And the rock was not particularly sturdy. Now, subjected to such impact, cracks began to spread rapidly, appearing everywhere. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, the Lingyun snake den collapsed. In an instant, countless beasts wailed, crushed beneath falling boulders, dying and becoming mere flesh and paste. Fine, I concede you are fierce. Lin Chen gritted his teeth to some extent. He had underestimated that girl, underestimating her wildness. At this moment, Lin Chen had no time to consider anything else. The entire cave began to collapse in a chain reaction. An escape before total collapse was no longer possible. Lin Chen's mind raced through the caverns he had traversed. Numerous details sprang to mind. There was only one location where the rock material differed. Being sturdier, perhaps capable of withstanding the collapse, Lin Chen's gaze flickered as he swiftly changed direction. At the same time, he swung his longsword repeatedly, shattering the falling boulders and clearing a path amidst the chaos. Ultimately, Lin Chen, enveloped in the guise of a dragon, forcefully breached a rock wall, plunging into an open void. The thunderous sounds continued, the surroundings still shaking, but thankfully, no more boulders fell. This place had indeed withstood the cave's collapse. Remaining intact, huff, Lin Chen let out a long breath. The journey had been fraught with peril, and on several occasions, he had nearly found his path obstructed. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have been reduced to mere flesh and blood or trapped in a confined space, utterly immobile. Such a predicament would be tantamount to awaiting death. However, the current situation was hardly optimistic, and Lin Chen could only manage a bitter smile. He remained deep within the mountain's core. Following a recent collapse, the passageways in the cavern were likely blocked beyond recognition. Lin Chen was uncertain whether an exit existed here, and if it did not, excavating a new passage would be a monumental task. He shook his head. The worst-case scenario would see him trapped here indefinitely. Lin Chen began to move, seeking the most solid area to quietly await the end of the tremors. At last, the vibration subsided, signaling the conclusion of the collapse. Regardless of the circumstances, his priority was to enhance his own strength. Lin Chen murmured to himself. Becoming stronger was undeniably beneficial. With each increment of power came greater hope. At that moment, he retrieved the lotus seed he had acquired. The seed pulsed with tiny electric sparks, emanating a potent and pure energy. It was the lotus seed of the purple mist thunder lotus, an object Lin Chen recognized well. Along the way, he had collected several demon cores, sufficient to elevate him to the 6th level of the dominance realm. The transition from 5th to 6th level was significant. Seizing this opportunity to refine his essence and marrow would undoubtedly solidify his foundation. Lin Chen contemplated, envisioning a scenario where 1 plus 1 exceeded 2. Without further ado, he began to channel the 9 heavens god-slaying technique, allowing his internal energy to flow forth as he lifted the lotus seed. Initiating its refinement, a tingling sensation coursed through him. The lightning began to stimulate his body, awakening the vitality within his flesh and blood. The power of the lotus seed merged with Lin Chen's meridians, and the lightning flickered throughout his body, causing both flesh and bones to tremble, leaving behind numerous singe marks. The pain was considerable, yet it bore the promise of rebirth, akin to tender shoots sprouting from charred wood. Such was the gift of the purple mist thunder lotus seed, granting one the chance to undergo an internal thunder tribulation. Lin Chen could distinctly sense a burgeoning power within his blood and flesh, transforming, strengthening, and transcending his physical form. This was the strength of refining essence and marrow, akin to a complete metamorphosis. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen tossed all the demon cores into the maw of the black dragon. The dragon devoured them, converting the cores into pure energy that surged into Lin Chen's body. Instantly, his internal energy surged, coalescing into a formidable aura of dominance that surpassed what the 9th level of the dominance realm could achieve. Dominance realm, 6th level, a resounding success. The elevation in his realm, coupled with the effects of refining essence and marrow, left Lin Chen's internal energy surging with unprecedented vigor. Every movement contained a ferocity that felt capable of cleaving through solid rock as if it were mere tofu. This was an experience reserved for the 1000-gene realm. At that moment, Lin Chen's formidable physicality, a result of his refinement, endowed him with the raw power characteristic of the 1000-gene realm. Excellent. The improvement was substantial, even surpassing his expectations. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. Next, he would seek a way out or perhaps discover if anyone else had survived like him. Chapter 31. The treasure of the 7 alleys. The Lingyun Serpent Cave had experienced a large-scale collapse. The passage leading outward had likely been buried for the most part. Lin Chen could not ascertain whether he could escape. The collapse had been too fierce, and casualties were to be expected. He was uncertain if anyone had survived. The 4th-tier demon serpent, along with Wang Tianyuan, possessed immense strength. Even in the face of such a disaster, their combat prowess should allow them to endure, Lin Chen mused. Unless luck was against them and they encountered a dead end, their capabilities should enable them to find a refuge amidst the chaos, just as Lin Chen had done. Thus, Lin Chen remained vigilant. Of course, even if he did encounter them, he was not without the means to fight back. Within the cave, although the rock walls were relatively solid compared to other areas, many parts had collapsed, leaving only small gaps. Lin Chen had to take matters into his own hands to carve a passage. Fortunately, the lotus seed from the purple mist thunder lotus had ensured his success in refining essence and marrow. Greatly enhancing his physical strength, he no longer required his realm's energy to possess the raw power of the 1000-gene realm, making it far easier to deal with falling rocks. Indeed, many stones could be crushed effortlessly. However, due to the instability caused by the collapse, Lin Chen dared not act too recklessly. He merely sought to create an opening sufficient for a person to pass through. I in the heart of the mountain. The remaining space was not insignificant, merely interrupted. Many passages were disjointed and lacked connectivity. Lin Chen advanced cautiously. Suddenly, he sensed several distinct auras. It was Huayun and his companions. In an instant, Lin Chen discerned that the fluctuations belonged to Huayun and the others. To his surprise, they had survived. It seemed fortune favored them. Lin Chen felt a hint of exasperation. Encountering them repeatedly felt like a twist of fate. However, he believed there was no need to waste time with them. From the sounds, they appeared to be embroiled in internal conflict, with someone named Huayan intending to inflict harm upon Lunan. But that was their affair. Their fates and whatever transpired next were of no concern to Lin Chen. Having previously intervened to save Zhang Tianxue, Lin Chen had always regarded it as a mistake that only increased his peril. At this moment, there was no reason to involve himself. Determined, Lin Chen prepared to redirect his course and explore other areas. Yet their conversation caused him to pause. The treasure of the 7 alleys, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Of course, he was unaware of what the so-called treasure of the 7 alleys entailed, but it seemed significant. If that were the case, the situation would differ. Even intervening would no longer be a waste of time or meddling. He would not overlook any opportunity to seize formidable power, especially in his current state. Huayun and his companions had indeed been exceedingly fortunate to escape to this relatively stable area, avoiding death by collapse. However, surviving in such a place was still fraught with difficulty. Just moments ago, they had only confirmed their survival after the collapse ended, their expressions grim. This time, we have faced consecutive defeats. Now, though we have survived by sheer luck, remaining in the aftermath of this collapse still poses a grave threat to our lives. We must find an exit, or we shall all perish here, Huan said solemnly, his face pale. It may be hard to find a way out, Li Ke sighed. This situation is utterly despairing. At least we are still alive. Which is better than those who have perished, Lu Muzhou, the group's apothecary, remarked. Indeed, while their small team was formidable, they paled in comparison to Wang Tianyuan's group. Yet, having survived the recent battles against the demon beasts in this calamity was no trivial feat. Let us first search for a way out. Perhaps an exit exists, Lu Muzhou suggested, aiming to stabilize the morale of the group. The others nodded, harboring a glimmer of hope. However, at that moment, Lunan interjected. Let us split up and search. Upon hearing this, Huan squinted at Lunan and asked, What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that after you betrayed me in front of Wang Tianyuan, you still believe we are allies? Lunan was utterly disappointed in Huayun and saw no possibility of continuing their collaboration. From now on, we part ways. The group exchanged glances. But it was true that Huayun had indeed betrayed Lunan in front of Wang Tianyuan. Seeking personal gain at the expense of friendship, they had worked together for some time, and there had been mutual trust, but it now appeared they were merely pawns to be discarded for personal interests. Huayun's expression darkened, yet he suppressed his anger and said, I was merely putting on an act to avoid a direct confrontation with Wang Tianyuan. Why take it so seriously? Is that so? Lunan, however, would no longer be deceived by Huayun's facade. There's no point in further discussion. We shall be strangers from now on. With that, Lunan prepared to depart in a different direction. Vile wretch, have I been too kind to you in the past, leading you to believe you could defy me at will? Huayun finally dropped all pretense. He glared coldly at Lunan and growled. In the past, I saw your beauty and talent, thinking to take my time to win you over. Clearly, I was too lenient, allowing you to develop such misconceptions. Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? Are you planning to strike me? Lunan's internal energy began to surge. Don't be impulsive. Everyone, let's stay calm. There's no need for this. Li Ke hurriedly stepped forward to mediate the situation. However, Huayun's fury surged uncontrollably. He strode forward and seized Li Ke by the throat, coldly declaring, Enough with your useless drivel. If you stand with me, then obediently enhance my combat prowess with your talismans. Should you choose her side, then prepare to meet your demise here, now that the mask is off. I have nothing left to fear. Lu Muzhou did not intervene. He leisurely rubbed his hands together and remarked, At this juncture, there is nothing more to discuss. Those willing to join us will remain brothers, enjoying abundant feasts. But, his eyes glimmering with malice, he continued, Should you wish to leave, do not blame me for being ungracious. The others, upon hearing this, revealed expressions of fear, suppressing any alternative thoughts they may have harbored. No one dared to move. Humph, Huayun sneered, discarding Li Ke aside and advancing towards Lunan. I advise you not to seek your own suffering. Follow me closely, and at least you will survive. Attempt to leave now, and you shall perish. Yet Lunan remained undaunted. The recent collapse had rendered the structure unstable. If he sought to confront her, they would all perish together. Lunan was no fool, and he was confident enough to ascertain that his opponent would not dare engage him in combat. However, upon hearing this, Huayun burst into laughter, genuinely impressed by Lunan's naivety. Huayun mockingly regarded Lunan, saying, You wretched creature, did you think I was merely being kind to you over the years, hoping you would willingly become my woman? Do not be so naive. During this time, I have been administering soul control powder to you. The accumulation of its potency within you is nearly sufficient. Do you believe you possess the strength to resist me? Huayun scoffed. The corners of Lu Muzhou's mouth curled into a chilling smile. Soul control powder. Lunan's complexion paled as she glared at Lu Muzhou. You concocted it. Lu Muzhou chuckled. I invested considerable effort into my research, and finally made the soul control powder colorless and tasteless. Even formidable warriors cannot detect it unless they reach the level of intent condensation. Unfortunately, I was a bit late in my experiments. It was only a few months ago that I succeeded in its formulation. So the potency within you has yet to reach the level necessary to transform you completely into a marionette. However, incapacitating you in battle is still quite easy. Lunan's face grew even paler. She had not anticipated that Huayun and his associates could be so vile and despicable. Thus, she must surrender her resistance to avoid further suffering. Huayun chuckled coldly while Lu Muzhou grinned ominously. His fingers raised before him as he began to channel the potency of the soul control powder. Lunan felt a tremor within her soul, becoming utterly disoriented, her body slipping from her control. Her energy dissipated, unable to coalesce. Even though she could barely maintain a sense of self, as Lu Muzhou had stated, in this state, she was incapable of fighting. Lunan felt utterly powerless, despair creeping into her eyes. Leaning against the rock wall, she coldly regarded Huayun. Is all this merely to possess me? Huayun erupted into laughter, exclaiming, You are indeed astute. However, I have ulterior motives. Otherwise, I have countless methods to obtain you. What do you desire? The treasure of the 7 alleys. Upon hearing this, Lunan's expression changed dramatically as she turned to Huayun in disbelief. Surprised, Are you? That I know of the 7 alleys treasure. Huayun exclaimed triumphantly. I discovered clues to this treasure many years ago and have been in pursuit. It is said to contain hidden secrets that enable one to break through to the realm of specialization. Regrettably, I have yet to ascertain its exact location. Later, I inadvertently learned about your origins. You are a descendant of the 7 alleys, correct? Huayun smiled. Lunan fell silent, refraining from response. Yet Lu Muzhou continued to channel the drug's potency, rendering Lunan unable to assert control over herself, prompting her to utter, Indeed, I am a descendant of the 7 alleys. I know the treasure's whereabouts. Huayun reacted with manic laughter, though his expression twisted. Unfortunately, even if you know, you likely cannot escape now. Damn you, if you had only revealed this sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Huayun advanced step by step toward Lunan. Come, serve me willingly so I can vent my anger. And then we shall devise a way to escape. Lu Muzhou manipulated Lunan, making her approach Huayun while untying his garments. Despair filled Lunan's eyes as she longed to resist, but found herself impotent. In her current state, she resembled a marionette, while the others turned their faces away, unwilling to intervene. Lunan, flee. I'll hold them off. It was Li Ku who spoke as he summoned his energy, conjuring 2 talismans before him. One landed on Lunan, enhancing her strength, while the other fell upon Lu Muzhou, not to strengthen him but to weaken him. It was a chaos talisman, capable of disrupting one's energy flow and significantly diminishing their power. Under the influence of the talisman, Lu Muzhou lost control over the potency of the soul control powder. Charge, kill him. Lu Muzhou bellowed. The others hesitated. If you do not attack, you shall all perish. Lu Muzhou roared. They had no choice but to charge at Li Ku with their weapons drawn. Lunan broke free from the soul control. She turned to Li Ku, shouting urgently, Li Ku, you must go. Li Ku roared. Lunan had once saved his life. He could not stand idly by and watch Lunan suffer humiliation. Even if it cost him his life, he would create an opportunity for her. Gritting her teeth, Lunan unleashed her energy, refusing to squander the chance Li Ku had fought for with his life. Do you think you can escape? Huayun pursued Lunan with great haste. His level of cultivation was superior. Despite Lunan's talismanic enhancement, fleeing proved arduous. Yet Lunan was acutely aware of this, so rather than striking at Huayun, she directed all her strength towards the rock wall. Cracks spread like a spider's web. With just a little more force, she could trigger a secondary collapse. Lunan was intent on perishing together with them. Stop her. Lu Muzhou shouted frantically. Li Ku had already fallen, and the talisman's power dissipated, but Lu Muzhou could no longer regain control over Lunan. If this continued, they would all meet their end together. No, Huayun screamed. Unable to catch up, Lunan's sword would surely sever the rock wall, igniting a second collapse. Yet, just as despair enveloped everyone, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A figure appeared before Lunan, seizing her sword arm, preventing her from advancing another inch. It's you? Lunan exclaimed incredulously. Recognizing the person who had previously taken the silver-horned three-tailed serpent's demon core and seized the fortune of this place, it was none other than Lin Chen. This place cannot collapse, otherwise, I will have trouble managing it. Lin Chen stated. Lunan opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but Lin Chen swiftly struck the back of her neck. Lunan's vision darkened, and she fell into unconsciousness. Only in this state could she escape the influence of the soul control. Otherwise, it would become troublesome. Upon witnessing Lunan's failure, Everyone exhaled in relief, yet the sudden appearance of this individual left them all astonished. "It's you. You're still alive." Hua Yun recognized Lin Chen immediately, and his expression twisted in fury. To him, Lin Chen was the root of all his woes. "You are quite fortunate. However, I never expected you to dare appear before me." Hua Yun snarled, his gaze icy and filled with brutality. He looked at Lin Chen and said, "I understand now. You realize that once this wretched creature breaks the rock wall, a secondary collapse would doom us all, which is why you couldn't help but intervene." He regarded Lin Chen with a mocking smile. "You are indeed clever, but I do not wish to complicate matters. Hand over the demon core of the silver-horned three-tailed serpent and the fortune you seized earlier, and I shall spare your life." Lin Chen had acquired far too many valuable items. This thought thrilled Hua Yun. He had not anticipated that in the end, it would all benefit Lin Chen. It seemed that fate still favored him. Lin Chen remained silent, merely regarding Hua Yun with indifference. Hua Yun laughed derisively. "Do you think I won't dare to fight, believing you have me at your mercy? Unfortunately, you have miscalculated that in that previous situation, I was unable to catch up, and indeed an unexpected event occurred. But now, you are right before me. You truly believe you have the chance to shatter that rock wall before I kill you?" Lin Chen had always acted from the shadows, relying on cunning tactics and ambushes. This time, he was forced to emerge from his concealment, for otherwise, they would all perish together. In doing so, Lin Chen's advantage was utterly obliterated. And in Hua Yun's eyes, he had become nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. "You are too weak. Having lost your concealment, what can you possibly do? You are merely a clown," Hua Yun proclaimed arrogantly. Utterly convinced that Lin Chen could not contend with him, even as he launched his attack, Lin Chen would be unable to react. This is a profound disparity in strength. He has Lin Chen completely at his mercy. Chapter 33. The Key. Unexpectedly, there has been such an unforeseen gain, ultimately benefiting us. Lu Muzhou stood behind, his heart racing with excitement. Lin Chen had seized far too many valuable items at this moment. The demon core of the silver-horned three-tailed serpent seemed almost inconsequential. The true treasure was the fortune guarded by the fourth-tier demon serpent, which would undoubtedly empower them greatly. Lu Muzhou was confident that with Hua Yun's might, that foolish jester who only knew how to launch sneak attacks would stand no chance of resistance. Hua Yun, however, was at the 5th level of the Thousand June realm, immensely powerful. That brat was likely not even at the Thousand June realm. How could he compare? Being unable to conceal himself in the shadows rendered him utterly worthless. In light of this, I must extend my gratitude to Lu Nan. Otherwise, I might have fallen victim to this brat's ambush, resulting in significant losses. Brat, my patience is limited. Think it over and hand over the items to me. Otherwise, I shall kill you and seize them," Hua Yun declared arrogantly, victory already in his grasp. Naturally, to ensure absolute certainty, he was simultaneously cultivating power within, immense energy coiling within his body, ready to erupt into overwhelming force at any moment to subdue Lin Chen. A gentle breeze swirled around his legs, a manifestation of some secret technique to enhance his speed. After all, this place had collapsed before, its structure unstable, though Hua Yun looked down upon Lin Chen. Believing he could not contend with him, he still needed to exercise caution to avoid crashing into a fragile rock wall. Thus, he must not hold back. Lin Chen regarded Hua Yun in silence. Now that he had revealed himself, he had no choice but to eliminate these individuals. Fortunately, they seemed to be ungrateful scoundrels, leaving him with no burden in slaying them. Is it not true that one must not give up until reaching the Yellow River? Truly foolish, Hua Yun snapped coldly. With the conclusion of his words, his figure suddenly moved, his speed so rapid it seemed to tear through the air. From a distance, he appeared almost as a phantom. In no time, the force of 1,000 June erupted, his feet smashing against the ground, and Lin Chen stood right before him, able to reach him in an instant. Then, with a single thrust, the entire process transpired in the blink of an eye. A worthless brat not even at the 1,000 June realm, could he possibly react? Even if he knew Hua Yun was about to strike, what could he do? Under such speed, Lin Chen was left with nothing but confusion. Die. Hua Yun laughed heartily. The spear's brilliance pierced straight through Lin Chen. Of course, he was precise enough not to harm the rock wall behind him, under the instantaneous eruption of his full power. He could halt in an instant, a control that even ordinary 1,000 June practitioners might struggle to achieve. Hua Yun even managed to ensure the margin of error did not exceed half an inch. A spear pierced through Lin Chen, without a shred of opportunity for resistance. However, Hua Yun's triumphant smile suddenly faltered. He seemed to feel no obstruction. It was as if he had pierced through air itself. An illusion, not the real body. When did this happen? Hua Yun's heart sank, a chill rushing to his core. Sizzle, a long sword pierced through Hua Yun's heart, sending a chilling sensation throughout. Indeed, it was utterly frigid. This strike was precise, not a hair's breadth off. Hua Yun spat out a mouthful of blood, vitality swiftly draining from his being, incredulous as he stared at Lin Chen that moment. Lin Chen was enveloped by the shadow of a mighty dragon. Reminiscent of the silver-horned three-tailed serpent from before, how is this possible? As Lin Chen beheaded Hua Yun, his form shifted once more, instantly splitting into 9 figures charging toward Lu Muzhou and the others. Lu Muzhou's complexion paled in an instant, utterly unprepared for this brat's ability to kill Hua Yun in an instant. Now he had to slay them. Moreover, with the ability to produce 9 phantoms, distinguishing the real body was utterly impossible. This is the 8th shadow step. He has stepped into the 9th shadow of the 8th shadow step. Lu Muzhou recalled the tales circulating from the capital, spoken of with great admiration. You are Lu Muzhou. He stammered, trembling as he pointed at Lin Chen. With a single strike, a head fell to the ground. Lin Chen activated the dragon armor, simultaneously revealing his true strength, determined to eliminate everyone in the shortest time possible. The structure here was unstable. Lin Chen had to ensure absolute safety. Thus, he no longer concealed his power, displaying it openly. Under Lin Chen's full assault, who could stand as his opponent, all were slain, just as Hua Yun had previously stated. They had no opportunity to react. After dispatching these individuals, Lin Chen made a brief effort to conceal any traces of his methods. This was a precautionary measure, within the perception of the Black Dragon. There were no others nearby, and that girl was still unconscious. Posing no problems, Lin Chen murmured, he believed his identity would remain undisclosed. Thus, Lin Chen began to plunder, seizing all their spatial rings, including Lu Nan's. These were all his spoils of war, with Lu Nan included. Picking up Lu Nan, Lin Chen entered another cave space, one that was relatively cleaner. He casually placed Lu Nan down and began to examine his recent acquisitions. Quite satisfactory. It was no wonder this expedition team could delve deep into the 10-story mountain range. Their loot surpassed that of mere bandits and thieves, although there was not an abundance of items. Most were exquisite and highly useful, significantly aiding in the enhancement of combat power. The most substantial haul was undoubtedly Hua Yun's spatial ring, which contained a commendable collection. Moreover, due to his need to refine the 3 serpent pill, he had already gathered 2 other serpent demon cores, perfect for the Black Dragon to devour. The Gale Step, a 5th-tier movement technique. Lin Chen extracted a scroll, which recorded a method of movement. It was indeed the technique Hua Yun had previously employed, greatly enhancing speed, which Lin Chen gladly accepted. After spending a little time, he grasped the essence of the Gale Step. As for the remaining pills, spiritual treasures, and such, Lin Chen glanced over them, categorizing and organizing them. In the future, whether to exchange for spirit stones or other useful materials, they would all prove valuable. What about this girl, Lu Nan, the so-called heir of the 7 alleys? Lin Chen began to inspect Lu Nan's spatial ring. He paid no heed to the pills and treasures, as they paled in comparison to Hua Yun's. However, one item caught his attention. It was a key, as Lin Chen withdrew an oddly shaped elongated stone. It bore engraved markings, seemingly resembling a key, and faintly, a few ancient characters were visible, a script scarcely used in modern times. Lin Chen could only decipher one character. Liu.it must pertain to Lu Nan's surname. The Lu clan once resided in the 7 alleys, did they not? Lin Chen pondered. However, everything could only be inquired about once Lu Nan awoke. Lin Chen felt this key must hold significant importance. Connected to the so-called treasure of the 7 alleys, naturally, he would keep it safe. Then, Lin Chen continued to rummage. Quite a number of talismans, crafted by that talisman master. Regrettably, I cannot wield talismans. Lin Chen shook his head. Talisman crafted by a talisman master still had some utility. However, lacking the talisman master's control, its effectiveness would be diminished, rendering it rather inconsequential. This alchemist, indeed a practitioner of dubious arts, had not produced many standard healing or supportive pills. Yet an array of peculiar effect potions emerged in abundance. Lin Chen scoffed. This alchemist was likely even more ruthless than Hua Yun. Oh, yet another aphrodisiac. Expertly disguised, not simple at all, it was concealed within a bottle of healing pills. Causing Lin Chen to feel somewhat speechless, men always seem to share an odd understanding in peculiar places. Could it be that Wang Laojiu procured his goods from this alchemist, and this vial is top-shelf product? Lin Chen held the potion bottle, planning to destroy it, as it was nothing but a harmful item. Hand over the healing pills to me. At another cave entrance, a figure approached, exuding a somewhat weak aura. It was that demon hunter. Chapter 34. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Chen was indeed taken aback. He had not expected the other party to seek him out first. However, while this individual was a woman, she was undoubtedly fierce, exhibiting none of the gentleness associated with femininity. Exceedingly wild, the collapse of the Lingyun Serpent Cave was entirely due to her. Otherwise, Lin Chen would have long escaped with the treasure. How could he have been trapped here? Of course, her survival was within reason, as she had initiated the demon-attracting blood explosion. Naturally being the first to realize the cave could collapse, she had likely retreated to a relatively safe area beforehand. However, at this moment, she seemed to be in poor condition, bearing wounds. After employing the demon-attracting blood explosion, her strength had waned, and then she had forcefully attempted to command other beasts, resulting in a backlash? Lin Chen considered this possibility, though he could not be certain. Xiaoya glared at Lin Chen with resentment. That scoundrel who intercepted her. She drew back her longbow, her arrow aimed squarely at Lin Chen, eager to strike him down without hesitation. However, she was in dire need of healing. The medicinal pills she had brought with her had already been depleted, and her injuries were only temporarily stabilized. Healing at a painfully slow pace. Forcing the use of blood explosion on a fourth-tier monster was indeed too ambitious. It was reckless. It was only natural that the situation had escalated to this point. This medicine cannot heal you. Allow me to exchange it for another vial, Lin Chen suggested. The opponent wielded a bow, maintaining a considerable distance from him. Even if Lin Chen unleashed his full potential and employed the newly learned Gale Step, he would be unable to subdue her before she could release her arrow. This presented a perilous risk, for if she were to shoot at the rocky wall, the ensuing collapse could lead to a deadly predicament. Nevertheless, Lin Chen believed that she was merely reckless and wild, but certainly not foolish enough to engage in a mutually destructive act. No, I insist on this vial, Xiaoya replied through clenched teeth. How could she trust someone like Lin Chen? His underhanded tactics were utterly shameless. If she allowed him to replace her medicine, who knew what he might give her, and she would undoubtedly suffer greatly as a result. Lin Chen felt somewhat helpless. This was an aphrodisiac. After the incident with Zhang Tianxue, he genuinely did not wish to give such a substance to a young woman. After all, he was a normal man. Yet, this demon-hunting girl clearly did not trust him. And her wild temperament left him uncertain of her potential actions. Reluctantly, he decided to comply with her wishes and toss the medicine vial her way. This medicine is problematic. I advise against consuming it, Lin Chen cautioned, offering a genuine warning. Xiaoya regarded him with skepticism as she picked up the vial, opening it to inhale its contents. The scent unmistakably belonged to a healing elixir, and it was of the 4th tier. Precisely what she required. However, Xiaoya inquired, what is wrong with this medicine? Lin Chen hesitated for a moment before responding. It contains an aphrodisiac, procured from a nefarious apothecary. Consuming it will not only fail to aid your injuries but may also lead you to develop feelings for me. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya shot him a derisive glance. Do you take me for a fool? She scoffed. Such clumsy rhetoric, even mentioning an aphrodisiac, was merely an attempt to prevent her recovery, fearing a loss of control over the situation. It was truly foolish. She recognized that he sought to exploit her gender's vulnerability by deliberately referencing the aphrodisiac. Even if she suspected this was merely a healing elixir, she found herself hesitating, reluctant to ingest it. This was a psychological maneuver. This man was utterly despicable and detestable. You underestimate me, Xiaoye replied coldly, casting a disdainful look at Lin Chen. Such petty tricks could never work on her. Lin Chen's only advantage lay in his stealth and his ability to see in the dark. Now, in this face-to-face confrontation, she felt no fear of him, confirming once more that it was indeed a healing elixir. Xiaoya placed her trust in her judgment and promptly consumed it. She needed to expedite her recovery. Lin Chen sighed inwardly as he rummaged through his spatial ring, preparing a thick bundle of hemp rope. To be honest, she possessed considerable talent, a rare gift for demon hunting, and Lin Chen had no desire to harm her. Moreover, it was he who had acted first. Inflicting harm upon her would weigh heavily on his conscience. As Xiaoya swallowed the elixir, a surge of warmth coursed through her body. Xiaoya felt a twinge of surprise that a healing elixir should transform into a gentle warmth. However, this potent energy was an uncharacteristically intense heat, far exceeding any healing elixir she had previously ingested. Just a 4th-tier healing elixir, it shouldn't be this extreme. Wait, something felt off. Xiaoya sensed that the fiery energy was gathering in peculiar places, and her body's temperature was rising rapidly. Even her mind involuntarily conjured vivid, alluring images. Xiaoye realized that something was amiss. A grave problem had arisen. This was indeed an aphrodisiac. You. Xiaoye glared fiercely at Lin Chen. Yet, those wild, expressive eyes, in this moment, brimmed with an unexpected allure. Appearing more like a sulking child than a figure of rage, that I warned you it was an aphrodisiac. It was your disbelief. Lin Chen sighed. You scoundrel, Xiaoye seethed in fury, hurling the vial to the ground. She recognized that she had been duped, that insufferable scoundrel. He was on the third tier. He had anticipated her thoughts, deliberately revealing the truth about the aphrodisiac, thereby making her more confident in her judgment and lowering her guard. What a cunning and treacherous individual. Xiaoye now yearned to shoot Lin Chen with an arrow or obliterate the rocky wall. No, wait. This man might be on the fourth tier. He had deduced that she would lose her temper and act irrationally. If the cave were to collapse again, they would be trapped in an even more dire situation, leaving her with no chance of escape, destined to endure relentless humiliation in that confined space. How infuriating! Xiaoye gritted her teeth. She glared at Lin Chen, her gaze so lethal that he would have perished several times over if looks could kill. Then, she swiftly fled, unwilling to linger there a moment longer. She needed to find a place to endure until the effects of the elixir wore off, after which she would return to exact her revenge on that scoundrel. Lin Chen shook his head. What was this girl truly here for? It mattered little. Let her be. Lin Chen tossed the collected demon cores to the black dragon, gradually enhancing his strength. After about a quarter of an hour, Lunan slowly regained consciousness. That I'm not dead? Lunan exclaimed in surprise, and then fully awakened, hastily checking her body. She was unharmed. Lunan looked at Lin Chen. Did you save me? She asked incredulously. I did. Lin Chen nodded. What about Hua Yun and the others? I killed them all, Lin Chen replied. Lunan opened her mouth, eventually letting out a sigh, feeling somewhat disheartened. After a moment, she spoke. You saved me for the 7 alley treasure. Didn't you? Naturally, Lin Chen admitted without reservation regarding his intentions. Lunan offered a bitter smile. You were quite frank. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she inquired, if I refuse to cooperate, do you intend to kill me? I won't, but afterward, we will part ways, Lin Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Lunan felt a pang of bitterness. It seemed there was a semblance of choice, yet ultimately, it felt as though there was none. The 7 alley treasure, even I do not know what it truly is, nor whether it exists. Why are you also fixated on it? Lunan sighed. It sounds worth a try, Lin Chen countered. Lunan faltered, so this man had only learned of the 7 alley treasure from Hua Yun, which was why he saved her. All right, if we can escape, I will take you to the 7 alley. Though I cannot guarantee we will find the treasure, Lunan declared. She glanced around, then curiously asked, why did you throw the 4th tier healing elixir on the ground? Don't you want it? I am injured and could use it. Don't. Lin Chen's expression changed as he quickly called out. Not that kind of scenario again. Chapter 35. Colorless demon spider. Lunan paused for a moment before realizing something. She smiled and said, is this Lu Muzhou's elixir? Evidently, she possesses some knowledge of Lu Muzhou, aware of his duplicitous nature and his creation of numerous sinister elixirs. This must be a special potion disguised as a healing elixir. Let us destroy it, Lunan suggested. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Lunan's reaction filled him with relief. He then raised his hand to seize the vial of elixir, crushing it without hesitation. He then handed Lunan a legitimate elixir. She acknowledged with a nod, consumed the elixir, and began her recovery. She did not request Lin Chen to return her spatial ring. It seemed unnecessary, as he was not one to negotiate easily. Having it taken away was of little consequence. It was merely an external possession, as long as she remained alive and unhumiliated. That was the best outcome. This display of composure elevated Lin Chen's opinion of her. Although Lunan's talent was somewhat inferior to that of Zhang Tianxue or the earlier demon-slaying girl, she exhibited a maturity and sophistication far beyond theirs. Lin Chen appreciated engaging with such individuals. Lunan focused intently on mending her injuries. Lin Chen remained vigilant, aware of the unpredictable return of the wild girl, whom he feared could wreak havoc. It was not that he was incapable of fighting her. Rather, he was wary of the potential destruction she could unleash upon their surroundings. This girl was indeed capable of such feats. Half a day later, Lunan had fully recuperated, her spirit and vitality restored, her gaze sharp and resolute, far from that of a frail woman. Let us proceed. We shall act in concert. I will ensure your safety while you guide me to the 7 alleys. Lin Chen declared. Very well, Lunan replied. And as they exited their resting cave, they ventured onward. The path remained treacherous, with numerous areas blocked, necessitating utmost caution to navigate through it. As they progressed, they encountered numerous bloodstains and dismembered corpses strewn about. Lin Chen spotted Shou Qing, a formidable general under Wang Tianyuan, at the 8th level of the Thousand June realm, in impressive strength. Yet, in this moment, he lay crushed beneath a boulder, his lower body reduced to a mere mass of flesh. Even the might of the Thousand June could not withstand such immense force. Lin Chen's expression remained unperturbed as he approached to collect the spoils of battle, various elixirs, materials, and more. After thoroughly inspecting the remains, he uncovered a scroll that a sword technique as the martial arts master executed his profoundly intricate needle technique. The strands he conjured were still threads, yet they were far from the power of the colorless demon spider. The needle spider, this particular demon spider, could not weave webs, for its threads were too resilient and utterly devoid of any flexibility. Consequently, it could not rely on webs to ensnare its prey. Instead, it pierced its victims with its threads, delivering a lethal strike. Just like the earlier thread, which could penetrate even a longsword, demonstrating its terrifying piercing power, ordinary armor was utterly inadequate for defense against it. Astonishingly, both types of demon spiders had taken residence here. Their alliance would undoubtedly yield unforeseen consequences, rendering the situation exceedingly precarious. Be cautious. Retreat for now, Lin Chen intoned gravely. Lu Nen nodded, her expression grave. Possessing the strength of the 3rd level of qi, she was not weak. Wielding her sword, she could sever the threads with her martial skills, though it would require considerable effort. With an abundance of spoils, Lin Chen was unafraid of the expenditure for the needle spider. Lin Chen would confront it. The sound of clashing metal echoed incessantly. Lin Chen boldly brandished his massive shield to withstand the threads. Thus, the two retreated continuously, the threads behind them still weak and not fully spread, allowing them to escape. However, at that moment, a thunderous crash resonated as rocks were shattered beside them, a powerful wave of energy surging forth. Wang Tianyuan, he is still alive. Wang Tianyuan burst through the rock wall, entering this subterranean space. The sudden appearance of a formidable foe alerted the demon spiders, prompting them to refrain from launching further attacks. Clearly, they had shifted to a watchful stance, biding their time. Wang Tianyuan, accompanied by a handful of fierce warriors, stepped inside. Though their numbers had dwindled significantly, the rest had likely perished in the collapse. The instant Wang Tianyuan entered, he noticed Lin Chen and Lu Nan. "It's you?" Wang Tianyuan roared in fury. How could he forget that it was Lin Chen who had snatched the fortune he coveted? The purple Miss Thunder Lotus was his initial discovery, and he had expended a great price to use the evil blood bodhi merely to seize that lotus seed for the purpose of marrow cleansing. Yet, it had been snatched away by Lin Chen. "You insolent boy, daring to steal my possessions. Do you now regret your actions?" Wang Tianyuan glared coldly at Lin Chen, a cruel smile curving his lips. "Your regret is inconsequential. I shall flay you alive, and you will understand the consequences of crossing me." Wang Tianyuan sneered, his heart racing with excitement. He had initially believed he would leave empty-handed, but now it appeared he would emerge victorious. Should he succeed in the marrow cleansing, he might even break through to the intent realm. As for eliminating Lin Chen, that was merely a matter of raising his hand. A petty opportunist standing before him was destined to die. "You may try," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. To face death and still speak defiantly. Wang Tianyuan seethed, his murderous intent surging forth, and he prepared to strike Lin Chen down immediately. Yet, Wang Tianyuan suddenly hesitated, his ruthless and bloodthirsty demeanor not clouding his intelligence. He restrained his urge to kill. Instead, he motioned with his hand. "Sig, as long as he is swift enough, the threads of the needle spider cannot harm him." A troop of imbeciles, inept and naively foolish, dares to dream of ensnaring this fierce tiger. How ludicrous! With a single punch, he strikes down with overwhelming force. The crimson radiance amplifies the might of Wang Tianyuan's blow to a terrifying degree. An unstoppable force. Yet, it misses its mark. The punch creates a massive crater in the ground, while Lin Chen has already retreated, his feet moving as if propelled by a fierce wind, accelerating to more than double his speed. Gale steps, but such a trivial skill. How many times can it evade? Wang Tianyuan growls, his body lunging forward like a ferocious tiger, his speed surpassing that of before. A punch surges forth, its energy akin to a cannonball. However, Lin Chen does not evade this time. Instead, the brilliance of his sword suddenly ignites. Explosive sword technique. Xiaoya watches, somewhat astonished. Lin Chen chooses to confront head-on. How could this be? It is certain he cannot withstand it. Wang Tianyuan shares this belief. Has he given up? Then he shall perish. As the punch collides with the sword, the violent force instantly shatters the sword's radiance, yet the punch's momentum is significantly diminished. Lin Chen deftly sidesteps this strike, swiftly countering with a reverse thrust of his sword, capitalizing on the moment Wang Tianyuan is caught off guard. What? Wang Tianyuan is alarmed and hastily retaliates. The energy surges. Lin Chen's sword barely pierces Wang Tianyuan's skin. Yet, this is already quite remarkable. Lunan gasps in shock. Against Wang Tianyuan, Lin Chen has managed to wound him first. How can his strength be so formidable? Damn it. He has used the lotus seed. Xiaoya grits her silver teeth. She is filled with rage. That was rightfully hers. Given Lin Chen's level, it was impossible for him to diminish so much of the punch's power just moments ago. Thus, there is only one possibility. He has used the lotus seed of the Zixia Thunder Lotus, successfully washing his marrow and strengthening his body tremendously, with the might of his physical form. He now possesses the force of 1,000 June. Although he still falls short of the 9th level of the 1,000 June realm, he has gained a certain degree of counterbalancing power. Wang Tianyuan's eyes brim with fury that he naturally realizes this aspect. That lotus seed was undoubtedly his. Yet now it has been refined and utilized by Lin Chen. Consequently, even if he kills Lin Chen, he will not attain the lotus seed. Wang Tianyuan roars, bloodshot eyes ablaze. He is determined to rend Lin Chen's body into 1,000 pieces. Wang Tianyuan is enveloped in bloodlight, resembling a ferocious, bloodthirsty tiger. As he madly charges at Lin Chen, both speed and strength are once again elevated. Even if Lin Chen has successfully washed his marrow, he will find it challenging to withstand. However, a phantom suddenly appears around Lin Chen. It is the image of a flood dragon. Dragon's garb. A fierce aura rushes forth. So what if Wang Tianyuan is like a ferocious tiger? Before the flood dragon, he must bow. The dragon's garb grants Lin Chen a comprehensive enhancement in combat prowess. In an instant, he matches Wang Tianyuan's speed. A sword slashes forth. Thunder roars. Thunderous 9 swords. As the rumble of thunder echoes, Lin Chen's speed increases even further, moving as swiftly as lightning, surpassing even Wang Tianyuan. How is this possible? Wang Tianyuan is taken aback. This is entirely beyond his expectations. Lin Chen's speed is astonishing, and the might of his sword instills a sense of threat. Thunder cracks. Lin Chen's sword, accompanied by the brilliance of lightning, descends. Wang Tianyuan attempts to counter. His overwhelming energy should easily surpass Lin Chen's, rendering it difficult to penetrate. Yet this time, he fails to block in time and is injured. Wang Tianyuan's fury surges within, the crimson light malignantly flickering as it sweeps across. Since he has already been struck by Lin Chen's sword, he must ensure Lin Chen pays a far greater price. However, Lin Chen is even faster. One sword follows another in seamless succession, a continuous onslaught without pause. In this moment, Lin Chen aims to fully integrate the thunderous 9 swords through practical combat. Chapter 38, The 10th Sword. Once more, the lightning flickers. Lin Chen's second sword brings Wang Tianyuan face to face with the specter of death. It aims for his neck. Wang Tianyuan bellows. Forced to abandon his punch, he violently twists his neck, almost contorted. Yet, his formidable strength and profound realm allow him to endure this maneuver without sustaining injury. He evades Lin Chen's strike. Indeed, Wang Tianyuan possesses some skill and a wealth of combat experience. Yet when it comes to combat experience, Lin Chen surpasses him. Seizing the initiative, he cannot afford to give Wang Tianyuan a chance to adjust. Gale steps. Lin Chen advances, extinguishing Wang Tianyuan's intent to retreat. Thunder roaring as yet another sword slashes forth. This is the martial skill obtained from Zhou Qing, the thunderous 9 swords. How can you wield it? Wang Tianyuan is utterly astonished. He recognizes it as Zhou Qing's 5th-tier martial skill, intended for exchange for a 5th-tier sword technique. How can Lin Chen possibly execute it? Could it be that Zhou Qing has perished, leaving this skill to Lin Chen? Yet, in such a short time, he has managed to cultivate the thunderous 9 swords to this extent. Regardless, one thing is certain. Lin Chen cannot fully harness the power of the thunderous 9 swords that at most, he can wield 4 swords. Even if he is truly gifted, possessing extraordinary talent, what of the 5th sword? 5 swords. Wang Tianyuan is confident he can withstand, and once the 5th sword concludes, it shall be his turn to counterattack. Thunder crackles. Lin Chen continues to unleash sword strikes, each one sharper than the last, compelling Wang Tianyuan to defend with all his might, yet he remains injured. For swords, the 4th sword, Wang Tianyuan's heart trembles, preparing to seize the moment Lin Chen's sword technique concludes to counterattack. However, the lightning roars once more. The 5th sword. Very well, you are indeed a prodigy. But today I shall extinguish your brilliance, Wang Tianyuan sneers. Reveling in the thrill of snuffing out a talent before it fully matures, the fifth sword, Wang Tianyuan counters with his long knife, the immense force reverberating, causing his grip to fracture. Moreover, the thunder renders him numb. His movement slightly delayed, yet he accepts this, for it paves the way for his violent counterattack. Tyrant's Blade, a powerful surge of energy erupts from Wang Tianyuan's body, the violent force akin to 1,000 June. Not to mention the enhancement from the evil blood-bodied, he aims to sever Lin Chen's body with a single stroke. Of course, this requires precise timing. Wang Tianyuan wears a cold smile, experienced enough to know precisely when the moment is right. He will seize it. Why is there no pause whatsoever? Lin Chen has unleashed 5 swords, which should be his limit. From here on, whether he continues attacking or retreats, he must change his style. That would present an opportunity. But why is there none? Lin Chen's sword continues to slash forward, and with each strike, its power grows to no sign of hesitation whatsoever. Is he truly preparing for the 6th sword? Wang Tianyuan is shaken. Could it be he was mistaken? Lin Chen did not acquire the thunderous 9 swords from Zhou Qing, but has been cultivating it himself all along. I refuse to believe you can unleash a complete 9 swords. Wang Tianyuan bellows that he can wait no longer, summoning all his strength to swing his long knife against Lin Chen. Yet Lin Chen has already initiated his attack, his sword strikes pressing forward at the most ferocious momentum. Even if Wang Tianyuan's combat prowess exceeds Lin Chen's, he cannot hold out against this onslaught. He is being relentlessly suppressed. The 7th sword, the 8th sword. Lin Chen's understanding of the thunderous 9 swords deepens with each clash. Especially given that Wang Tianyuan is a commendable opponent, providing ample pressure that allows him to unleash the full force of the thunderous 9 swords. I refuse to believe you can unleash the 9th sword. Wang Tianyuan roars. He has sustained severe injuries, numerous sword marks covering his body, one so deep it reveals bone. He is utterly overwhelmed. He can contend with a 4th-tier demon serpent, yet cannot withstand a mere brat of the tyrant's realm. Tyrant's Blade. Wang Tianyuan, driven to madness, abandons defense, intent on killing Lin Chen with this strike. Even if it costs him half his life, he cares not. Moreover, he does not believe Lin Chen can unleash the 9th sword. Boom! Thunder erupts violently, countless bolts of lightning roaring. Lin Chen, the 9th sword, has he truly mastered it directly? Lunan gasps thunderous 9 swords. The 10th sword, a strike that transcends all limits. Wang Tianyuan's gaze was vacant. His body cleaved in two, struggling to comprehend the existence of yet another sword. In contrast, Lin Chen's expression exhibited little change upon vanquishing Wang Tianyuan. The thunderous 9 swords, after all, were merely 5th-grade martial techniques. With his current talents surpassing those of the past, he had effortlessly mastered the complete sequence of 9 swords after merely rehearsing them in his mind a few times. However, the true essence of the 10th sword, which eclipsed the 9 swords, required practical experience to refine. Wang Tianyuan served as an excellent sparring partner, allowing Lin Chen to grasp the 10th sword. Of course, the presence of the Zixia Thunder Lotus also played a significant role. The 10th sword wielded power nearly equivalent to that of a 6th-grade martial technique, compensating for considerable combat strength in the absence of Tian Tong. This fellow, is he even human? Lunan found it difficult to remain calm. She was acutely aware that Lin Chen had barely engaged with that martial technique for half a day before mastering its essence and surpassing the limits of martial arts. It was astonishing indeed. Xiaoya was equally taken aback. She had hoped for Wang Tianyuan to eliminate that scoundrel, preferably in a manner that left no trace behind. Yet here was Lin Chen who had slain Wang Tianyuan instead. Lin Chen's prowess genuinely left Xiaoya in awe. His talent was indeed extraordinary. Worthless fool. Xiaoya gritted her teeth, cursing Wang Tianyuan under her breath. At that moment, she began to weave her fingers, forming intricate seals. Having suffered greatly at Lin Chen's hands and endured humiliation, she could not let it go unpunished. The strands of silk quivered. Xiaoya commanded a demonic spider, preparing to strike at Lin Chen. Lin Chen had little to say. The other party's reckless nature rendered words ineffective. It seemed the only way to assert dominance was through strength. Chapter 39. A fragile consensus. Given Lin Chen's current strength, it was not without possibility that he could breach the strands and reach Xiaoya. As long as he closed the distance, he believed he would not be defeated. Xiaoya harbored confidence as well. As long as she maintained her distance, she would not be vanquished. May I speak? Lunan hastily interjected. Neither side was benevolent, and she had no desire to become collateral damage. As long as Lin Chen was alive, He remained a potential ally who could assist her in escaping this place. However, Xiaoye was far too wild. The collapse of the Lingyun Serpent Cave was a result of her employing a certain forbidden technique that incited chaos among the beasts. Such a girl, while undeniably beautiful, was utterly unapproachable. In the current situation, it was imperative to unite forces in search of an escape. There was no need for a life-or-death confrontation. Lin Chen quickly asserted, "You are all stealthily waiting for an opportunity. In the end, the one with superior skills will naturally seize the fortune. Why resort to slaughter? This scoundrel is utterly shameless and despicable. You dare speak for him. Are you not afraid he will poison you?" Xiaoye retorted through gritted teeth. Poison? Lin Chen, being astute, immediately recalled the drugs that had been knocked to the ground. She quickly clarified that medicine was concocted by a former partner of mine. He had a penchant for disguising various malevolent concoctions as healing elixirs and other legitimate pills. "I believe you may have misunderstood, dear lady. It was merely a case of mistaken identity." Upon hearing this, Xiaoye paused momentarily. Indeed, her desire to eliminate Lin Chen stemmed entirely from the fact that he had administered an aphrodisiac to her, leaving her in a state of profound embarrassment, barely enduring until the effects subsided. As for the matter of seizing fortune, while she felt a surge of anger, it did not drive her to disregard reality and insist on a fatal outcome. Lin Chen had never intended to engage Xiaoye in battle. He continued, following Lin Chan's lead. "I told you from the start that the medicine was not to be consumed. I only retrieved it with the intention of destroying it." Lin Chen nodded vigorously in agreement. "Yes, he has already destroyed that medicine. See, I did not consume it either." Xiaoye narrowed her eyes, letting out a soft snort. "You are not as beautiful as I am." Lin Chan's temples throbbed with frustration. "You two better hope to perish together." It was evident that those lurking in the shadows, waiting to fish in troubled waters, were all nefarious individuals. Lin Chen spoke slowly. "This place is rather peculiar. The colorless demonic spider and the needle-shooting demonic spider are not commonly encountered beasts. Perhaps a more formidable presence lurks here. It was possible that a higher bloodline demonic spider resided here, such as the stone golem queen spider. In the past, within treacherous mountains along the border, Lin Chen had encountered spider nests before. The rulers of these nests were often a singular female queen spider. In this region, including several surrounding empires, there were only a handful of types of queen spiders commonly found. Among the rarest was a kind known as the stone golem queen spider. The stone golem queen spider possessed the most potent bloodline among these queens and was renowned for its formidable illusionary abilities. It was a beast with an exceptionally powerful mental force. Lin Chen was currently unable to ascertain the species of the queen spider ruling this nest. He mentioned the stone golem queen spider because he understood the immense temptation it posed for spirit tamers. Due to the stone golem queen spider's powerful mental force, commanding it was exceedingly challenging, thus presenting a significant test for spirit taming arts. However, once successful, it would undoubtedly propel one's mastery of spirit taming forward. Spirit tamers often sought out beasts with strong mental forces or even intelligence as foundational stones for their growth. Although this young spirit tamer was exceptionally gifted, it was likely that she had never had the chance to command a higher bloodline beast, let alone a stone golem queen spider. The allure it held for her was undoubtedly immense. As expected, Xiaoye's expression shifted, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In fact, her current excursion was aimed precisely at locating a higher bloodline beast for taming. Always prideful, she naturally sought high challenges. If she could find a beast with a strong mental force, or one endowed with intelligence, it would be even better. Xiaoye hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from making a move. "I do not require your assistance," she stated with a huff. "Of course," Lin Chen nodded. Not requiring help was certainly preferable. He had no desire to clash with Xiaoye at this juncture, that was all. Having reached a considerable consensus, Xiaoye withdrew her seals, and the colorless demonic spider and needle-shooting demonic spider descended from the cave's apex, landing on her with remarkable docility. This display was indeed impressive. Naturally, this was a spider nest. It could not consist of merely two demonic spiders. Xiaoye had only commanded two of them, making passage through this area no simple feat yet. With the two spiders she commanded, Xiaoye was able to gauge the positions of the remaining spiders. Even if the colorless demonic spider was invisible to the naked eye, they shared a unique connection among themselves. Xiaoye drew forth her longbow, beginning to unleash a barrage of arrows. Each shot was precise, exhibiting astonishing power, striking true and piercing through without exception. Naturally, provoked by the assault and sensing the threat, the demonic spiders began to screech in response. A flurry of threads, akin to steel needles, shot down like a torrential rain. Lin Chen seized another long sword, its blade crackling with energy, as he swiftly slashed through the onslaught of threads, creating a shimmering barrier that deflected nearly all of them. Lu Nen also joined the fray. Though not particularly strong, she was far from weak and could manage to protect herself. Xiaoya scoffed, displeased that Lin Chen had shielded her from numerous threads. She required no one as protection. However, despite her wild nature, she was not devoid of rationality. Recognizing what needed to be done, she continued to fire arrows, hunting down the demonic spiders. It was only after a quarter of an hour that the battle subsided. The path ahead cleared of demonic spiders. Meanwhile, Xiaoya had commanded more than 10 demonic spiders. This fellow possesses truly formidable mental strength, simultaneously commanding 10 demonic spiders without appearing overly strained. Where exactly is his limit? With the demonic spiders vanquished, their webs could no longer obstruct their path. They advanced onward. However, the subterranean space proved unexpectedly vast, presenting a narrow, elongated terrain, leaving them uncertain of where it would ultimately lead. After traversing a relatively constricted area, Lin Chen and his companions entered a far more expansive underground chamber, where the sound of rushing water could be heard. Below lay a turbulent subterranean river. Lin Chen's expression shifted suddenly, his gaze darting to one side. There, webs were densely woven, yet now entirely stained with blood, transformed into a vivid crimson that in the darkness. The red webs were particularly eerie, and within their tangled depths lay a massive demonic serpent. It was ensnared, clearly having endured a fierce struggle. Its flesh had been torn, rotting, and bloodied, with bones protruding outward. Countless strands of silk lay severed around it. Yet, it had ultimately failed to free itself and perished here. Nevertheless, its blood still flowed, indicating it had only recently met its demise. It was that fourth-grade demonic serpent. A glimmer flickered in Lin Chen's eyes, filled with keen anticipation. Chapter 40. Stone Golem Queen Spider. This serpent possessed a potent bloodline. Precisely what Lin Chen sought. It appears that when the serpent's lair collapsed, the fourth-tier demon serpent narrowly escaped disaster, entering this subterranean space through the fissured passage. However, fortune did not favor it for long, as it found itself ensnared at the very heart of a spider's nest, ultimately meeting its demise within the web. The death of this serpent, a treasure of flesh and blood for other demon beasts, would undoubtedly prompt swift consumption, remarked Xiaoya with a calm demeanor. Utilizing a shared vision with the colorless demon spider, she glimpsed the lifeless fourth-tier serpent in the darkness. A flicker of anticipation igniting within her as she pondered the identity of the spider that resided here. Lu Nen let out a sigh, leaning against a nearby surface in an attempt to conceal herself in the shadows. She could only perceive a dimly lit area illuminated by luminous stones, unable to discern anything beyond that. Two prodigies. Go play. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, then held his breath, focusing intently as he awaited the appearance of the demon spider. Moments later, both Lin Chen and Xiaoya were jolted by a surge of energy. It was coming. The allure of the fourth-tier serpent's flesh had proven too enticing. With the prey now deceased, the web-weaving spider, as the hunter, could no longer restrain itself and emerged from its concealed lair. A barely audible sound reached Lin Chen's ears. Yet he was already attuned to it. Within the vision of the black dragon, a spider the size of a black bull crawled along the web. Its mere appearance induced a disorienting sensation, for it was cloaked in a formidable exoskeleton, its legs, head, and the edges of its thorax adorned with sharp barbs, exuding a particularly menacing aura. This demon spider, shrouded in pitch black, bore white patterns interspersed throughout its body. From a distance, it resembled a ghastly visage, and if one gazed too long, an overwhelming dizziness would ensue, as if one's very soul were being drawn in. This is an illusion. The Gargoyle Queen Spider. Lin Chen felt a jolt of realization. Although he had speculated beforehand, he was taken aback to discover that it was indeed the Gargoyle Queen Spider. He cast a glance at Xiaoya, whose eyes sparkled with fervor. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, her energy swirling around her as she began to invoke her demon-repelling techniques. With both hands in motion, she executed several hand seals in a mere breath. The seals shimmered with light, swirling around her to amplify the power of her demon-repelling arts. Subsequently, a special arrow materialized in her hand, its shaft etched with intricate patterns extending to the tip, while its fletching was crafted from the feathers of a soul-devouring eagle. The soul-settling arrow. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This artifact served as an exceptional aid for demon repellers, and to date, He only knew of the prominent demon repellers supported by the royal family, who possessed such an arrow. He wondered from whom this girl had received her teachings. The soul-settling arrow could instill fear into spirits, significantly aiding in the art of demon repelling that a demon repeller could fire the arrow prior to engaging, causing the demon beast spirit to become agitated and chaotic, thereby hindering its ability to resist the repelling force, resulting in a far more efficient outcome. Yet, the gargoyle queen spider was no ordinary demon beast. Its mental fortitude was formidable, bolstered by a superior bloodline. One arrow alone might not yield miraculous results. However, Lin Chen kept this assessment to himself, fully aware that Xiaoye would not heed his counsel. Moreover, she undoubtedly possessed her own confidence. Xiaoye acted decisively, bending her bow and releasing the arrow. The soul-settling arrow shot forth with incredible speed. Invisible ripples radiated around the arrow like a vortex, enveloping the gargoyle queen spider in an aura of soul-capturing power. The arrow was aimed at the gargoyle queen spider, which had intended to feast upon the fourth-tier serpent's flesh, a temptation too great to resist. Suddenly, it sensed the incoming soul-settling arrow and erupted into a frenzied scream. A sound so piercing it threatened to shatter eardrums. This cacophony induced a sensation of dizziness, as if one's head were on the verge of bursting. It was as if the soul itself were convulsing, plunging into a brief void, and an array of chaotic images began to flood the mind, utterly uncontrollable. This was a mental onslaught, akin to the effects of the soul-settling arrow. Lin Chen quickly fortified his mind, knowing that if he lost his mental grip, illusions would supplant his current perceptions, leading to a state of confusion, manipulated by phantasms that in such a scenario, they would become the gargoyle queen spider's next meal. Xiaoye let out a muffled groan, yet her gaze remained sharp. She anticipated the gargoyle queen spider's counterattack, and as a demon repeller, her own mental prowess was formidable, ensuring she would not be easily overwhelmed. In the next moment, the power of the soul-settling arrow took effect. The gargoyle queen spider's scream ceased, and it began to writhe atop the web, its 8 legs flailing wildly. The arrow had proven effective, rendering the gargoyle queen spider as if intoxicated. Its mental fluctuations rapidly diminished, leaving it in a state of vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoye deftly employed her demon-repelling arts, unleashing several hand seals towards the gargoyle queen spider. All that was needed was a direct hit. What followed would be a mental duel between Xiaoye and the gargoyle queen spider. Roar! It was the gargoyle queen spider, its ghastly visage glowing ominously as it forcefully suppressed the effects of the soul-settling arrow. Regaining clarity, it evaded the demon-repelling seal and turned its wrath towards Xiaoye, shrieking maniacally. As its voice echoed through the subterranean chamber, a rustling sound emerged from all directions. A multitude of demon spiders converging upon them. The gargoyle queen spider's demonic power surged violently, unleashing a tidal wave of mental pressure aimed at breaking through Lin Chen and Xiaoye's defenses. Lunan's eyes had begun to lose their luster, her mind overwhelmed and likely ensnared in an illusion. Clang, clang, clang. Several sounds erupted as Lin Chen swiftly severed the webs shot by the demon spiders. That I will help you deal with the gargoyle queen spider. But the fourth-tier serpent is mine, Lin Chen declared in a low voice, his gaze sharp as a blade. The mental assault of the gargoyle queen spider was insufficient to topple him. If anything, the agony of his soul conjured images from the imperial court, intensifying his murderous intent. Xiaoye was likewise commanding the demon spiders she had previously controlled to resist. Yet she understood that she could no longer hope to subdue the gargoyle queen spider alone. She lacked the strength to fend off the relentless tide of approaching demon spiders. Unless they retreated immediately, cooperation was their only option. The soul-settling arrow had already been loosed, and retreating now would only exacerbate the difficulties of any future return. All right, Xiaoye bit her lip, feeling a sense of frustration, but now was not the time for anger. They must first subdue the gargoyle queen spider. If successful, her path as a demon repeller would surely extend far beyond this moment. Thus, Lin Chen positioned himself protectively before Xiaoye, his dragon-like aura swirling around them, lightning crackling along the edge of his sword. He would block all incoming attacks, creating an opportunity for Xiaoye to harness the gargoyle queen spider. Whether they would succeed depended entirely on Xiaoye's capabilities. If they failed, retreat would be their only recourse. Xiaoye concentrated fully, disregarding everything else as she focused all her mental energy on confronting the gargoyle queen spider. She formed the demon-repelling seal once more and launched it forth. This time, The gargoyle queen spider was unable to evade it. The power of the soul-settling arrow still lingered, and the demon-repelling seal struck true, prompting the gargoyle queen spider to let out a frenzied scream. Yet what followed was a clash of mental forces. Xiaoya closed her eyes, but could still perceive the gargoyle queen spider. This was a confrontation on a mental plane. They were engaged in a fierce battle. Chapter 41. Successfully subduing the gargoyle queen spider. Though it appeared they were making no movements, in reality, they were locked in a fierce struggle, fighting to the death. The gargoyle queen spider was exceedingly ferocious, its mental power vast, and its murderous intent palpable. Crashing forward relentlessly, Xiaoya felt an immense threat. Her mental fortitude was being assailed. Nevertheless, she maintained her grounding, firmly anchoring herself and refusing to be toppled. At the same time, she waited for the perfect moment to counterattack, and when that moment came, it would unleash her most potent force, capable of directly overwhelming the gargoyle queen spider. The fate of their encounter hinged upon this decisive strike. Before that could occur, Lin Chen had to ensure her safety. This place was the spider's nest, teeming with countless demon spiders, an uncountable horde. Moreover, aside from the colorless demon spiders and the needle-shooting demon spiders, there were also the formidable blade demon spiders and the equally dangerous ghost-faced demon spiders, all converging from every direction. Protecting Xiaoya and ensuring she remained unharmed was becoming increasingly daunting. Yet Lin Chen had no alternative. He could only fight. The sword light was impenetrable as Lin Chen's inner strength was relentlessly drawn out, lightning enveloping both himself and Xiaoya. His combat skills had been honed anew since his rebirth, rendering him even stronger. However, there was a limit to his endurance. Such intense combat was immensely draining, and as time passed, even with constant consumption of elixirs to replenish his energy, he felt the strain mounting. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Had Xiaoya not yet triumphed over the gargoyle queen spider? It seems that I was rather too optimistic, for this is the stone gargoyle queen spider, and to command it is an exceedingly arduous task. Many seasoned demon exorcists dare not attempt it lightly, let alone a mere girl. Regardless of her innate talent, one cannot expect to achieve greatness in a single bite. Lin Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet it was not entirely unexpected. At that moment, he resolved to lead Xiaoya away, for if they tarried any longer, they might find themselves unable to leave at all. Lin Chen extended his hand towards Xiaoya, intending to lift her effortlessly and swiftly retreat along the path they had come. However, just as he was about to encircle her delicate waist, Xiaoya's hand unexpectedly grasped his. Xiaoya opened her eyes, which were filled not only with fatigue but also with a bright, piercing brilliance. She would not be underestimated. With a haughty snort, she glared at Lin Chen, her tone imbued with pride and discontent at his attempt to embrace her. In the next moment, an imperious roar erupted from the stone gargoyle queen spider, unleashing a wave of psychic force that surged outward in all directions. Yet, rather than affecting Lin Chen and Xiaoya, it struck the other demon spiders instead. In an instant, all the demon spiders recoiled, their bodies curling in submission, deterred from attacking Lin Chen and Xiaoya, and began to retreat slowly. This was a triumph. In the midst of that psychic clash, Xiaoya had triumphed over the stone gargoyle queen spider and had successfully commanded it. Lin Chen stood momentarily stunned, unable to suppress his admiration. This girl was indeed formidable. He withdrew his hand and pointed towards the distant fourth-tier demon serpent, reminding her that, according to their agreement, that was his prize. Xiaoya let out a soft huff, but nodded in acknowledgement. Overcoming the stone gargoyle queen spider had been no small feat. She had come perilously close to failure. She was acutely aware that Lin Chen's assistance had been indispensable. It was astonishing that he had managed to hold out for so long, almost like a prodigy. Xiaoya, who usually held a lofty view of herself, had never regarded any so-called genius with respect, for in her eyes, none could compare to her. Yet this time, albeit reluctantly, she had to concede that Lin Chen's talent was remarkably strong, perhaps even rivaling her own, or perhaps even subtly surpassing it. Her complexion paled slightly. The toll of this encounter had been immense, and she had nearly faced a backlash that could have harmed her very spirit. Hastily, she consumed a potion to restore her mental strength, then commanded the stone gargoyle queen spider to intimidate all the other demon spiders, compelling them to withdraw and alleviating the immediate danger. At the same time, a sense of excitement began to stir within her. Once she recovered from this ordeal, her mental prowess would reach an entirely new pinnacle. Her journey as a demon exorcist would take a significant leap forward. Her next target would be a fifth-tier demon beast. Should she succeed, she would ascend into the ranks of the great demon exorcists, an achievement of monumental significance. It could be said that her greatest gain from this encounter was not merely the stone gargoyle queen spider, but rather overcoming a formidable challenge on her path, granting her a glimpse of broader horizons. Lin Chen leaped onto the fourth-tier demon serpent, wielding his sword in a swift arc to extract the demon core. The core emanated a pure and potent demonic energy, rich and invigorating. Truly, it was a prize befitting a fourth-tier superior demon beast. Lin Chen's heart raced with anticipation. With this demon core, the black dragon would solidify further, likely achieving the form of a three-clawed dragon. He was eager for the day he would attain 5 claws. At that moment, he might once again encounter the goddess and draw forth the second sword. Moreover, by consuming this demon core, Lin Chen would likely gain the formidable abilities endowed by its superior bloodline. Currently, Xiaoya's mental energy was severely depleted, leaving her with little capacity to focus on Lin Chen's every action. In the obscured corners of his vision, Lin Chen activated Tiangong, consuming the demon core in secret. With Tiangong's stealthy capabilities, Xiaoya would remain oblivious as long as Tiangong did not reveal itself. Even if Lin Chen's act of devouring the demon core was noticed, it would not pose significant trouble. They might merely regard his technique as overly domineering. The black dragon swallowed the demon core whole. Indeed, the powerful, pure energy solidified the black dragon's form, and among its 5 claws, 3 had already taken shape. Its strength had doubled, and it had acquired a new ability, Thunder Horn. Previously, the demon serpent's dual horns had unleashed a formidable lightning strike. Lin Chen mused, this would serve as an enhancement to the dragon's exterior, granting him even greater lightning power. Even without invoking the 9 thunder swords, he could wield the might of thunder. Furthermore, its potency would surpass that of the 9 thunder swords. When combined, the resulting power would be truly astonishing. Excellent. A spark of brilliance danced in Lin Chen's eyes as he felt immense satisfaction with this outcome. Now, the next task was to find a way to escape. As long as they could leave the Lingyun Serpent Cavern, this venture would yield substantial rewards, making it all worthwhile. Having consumed the demon core, Lin Chen leapt down and gestured for Xiaoya to command the stone gargoyle queen spider to consume the flesh of the demon serpent. This would greatly benefit the stone gargoyle queen spider. The consumption of demon beasts by one another was not merely for sustenance. It could enhance their own power, much like how the black dragon had grown through devouring. It was an innate ability of demon beasts. Xiaoya wasted no time, commanding the stone gargoyle queen spider to devour the 4th-tier demon serpent, while she herself settled into a meditative position to recover. Lin Chen roamed about, collecting the demon cores of the other demon spiders. Even the smallest morsel was valuable, and he would not squander any opportunity. Regrettably, some had been swept away by the underground river, making it impossible to retrieve them. After consuming all that he could, his realm had slightly increased, yet he still had a considerable distance to cover before breaking through to the 7th layer of the dominance realm. It was not until the commotion subsided that Lu Nan returned. Upon witnessing the scene before her, even though she was prepared, she gasped in astonishment. 2 prodigies. Time passed, and after half a day, Lin Chen set out once more. In truth, Xiaoya felt somewhat displeased. Half a day's time had not allowed her to fully recover, yet Lin Chen was unwilling to wait any longer. He had no time to waste here. Nearly a third of a month had already elapsed, and he needed to reach the Baijian wasteland before it was too late. Chapter 42. The wild girl loves fish. The underground river stretched far and wide. Lin Chen and his companions ventured onward along the riverbed, delving deeper, yet they were uncertain whether an exit lay ahead. Many areas were even too perilous to traverse, dead ends that necessitated entering the frigid waters, where the turbulent current surged and the icy depths made breathing a challenge. Several times, they nearly became separated by the force of the water. It is crucial to know that if one were to lose themselves in such an underground river for too long without access to air, even the mightiest of warriors could meet their demise therein. It was an immensely perilous endeavor. Yet, with no path forward, they had no choice. Cough, cough, cough. Once more, they emerged from the water, and Xiaoya coughed violently, brimming with dissatisfaction. If this continued, the recently subdued stone gargoyle queen spider might very well be swept away and lost. Xiaoya gritted her teeth, for such a loss would be significant. Lin Chen could only manage a wry smile. His greatest fear was that they would continue along the underground river only to find it led to a dead end, with no passage to the surface. If that were the case, they would lose track of how long they would be trapped beneath the earth. Given the current strength of their party, it would be impossible to carve a path upward within a month's time. The cave here was narrow and elongated, perhaps leading toward the surface. Lin Chen peered into the distance with the black dragon's vision. This particular cavern extended far, and at its terminus, it seemed to diverge from the underground river. Upward. Moreover, he could sense a breeze. The presence of air currents likely indicated an exit. Let's take a breather, Lunan suggested. Unable to contain herself, she had consumed a considerable amount of water and was struggling to catch her breath. The discomfort was palpable. Agreed. Lin Chen nodded. Though he felt a sense of urgency, he understood that haste would not serve them well. They must take the time to recover. He maintained his composure. That I'm hungry. I need something to eat, Lunan remarked. After all, her spatial ring had been taken by Lin Chen, leaving her without even a morsel of food. Lin Chen nodded and handed her some of her own provisions. They were still not strong enough. Those powerful warriors had long since ceased to require sustenance. Lunan munched on her rations, the taste mediocre, yet rich in nutrients, providing a swift replenishment of her energy. Xiaoye sat to one side, pulling out her own provisions. It was a type of jerky, derived from the finest blood and flesh of a fourth-tier demon beast, rich in energy but hardly flavorful. Of course, for warriors traversing the wilderness, the sustenance they consumed was merely to swiftly satiate their hunger, replenish their energy, and recover their strength, thus their expectations were not particularly high. Lin Chen, too, felt hunger gnawing at him. Yet instead of retrieving any rations, he produced a pile of firewood, followed by a pot and an assortment of seasonings. Earlier, while exploring the underground river, he had encountered numerous agile fish, brimming with vitality. They must have belonged to a unique species, existing solely within this dark waterway. He was curious about their taste. Naturally, Lin Chen's intentions extended beyond mere sustenance. This location led to at least a dozen distant caverns. However, which one might serve as an exit remained uncertain. Lin Chen planned to ignite a fire and observe the direction in which the smoke would drift. He placed the pot over the flames and swiftly approached the riverbank, deftly catching several plump fish. Though these fish were quick, they appeared somewhat sluggish before Lin Chen, unable to escape his grasp. After swiftly scaling and gutting them, Lin Chen chopped the fish into chunks, intending to brew a pot of fish soup. Humph! Xiaoye let out a cold huff, her displeasure evident as she bit into the tough jerky. Lin Chen chose to ignore her. As time passed, the pot of fish soup transformed into a milky white concoction, its enticing aroma wafting through the air, irresistibly tempting and making one's mouth water. The soup bubbled, the fish meat glistening, a sight that was simply salivating. Lin Chen sprinkled in some seasonings, achieving a harmonious blend of color, fragrance, and flavor. The smoke drifted towards 6 caverns, yet only one bore the most smoke, suggesting it was the most likely to harbor an exit. Lin Chen concluded in his mind, deducing the path based on the direction of the rising smoke. Thus, after finishing their meal, they could continue their journey. Without hesitation, Lin Chen ladled out a bowl of fish soup and began to eat. The first taste was sweet and rich, devoid of any fishy odor. In fact, with each bite, a surge of spiritual energy flowed into his body, leaving a lingering flavor on his palate. This fish was indeed extraordinary and remarkably delicious, not to mention Lin Chen's culinary skills were already commendable. Even simply boiling a pot of fish soup would yield exquisite taste. Lunan smacked her lips, suddenly finding her dry rations unappealing. The fish soup looked simply too appetizing. The fish meat sparkled enticingly. Undoubtedly not an ordinary catch. It smelled delightful and would surely taste even better. Could I have a bowl? Lunan, shedding her modesty, requested directly. Lin Chen handed her a bowl, and she filled it eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, then took a sip. This is delicious. Lunan's eyes lit up. This was undoubtedly the most delectable fish soup she had ever tasted in her life, while the fish was indeed exquisite. Lin Chen's culinary prowess was truly remarkable. Delicious, delightful, Lunan exclaimed. You flatter me, Lin Chen replied modestly. Replenishing our strength is what truly matters. The two savored the warm fish soup, its fragrant steam rising continuously. Xiaoye sat aside, her jerky suddenly tasting like cardboard. How infuriating! Xiaoye felt a surge of displeasure. Why should these two indulge in such delightful fare while she was left to gnaw on jerky? Yet, it was unthinkable for Xiaoye to request a serving from Lin Chen. However, it would be equally difficult for her to suppress her frustration, to refrain from acting out. Her gaze grew increasingly hostile, as if she intended to storm over and overturn the pot. Meanwhile, Lin Chen sat contentedly beside the pot, relishing his meal, utterly unbothered by Xiaoye's glances. Lunan rolled her eyes, thinking it unfair for a mere mortal to be caught in the crossfire of two prodigies clashing. Finally, unable to hold back, Lin spoke up. "Sister, would you like a bowl as well? It was quite cold in the water earlier. This will warm you up." Lin cleverly avoided mentioning how delicious the fish soup was, crafting an excuse instead. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya's expression visibly softened. Lin promptly requested a bowl from Lin Chen, filled it, and handed it to Xiaoya. Drinking a bit would be quite good. One could never be too cautious, especially not knowing what dangers lay ahead. She refrained from mentioning that Xiaoya herself desired the soup. Umph. Xiaoya huffed lightly, yet her subtle swallowing revealed her current state of mind. Her beautifully large eyes sparkled as they focused on the fish soup. Was this wild girl perhaps a foodie at heart? Xiaoya, unable to contain herself, opened her mouth and took a sip. In the next moment, her eyes crescented into joyful crescents, radiating an indescribable sense of happiness. Xiaoya could not help but gently sway her legs, thoroughly enjoying her meal. She even appeared somewhat adorable in her delight. However, as if realizing her lapse in composure, Xiaoya quickly straightened herself, attempting to appear casual while sipping the fish soup. Though she occasionally succumbed to the urge to sway her legs, before long, she finished her bowl, placing it on the ground and discreetly nudging it towards Lin. Without uttering a word, Lin rolled her eyes again. "Great, you two are truly demanding." Chapter 43. Longan flower. Lin sighed in resignation. She had no choice but to refill a bowl for Xiaoya. Xiaoya picked it up and began drinking, once more swaying her legs. Lin Chen was indeed surprised. He had not anticipated that this proud, wild, and unrefined genius girl would possess such a side. At this moment, she resembled an ordinary little girl who had just received a cherished toy, exuding a happiness that was contagious, uplifting those around her. He couldn't help but wonder where this joy stemmed from. If not in Wei, then which nation could it be? Lin Chen mused internally. Soon, the pot of fish soup was entirely consumed. Xiaoya set down her bowl, glancing at the empty pot, her expression reverting to its former sharpness, her eyes gleaming with wild intensity. Lin Chen, at a loss for words, packed up his belongings and proceeded towards the cavern he had identified. The path ahead was winding and rugged, yet not impassable. It remained navigable. After walking for quite some time, they arrived at a larger underground chamber. This space differed from before, winding upward, with a ray of sunlight filtering down from above, resembling an opening to the surface. Was this the way to the outside world? Lin Chen and the others could hardly contain their excitement. They had finally found hope for escape, ensuring they would not perish in the depths below. Below, something lay in wait. Lin Chen retracted his gaze, peering downwards. Beneath them was a deep pit, and Lin Chen had a vague sense that something resided within. Activating his black dragon vision, Lin Chen concentrated on the depths of the pit. It appeared to be a plant, Longan flower. Lin Chen barely discerned the flower, his pupils contracting sharply. This was indeed the Longan flower. Its stem resembled a dragon, and it bore only 4 leaves, akin to the claws of a dragon. Each petal resembled dragon scales, imbued with a rich dragon aura that was nearly palpable. Lin Chen had never expected to encounter a Longan flower in such a place. This was an extremely rare spirit herb, nearly approaching the rank of 7th tier. Throughout the entire Wei Kingdom, he had seen no more than a handful of spirit herbs surpassing this Longan flower in rank, often kept securely in various families' treasure vaults, only to be used in times of utmost necessity. Its value was immense. Though the Longan flower may not rival those few 7th-tier spirit herbs, it was certainly not lacking, especially for Lin Chen. It held even greater significance. The Longan flower was a treasure coveted by any warrior. Consuming it would enhance one's physique to that of a dragon, significantly fortifying their abilities. The effects surpassed those of the Xixia Lalian's lotus seeds. It was a transformative herb. Furthermore, upon consuming the Longan flower, one would gain a protective dragon aura, amplifying both defense and attack. The benefits were astounding. For a warrior who practiced dragon-based techniques, the enhancement would be even more pronounced. At present, Lin Chen possessed Tian Tong, alongside the powers of 2 upper-tier serpent demon skins. If he were to add the Longan flower into the mix, it would provide him with unparalleled support. The spirit herb that appeared within the Shalu mountain range was likely this one, that who would have thought that misfortune would lead to fortune, allowing him to arrive at this location due to the collapse of the serpent cave. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. This place was indeed concealed, hidden deep underground, with only a narrow fissure leading to the surface, in the vast expanse of the Shalu mountain range, even if more individuals ventured in. Without luck, Finding this place would be exceedingly difficult. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen leaped down. You! Xiaoya called out. She too had released her demon spider to scout the surroundings, yet she was not as swift as Lin Chen. She could only vaguely discern that there seemed to be something in the depths of the pit, but it was too indistinct to identify. She intended to draw the demon spider closer. But Lin Chen, quicker than her, leaped down first. Gritting her teeth, Xiaoya disregarded what it might be and followed suit, simultaneously urging her demon spider to hasten, hoping to seize the opportunity before Lin Chen. Ultimately, however, Lin Chen was a step ahead. He descended, retrieved the Longan flower, and swiftly stored it in his spatial ring. What did you obtain? Xiaoya landed shortly after and glared furiously at Lin Chen. Just a spirit herb. Nothing particularly rare. Lin Chen replied. You're talking nonsense. Xiaoya retorted through clenched teeth. If that were truly the case, why would Lin Chen go to such lengths? Believe what you will, Lin Chen stated, unwilling to elaborate further. His attitude was unmistakable. Whatever it was, he had no intention of divulging. And if Xiaoya could not contain her anger, she was welcome to attempt to seize it. Lin Chen would not shy away from a confrontation. After all, their path forward was clear, and there was little to fear. Xiaoya fixed her gaze on Lin Chen, her expression fierce as a tigress, her eyes sharp. Behind her, the gargoyle queen spider emanated waves of mental energy, poised to strike at any moment. Lunan could not see what transpired below, but could surmise the situation. Skillfully, he withdrew to avoid being caught in the fray. Sure enough, a cacophony of explosions erupted from the pit. As Xiaoya, wild and impulsive, could not restrain herself and launched an attack on Lin Chen. This was a reckoning for both new and old grievances. The two engaged fiercely, employing formidable techniques. Lin Chen donned the dragon suit, while Xiaoya unleashed her secret arts, even sharing combat power with the demon beast she commanded. It was astonishing. Clearly, she had advanced significantly on the path of a demon tamer. Otherwise, she would not be capable of such feats. It was said that as one progressed further in the demon taming path, one could eventually merge with their demon beasts, a terrifying prospect. Xiaoya was already showing signs of this. Xiaoya's offensive was relentless. And Lin Chen felt a palpable pressure. She was certainly not a foe to be taken lightly, and required his utmost effort. Yet Lin Chen would not falter. Even the mental assault from the gargoyle queen spider could not disorient him. He retaliated continuously, unleashing thunderous strikes that obliterated all demon spiders aside from the gargoyle queen spider. Indeed, the 10th strike of the Thunder Nine Swords was poised to cleave the gargoyle queen spider. Simultaneously, Xiaoya drew her bow. However, Lin Chen's speed was overwhelming. Although Xiaoya was confident her arrow would not miss, it might not reach a vital point on Lin Chen. Yet, Lin Chen's strike threatened to slay the gargoyle queen spider. Such a loss would be monumental for Xiaoya. Reluctantly, she had to retreat. Withdrawing meant there was no longer a reason to continue the fight, as Xiaoya's expression was grim, her gaze fierce, resembling a she-tiger. Ultimately, however, she refrained from pressing the attack. She understood that persisting would yield no results and might even lead to her defeat. Of course, this thought was quickly banished. She would never accept defeat. Do not let me see you again. Xiaoya glared at Lin Chen with fierce intensity before angrily leaping onto the back of the gargoyle queen spider, ascending rapidly. She intended to leave, unwilling to linger a moment longer with Lin Chen. Lin Chen exhaled, relieved. This was for the best. After her departure, he needed to find a place to refine and absorb the Longan flower swiftly. He was filled with anticipation at the prospect. Perhaps this time, he could directly manifest the black dragon. Subsequently, he would seek out the goddess and draw the second sword. Chapter 44. The silver-armored army. Xiaoya ascended, shattering the stones above, likely out of frustration, making quite a commotion as several large rocks tumbled down. She seemed intent on crushing Lin Chen into a pulp. Naturally, that was a futile endeavor. Lin Chen dodged swiftly, then returned to the cave where he awaited Lu Nan until the commotion subsided before emerging. Fortunately, Xiaoya had not truly wished for their demise. Though wild and reckless, she was not incapable of accepting defeat. Clearly, she recognized her failure this time, attributing it simply to her lack of skill compared to Lin Chen. Next time, should they encounter one another again, Xiaoya would undoubtedly make Lin Chen pay. She had created an exit, but the noise could attract others. We must leave quickly, Lin Chen remarked. Looking up, beams of daylight streamed down, illuminating the surroundings, indicating that the surface entrance had been forcibly opened. It appeared they were approximately 1,000 meters underground. Lu Nan nodded, and together with Lin Chen, they began to climb upward, emerging from the pit in less than 15 minutes. Breathing in the fresh air felt undeniably refreshing. At last, they were free. However, Xiaoye had vanished without a trace. Honestly, I just want to find a place to sleep, Lin Chen remarked. Days spent in the pitch-black depths, fraught with danger and anxiety, had left him mentally drained. He certainly needed rest. Lin Chen surveyed their surroundings, maintaining vigilance and refusing to relax that he inquired, "Where's the 7 alleys?" Lin Chen did not hesitate to respond. In the ancient tower city, Lin Chen was taken aback. He had no desire to venture into the large city, where the crowds posed a risk of exposure. However, the treasure of the 7 alleys intrigued him. He needed to grow rapidly. No potential opportunity should be overlooked. I understand. Lin Chen nodded. In that case, let us visit the ancient tower city. After dealing with the entrance, the two made their way out of the secluded valley. Ascending a nearby peak, they had long lost their sense of direction underground and needed to ascertain their location quickly. Over there is the white jadestone tower, and beyond that is the Lingyun snake cave. Lin Chen pointed into the distance. The white jadestone tower was a landmark, easily recognized to determine their position. That I wonder what secrets lie within the 10 ancient towers of the 10-tower mountain range. Standing for thousands of years, what purpose were they built for? Lin Chen mused. The 10-tower mountain range, with its 10 ancient towers, was shrouded in mystery regarding their builders and intentions, having existed for millennia. Many believed that secrets lay behind the 10 towers, yet none had managed to uncover them. Today, they merely served as landmarks for navigation. Oh, is there someone atop the white jadestone tower? It seems a fight has broken out. Lin Chen blinked. Indeed, 2 factions were engaged in a fierce battle up there, and Lin Chen, with sharper vision than Lin Chen, had already noticed. To be precise, there were not just 2 factions but several engaged in chaotic combat. However, due to one faction's overwhelming strength, the others had united against them but still remained at a disadvantage, highlighting the formidable nature of that faction. Lin Chen discerned that they were not mere adventurers. They were evidently elite, disciplined, and organized, exhibiting characteristics reminiscent of a military force. They were not a rabble that could be easily contended with. But how did such a force come to appear in the 10-tower mountain range? Clad in uniform silver armor, could they be the Silver Armored Army? Lin Chen could barely make out that the individuals belonged to the Silver Armored Army. The Silver Armored Army was a mercenary group renowned for its elite status. Well known throughout the Great Wei Kingdom, many factions opted to hire the Silver Armored Army as protectors for perilous tasks. The Silver Armored Army not only possessed formidable strength, but also maintained an excellent reputation. With no reports of betrayal from any employers to date, regardless of whether the employer sought to harvest high-grade spirit herbs or seize powerful treasures, the Silver Armored Army fulfilled their duties without overstepping their bounds. Thus, they were highly favored by major factions. In recent years, their growth had been rapid, becoming increasingly vast. Some even claimed that the Silver Armored Army's strength could rival that of the elite border troops. Lin Chen's eyes flickered. He scoffed coldly. The mere Silver Armored Army does not possess the qualifications to compare with the border troops, let alone the elite legions. Those who make such claims have likely never witnessed the brutal realities of border conflicts. However, the Silver Armored Army indeed possessed some strength, and their presence here indicated that someone had paid a hefty sum to summon them. Was it for that spirit herb? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Yet the spirit herb must have been the Longan flower, which he had already claimed. The insignia he had observed indicated that among the Silver Armored Army's protectors, a few individuals were clad in luxurious garments and bore emblems on their chests. A tripod with 3 legs, the 9 Tripod Merchant Association. Lin Chen suddenly thought of Zhang Tianxue. Tsa. He shook his head, not wishing to encounter this woman who brought him trouble. However, the Jioding Chamber of Commerce was wealthy enough to afford the Silver Armored Army. It was just unclear what the purpose of such a grand mobilization into the Shalu mountain range was. Let us proceed to Gulo City, Lin Chen declared, having accomplished his goals in the Shalu mountain range. And exceeding his expectations, he had no intention of lingering. As for what was happening over there, it held no relevance for him. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. With the Silver Armored Army deployed and clashing with various adventurer teams, it was clearly beyond her capacity to intervene. It would be wise to leave promptly. This outing had already cast a shadow over her heart, and she yearned to return home swiftly. Thus, the two hastened their departure from the Shalu mountain range, heading towards Gulo City. Gulo City, the largest city beyond the Shalu mountain range, served as a base for the majority of adventurers. Numerous merchant factions and powers extended their reach here to reap benefits. Consequently, Gulo City was a complex tapestry of power dynamics, bustling with activity, yet fraught with peril. Deaths occurred daily, and a moment's carelessness could lead to being betrayed. Along the way, Lin Chen and Lu Nan made no delays and swiftly returned to Galo City, with Lu Nan expertly guiding Lin Chen towards the city gates. However, their presence soon attracted attention. Is that Lu Nan? I heard that you accompanied Wang Tianyuan in hunting beasts, only to encounter a massive collapse that nearly annihilated your team. I can't believe you survived. Someone recognized Lu Nan. As these words were spoken, they drew the gaze of many, who turned their attention towards them. Lu Nan was originally a member of the Hawaiian team, known for their considerable strength, and Wang Tianyuan was a formidable leader, one of the strongest among adventurer teams. Typically, few dared to provoke Lu Nan. However, now that it was said her entire team had perished, with only Lu Nan returning, the situation was markedly different. The fact that Lu Nan, though not the strongest, had survived spoke volumes. Perhaps she had encountered some fortuitous event. In that moment, she transformed into a tempting prize. With this thought, many gazes began to shift, some taking on a predatory glint. Chapter 45. The Five-Clawed Black Dragon. Reappearing on the stone steps. Lu Nan, congratulations on your return. Come, let me treat you to a meal. A brash man approached, his chest bared and his gaze lecherous. His intentions were clearly malicious. Possessing a cultivation level of the 4th stage of the Thousand June realm, he felt emboldened to confront her first. While claiming to offer a meal, it was merely a pretext to abduct Lu Nan and seize her supposed fortune. Even if Lu Nan had merely escaped death without any real fortune, it was still a worthy endeavor. After all, Lu Nan was a beauty. Her face, her figure, her waist, all of which he had longed to toy with. Previously, he had refrained due to her team. Now, with Lu Nan alone, what was there to fear? Lu Nan furrowed her brows and coldly retorted, Qi Xiaojun, are you looking for trouble? Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaojun burst into laughter. Why do you speak like that? I am merely here to welcome you back. Do you plan to refuse this courtesy? I advise you to be sensible. You are all alone now, and no one can protect you. Around them, many were watching, and it was wise to let Qi Xiaojun test the waters first. They could deal with the aftermath later. Qi Xiaojun advanced menacingly, clearly intending to act if Lu Nan did not comply. This was Galo City, where strength determined the rules. Lu Nan was fatigued from her journey, and Lin Chen did not permit her any respite. She simply lacked the energy to engage Qi Xiaojun in battle. She cast a glance at Lin Chen, who remained impassive, and thought, if it came to a fight, let Lin Chen handle it. After all, he was the one seeking the 7th alley, not her. With that, she stepped behind Lin Chen. Qi Xiaojun, what if I refuse to acknowledge your authority? Lu Nan scoffed, retreating behind Lin Chen and falling silent. Qi Xiaojun's expression turned icy as he regarded Lin Chen, revealing a menacing glint. Kid, you aren't thinking of playing the hero, are you? Qi Xiaojun reached out and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Don't be foolish. Why risk your life for a woman? Besides, you're just a worthless brat. Do you think you have the capability for that? His derisive laughter echoed, filled with contempt. What a bunch of useless fools. Not even at the Thousand June level, utterly worthless. Lin Chen glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder and replied coolly, remove your hand. Arriving at Galo City, it would be ideal to avoid any conflict. Yet Lin Chen was well aware of the difficulty in evading such situations. Having encountered it, he deemed it best to act decisively, to intimidate and prevent further complications. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaojun's malevolence surged, his eyes narrowing with a cruel glint. You worthless fool, are you seeking death? Very well, I'll grant you that. Qi Xiaojun's voice dripped with malice, not knowing where this fool had come from, willing to stand up for Lu Nan. He must have been blinded by infatuation. A worthless being daring to challenge him was courting death. With that, Qi Xiaojun exerted force, intending to dislocate Lin Chen's shoulder. The immense power of the 4th stage of the Thousand June realm was sufficient to crush Lin Chen's shoulder bone. You little brat, a worthless thing, trying to act tough. Huh. Now, you shall die, Qi Xiaojun sneered, but for some inexplicable reason, his immense strength failed to manifest. What is happening? His hand lacked the necessary force. Qi Xiaojun frowned. In the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. He saw blood suddenly gushing from his arm, and then, to his horror, his hand fell to the ground. It had been severed. Lin Chen had calmly stepped aside, avoiding the spray of blood. What? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. This young man had drawn his sword with such swiftness that they could scarcely react. Qi Xiaojun hadn't even realized when his hand had been severed. Ah! Qi Xiaojun clutched his severed hand, howling in agony. His face twisted in disbelief as he glared at Lin Chen. How dare he sever his hand? Qi Xiaojun screamed, raising his remaining hand to strike Lin Chen. He wanted Lin Chen dead. However, with a sudden burst of thunder, a line of blood appeared across Qi Shaojuan's neck, and his entire being collapsed, lifeless. Lin Chen had not held back. He had decisively intimidated the entire crowd. Many inhaled sharply. This young man, appearing unremarkable, had unleashed a ruthless attack, effortlessly killing a fourth-stage Thousand June realm cultivator. In that instant, many reconsidered their intentions, retreating in fear. Yet, some eyes glimmered with a newfound resolve. Sensing the need to act, though not just yet, preparations were necessary first. In any case, no one dared to act at that moment. "Let us go," Lin Chen stated. Lu Nin nodded eagerly, surprised by Lin Chen's prowess. In Gulo City, the more ruthless one was, the more firmly one could stand their ground. Hesitation and mercy would only lead to being devoured to the bone. As they entered Gulo City, the main street bustled with activity. Although it could not compare to the capital, various shops and taverns thrived, especially the trading market, which was teeming with people engaged in transactions. Lin Chen merely observed his surroundings, not entering the market. As he followed Lu Nan to their previous base, a secluded courtyard previously owned by Lu Nan's adventurer team, and now rightfully hers, Lu Nan needed to recuperate, and Lin Chen required time to assimilate the power of the Dragon Yin Flower. In fact, Lin Chen had already given the Dragon Yin Flower to the Black Dragon. Such matters were best addressed swiftly, as delays could lead to unforeseen complications. The power of the Dragon Yin Flower would greatly aid the Black Dragon, pushing it to a critical point of transformation. Thus, for a time, he had been focused on absorbing its energy, not immediately returning the power. However, Lin Chen could sense that the energy from the Dragon Yin Flower was nearing complete absorption. And once that happened, the Black Dragon would undoubtedly take its final form. The returning energy would also make him even stronger. Secluding himself within the room, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, initiating the Nine Heavens Sword God technique to assist the Black Dragon in further absorbing the medicinal power of the Dragon Yin Flower. He had utilized all the petals of the flower, leaving only 4 large, 5-pointed leaves resembling the claws of a dragon. The potency of the Dragon Yin Flower was primarily concentrated in the petals, containing its essence, yet the leaves were far from ordinary. Lin Chen planned to set them aside for future needs. Success was imminent. Lin Chen observed that his dantian had become significantly denser, resembling a tangible sword, while the Black Dragon coiling above it appeared increasingly menacing, having formed a clear shape, with the 5th claw finally coalescing. The true 5-clawed Black Dragon had emerged. In that moment, Lin Chen seemed to hear a resounding dragon's roar echoing across the heavens and the earth. From the depths of the underworld to the heights of the skies, a formidable force surged forth, leaving Lin Chen utterly astounded. This was the might of Tian Tong, true power indeed. Concurrently, the effects of Long Yin Hua were replenished by the Black Dragon, enabling Lin Chen to advance significantly in his realm, attaining the 7th level of the Dominance realm. Not only that, Lin Chen's physique underwent yet another baptism, significantly enhancing his strength, to the extent that he was surrounded by streams of dragon energy. Resembling a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, such a transformation naturally filled Lin Chen with delight, yet it was not the most crucial aspect of his desires. What Lin Chen yearned for was to meet the goddess. With his eyes closed, he exerted all his energy to activate the 9 Heavens God-slaying technique. In a vague sense, it seemed as though he had transcended into another realm. Before him lay the 999 stone steps. He had returned once more. Chapter 46. The second sword. Upon reascending these stone steps, Lin Chen's mindset had undergone a transformation. He did not linger, directly climbing the steps until he swiftly arrived at the molten world of the volcanic lava. Just like the previous occasion, iron chains slithered like a dragon to his feet, transporting him to the heart of the lava world, the domain of the goddess. There she lay, as before, languidly reclining on the stone platform, exuding an aura of lethargy, yet her beauty was so striking that it compelled one's gaze, rendering them unable to look away. Is that not little Chen Chen? Quite impressive. We meet again so swiftly. Exceeding my expectations, the goddess remarked, her starry eyes shimmering slightly upon seeing Lin Chen. His performance elicited a hint of surprise from her, though it remained mere mild astonishment, insufficient to truly astonish her. After all, she had lived for eons, having witnessed countless paragon figures of heaven and earth, exceptional talents that were beyond measure. Lin Chen had yet to distinguish himself among such illustrious company. I have mastered the power of Tian Tong. Can I attempt to draw the second sword? Lin Chen approached the 8 swords. Upon hearing this, the goddess burst into laughter, her demeanor flamboyant and far from ladylike, yet still remarkably beautiful, rendering hearts momentarily still. You read quite bold to assert that with your meager prowess you have mastered the power of Tian Tong. Young lad, you are still leagues away. The goddess rolled her eyes. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. He was well aware that he had yet to fully grasp the power of Tian Tong, yet the notion of being leagues away surprised him. It appeared that each sword here surpassed his wildest imaginings. However, he was still weak, and one day he would command the full might of Tian Tong. However, you have yet to encounter the more advanced realms of martial arts. It is not surprising you would think this way. I shall not mock you, dear sister said with a tinkling laugh. Lin Chen remained silent. She had indeed been laughing without pause. Noticing Lin Chen's silence, the goddess reined in her laughter, complaining, "What a dull boy you are. Little Chen, you won't find a girlfriend this way, though it hardly matters. Having seen my unparalleled beauty, I'm sure all other women must seem like mere commoners in your eyes, utterly failing to pique your interest. Alas, I truly feel for you, wasting a youth on such a travesty," the goddess lamented, somewhat self-pityingly. Lin Chen disregarded her theatrics, knowing she would eventually revert to the main topic when she grew bored. Indeed, the goddess, sensing his lack of reaction, soon lost interest and remarked, "Fine, though you are like a frog at the bottom of a well, unable to see the vast world, you have not been entirely incorrect. You have indeed attained the qualifications to draw the second sword. Choose wisely, but sister must caution you, the difficulty of drawing the second sword is greater. Be wary of backlash." Lin Chen nodded, his expression grave. He gazed upon the remaining 8 swords, each emanating a formidable aura, distinct from one another. Lin Chen understood that what he felt was merely the tip of the iceberg. These swords had likely achieved unimaginable feats in their respective eras. After a moment of hesitation, he chose a slender white sword that was delicate, with a narrower blade, but not to the extent of being a rapier, its length average compared to the others. It exuded a gentle aura, yet lacked any sense of weakness. Lin Chen was uncertain of the specific power of this sword, but it felt suitable for him at this moment. He immediately reached for the hilt of the white sword. The goddess raised her scarlet lips in surprise at Lin Chen's choice. When she glanced at the sword, her expression turned complex, evidently indicating that this sword possessed some form of uniqueness. However, she casually waved her hand, clearly losing interest in continuing to observe. Regardless of Lin Chen's success or failure, he should hurry and exit. Uncertain of the meaning behind the goddess's reaction, Lin Chen resolved not to change his decision. He summoned all his strength, preparing for the arduous task ahead, fully aware that without complete effort, he would never draw the sword. With determination, Lin Chen exerted all his force to pull the sword. Just as he had done previously with Tian Tong that time, a menacing black dragon had appeared, intent on devouring Lin Chen, and this time, he beheld a girl. Lin Chen blinked, questioning whether he was mistaken. Yet, no matter how many times he blinked, a remarkably beautiful maiden clad in white stood before him, appearing no older than 16 or 17, vibrant and alluring. As Lin Chen gripped the hilt, it seemed as though he were holding the girl's hand. He even felt as if she possessed a certain sentience, her large eyes blinking curiously at him. What was happening? What was the true nature of this sword? What do you intend to do? The girl suddenly spoke, her delicate face scrunching in displeasure. Lin Chen's soul trembled. The girl was speaking. Was it an illusion? A hallucination? Was it the sword's power influencing his senses? Had it taken control of his perceptions? A flurry of thoughts raced through Lin Chen's mind, exploring various possibilities, yet ultimately, they were all dismissed. This was no illusion. It was real, akin to the time he had seen the black dragon upon drawing Tian Tong. "I am asking you a question. What do you intend to do?" the girl continued, pouting adorably yet fiercely. However, her beauty and youth rendered her attempts at intimidation utterly ineffective. Lin Chen frowned and replied, "I intend to draw the sword." "Absolutely not," the white-clad maiden exclaimed immediately. Lin Chen was baffled by her existence, unable to comprehend her nature, yet he had to draw the sword. After all, he did not know when he would next return. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. Summoning all his strength, he attempted to draw the sword. "I've told you not to pull it out," the girl cried, growing increasingly frantic. Lin Chen ignored her, continuing to pull the sword, which began to tremble, slowly inching outward. "Do not draw it. Put it back, the girl urged. Lin Chen frowned, sensing something was amiss. Ha ha, ha. The goddess, initially reclining on the stone platform, had no desire to intervene. However, Upon overhearing their exchange, she couldn't help but clutch her stomach and laugh uproariously, twisting about like a worm, oblivious to her image. "Do not laugh," the girl fumed, glaring at the goddess. Then turning her ire towards Lin Chen, "Put it back. Do not draw it." "Ahaha, ahaha." The goddess was laughing so hard she seemed on the verge of rolling off the stone platform. Chapter 47. The sword named White Book. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Unwilling to allow any emotions to interfere, his veins bulged as he summoned all his strength. He had to draw the sword. "Stop. Do you know what you're doing? If you pull out the sword, do you comprehend the consequences? We have only just managed," the white-clad maiden exclaimed anxiously, feigning to bite Lin Chen's arm. Yet Lin Chen was undeterred. He needed power now. As for the price, he had declared from the very beginning that he was willing to pay any cost. "Come forth," Lin Chen bellowed. With both hands exerting tremendous force, he finally drew the white sword completely from its sheath. The white-clad maiden's expression turned blank, her lips pouting in distress. "What now? It's out. What do we do? It's over." At the moment he withdrew the white sword, Lin Chen instantly felt a surge of power coursing through him. The Nine Heavens God-slaying technique seemingly underwent a second transformation, becoming even more potent. Within his dantian, a brand new sword shadow emerged, albeit faint and ethereal, requiring further refinement by Lin Chen. "By Shu," Lin Chen murmured, "the name of this sword." He opened his eyes and gazed upon the goddess. When he first drew the Tian tongue, Lin Chen seemed to catch an unusual silhouette on the goddess, a skeletal figure with blood flowing from its eye sockets, a sight both eerie and chilling. Thus, he sought to confirm whether it was merely an illusion. However, this time, he saw nothing. The goddess remained as beautiful as ever, her laughter stilled, though tears of excessive mirth glistened at the corners of her eyes. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Lin Chen perceived a trace of sorrow deep within her gaze. Before he could discern it clearly, the scene before him blurred entirely, and his consciousness returned to the present world. "Bai Shu, what manner of power do you possess?" Lin Chen whispered. He activated the Nine Heavens sword-slashing technique. A phantom of Bai Shu appeared in his hand, and suddenly, a girl in white leaped forth, her dainty fists flailing at Lin Chen in a fit of rage. "You big fool! 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 Fool!" the girl in white exclaimed, clearly furious. Naturally, she could not strike Lin Chen, merely putting on a show to vent her frustration. "Are you the sword spirit?" Lin Chen could not help but inquire, for this was truly extraordinary. Previously, he had never heard of a girl being concealed within a sword. It seemed the goddess was indeed correct. His perspective was far too narrow, utterly unaware of the vastness of this world. Humph. After a moment of venting, the girl in white finally quieted down. However, her large eyes continued to glare at Lin Chen in indignation. After a while, she sighed, conceding, "I had long anticipated this day would come." The girl in white appeared to have come to a realization, her attitude towards Lin Chen softening considerably. She scrutinized him from head to toe, then disdainfully remarked, "You are so weak. I have never encountered someone as feeble as you." Lin Chen felt a pang of frustration. In the past, did no one ever draw you out? Indeed, they all deemed me unworthy, leaving me behind, and then that was the end of it. The girl in white shrugged, her tone tinged with resentment. Yet, recalling her own reluctance to be drawn out, her emotions were quite complex. In the past, how many swords did they manage to draw? Lin Chen could not restrain his curiosity. 6 swords. The girl in white replied, "No one chose me before the 6th sword." Lin Chen's heart trembled. Across countless eras, so many chosen ones, paragons of their time, could only draw a maximum of 6 swords. It appeared that the cultivation difficulty of the Nine Heavens sword-slashing technique was even greater than Lin Chen had anticipated. "You should focus on your cultivation. You are utterly inadequate at present, far too weak." The girl in white folded her arms and critiqued. "Would you be willing to assist me in becoming stronger?" Lin Chen asked, taken aback. "Of course. I want you to counter her," the girl in white declared, lifting her chin with determination. Counter the goddess? Such a notion had never crossed Lin Chen's mind, nor did he believe he could achieve it. Yet, since the girl in white was willing to assist him, he would not decline. "How can I awaken more of your power? Should I consume demon cores?" Lin Chen inquired. Previously, the power of Tian Tongue had been enhanced through the consumption of demon cores from serpentine beasts. But as for Bai Shu, being a girl in white, he was uncertain if the method would be similar. "I am not some crude dragon. The notion of consumption for enhancement is far too beneath my dignity." The girl in white scoffed, clearly dismissive. "Then what should be done?" Lin Chen pressed. "Learn characters," the girl in white replied with a smile. Lin Chen was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Learn characters? This form of enhancement is unprecedented. The girl in white chuckled. You wouldn't understand. Characters are among the most powerful forces in this world. Of course, not just any characters, but ancient scripts. Within those characters lies unimaginable power. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She clearly relished reading and studying ancient texts. Lin Chen sighed, understanding why the predecessors had overlooked by shu.it hardly felt like a sword. Could it be a pen disguised as one? Everyone else was focused on swordsmanship. Who would engage in writing with you? What was that expression just now? Do you look down on me? The girl in white placed her hands on her hips, pouting in irritation. You have no idea how terrifying the power of ancient characters can be. So how does one obtain ancient characters? Lin Chen inquired. The girl in white scratched her head. You must seek them out. Delve into ancient books, ruins, and various ancient artifacts. Very well. I shall keep an eye out for ancient characters. Lin Chen replied with a smile, eager to discover the formidable power they might contain. With the second sword in hand, his mastery of the Nine Heavens sword-slashing technique advanced, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. It was time to seek the treasures of the Seven Alleys. Lin Chen's eyes glimmered with determination. He pushed the door open and stepped outside to eye in the courtyard. Lunan had already completed her preparations and was practicing a set of martial techniques. She appeared to have grasped the essence of it, demonstrating considerable power. You're out, Lunan remarked upon seeing Lin Chen, pausing her training in surprise. I didn't expect you to be slower than me. That's not like you. I was cultivating and gained some new insights, Lin Chen replied. Lunan looked astonished. For someone as prodigious as Lin Chen, any so-called insights were likely astonishing. However, she refrained from probing further. Come, I can only take you to the entrance. As for whether we can enter, I cannot guarantee that, Lunan stated. Thus, the two proceeded outward. Yet, as soon as they stepped outside, they were confronted by a group of fierce-looking individuals who surrounded the courtyard. You two, where do you think you're going? After killing my subordinate, you're not planning to just walk away, are you? A cold voice rang out. Among the group, a bald man emerged, exuding a formidable presence that suppressed everyone around him. He was Lu Guangtou, a figure of equal standing with Wang Tianyuan. The earlier Qi Shaojun had been one of his subordinates. Lunan's expression shifted, and she hurriedly whispered to Lin Chen, killing one or two people in ancient Tower City is nothing. Lunan believed that having killed Qi Shaojun would indeed provoke retaliation, but never anticipated such a grand response. Even Lu Guangtou personally leading such a large group to surround them was beyond reason. Is it really necessary to go this far for a mere Qi Shaojun? Lunan said coldly. Such a reaction clearly exceeded the worth of Qi Shaojun. Lu Guangtou sneered. Lunan, do you still wish to feign ignorance? Your matters have already spread, Lu Guangtou scoffed, gesturing for his men to close in. What on earth does that mean? I have no idea what you're talking about, Lunan replied in a low voice. In the 10 Floors mountain range, the spiritual herb has emerged for a full month, yet no one has been able to find it. However, not long ago, news returned confirming that the spiritual herb has indeed been harvested. Lu Guangtou taunted. Thus, I trust you understand now. Upon hearing this, Lunan naturally grasped Lu Guangtou's implication. He believed the spiritual herb was in their possession, not you. Then that young man, Lu Guangtou pointed at Lin Chen. Such outstanding strength at such a young age, directly slaying Qi Shaojun across realms. There must be something amiss. It must be due to that spiritual herb. We did not acquire any spiritual herb. I believe you have mistaken us, Lunan asserted. Though she spoke thusly, she knew well that he would not believe her words. When it comes to invaluable spiritual herbs that could determine one's martial destiny, who could resist such temptation? And for someone like Lu Guangtou, with no moral boundaries, killing and robbing was commonplace. If there was suspicion, he would strike to kill and seize everything that as for being mistaken. Oh, that would simply be unfortunate. Did he expect them to burn incense at his grave? Moreover, with Lu Guangtou currently having a pretext, he was even less likely to spare Lu Nan and the others. In fact, the ones taking action now were not just Lu Guangtou. Nearly all the local tyrants of ancient Tower City had mobilized, targeting various other suspicious individuals. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. Lu Guangtou and his band were merely blind cats stumbling upon a dead mouse. They were correct. The spiritual herb had indeed fallen into his hands. However, they had mistaken their target, since the Long Yin flower was possessed by Lin Chen. Their arrival was tantamount to courting death. What Lin Chen was truly concerned about was the individual who had asserted that the spiritual herb had been taken. Who was that person? Clearly, they had released the information to exploit the greed of Lu Guangtou and his ilk, leading them to seek the location of the spiritual herb. Such cunning. Lin Chen's gaze did not linger on Lu Guangtou and his men. Instead, he looked into the distant ancient tower city. Where ancient buildings stood tall, only one structure reached the highest specifications. The Guning Tower. It is a restaurant, shrouded in mystery, with an elusive proprietor who never shows his face. Ordinary individuals cannot gain entry to Guning Lu. Only those of high status and considerable wealth may do so. At this moment, on the top floor of Guning Lu, numerous individuals stand at the railing, sipping their drinks while gazing downwards. Some direct their attention towards Lin Chen, while others look in different directions. Each person possesses a notable status, clinking glasses and drinking as if they regard the commotion below as mere entertainment. This is the demeanor of the privileged, inherently laced with disdain. Lin Chen, with keen eyesight, discerned their identities, recognizing several clad in silver armor, who were indeed leaders of the Silver Armor Army. Additionally, there were those adorned with ancient tripod insignias. The Juting Chamber of Commerce, perhaps? Yet, these individuals seemed to be orbiting around a young man. This young man exuded an air of arrogance, his posture elevated. Though he clinked glasses with others, it appeared more as if he were bestowing a favor. The surrounding individuals were not oblivious to this, yet they all chose to endure, indicating the high status of this young man. He was among those who had previously engaged in chaos at the Bayusher Lu, and they had returned to the ancient tower city. Lin Chen squinted. This could hardly be a coincidence. At this moment, the young man also caught sight of Lin Chen and sensed his gaze. A faint, contemptuous smile curled at the corners of his lips. He raised his glass towards Lin Chen in a gesture of acknowledgement and then slowly poured the drink onto the ground. Was this a ritual for the souls of the departed? He had already determined Lin Chen's fate. Master Ningyu, do you believe this will lead us to the spirit herb? Inquired a middle-aged man from the Juting Chamber of Commerce. He was Zhang Chonglin, a direct descendant of the Zhang family, the fourth in line, and the uncle of Zhang Tianxue. Even someone of his esteemed standing addressed the remarkably youthful Ningyu as master. Underscoring his respect, Ningyu appeared to relish this title. Who can say for certain? But if we happen to find it, would that not be splendid? After all, it is merely these vermin in the gutters tearing at each other. We shall treat it as entertainment, Ningyu replied, his tone dismissive. Zhang Chonglin felt discontent with this approach. Moreover, Ningyu exhibited none of the gentleness typical of a healer. Instead, he radiated a heavy malice, relishing his superior position over the fates of those beneath him. Previously at Bayusher Lu, there had been no need for conflict with those adventurer teams. However, Ningyu felt that sharing the same space with them diminished his own stature, sullying the air with their presence, prompting him to clear the area, which directly led to the ensuing chaos. Had there not been tangible gains in the end, Zhang Chonglin would have seriously contemplated shattering Ningyu's skull. Of course, he merely entertained the thought. After all, the man was a direct disciple of the renowned healer from the great Qi nation, and now he sought something from him. Thus he dared not offend. Is the herb we previously discovered truly useless? Zhang Chonglin asked, a tinge of reluctance evident in his voice. They had found a herb at Bayusher Lu, known as dragon spiral grass, classified as a 6th-tier spirit herb. It was exceedingly rare. Though the efficacy of dragon spiral grass is somewhat diminished, it is what the esteemed elder Zhang requires, yet it is not particularly potent. It cannot surpass the elixir I could concoct specifically for him, Ningyu declared with pride. Zhang Chonglin sighed, concern etched on his face, and stated, if that is the case, should we not seek elsewhere? My father's condition cannot be delayed any longer. Do you doubt me? Ningyu furrowed his brows, revealing his displeasure. Master, do not misunderstand. I merely consider the dragon spiral grass to be remarkably precious. Might it be the so-called transcendent spirit herb? Zhang Chonglin hurriedly explained. I am merely anxious about wasting time here. A flicker of disdain crossed Ningyu's eyes as he replied, rest assured, my judgment is infallible. That dragon spiral grass is merely a complementary item that I in that region. There must be a dragon transformation flower. The dragon transformation flower is extremely close to being a 7th-tier spirit herb, its potency far surpassing that of the dragon spiral grass. Even 2 leaves would suffice to extricate Elder Zhang from peril. Chapter 49. The power of the White Book. As Ningyu spoke, His eyes gleamed with intensity. He too coveted the efficacy of the dragon transformation flower. Should he obtain it, he would undoubtedly reserve most of its medicinal properties for himself. As for Elder Zhang, he would merely restore him somewhat. Should the elder recover fully, it would be of no benefit to him in the future when extracting advantages from the Zhang family. Ning Yu's thoughts turned cold and calculating, as he had already devised his plans. Should that be the case, it would indeed be splendid. We shall then rely on the master, Zhang Chonglin exclaimed, filled with excitement. Let us observe. Perhaps the dragon transformation flower truly lies within the grasp of some rodent. Ning Yu replied with a dismissive smile that he acted as if he were the arbiter of life and death. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Guangtou's eyes glinted with malice as he issued a command. Eliminate them. Kill Lin Chen and Lu Nan. Seize everything they possess. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze, warning Lu Nan to proceed with caution. In an instant, he executed the Gale Step. His form transformed into a blur as he surged forth. Drawing his sword, radiant white light coalesced along the blade's edge. That was the power of the White Book. Lin Chen was uncertain of the precise nature of the White Book's powers. Its characteristics were not as overt as those of Tian Tong, yet being one of the 9 swords, it must be extraordinary beyond measure compared to an ordinary sword. He decided to test its might in combat, to ascertain just how far the power of the White Book could elevate him. With a single strike, he severed the first assailant, a formidable figure of the 8th layer of the dominant force realm. Cleanly in 2. Lin Chen's speed did not wane. The ground beneath him shattered with explosive sounds, resembling a rapid series of leaps. Wherever he arrived, a life was extinguished. His sword was too swift, its force too overwhelming. There was no opponent who could withstand even a single blow. What? The onlookers were astounded. Just how powerful was this young man's physique, capable of achieving the strength of 1,000 Jun merely through raw physicality. Furthermore, his sword appeared unique, seemingly employing some formidable martial technique to amplify each strike's power. This child was indeed a hidden gem. It seems you have indeed acquired that spirit herb, Lu Guangtou bellowed. His subordinates, 2 formidable warriors of the 7th layer of the dominant force realm, charged at Lin Chen in unison. Their dual blades, empowered by immense force, threatened to rend the very air as they crossed in a downward slash. How would Lin Chen defend against such an assault? Just in time, Lin Chen's eyes shone with brilliance. The previous minions had been too weak to truly gauge the power of the White Book. But these 2 formidable opponents were just right. Thunderous 9 swords. Lin Chen's sword emanated a thunderous roar, as tendrils of white light intertwined with the crackling thunder. The blade was extraordinarily sharp, its lethality astonishing. The overwhelming force of their strikes was indeed tremendous, but Lin Chen met them head-on, cleaving through with his sword. What immense strength! What kind of physique is this? The 2 assailants gasped, feeling their grip on their blades falter. Even cracks began to form along their 4th-tier swords. Yet, despite this, they still maintained confidence. 2 against 1. Victory was assured. Their coordination was impeccable, each strike seamlessly following the last, exponentially increasing their power, leaving Lin Chen with little room to breathe. This presented Lin Chen with considerable pressure. However, it was fortuitous, as he sought to delve deeper into the powers of the White Book. At present, it appeared that the White Book merely enhanced the power of each sword strike, and the increase was not significantly greater than that of Tian Tong. Yet, Tian Tong possessed all the characteristics of the Black Dragon, capable of transforming form and striking from a distance, which the White Book currently lacked. Comparatively, Tian Tong's utility was evidently superior. Could it be that the White Book was merely a blank slate? A book without words could hardly be considered a book, could it? Naturally devoid of power. One must hasten to inscribe words upon it. Within, one would find all that one desires. The girl in white scoffed. She perceived Lin Chen's disdain. Is the enhancement based on the ancient characters inscribed? While its potential is immense, although currently insufficient, it may yet surpass Tian Tong in the future. Lin Chen pondered. The power of the White Book surged, though its enhancement was not overtly pronounced compared to Tian Tong. The combat strength it provided was still remarkable for an ordinary warrior. Even with a 3rd-tier longsword, under the White Book's enhancement, it wielded the might of a 5th-tier weapon. For the moment, this was quite satisfactory. It would serve as a substitute for the not easily deployable Tian Tong. Having clarified the capabilities of the White Book through practical combat, Lin Chen need not continue to engage with the 2 assailants. As thunder coiled around the sword, Lin Chen transformed into a streak of lightning. With a single strike, he severed the swords from their hands, and in the same motion, he took their heads. This scene left all witnesses in shock. Utterly unprepared for such a swift conclusion to the battle, is this the power of that spirit herb? Damn it, Lu Guantou snarled. There was no doubt that Lin Chen had seized the spirit herb. Otherwise, it was utterly inexplicable. Lin Chen, however, paid no heed as he continued his assault. With Lu Guantou's numbers, he needed to alleviate some of Lu Nan's burden. Upon seeing Lin Chen approach, the onlookers lost all courage to resist. If even those at the seventh layer of the dominant force realm had perished, they were far from being his match. They hurriedly retreated, some even fleeing in panic. How dare you? Lu Guantou was filled with rage. Yet, Lin Chen paid him no heed and continued his massacre. How could this possibly continue? Lu Guantou let out a thunderous roar and took matters into his own hands. The turbulent aura around him surged violently. In the ground beneath, his feet cracked open, with fragments of stone levitating slightly. The strength of the ninth level of the Qianjun realm was indeed formidable, having refined such incredible power to a certain height. A single strike could easily obliterate a massive boulder. However, it was merely comparable to Wang Tianyuan. Lin Chen had previously slain Wang Tianyuan, so what of the present? Confirming Bai Shu's strength, Lin Chen deemed further combat unnecessary. He stepped forward, unleashing the 10th sword of the Thunderclap 9 swords. Did he truly believe he could slice him in one blow? Lu Guantou bellowed, wielding a 5th-grade long knife, its might astonishing, coupled with his martial technique. The 5th-grade skill, Sky-Splitting Slash, its power was dreadfully terrifying. Lin Chen dared to face him with a single sword. How utterly reckless! Lu Guantou swung his blade, as though truly rending the void, the light of the knife distorting the air around it. Showcasing its immense force, it was believed that under this strike, Lin Chen's sword would shatter, and Lin Chen himself would perish. However, the reality was starkly contrary. Following a cataclysmic clash, it was the blade's light that shattered. Lin Chen's sword obliterated the dazzling knife radiance and simultaneously pierced through the blade, penetrating Lu Guantou's neck. A single strike to kill. It was worth noting that unlike the previous two opponents of the 7th level of the Qianjun realm, with whom Lin Chen had fought several rounds, how could Lu Guantou, at the 9th level, be slain by a single sword so effortlessly? Such a phenomenon could only arise from a clash of entirely different tiers of combat power. Many gasped in astonishment, and those with ill intentions felt a chill in their hearts, no longer daring to act. Ancient Tower City was not like those grand imperial cities. The strongest here were merely at the level of Lu Guantou and Wang Tianyuan. The realm of the condensing intent was nearly non-existent. Now that Lu Guantou had been slain with a single sword, who would dare to raise a hand against Lin Chen? Lu Guantou's remaining subordinates scattered like frightened birds. The outcome of the battle sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of Guning Tower, leaving them utterly astonished. Dragon Qi. This individual exuded dragon Qi. He had obtained the Longyan flower and consumed it. Ning Yu fixed his gaze upon Lin Chen, his expression contorting. What? Zhang Chonglin gasped. The Longyan flower was a miraculous herb capable of healing old Master Zhang. Had that young man already consumed it? Ordinary individuals could not absorb such immense medicinal power all at once. There should still be some residue within him. Ning Yu said darkly. Go, bring him here. He must surrender the remaining Longyan flower. It is not something he ought to possess. Chapter 50. Half-step condensing intent. Lin Chen had stunned everyone. Lu Guantou, at the 9th level of the Qianjun realm, wielded immense combat power and was a prominent figure in ancient Tower City, with few capable of suppressing him. Yet, he had been killed by a mere youth, an astonishing revelation. In the shadows, some began to take action. With Lu Guantou slain, his territory and resources became unclaimed, ripe for the taking. Ultimately, no one mourned for someone like Lu Guantou. His death was a blessing. However, this would likely lead to several bloody confrontations, and more lives would be lost. Yet, such was the nature of this world. And Lin Chen paid little heed. After dispatching Lu Guantou, Lin Chen gestured, seizing the spatial ring from Lu Guantou's hand. One could not overlook the spoils of battle. Lu Guantou's collection would undoubtedly be impressive. But just as Lin Chen prepared to inspect the spatial ring, someone approached from Guning Tower. The crowd that had previously blocked the street now retreated, not daring to obstruct, instinctively clearing a path. Meanwhile, whispers filled the air. That emblem belonged to the Jioding Chamber of Commerce, the largest in the nation, with business sprawling across the country and even extending to foreign lands, wealthy enough to rival nations. Why had their people come here? Someone exclaimed. Although ancient Tower City was quite bustling, with numerous chambers and businesses engaged in trade, the Jioding Chamber had never personally visited. They typically entrusted their smaller affiliates to handle affairs, never revealing themselves. Yet today, they had come. It appeared they had hired the silver-armored army and monopolized the entire Guning Tower. Such financial prowess was characteristic of the geoding chamber. What could they possibly want here? It was said that not long ago, they had clashed with our expedition team at the Bayushi Tower, resulting in numerous fatalities. Someone scoffed. Life was hard for those at the bottom. Naturally, they harbored animosity toward these affluent and noble figures. They must be searching for the rare herb that had recently emerged, willing to pay a hefty price and enlist the silver-armored army. The rotund man donned an ancient cauldron insignia, dressed extravagantly, likely holding a significant position within the geoding chamber, at least a branch leader. Beside him stood a silver-armored soldier, whose aura was solid and sharp, akin to a beast unleashed. Indeed, they were renowned warriors, said to be comparable to elite soldiers from border armies. This individual was likely the vice commander. The vice commander? He appeared quite young, perhaps not even 30. Did the silver-armored army have vice commanders under 50? He was likely a rising star, a figure of remarkable talent. People murmured, recognizing that both individuals were of considerable stature, and none dared to stand in their way. As they advanced towards Lin Chen, many looked on with glee, believing Lin Chen would soon face misfortune, ultimately becoming a pawn for others. Lin Chen also noticed that they were approaching him and promptly stowed away the spatial rings, quietly observing them. Both men displayed a subtle arrogance, even without trying to show it, emanating an air of superiority. The middle-aged man from the geoding chamber laughed amiably, appearing friendly, yet a cold glint flickered in his eyes as he did not meet Lin Chen's gaze. Meanwhile, the young vice commander of the silver-armored army stood silently with his sword, exuding an aura of martial prowess, his eyes closed in meditation, clearly dismissive. The middle-aged man chuckled, addressing Lin Chen with a cupped fist. "Young friend, my master has noted your remarkable skills and wishes to befriend you, inviting you to the top of Guning Tower for a discussion. I wonder if that would be convenient." He smiled warmly, his demeanor courteous, yet his tone bore an unmistakable command. This was no mere invitation, but an order. Lin Chen had no choice but to comply. "I have matters to attend to. It is inconvenient," Lin Chen replied bluntly. The middle-aged man's smile did not waver, yet the coldness in his eyes intensified. A nameless youth dared to refuse an invitation from the geoding chamber. Did he truly consider himself significant? Did he believe that having acquired a bit of fortune made him exceptional? How utterly arrogant, completely unaware of the vastness of the world. The middle-aged man chuckled, saying, "You may not know. My master is Zhang Sai of the geoding Zhang family. He seldom summons outsiders, and this instance is a rare exception. To say you are fortunate would not be an exaggeration. Should you earn my master's favor, the benefits to you would be unimaginable." Such financial arrogance. Even their manner of speaking was haughty. Disregarding others, Lin Chen scoffed. "If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave," Lin Chen stated indifferently. At last, the smile faded from the middle-aged man's face. He narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous glint. "Kid, do not mistake kindness for weakness. Since my master has invited you, you have no choice but to comply." Concurrently, the young vice commander, who had been dismissive of Lin Chen, slightly opened his eyes. A fierce gleam flashed within. Sharp as a blade. In an instant, he resembled a drawn sword, his aura brimming with intent, condensing intent. No, it was still a step short. It was half-step condensing intent, the initial formation of sword intent, yet still feeble. Having not yet taken the final step, nonetheless, even so, possessing the embryo of sword intent was a completely different concept from lacking it. Half-step condensing intent may appear merely a half-step away from the 9th level of the Qianjin realm. Yet its combat power was at least tenfold stronger, and to reach half-step condensing intent before the age of 30 was indeed a mark of extraordinary talent. At this moment, he emanated the faintest aura of sword intent, and the threat was palpably evident. "I believe you are a wise individual and should understand what to do. Refusing us will only lead to your own suffering. Conversely, compliance brings you benefits, a win-win situation for all." The middle-aged man stated with a faint smile. They had completely ensnared Lin Chen. This suddenly rising youth, relying solely on the power of a herb, lacked any substantial foundation. He was akin to a laughable nouveau riche, mistakenly believing he was entitled to challenge others. Yet in the face of true established powers, he was not. Lin Chen's gaze turned frigid. His adversaries seemed overly confident. He was not someone whom anyone could easily manipulate, at least. These individuals before him were not worthy. Chapter 51. direct confrontation, the middle-aged rotund man carried himself with an air of superiority, which was entirely understandable given his position as the president of a branch of the Geoding Commerce Association. To the average individual, he was indeed a personage of considerable stature, deserving of reverence. In this ancient city of Gulo, the populace comprised mainly of the lower echelons of society, with no real power players lurking in the shadows. Here, the middle-aged man could afford to be arrogant, dismissing everyone around him without a second thought. Likewise, it was rare for anyone to be foolish enough to provoke a member of the Geoding Commerce Association. With a cold smirk, the middle-aged man believed Lin Chen had finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Of course, if Lin Chen were truly foolish enough to defy common sense, it would matter little. The silver-armored army had already been summoned, and with Zhang Chonglin stationed here, was there any need to fear Lin Chen's defiance? It was worth noting that apart from the third Zhang brother, Zhang Chongli, who was somewhat lacking in talent and strength, the others were formidable. Who would dare to challenge the cultivation of Zhang Chonglin in the realm of intent? Lin Chen cast a glance at the middle-aged man. Feeling a sense of helplessness, the unpredictability of life had led him here in pursuit of the treasures of the Seven Alleys, only to find himself entangled with the Geoding Commerce Association and standing on opposing sides. While he did not fear confrontation, it would undoubtedly prove troublesome and needed swift resolution. Thus, saving Zhang Tianxue had not been in vain. Lin Chen mused to himself with a wry smile. Have you made up your mind? The middle-aged man scoffed, growing increasingly impatient. Meeting is acceptable, Lin Chen replied calmly. The corners of the middle-aged man's lips curled into a sneer as he regarded Lin Chen with disdain. What a charade. You re merely feigning bravery, afraid to confront the Geoding Commerce Association. If you're going to concede, why maintain such a faade? It's quite laughable. With a haughty tilt of his chin, the middle-aged man declared. Then follow me. Yet, Lin Chen remained unmoved, responding indifferently, a meeting is acceptable, but you are most disagreeable, and I wish to see you no more. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. And what do you propose, then? Are you too proud to admit your own lack of standing? Young man, do you truly believe you possess the leverage to negotiate? He mocked Lin Chen effortlessly, as if toying with a mouse. Entirely dismissive of the threat he perceived. You can kneel right here, Lin Chen replied coolly. To avoid complications, I could engage in a discussion with the Geoding Commerce Association, but that does not imply I will concede easily. Such an attitude would only invite further encroachment upon my boundaries. The middle-aged man erupted into laughter, unable to contain his amusement. This boy certainly has a grandiose sense of self-worth. Does he not realize his own limitations? Just as I thought, he is nothing but a reckless fool. Let us end this swiftly and interrogate him for the Longyan flower. From the upper floors of Guning, Ningyu snorted in disdain. How dare he resist? To me, that is an affront to my authority, and he must be dealt with severely. Zhang Chonglin's eyes flickered. He hadn't anticipated Lin Chen would dare to take action. Such audacity intrigued him, for he did not despise such boldness. However, with the life of his father at stake, he would show no mercy. The Longyan flower must be acquired at any cost, rest assured. Gentlemen, Jin Wei will soon bring him to us. A middle-aged man clad in silver armor smiled slightly. He was one of the strongest commanders of the silver-armored army, and Jin Wei was his most promising protege. This outing was intended to elevate Jin Wei's status in the eyes of significant clients like the Geoding Commerce Association, paving the way for his future. Jin Wei, a valiant young man, unsheathed his sword. Imbued with the nascent form of sword intent, its might was beyond what Lin Chen, who had never encountered sword intent, could withstand. What significance was there in defeating Lu Guangtou before him? Everything paled in comparison. As his sword struck, it was overwhelming, designed to force Lin Chen into retreat, followed by an even swifter second strike, rendering escape impossible. Jin Wei had already calculated how Lin Chen would fall before him, sealing his fate the moment Lin Chen made his move. With an air of arrogance, Jin Wei advanced, his sword light sharp and relentless, compelling Lin Chen to evade. Yet, Lin Chen did not flinch. Instead, he chose to stand firm against the onslaught. Jin Wei was taken aback, swiftly replaced by disappointment. It seemed he had overestimated his opponent. Then let this single strike obliterate Lin Chen. Jin Wei's eyes glinted with fierce determination, the nascent sword intent pulsating. Aiming to inflict grave injury upon Lin Chen. Calmly, Lin Chen assessed the situation. His combat skills had been honed on the battlefield, where life and death loomed large, far surpassing Jin Wei's capabilities. He perceived Jin Wei's intentions and had no intention of complying with his desires. Not only would he receive the strike, but he would also determine the outcome. though the nascent sword intent was indeed formidable. It was not yet the true essence of sword intent. Compared to the likes of Wang Yusi, it was a mere shadow. Lin Chen was confident he could withstand this blow. Surging forth, a serpentine dragon erupted from Lin Chen. Its horns crackling with lightning, exuding a ferocious aura. The dragon armor, enhanced by 2 superior bloodlines, dramatically amplified his combat prowess, synergizing with the Thunder 9 swords for even greater power. Moreover, the White Book, though devoid of script, held remarkable potential. This amalgamation of strength, bolstered by the Zixia Thunder Lotus seeds in the Longyan flower, unleashed an explosive force akin to a volcanic eruption. With the 10th strike, Lin Chen cleaved forward, shattering Jin Wei's nascent sword intent as if it were brittle. Before the arrogance could fully dissipate from Jin Wei's face, he found himself brutally impacted by Lin Chen, akin to being struck by a rampaging dragon. Chapter 52. He comes on his own. Jin Wei spat blood, his body hurtling backward at great speed, colliding with a wall and causing it to collapse. He became entombed within the rubble. His fate uncertain, the sudden turn of events unfolded in the blink of an eye. The outcome of the battle had been decided. The majority of onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the magnitude of what had just transpired. Defeated, a young prodigy who had grasped the nascent form of sword intent, overwhelmingly powerful, and yet vanquished by a single strike, without any means of defense. It was utterly astonishing. The middle-aged man's face drained of color. Words failed him, and the earlier bravado had vanished, leaving only fear in its wake. Lin Chen, true to his word, approached the middle-aged man. I am but a member of the Jioding Commerce Association, the man stammered in panic. Yet Lin Chen had no intention of entertaining his pleas. With a forceful kick, Lin Chen struck the middle-aged man squarely in his ample abdomen, causing a deep indentation. The man felt as though his very insides were about to be ejected through his back, blood spilling from his mouth as he was lifted off the ground. However, Lin Chen's grip latched onto the man's shoulder before he could fly away, pulling him downward with tremendous force. The middle-aged man's knees shattered upon impact, and he found himself kneeling before Lin Chen. I instructed you to kneel, and thus you shall. As the crowd began to regain their senses, gasps of astonishment. A mere lowly wretch, akin to a rat in the gutter, dares to wield the invaluable Longyan flower. How can he possibly endure such indignation? Hold on. It is Zhang Chonglin who speaks. My lord, do you fear that I might falter? The commander inquires, furrowing his brow. Yet Zhang Chonglin responds, behold, he has approached us of his own accord. This pronouncement. The onlookers turn their gazes, and there stands Lin Chen, making his way directly toward Guning Tower. He dares to come? Zhang Chonglin's eyes glimmer with understanding, as he begins to discern Lin Chen's intentions. He may come, but not in this manner of invitation. Given their rudeness, a lesson must be imparted. And Jin Wei along with that portly middle-aged man serve as Lin Chen's message. This youth is no ordinary being. Zhang Chonglin, having long occupied a high position as a businessman, has encountered individuals from all strata of society and possesses a keen eye for discernment. He finds himself somewhat intrigued by what Lin Chen intends to do upon his arrival. Surely he cannot be a fool seeking to engage them in battle. In Zhang Chonglin's view, Jin Wei's swift defeat was due to underestimating his opponent, combined with an overwhelming lack of combat experience. Otherwise, it would not have been so straightforward, and in the face of a true master of the Ning intent realm, this youth would stand no chance. Excellent, let him come. I shall observe what this rat intends. Ningyu sneers. The collective gaze of the crowd fixates on the staircase, and soon enough, Lin Chen ascends. What do you seek? Speak plainly, Lin Chen states unceremoniously. Is it true that you have acquired the Longyan flower? Ningyu casts a sidelong glance at Lin Chen. He sits in the main seat, looking down upon Lin Chen as he sips his drink. His tone nonchalant. Lin Chen regards Ningyu, though Ningyu's cultivation is not particularly formidable, merely at the Thousand June realm. His lofty demeanor indicates a special status. A pharmacist? Lin Chen perceives the unique aura of a pharmacist emanating from Ningyu. The fact that the upper echelons of the Jioding Chamber of Commerce treat him with such deference suggests that his lineage is quite extraordinary. It is rumored that the elder of the Jioding Chamber has been gravely ill for some time, and the Zhang family has been seeking remedies. Lin Chen muses to himself. This matter is hardly a secret. It has long been common knowledge, and Lin Chen is certainly aware of it. With this thought, Lin Chen begins to grasp the situation. The Zhang family's invitation to the silver-armored army to this Ten Peaks mountain is undoubtedly aimed at securing that miraculous herb. The objective is, of course, to address the elder Zhang's ailment. This pharmacist has explicitly mentioned the Longyan flower, indicating that he possesses considerable skill, capable of discerning the existence of the flower. The previous news of the herb's harvesting must have originated from him, orchestrating events to have Lu Guangtou and others seek out the one who could obtain the Longyan flower. Such talent at such a young age, could he be a disciple of a divine healer? Lin Chen's mind races with possibilities. He has nearly deduced the identity of his counterpart. It is no wonder that he displays such arrogance, regarding others with disdain. Indeed, Lin Chen replies. Zhang Chonglin's eyes immediately light up. My young friend, I wish to acquire the remaining Longyan flower in your possession. Name your price, and I, Zhang Chonglin, will surely meet your demands. I am afraid I have already refined the entire flower. Lin Chen replies. What? Zhang Chonglin's complexion pales. Ridiculous. With your meager strength, how could you possibly refine the entire Longyan flower in such a short span of time? There must surely be some residue. I advise you to speak the truth. I am a disciple of the divine healer. And do you believe you possess a greater understanding of the potential of a Longyan flower than I? Ningyu proclaims with haughty arrogance. Just because you cannot absorb it does not mean it cannot be consumed, Lin Chen retorts. Ningyu's expression instantly darkens. You presume to speak to me in such a manner, he bellows. Who is he? A disciple of the divine healer, with a status so exalted that even the heads of great factions must yield to him. A lowly rat like you dares to speak back. My young friend, have you truly exhausted the entire Longyan flower? Zhang Chonglin grits his teeth, unwilling to accept such an answer. Fear not, my young friend, as long as you can produce the Longyan flower, even if it is but a petal or a leaf. I, Zhang Chenglin, can not only offer you a satisfactory reward, but can also guarantee that no one shall harm you. Zhang Chonglin implores earnestly. To him, the elder Zhang's health takes precedence above all else. Every action Lin Chen has undertaken can be overlooked. Lin Chen studies Zhang Chonglin. Elder Zhang is a towering figure, and all major factions within the Great Wei nation have dealings with him. Wielding immense influence, even the imperial family must tread carefully around him. As long as Elder Zhang remains alive, the imperial family must weigh their options. Indeed, Elder Zhang's existence is enough to restrain much of the imperial power. For Lin Chen, Elder Zhang's survival is advantageous. Might you have the means to contact Zhang Tianque? Lin Chen suddenly inquires. Chapter 53. Being a concubine is acceptable. Zhang Chonglin is taken aback, not anticipating Lin Chen's sudden mention of Zhang Tianque. My young friend, do you know my niece? Zhang Chonglin's expression shifts. Indeed, Lin Chen nods. Zhang Chonglin's face brightens with joy. Lin Chen's inquiry indicates a glimmer of hope. He promptly retrieves a jade communication talisman, intricately inscribed with formations capable of transmitting sound and images over vast distances, far more efficient than methods such as eagle dispatch. However, such complex formations are beyond the capabilities of ordinary formation masters, and there are none of such caliber within the Great Wei nation, making it inaccessible to anyone outside of a major faction. It is not surprising that Zhang Chonglin, as a senior member of the Jiuding Chamber, possesses a communication talisman of this sort. Channeling his energy into the jade talisman, the formations illuminate, swiftly projecting a shimmering light. Before long, an image materializes within the light. It is none other than Zhang Tianque. At this moment, tears still glisten in the corners of her eyes, indicating she has recently wept. Upon receiving Zhang Chonglin's communication, she immediately activates the talisman to connect with them. Fourth uncle, what news? Have you found the miraculous herb needed for grandfather? Zhang Tianque asks, her voice filled with hope. There is a lead. Do not fret too much, Schwerer. Zhang Chonglin reassures her, simultaneously channeling his energy to project Lin Chen's likeness to Zhang Tianque. Schwerer, do you recognize this person? Zhang Chonglin inquires. By Fei. Zhang Tianque exclaims in astonishment, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. Fourth uncle, how does he come to be with you? The herb your father requires may have been obtained by this young man. Zhang Chonglin explains. He is equally astonished by Zhang Tianque's reaction. It is clear she not only knows this young man, but that their relationship is far from ordinary. Is that true? Zhang Tianque's eyes suddenly brighten. She turns to Lin Chen and implores, by Fei, please save my grandfather. Whatever you desire, I promise to fulfill it. Though she speaks thus, having spent time with Lin Chen, she understands that such words may not sway him. Nevertheless, she believes Lin Chen, despite his peculiar nature, is fundamentally a good person. Otherwise, he would not have rescued her without demanding any recompense. I know I owe you much, and I may never fully repay it. But if you allow me, I can spend the rest of my life repaying you. If that is unfeasible, I would even be willing to be a concubine, as long as you save my grandfather. Zhang Tianxue pleads. It is evident that her bond with her grandfather is profound. She cannot bear the thought of his demise and is willing to sacrifice everything for his sake. Zhang Chonglin stands to the side, utterly stunned. What transpired between these two to lead to such a conversation? Discussing concubinage, the esteemed young lady of the Zhang family, prepared to serve as a concubine to an inconspicuous youth. Has she truly incurred such a debt of gratitude? And why has this young man, who shares such a connection with Zhang Tianxue, not mentioned it until now, only revealing it after making a forceful entrance? Zhang Chonglin is astute enough to recognize Lin Chen's intentions. Though this youth is young, he is calculated and understands how to wield his words effectively. The impact of his statements now is vastly different from what they would have been had he spoken earlier. Miss Tianxue, there is no need for such humility. With my presence, I assure you that your grandfather can be saved, and there is no necessity to bow low before this gutter rat. Ningyu interjects, his voice a thunderous roar. His countenance darkens with rage, for he is infuriated. Having previously visited the Zhang family, he was captivated by Zhang Tianxue's beauty and nobility. In his estimation, only a woman of Zhang Tianxue's caliber is worthy of his side. He has long since designated her as his future partner. Once he cures Elder Zhang, he plans to make his intentions known, confident that the Zhang family would acquiesce. After all, this would be a union with a future divine healer, something the Zhang family would surely covet. Yet now, this woman, this noble princess of the Zhang family, dares to demean herself before a rat, even suggesting becoming a concubine. It is utterly shameless. Ningyu's fury knows no bounds. He yearns to eliminate Lin Chen. Zhang Chonglin, having witnessed a plethora of individuals, instantly discerns Ningyu's thoughts. Without waiting for Lin Chen or Zhang Tianxue to respond, he hastily interjects, my young friend, Shuer is indeed anxious. She is willing to do anything to ensure her grandfather's survival. I implore you to consider her heartfelt intentions and agree to assist us. I assure you that the Zhang family will reward you handsomely. After speaking, he solemnly bowed to Zhang Chonglin. Indeed, Zhang Chonglin was a remarkable individual. This not only mitigated any potential oversteps by Zhang Tianxue but also served to calm Ningyu's anger while expressing his own sincerity. There was no choice. He could not afford to offend either party, as he absolutely wished to avoid any conflict between Lin Chen and Ningyu. Lin Chen observed the exchange silently, choosing not to elaborate further. Ningyu, however, snorted coldly, his expression dark and displeased. Yet, he refrained from voicing any further objections, as he did not wish to overly antagonize Zhang Chonglin. Let us discuss the remuneration, Lin Chen proposed, extending his hand to take the communication jade from Zhang Chonglin. Placing it into his spatial ring, Zhang Tianxue's image promptly vanished, severing the connection. However, it was sufficient. The corner of Zhang Chonglin's eye twitched. After all, he had just relinquished a piece of communication jade of immense value. But today, I can only think of a few things. When I have further needs, I will contact Zhang Tianxue myself, Lin Chen stated. Zhang Chonglin could only smile and agree. Although a piece of communication jade was precious, it was not something the Jioding Chamber of Commerce would overly concern themselves with given their financial resources. Rest assured, young friend, my Zhang family guarantees that we will spare no effort in fulfilling your requests. Zhang Chonglin declared earnestly. Lin Chen nodded and proceeded to articulate his needs. High-grade elixirs, monster cores, spiritual treasures. These were items Lin Chen had previously been reluctant to procure from the larger cities due to concerns about leaving traces. However, given the current circumstances, he could no longer afford such reservations. It was imperative to enhance his strength. Of course, the reason for requesting so much was to conceal his true intentions. For instance, he discreetly included the monster cores from higher-tier serpentine beasts among his requests, ensuring they did not draw attention, as he wished to keep his ability to devour monster cores and acquire their powers under wraps. As for the other items, such as 5th-grade long swords, they were merely standard requests. Nonetheless, Lin Chen casually mentioned his interest in any ancient artifacts that might be available for study. Zhang Chonglin was direct, providing no unnecessary commentary. His spatial ring shimmered, producing nearly everything Lin Chen had requested without error. Truly, Zhang Sai was impressive. The collection he carried was akin to a treasure trove for an ordinary person. This sword is remarkable. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. It was a 5th-grade longsword, slender and 7 feet long, remarkably lightweight, adorned with numerous intricate runes that exuded a sense of sharpness. This sword, named Feiyu, was my personal weapon in my youth. Although I no longer use it, I have kept it by my side. I believe you, young friend, to be a swordsman, so I gift it to you. Zhang Chonglin chuckled. To bestow a personal sword upon another, it was evident that Zhang Chonglin was anxious yet also inclined to forge a connection. Lin Chen nodded, accepting Feiyu, while merely observing the other items without scrutinizing them closely. However, Zhang Chonglin indeed provided him with several ancient artifacts, some inscribed with mysterious runes and texts. Perhaps they contained the ancient script that Bai Shu sought. Naturally, now was not the time for examination. Stowing these items away, Lin Chen produced 4 leaves, resembling dragon claws. They were indeed the leaves of the Longyan flower. I have already consumed the petals, and only these 4 leaves remain. Lin Chen informed. Chapter 54. Bai Fei must die. Zhang Chonglin appeared somewhat disappointed. After all, the efficacy would be diminished without the petals, but if they had already been consumed, it was beyond remedy. Fortunately, Ningyu had mentioned that even the leaves held some value. At that moment, Zhang Chonglin turned to Ningyu and respectfully inquired, Master Ningyu, do you believe these 4 leaves are sufficient to concoct the elixir needed for my father? Ningyu's expression shifted. He certainly did not wish to settle for mere leaves, as he desired the petals, which would be of significant aid to him. However, he had previously stated that it was acceptable, and now he could not deny it. Otherwise, would he not appear contemptible? The 4 leaves were indeed useful, but I do not believe he has consumed all the petals. He could not have refined so many. Surely he must have retained some. Ningyu replied coldly. The Longyan flower has a pleasant taste, Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly, and then he proceeded to walk outside. You? Ningyu seethed with rage. Was Lin Chen provoking him? A mere mouse dared to challenge one of his stature. You stop right there. You must leave the remaining Longyan flower behind. Ningyu commanded icily. He was determined to obtain what he desired. Master Ningyu, I believe this young friend would not resort to deceit. He is unfamiliar with the power of the Longyan flower and has thus consumed it entirely. While wasteful, it is unavoidable. Fortunately, Master Ningyu, your expertise in alchemy can utilize the leaves of the Longyan flower to concoct the elixir my father requires. This is truly a blessing for the Zhang family. Now that we have acquired the spiritual herb, I suggest we hasten our return to avoid any delays. Zhang Chonglin interjected promptly. His words flowed seamlessly, elevating Ningyu while simultaneously silencing him at the same time. He emphasized that the elder Zhang's condition took precedence. In this matter, Zhang Chonglin would not entertain any compromises. Furthermore, since Lin Chen had a prior connection with Zhang Tianxue, Zhang Chonglin would not permit Ningyu to make things difficult for Lin Chen. Ningyu's expression shifted. He understood Zhang Chonglin's intent, and, with a cold snort, reined in his ire. No longer pressing Lin Chen, he was acutely aware that his value lay in treating the elder Zhang. Otherwise, even as a disciple of a renowned healer, he would never receive such high regard from the Zhang family. For him, the future gratitude from the Zhang family was of utmost importance. There was no need to jeopardize his standing over Lin Chen. I have long traversed the path of alchemy. With my presence, there is no need to worry about the elder Zhang's ailment, Ningyu declared with pride. Then we shall rely entirely on Master Ningyu. Zhang Chonglin laughed heartily. Thus, Zhang Chonglin bid farewell to Lin Chen, showering him with compliments and making his intentions to forge a bond abundantly clear. They then departed to board the flying treasure ship. This flying vessel could traverse the void at great speed, a strategic asset coveted by the major factions. Unfortunately, its construction was exceedingly difficult. Only the royal family, border forces, and the Geoding Chamber of Commerce possessed such vessels in the entirety of the Dawei Kingdom. After the silver-armored soldiers escorted Zhang Chonglin and his companions aboard the treasure ship, their mission was deemed complete. Once they boarded, it was nearly impossible for danger to arise, as the most formidable presence in the Dawei Kingdom was merely a specialized realm practitioner. There had never been a powerful figure of the knowledge of the Void Realm. Only those of the knowledge of the Void Realm could soar through the skies. Before departing, Ningyu cast a meaningful glance at the leader of the silver-armored soldiers, handing him an item. Subsequently, the flying treasure ship was enveloped in countless formations, the patterns extending into the void, intricate and complex, imparting an almost ethereal sensation of the void supporting the ship. This was a void formation capable of harnessing the laws of space. Underscoring its preciousness and the difficulty of its creation, the Geoding Chamber of Commerce had expended vast resources to acquire such a vessel, which was rarely utilized. However, for the sake of the elder Zhang's illness, the Geoding Chamber of Commerce was prepared to spare no effort. As the formation lifted the treasure ship, the vessel ascended and accelerated until it pierced the heavens, soon disappearing from sight. "Commander, what shall we do next?" An officer inquired. Ji Qingjie wore a sullen expression, not responding immediately. Instead, he examined the item Ning Yu had given him. He Dan. Ji Qingjie's eyes narrowed, unable to suppress his excitement. This was a top-grade 5th-grade elixir capable of aiding practitioners in the insight realm to strengthen their martial intent. Exceedingly precious and highly sought after by those in the insight realm, Ji Qingjie promptly stowed the He Dan away, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He then extracted a note from the vial. "By Fei must die," it read, consisting of only 5 words. "Humph. Even without being told, I would not let that boy go. He severely injured Jin Wei, crippling my silver-armored army's future. It cannot end like this." Ji Qingjie snarled. And now that Ning Yu desired Lin Chen's demise and had even produced the He Dan, it was even less likely he would spare Lin Chen. "Have our spies been keeping a close watch on that boy?" Ji Qingjie asked coldly. "Rest assured, my lord. You know our scouts well. That boy will not escape their notice," the officer chuckled. Just then, a hawk swooped down, landing on the officer's arm. It was a regular report from their spies. "The information should indicate that boy's current location. Shall we proceed directly?" the officer said with a chilling smile. "Let us go," Ji Qingjie ordered. However, as the officer opened the message, his expression changed dramatically. "What is it?" Ji Qingjie furrowed his brow. "My lord. The scouts report that they have lost track of him," the officer said, forcing the words out. "What?" Ji Qingjie's expression darkened. "Fuming. Useless. You can't even keep tabs on a mere boy. What use are you?" The officer felt the brunt of Ji Qingjie's wrath and instinctively recoiled. Ji Qingjie took a deep breath, regaining his composure, and said, "That boy must still be within the ancient Tower City. Send the team to disperse and find him." Indeed, the aide promptly received his orders and departed. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, accompanied by Lu Nan, navigated through the alleyways with remarkable agility. His perceptive abilities were acute. He had already sensed the presence of a fly trailing him. However, Lin Chen was accustomed to dealing with top scouts from the kingdom of Wu at the borders. Even so, he successfully led his troops through several covert marches, directly infiltrating the military formations of Wu. In comparison, the spies of the silver-armored army were utterly inconsequential as they weaved through the alleys, moving swiftly and changing directions with ease. Lin Chen soon managed to elude them entirely. He then changed his appearance without leaving a trace, rendering them incapable of tracking their whereabouts. Lu Nan followed closely, her heart racing. After all, she was more familiar with the ancient city than Lin Chen. Yet, throughout their journey, it was Lin Chen who took the lead, as if this place were his domain. This individual was not only extraordinarily powerful and gifted, but his combat qualities and skills were also astonishing. Fortunately, they were not enemies. Otherwise, Lu Nan doubted her survival. Stealing her resolve, Lu Nan remarked, "The entrance lies just ahead. The key you obtained from me will grant you access to the 7-alley gate, but I have never been able to truly enter the 7-alley. Chapter 55. Such grand characters. Lin Chen and his companion arrived in an ancient street within the city of Goyuo. Most of the inhabitants here were not martial artists, but ordinary civilians who toiled for a living. It was rare for martial artists to venture into this area, where disorder and filth were the defining characteristics. Fortunately, as they had shed their previous appearances, they now blended seamlessly with the local populace, drawing no undue attention. However, lingering was not an option, lest they be recognized. The martial artists typically avoided this place. Dark scouts were ever watchful, as local factions sought to exert control over every corner of the city. As they passed by dilapidated, low-lying buildings, many appeared on the verge of collapse, posing significant danger. Yet, it was evident that these structures bore the weight of history, having been damaged over the years and subjected to continuous repairs, resulting in their current state. The oldest parts of the area likely dated back thousands of years. Following Lu Nan's lead, Lin Chen entered a secluded alley, a place where local residents would seldom tread. An extremely remote locale. In the center of this alley, Lu Nan came to a halt. Here stood a stone tablet, its inscriptions long faded and indecipherable. The stone was embedded within a wall, appearing to be merely a building material, thus drawing no attention. However, Lin Chen noticed a concave area on the tablet that resembled the shape of the key he had received from Lu Nan. He promptly retrieved the key and placed it into the recess. In the next moment, it was as if the ancient world had awakened. Delicate, intricate patterns emanated from the stone tablet, intertwining with the key. A flash of light enveloped them, and Lin Chen and Lu Nan vanished from their location. When they reappeared, they found themselves in an entirely different realm. The sky loomed dark and oppressive, as if it might collapse, creating an intensely suffocating atmosphere. The dim heavens seemed to press down upon the sprawling buildings below. The structures here, with their blue bricks, black tiles, and red columns, stretched endlessly, yet the majority were in a state of disrepair, with only a few still standing, albeit marred by damage that resembled a landscape of ruins. However, even amidst this decay, one could discern the remnants of 8 rows of houses. Between each row lay an alley, totaling 7 alleys. This was indeed the realm of the 7 alleys. Lin Chen was astonished. He had speculated on the nature of the 7 alleys, perhaps as a special district concealed within the multitude of structures in Guiyuo. Yet, he had never anticipated that the 7 alleys existed in an entirely different realm. What kind of sorcery was this? Had they traversed the void? Was the stone tablet a legendary teleportation array? Even the mighty kingdom of Wei could not construct such a formidable formation. Lin Chen struggled to contain his excitement, as he had never imagined witnessing such a spectacle within the borders of the kingdom of Wei, especially in a city as unremarkable as Guiyuo. The 7 alleys clearly held many secrets. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm. In the distance, where the dark sky met the earth, towering mountains sprawled like a vast range. Astonishingly, ancient structures rose upon these mountains. Did they also belong to the world of the 7 alleys? No, it looked somewhat familiar. Lin Chen's expression shifted. That was the Shalu, the 10 ancient stone towers of the Shalu mountain range. He had recently encountered one, the white jade stone tower. Lin Chen was certain he was not mistaken. But why was the Shalu visible here? Or was it that the Shalu and the 7 alleys were intrinsically linked? Part of a singular system? I was equally astonished at first. It appeared to be the 10 ancient towers of the Shalu mountain range, but I could not approach them, so I could not verify anything. Lunan sighed. Although she was a descendant of the 7 alleys, possessing ancient artifacts passed down from her ancestors, such as that key, she herself was too weak. Aside from entering this place, she could do nothing further. Despite the 7 alleys being so close at hand, she could not approach them. It was as if they existed in a different space altogether. The sense of hopelessness enveloped her. Lin Chen took a few steps forward. And indeed, no matter how far he advanced, the 7 alleys remained just out of reach, forever unchanged. Is there a powerful restriction in place, or some other force? Lin Chen pondered that if necessary, he would secretly attempt to harness the power of the Tian tongue. However, he needed to find a moment to utilize the various demon cores he had obtained from Zhang Chonglin to enhance his strength first. Oh, this is intriguing. Look around and see if there are any ancient characters inscribed here. Bai Shu suddenly interjected. Ancient characters? Characters are imprints, manifestations of martial arts refined to their essence, simplified into a few strokes. Thus, ancient writing embodies formidable power, representing a form of martial expression. Bai Shu elaborated. In her view, given the extraordinary nature of this place, it was possible that someone had inscribed ancient characters here. Nevertheless, despite her assertions, they found themselves in a desolate area devoid of any distinctive features. Where would ancient characters be inscribed? Is there anything particularly special about this place? Lin Chen inquired. Lunan shook her head in response. Though I have visited here sparingly for security reasons, I have searched meticulously each time, having thoroughly scoured this place several times without uncovering anything noteworthy. Lu Nan replied that it seemed that even Lin Chen could not unravel the secrets of this place. Lu Nan sighed, lamenting the irony of being a descendant of the 7 alleys yet unable to enter the 7 alleys herself. Is there truly nothing else passed down? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. None. I have exhausted all possible leads, Lu Nan replied. What about bloodlines? Lin Chen queried. Lu Nan was momentarily taken aback. The only inheritance from my ancestors, aside from external artifacts like the key, is indeed the bloodline. Are you suggesting that my blood could unlock this place? Lu Nan's expression shifted, yet she quickly shook her head. It won't work. I once sustained injuries here and bled. But there was no discernible change. Perhaps there was a change, but you simply did not perceive it, Lin Chen suggested. Upon hearing this, Lu Nan tugged at her lips, unable to suppress an eye roll. The words of a genius prodigy could be quite exasperating. Lu Nan chuckled helplessly, but resolutely drew a dagger and made a small incision on her palm. Instantly, blood flowed forth, dripping onto the ground. As the blood seeped into the earth, Lin Chen suddenly sensed a subtle fluctuation. His spirit jolted. and he focused intently, yet could not grasp etched an invisible entity. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Bai Shu, with a huff, retorted, "You absolute fool. Can't you see it? Such a massive character. I wager you hardly pay attention to your reading. Can you see it?" Lin Chen's heart stirred. "Of course. My pages have been yearning to reveal themselves." Bai Shu exclaimed excitedly. With the 9 heavens slaying god technique invoking Bai Shu's power, Lin Chen immediately felt a shift and quickly raised his gaze. Indeed, there were characters, such grand characters, they blotted out the sky, filling the entire firmament. Chapter 56. The world of the 7 alleys. Lin Chen was astounded that it was evident that this was indeed a character, yet it was astonishingly immense, overshadowing the heavens. However, as Lin Chen strained his eyes to comprehend the entirety of the character, he could not discern what it truly was that this moment. Lin Chen grasped that what Bai Shu referred to as ancient writing was not the script of antiquity, but rather an extraordinarily ancient and unique form of writing, an embodiment of power. It appears that both Lu Nan and the previously mentioned Hua Yun possessed scant knowledge regarding the treasures of the 7 alleys. Hua Yun even mistakenly believed that it merely contained the power leading to the realm of specialized techniques. It seems they have underestimated the significance of the 7 alleys. The very character itself is not something that a practitioner of specialized techniques could etch. What a grand concept. Bai Shu chuckled lightly. She was not particularly astonished, having seen and experienced much. Lin Chen suspected that at the pinnacle of Bai Shu's powers, her sword would be inscribed with ancient characters in their entirety. Such might must be unparalleled. Is this character called Jia? Lin Chen strained to commit the character to memory. Despite its seemingly few strokes, appearing quite simple and easily memorable, once his eyes were closed, he found himself utterly unable to recall it. A chill ran through Lin Chen's heart. Is this truly the essence of ancient characters? Even the form of the characters themselves constitutes a component of power, possessing supreme might. Without understanding the true meaning represented by each stroke, one would be utterly incapable of inscribing it. You needn't bother looking. Even if you do, you won't comprehend it. Such a grand ancient character is beyond your current ability to carve, and furthermore, the character Jia embodies an overwhelming martial path, having already formed its own laws, which you cannot wield at present. Bai Shu sighed. This ancient character is formidable, capable of being inscribed upon the firmament, a testament to its astonishing nature. It is beyond Lin Chen's grasp at this moment. Even inscribing it within Bai Shu remains unachievable. Let us proceed. With my presence, this character shall not hinder us, Bai Shu declared. Lin Chen nodded, feeling a tinge of regret. However, passing through this place was still a significant gain. As for the ancient character, since it resides here, he could always return to claim it in the future. Ultimately, it belongs to him. A substantial trump card, a reservoir of power. At that moment, Lin Chen activated the 9 heavens sword-slaying technique. Feeling Bai Shu's sword shadow vibrate gently within his dantian, as streams of white energy emanated forth, enveloping Lin Chen. Subsequently, he moved forward with Lu Nan. Above, the immense character Jia radiated a divine brilliance, its formidable power cascading downwards to form an enormous, intangible barrier. This barrier separated Lin Chen and his companions from the 7 alleys, preventing their approach. Yet, as Bai Shu's power surged forward, ripples began to appear upon the barrier, resembling a highly resilient membrane. Although there remained a sense of resistance, it was no longer insurmountable. Simultaneously, Lin Chen noticed intricate patterns emerging upon Bai Shu's immaculate sword body. These delicate patterns, akin to the strokes of a calligrapher's brush, gradually formed one stroke of the character Jia. Fortunately, I possess consciousness as a spiritual entity, allowing me to actively inscribe parts of it. But to fully inscribe it, you must rely on your own capabilities. Bai Shu informed Lin Chen. Thus, make sure to study diligently and learn the characters. Understood. Bai Shu did not forget to urge Lin Chen to focus on his studies. Lin Chen forced a smile. Simultaneously sensing Bai Shu's power beginning to grow, it seemed imperative to strengthen himself swiftly to inscribe more ancient characters. A sense of urgency washed over Lin Chen, prompting him to inquire, can such power penetrate Tian Tong? Tian Tong, that wretched black dragon, a barbaric creature, devoid of education. What capabilities could it possibly possess? Does it even recognize characters? Bai Shu clearly held Tian Tong in disdain. However, she seemed to possess an understanding of Tian Tong's might and uniqueness. And she scoffed slightly. There is a certain possibility for the black dragon is inherently capable of disregarding restrictive formations and such. Yet, it can only decipher them, not disregard the power contained within those restrictions. Be cautious in the future. Moreover, while ancient characters bear some resemblance to restrictive formations, their essence is fundamentally different. They represent the martial path taken to an extreme, concerning laws that you will come to comprehend in due time. Bai Shu truly resembled a dedicated educator, tirelessly imparting knowledge. Lin Chen silently noted this moment. Holding the sword aloft, Bai Shu ultimately integrated the stroke of the character Jia with the barrier. In the next instant, the long sword pierced through the barrier, and both Lin Chen and Lu Nan stepped into the other side of the barrier, truly setting foot in the seven alleys. As they crossed the threshold, Lin Chen sensed a radiant glow emanating from Lu Nan, as if the blood within her was ignited. Her bloodline was indeed the key, as a descendant of the seven alleys. She should be able to gain more here, and in a flash of light, Lu Nan vanished from sight. Has she been directly guided away? I wonder what she will obtain, Lin Chen murmured. Naturally, there was no need for concern. She, as the heir of the seven alleys, was entitled to the power of her ancestors. Lin Chen was confident he would not return empty-handed. Moreover, Lu Nan's departure was advantageous for Lin Chen, facilitating his actions. Breaking through the barrier, Lin Chen truly stepped into the seven alleys, where an ancient aura enveloped him, as if the very air itself was steeped in antiquity, rendering it somewhat uncomfortable. This place had been sealed away by the character Jia for far too long. Lin Chen glanced around, refraining from rash actions. Instead, he sat cross-legged, beginning to circulate the nine heavens sword-slaying technique. Uncertain of what he might encounter ahead, Lin Chen recognized the necessity of enhancing his own power. Previously, before Zhang Chonglin and others, and needing to evade spies, he had no time to utilize the items obtained from Zhang Chonglin. Now he found himself in a new realm, wholly unconcerned about being detected by enemies. The demon pills, among other treasures, were undoubtedly of high quality, each at least a level 3 6-star. Lin Chen directly employed Tian Tongue to devour them, drawing forth copious pure power that allowed his realm to break through. The 8th level of the dominance realm, a momentous leap. Additionally, among them was a high-tier bloodline serpent demon pill, which was an exceptional boon, significantly beneficial. After the devouring, Tian Tung's sword shadow further solidified, acquiring an entirely new capability. This demon pill belonged to the battle serpent, the fire dragon serpent. Its most formidable ability was the serpent's venomous line, capable of condensing its demonic power into an extremely fine line and then launching it with explosive force. Astonishingly powerful, Lin Chen whispered. Such demon beasts are rare in the great WEI. It is said that in the realm of the demon clans, they are frequently employed at the borders. A volley of tens of thousands of fire dragon serpents could obliterate most defensive structures. Exceptionally lethal, even in single combat. They are formidable. As Lin Chen's thoughts stirred, a serpentine dragon's guise manifested around him, its dragon horns crackling with thunder, transforming the entire dragon into a lightning dragon, more ferocious than before. As the dragon opened its mouth, a torrent of profound energy surged forth, condensing into a blazing beam of light. The energy pulsed with explosive potential. Chapter 57. Ancient character shield. This is the serpent's venomous line. With a thought, Lin Chen directed the dragon's mouth towards the heavens, and in an instant, the concentrated power erupted forth. The line shot straight up, as slender as a pen, piercing the sky and striking heavily against the barrier. Of course, the barrier was far too sturdy. The moment it made contact, the serpent's venomous line exploded, leaving no trace. Yet, Lin Chen could already sense its overwhelming might. Indeed, a powerful long-range attack method, and through the dragon's guise, it could execute a 360-degree assault. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Zhang Chonglin had truly gifted him a remarkable treasure. The only drawback was that the serpent's venomous line required a considerable expenditure of power. Even with Lin Chen's strength, which far exceeded that of others at the same realm, he could not use it carelessly. At most, he could fire it 10 times before exhausting his energy. Thus, he would need to exercise caution in future applications. Naturally, the ability gained from devouring serpent demon beasts was merely a means to diversify his offensive tactics. His strongest power still lay in the sword. Mastery of the sword path remains paramount. This time, from Zhang Chonglin, Lin Chen rightfully acquired 2 6th-grade sword techniques. 1000 Feather Sword, Speed Sword Technique. The 1000 Feather Sword transforms the sword into flying feathers, sharp, and unparalleled. If cultivated to perfection, it could simultaneously condense 1,000 beams of light to strike, rendering it nearly invincible. Whether in single combat or against large armies, it could unleash tremendous power. Among 6th-grade martial techniques, the 1,000-feather sword ranks above average, the speed sword technique, devoid of any embellishments. Seeks only speed, remarkably swift. Once mastered, the sword's speed becomes nearly imperceptible, attacking like a torrential storm. Its might is undoubtedly formidable. Both sword techniques complement the feather sword, clearly a deliberate act by Zhang Changlin. Showcasing his thoughtful intent, Lin Chen understood that the other party was seeking to forge a connection, showing no reluctance in his generosity. Uncertain if he could save old Master Zhang, Lin Chen pondered. Regardless, Zhang Chonglin's successful procurement of the medicine would undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions in the Great Way, Lin Chen mused. The royal family's focus is likely on the Zhang clan at present. The more so this is the case, the less pressure Lin Chen would face, which is advantageous for him. By Shu, take a look at these ancient artifacts. Many are inscribed with ancient characters. Do any of them contain ancient writing? Lin Chen inquired, retrieving the artifacts given to him by Zhang Changlan, a senior member of the 9-Tripod Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Changlin certainly had access to numerous peculiar items, and it was evident that he possessed a penchant for collecting them. Coupled with a discerning eye, any artifacts he deemed worthy of collection would undoubtedly possess unique qualities. Certainly, Zhang Changlin likely did not perceive anything particularly unusual in the end. Otherwise, he would not have so readily accommodated Lin Chen. The artifacts were not exceedingly ancient, perhaps only a millennium old at most. Bai Shu casually glanced through them, her interest waning. A millennium. Lin Chen opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. The goddess slumbers for 10,000 years. A mere 1,000 years is but a fleeting moment, inconsequential. It remains uncertain in which era the goddess and these 9 swords truly existed, or if they belong to an entirely previous epoch. Lin Chen chose not to dwell on such thoughts, instead hoping for some fruitful discovery. After rummaging for a while, Bai Shu emitted a soft exclamation. Had she found something? Lin Chen's eyes brightened. Bai Shu nodded slightly and prompted Lin Chen to extract a partially damaged stone tablet from the heap of artifacts. The tablet was ancient, appearing older than the one outside the 7 alleys, its inscriptions worn and barely legible, allowing only a single character to be discerned. Yet, it was too indistinct for Lin Chen to comprehend. This stone bears remnants of great power. It once inscribed an ancient script, likely a sect's mountain-stabilizing stele that later fell into ruin and ended up here, Bai Shu explained. Her enthusiasm was notably less than when she had first encountered the character Jia. It appeared that this was not a formidable ancient script. Bai Shu approached the tablet, gently caressing its surface. Unlike the black dragon, she, as a sword spirit, could actively invoke the power of the Bai Shu sword. Streams of white light surged towards the tablet, causing the blurred characters inscribed upon it to gradually become clearer. Pay close attention and learn well. You should be capable of inscribing characters of this caliber, Bai Shu remarked, akin to a teacher imparting knowledge. Lin Chen gazed at the characters, confirming that none corresponded to the script of this era. Indeed, ancient scripts represented power, even principles, rather than mere semantics. However, compared to the previous Jia, Lin Chen felt only an overwhelming greatness, devoid of any tangible sensations. This character, however, was indeed traceable. He seemed to resonate with its strokes, gradually understanding the meaning it sought to convey. Slowly, Lin Chen became immersed in the character, and in a hazy vision, he perceived a formidable warrior, robust and fierce, who had spent years honing his physique. That he wielded his body as a living shield. In every battle, he charged to the forefront, drawing the enemy's assaults as a shield. He broke through the formations. This individual was truly ferocious, obsessively devoted to his martial path, never yielding despite severe setbacks. Ultimately, he achieved mastery. His body became an impenetrable shield, his defenses surpassing even those of defensive spiritual treasures. Upon reaching the pinnacle of this path, his martial essence transformed into strokes, inscribing a character. This very character that Lin Chen beheld, Shield. After a significant pause, a glimmer of realization flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. He seemed to grasp the name of this character, Shield. Bai Shu regarded Lin Chen with approval, chuckling softly. To draw me out, you must possess some skill. Lin Chen was astonished. Even he was puzzled as to why he could understand it. Bai Shu appeared to sense Lin Chen's confusion and explained, Ancient scripts are the formidable condensation of martial arts. One must forge their own path to inscribe them. However, each individual's path is unique, inherently stronger or weaker. For instance, the previous character Jie was inscribed by an extraordinarily terrifying martial artist, whereas this shield is merely a minor path. As an observer, as long as your martial talent suffices, you can resonate with the strokes of the ancient scribe, naturally comprehending their meaning and power. Seeing the character, recognizing it, inscribing it, and crafting it beautifully are entirely different stages. With increasing difficulty, Lin Chen was left speechless. At present, he was likely at the stage of recognizing characters, unable to inscribe them yet. However, it seemed unnecessary, for he had Bai Shu. Her presence enabled Lin Chen to comprehend ancient scripts, recognize them, and naturally recite them, facilitating the inscription process. Lin Chen then attempted to inscribe each stroke of the shield character onto the Bai Shu sword with his understanding, although there were moments of hesitation. The overall execution was seamless. As the character formed, Lin Chen observed that indeed a shield character appeared on the blade of Bai Shu, its strokes somewhat juvenile and chaotic, yet recognizable. With the formation of the shield character, he noticed the sword's body solidified further, its power amplifying. The white-clad maiden also appeared more vibrant, her eyes sparkling with newfound liveliness. Chapter 58. 10 Heads of 9 Infants. The inscription of ancient characters truly allowed Bai Shu to grow and transform. Regrettably, this shield character was still insufficiently powerful. Further inscriptions were required to fully solidify Bai Shu and aspire toward the next sword. Achieving such a level on the first inscription was commendable. Bai Shu praised. Lin Chen smiled, his face alight with joy. This was an entirely novel endeavor, something he had never even heard of before. Moreover, Lin Chen was eager to test the true strength of ancient scripts. At that moment, he activated the Bai Shu sword, and the shield character radiated brilliance, instantly reinforcing his defenses. As if he possessed an indomitable body of steel, this represented a significant boost in defense. Combined with Lin Chen's already enhanced physique, rendering him akin to a humanoid barbarian dragon. Alone, he could break formations, disregarding attacks. Was this the power of ancient scripts? Lin Chen gasped. This surpassed the effects of armors forged by blacksmiths, talismans drawn by talisman masters, and formations arranged by formation masters, showcasing remarkable efficiency, instantaneously deployed without any preparation time. Moreover, it felt harmoniously integrated, as if it were his own strength, unified as one. Such power was indeed astonishing. And this was merely inscribed upon Bai Shu. Should the day come when he could condense his martial arts into characters, what kind of power would that yield? Lin Chen mused in awe. The world was vast. He had once thought that the strongest force lay within the specialized techniques of the Great Way, yet it was far more astounding than Lin Chen had imagined, concealing terrifying powers he had never encountered before. Should he ever leave the Great Way for greater realms, what unimaginable wonders would he behold? Like the Qing Xian Divine Gate, Qin Yuer must have already arrived at the Qing Xian Divine Gate. Becoming a disciple of the divine sect, her sights set on heights unattainable by the Great Way. The Great Way was no longer within her purview. We shall meet again, Lin Chen murmured softly. He would triumph over the formidable foes of the Great Way and ascend to those lofty heights, to gaze upon a broader world. Now, he would investigate the treasures of the 7 alleys. To uncover their true nature, Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the 7 alleys before him. The dilapidated alleyways seemed devoid of any particular significance. With numerous crumbling walls and ruins, Lin Chen traversed the stone-paved path. He attentively sensed his surroundings, simultaneously pondering the whereabouts of Lu Nan. There were some ruins Lin Chen refrained from entering, instinctively feeling it was best not to disturb them. However, amidst the alleys stood relatively intact houses and courtyards, prompting Lin Chen to enter one. The courtyard was ancient and serene, but had fallen into disrepair due to years of neglect, resembling a haunted house. Coupled with the overcast sky, it appeared even more eerie. After wandering for a while, Lin Chen paused before a mural in a side hall. The mural depicted a monstrous creature of unparalleled ferocity, colossal as a mountain, with 10 heads, each resembling a peak piercing the clouds. Merely gazing upon it instilled a sense of terror, as an overwhelming malevolence seemed to emanate from the mural. What is this, a demon clan? Lin Chen was taken aback. He had never encountered such a fearsome beast. How peculiar! Why does this little creature look so distinct? Bai Shu remarked in astonishment. Lin Chen was at a loss for words. This terrifying being appeared as if it could shatter the heavens. Could distinct even be an appropriate description? What is this? Lin Chen inquired. It seems to be a 9 infants. But generally, 9 infants only possess 9 heads. Why does it have 10? Bai Shu expressed her curiosity while continuing to explain. According to ancient texts, the 9 infants were born at the dawn of creation, emerging from the convergence of yin and yang energies in deep mountains and vast marshes, self-designating as 9 infants. This creature possesses extraordinary strength, nearly immortal by nature. Each head counts as a life, totaling 9 lives. As long as one life endures, it can gather spiritual energy from the world to recover, making it nearly impossible to slay. However, I wonder why it has an extra head. Could it be a tumor? The 9 infants, a mythical beast, truly exists. Is this place related to these 10-headed creatures? Lin Chen speculated. Perhaps. Those 10 ancient towers might have been constructed to contain the 10 heads of the 9 infants. After all, they are notoriously difficult to kill, Bai Shu suggested. Lin Chen was taken aback. Oh, that was the case. It seems the inheritance of the 7 alleys was indeed within expectations. Looking around once more, Lin Chen found nothing particularly noteworthy and continued his exploration deeper within. Gradually, he encountered several well-preserved structures. Upon entering, he beheld a series of murals that depicted a group of individuals who selflessly sacrificed themselves, enduring tremendous losses, ultimately managing to suppress the 10-headed 9 infants through a secret method. This was akin to what Bai Shu had described. Those 10 ancient towers served as anchor points to seal the 10 heads. According to the murals, after successfully sealing the 10-headed 9 infants, the majority of the inhabitants of the 7 alley perished, suffering catastrophic losses. Eventually, some began to covet the power of the 9 infants. Driven mad by its allure, the people of the 7 alley, left with no choice, resorted to sealing off the 10 towers with the character JIE.I. In the years that followed, the inhabitants of the 7 alley, having lost most of their formidable warriors, gradually fell into decline, and now perhaps only Lu Nan remained. The rumors surrounding the 7 alley had deteriorated to the point where they merely assisted individuals in entering specialized arts. However, it was precisely because of this that the place had been preserved until now. Otherwise, it would have long been overtaken by the strong. Ultimately, Lin Chen stepped into a place resembling an ancestral hall, filled with numerous memorial tablets, the foremost of which bore the name Lu Donglai, presumably the progenitor of the 7 alley. Do you know this person? Lin Chen inquired. I do not, Bai Shu replied, shaking her head. Her era was evidently much more ancient. The ancestral hall also contained a larger mural depicting the moment of triumph when the 10-headed 9 infants were successfully sealed. A towering figure stood atop one of the heads, holding an ancient character, the character Jia. This individual was the creator of the character Jia. Was he Lu Donglai? Lin Chen pondered, scrutinizing the details further. Lu Donglai forcibly extracted half a demon core from the 9 infants using the character Jia, subsequently sealing it away, which led to the complete silence of the 10-headed 9 infants, confined beneath the 10 towers. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen could not help but ask, Bai Shu, does this 9 infants count as a serpent? Previously, Bai Shu had mentioned that the 9 infants were akin to a 9-headed serpent, so it wouldn't be unreasonable to classify it as a serpent-like beast, right? Well, I suppose it could be considered so. Bai Shu replied, somewhat uncertain. Logically, the demon cores of serpent-like beasts facilitated the growth of Tian Wang, as most serpentine transformations leaned towards becoming a flood dragon. Yet the 9 infants were a legendary ferocious beast, entirely unafraid of the dragon clan, capable of treating ordinary dragons as mere snacks. Even if classified as a serpent, whether Tian Wang could devour its power remained uncertain. After all, it was overwhelmingly formidable. Chapter 59. Testing leads to demise. The progenitor of the 7 alley sealed half of the 9 infants' demon core here. If obtained and devoured by the black dragon, even a minuscule benefit would be immensely significant. Lin Chen exclaimed with excitement. He even saw the prospect of acquiring the abilities of the 9 infants. You may give it a try, Bai Shu merely remarked. Lin Chen exited the ancestral hall and continued his wanderings through the 7 alley, entering every intact structure he encountered. Finally, he made a discovery in the central row of buildings. It was a circular stone chamber surrounded by towering stone statues, presumably representing the past strong ones of the 7 alley. At the center of the stone chamber, a beam of light shot straight upwards. The missing Lu Nan was within. She had her eyes closed, in a state of clarity, undergoing a ritual of purification. The people of the Seven Alley had indeed left behind some remnants for posterity. She was rapidly absorbing the power bequeathed by her ancestors, which was not insignificant, akin to a complete transformation and reconstitution of her fate. Bai Shu spoke softly. Lin Chen nodded. However, this was Lunan's fortune, a gift from her forebears, and he would not seek to usurp etched truth, although Lunan seemed to be right before him. She was actually isolated, making it difficult for Lin Chen to make contact. Lin Chen examined his surroundings, not overlooking any detail, and finally glanced at the ground. The stone-paved floor appeared to be laid out according to some pattern, with the gaps connecting in a not quite straight, but rather curved manner, resembling brush strokes. Did this floor inscribe a character? Lin Chen gasped. Upon encountering ancient script, his first instinct was to think along those lines. Indeed, it did resemble a character. It was still the character Jia, albeit simplified considerably, Bai Shu noted. Immediately, Bai Shu's brilliance illuminated. She had previously inscribed part of the character Jia, which now resonated with the power within the floor. Subsequently, Lin Chen observed as the floor tiles seemed to transform into a transparent form. Looking downward, he saw an abyss of darkness. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the silence, and an extraordinarily ferocious beast surged forth from the dark depths, roaring madly at Lin Chen. In the darkness, 10 heads flailed wildly, each gaping with a bloodthirsty maw, their malevolent aura so overwhelming that Lin Chen involuntarily took a step back, even though he was acutely aware that this was merely a projection from another realm beyond the barrier. Incapable of directly influencing him, he was still shaken by the ferocity emanating from it. Was this the 9 infants? Truly terrifying. Steeling himself, Lin Chen began to channel the 9 heavens slashing divine technique. The 9 infants continued to roar, their malevolence flooding his mind, yet Lin Chen remained unaffected. When he first drew Tian Wang, the black dragon's ferocity had been far more intense. Utilizing the black dragon's vision, Lin Chen pierced through the darkness below and spotted half a demon core suspended there. So the demon core was here. Bai Shu, can you slightly open the barrier? I wish to try, Lin Chen said. Are you certain? Bai Shu looked at Lin Chen and cautioned. The 9 infants are born as ferocious beasts, exceedingly terrifying, especially this particular one with 10 heads. Many times, a mere attempt can lead to demise. Even a sliver of its power can be dreadful. You must think this through. Was Bai Shu jesting? Lin Chen chuckled and replied, I believe that since I have cultivated the 9 heavens slashing divine technique, it is merely a beast. There is nothing to fear. Bai Shu nodded, saying no more. Soon after, Bai Shu's sword, embodying the essence of the character Jia, shone brightly once more. A beam of white light descended, distorting the barrier and creating a minute opening. In an instant, a foul wind swept through. A wave of malevolence surged forth directly towards Lin Chen. This was no longer merely a projection. It was now directly before him. A fragment of the 9 infants' power transcended the barrier, yet it was already fearsome. That power manifested as the form of the 10-headed 9 infants, casting a massive shadow over Lin Chen, with blood-red eyes glimmering ominously. It was as if he were truly facing the 10-headed 9 infants. Roar! The projection of the 9 infants howled, lunging towards Lin Chen with a savage bite. Humph! Lin Chen snorted coldly, and the Feiyu sword instantly responded. Thousand Feather Sword. Countless sword feathers coalesced around Lin Chen, and then shot forward, striking at the projection of the 9 infants' power. Simultaneously, the speed of the Feiyu sword increased, speed sword style, aiming to cleave one of the heads of the projection. The 9 infants' projection roared in fury, growing even more savage. A mere insect dared to injure it. The projection of the 9 infants screeched, each head opening wide, unleashing torrents of fire and water from its maw in an attempt to engulf Lin Chen. The power was indeed formidable, yet it was merely a fraction of the 9 infants' strength. It lacked the capacity to annihilate Lin Chen. Lin Chen activated the Bai Shu sword, the character shield gleaming, significantly enhancing his defense. And then, like a wild dragon, he charged towards the projection of the 9 infants' power. The sword light cleaved through the torrents of fire and water, his body quaking with a sensation akin to being impervious to the elements. The 9 infants' projection intensified its assault. Symbols appeared in its mouth, unleashing even more terrifying power, vowing to obliterate Lin Chen. The battle escalated into an extraordinary frenzy. Lin Chen sustained injuries, yet he remained undefeated. Instead, he continually familiarized himself with the Thousand Feather Sword, speed sword style, and even the usage of the serpent's tongue binding through the encounters with the projection. rapidly integrating and enhancing his combat prowess. Furthermore, the power of Tian Wang was summoned by Lin Chen. With each collision, he utilized the Black Dragon to rend the strength of the 9 infants, continuously devouring and assimilating. The 10-headed 9 infants before him were but a manifestation of the power of the demon core. Fundamentally a part of it, the Black Dragon devoured precisely that, the demon core. Bai Shu observed Lin Chen's performance with a slight nod. Even she, having witnessed many prodigies over countless ages, found Lin Chen to possess extraordinary qualities amongst them. Perhaps this individual truly had the potential to draw out the 9 swords. However, whether reaching that point was a good thing remained uncertain for Bai Shu. Yet, since Lin Chen had chosen to draw her out, and she had already been drawn, there was no need for her to ponder such matters. Her sole focus would be to assist Lin Chen in growing stronger. Lin Chen continued to battle, sustaining numerous injuries, and though his wounds were grave, at this moment, he appeared even more ferocious than the 10-headed 9 infants, wielding his sword with the force of 1,000 tons. Mere humans, akin to ants. The 10-headed 9 infants beyond the barrier let out a furious roar. Lin Chen felt a shock. Could it be that even a fragment of the demon core possessed sentience, as the 9 infants roared wildly? The ground began to tremble slightly, as if the half-demon core of the 10-headed 9 infant was preparing to channel even more power. However, the enormous character for boundaries suddenly appeared, its barrier remarkably solid, allowing the 9 infants to charge without being able to penetrate it. "Release this lord," bellowed the 10-headed 9 infant. The boundary wall began to solidify, and with little time remaining, Bai Shu ignored the 10-headed 9 infant and instead addressed Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded, blood vessels bursting in his eyes. 1,000 feather sword. The sword feathers fell like a forest, numbering in the thousands. Through bloodshed, Lin Chen had perfected this 6th-grade martial skill. The sword lights pierced into the body of the 9 infant's power projection, pinning it to the ground with a pained roar. Immediately, the dragon-like armor coiling around Lin Chen's body surged, its dragon head opening to its fullest extent, condensing a line of energy to the extreme limit. In the next moment, the line plowed upwards without interruption, a stark contrast to the previously staggered shots. Lin Chen had optimized the beast's capabilities. However, this attack consumed tremendous energy, nearly draining Lin Chen's profound strength. Fortunately, this strike had cleaved the 9 infants' projection in two. Lin Chen coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood but paid no mind to his injuries. The heavenly tungsten transformed into a black dragon, lunging forth to bite the 9 infants' projection and began to devour it. "Human, you dare to consume my power. One day, you shall learn how foolish that act truly is," the 10-headed 9 infant behind the barrier, instead of remaining furious, spoke coldly. The black dragon roared and completely swallowed the power of the 10-headed 9 infant. Chapter 60. Dominant battle armor. Lin Chen's complexion turned pallid. He hurriedly sat cross-legged and consumed the healing elixir obtained from Zhang Chonglin to recover from his injuries. In truth, throughout the battle, Lin Chen had been using elixirs to replenish his expended profound strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure. After all, the snake's energy line consumed a significant amount of profound strength. This time, Lin Chen truly had to thank Zhang Chonglin. Had it not been for that purchase of medicinal herbs, he would have found it hard to withstand even a fraction of the 10-headed 9 infant's power. The benefits he gained from this were immense. After the black dragon devoured the power projection of the 10-headed 9 infant, an incomprehensibly vast and pure force began to surge towards Lin Chen. Simultaneously, the black dragon itself became increasingly solid, as if it were on the verge of taking physical form. This clearly indicated that the power of the 10-headed 9 infant was a tremendous boon for heavenly tungsten, far surpassing the cumulative amount of all the demon cores it had previously consumed. Thanks to this, Lin Chen's cultivation realm surged, reaching the 9th level of the dominant battle realm. The overwhelming profound strength surged and flowed within Lin Chen, a violent force lying dormant within him, akin to a volcano. Once it erupted, its destructive power would be unimaginable. Lin Chen had never anticipated that the dominant battle realm could be so formidable. Far more astonishing than his previous cultivation at the 6th level of the Thousand June realm. It is worth noting that he had once been a prodigy, exceptionally gifted, and at that time, invincible within the same realm, capable of battling across realms. Back then, Lin Chen believed he had nearly reached his pinnacle, yet now he had surpassed his past self by several folds. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air. and with a slight shift in his mind, his internal profound energy rapidly condensed into the dominant battle form. The dominant battle energy surged wildly, causing the air around Lin Chen's body to warp slightly, as if an invisible battle armor were being manifested. What is this? Lin Chen marveled. He had never experienced such a phenomenon upon reaching the 9th level of the dominant battle realm. This is the dominant battle armor, attainable only by warriors who have cultivated the dominant battle realm to an exceptionally high level. Those who possess the dominant battle armor will see a comprehensive enhancement in their combat prowess. Exceedingly remarkable, Bai Shu explained. However, the nation you inhabit is too remote. Throughout history, there has likely been no one who could achieve this. It is understandable that you are unaware. The dominant battle armor. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This journey through the 7 alleys had yielded extraordinary gains, elevating his combat capabilities several times over. At this moment, with all his means at his disposal, he could likely contend against those in the intent realm. By the way, did I also acquire the ability of the 10-headed 9 infant? Lin Chen couldn't suppress his anticipation. Originally, the demon core of the serpentine beast had been consumed, with all its powers going to heavenly tungsten. But this time, it had seemingly been bestowed upon Lin Chen. However, given the evident enhancement of heavenly tungsten itself, Lin Chen found it difficult to ascertain at that moment. He activated the dragon-like armor. The change occurred. Lin Chen's eyes brightened as he sensed a new capability emerging. Beneath the dragon head of the dragon-like armor, several protrusions appeared, as if something were about to break free. With a thought, those protrusions transformed into entirely new dragon heads. This was the power of the 10 heads of the 10-headed 9 infant. However, this form was challenging to maintain in a stable state, only capable of condensing for a brief period. Having an additional head meant an added direction and method of attack, providing significant assistance, but it seemed that he could not fully harness the power that each head of the 10-headed 9 infant could command. Lin Chen murmured. Each head of the 10-headed 9 infant possesses a unique ability: water, fire, light, and electricity, all immensely powerful. Yet this time, I have only consumed a fragment of the power contained within its demon core. I do not wish for more. Moreover, there will be future opportunities, just like that boundary character. I have effectively stored the power here, and one day I shall reclaim it. This 9 infant, I shall drain it entirely. Lin Chen rose, the sounds within his body crackling like frying beans, a sense of immense power coursing through him. The gains from this encounter had exceeded his expectations. It was nearly time to depart. Lin Chen clenched his fists, feeling the powerful energy within him. He had no time to waste here. Then, Lin Chen glanced at Lunan, who remained in slumber, undergoing a baptism and transformation. It was vaguely evident that Lunan was undergoing a transformation. Her figure had become more proportionate, and even her features had subtly changed, rendering her even more beautiful, exuding an inexplicable air of nobility. This is the effect of the physical body as transformation and sublimation. The true transformation lay in the enhancement of her potential and talent, but that could not be quantified, leaving Lin Chen unable to assess it. The ancestor of the 7 alleys had carved out a path of martial arts to its zenith, subduing the 10-headed 9 infant. Such immense strength was beyond estimation. And Lin Chen believed that as the sole heir, Lunan would undoubtedly reap benefits far exceeding expectations. Until we meet again, Lin Chen whispered. Lunan did not appear to be on the verge of waking up. So Lin Chen did not linger and departed from the 7 alleys. Upon exiting the 7 alleys, Lin Chen returned to the concealed alleys of Gulu City, tightening his hood as he stepped out, quickly blending into the crowd that he needed to leave for the 100-battle wasteland immediately. On the way, Lin Chen soon noticed spies patrolling back and forth, seemingly members of the Silver Armor Army. They were still holding out. Did they truly wish for his demise? A cold light flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. If that was the case, he would oblige them. Lin Chen deliberately exposed a flaw, allowing the spies to detect him. Soon, the spies relayed the information back. Humph. So you finally showed yourself. Did you think you could evade us by hiding for a day, slipping away quietly from this Gulu city? Jiqingjie sneered. A mere rat, lacking even the patience to hide, deserves to die. Come, let us kill him. We can then return early, Jiqingjie commanded. This time, I will personally slay him. Jinwei gritted his teeth. Previously, he had been utterly humiliated by Lin Chen's sword strike and was consumed by a desire for revenge. He swore to wash away that disgrace with his own hands. The reason for his previous defeat was that he had underestimated Lin Chen. Otherwise, he would never have lost. This time, He would not fall into the same trap again. He was a genius who had condensed the embryonic form of sword intent at a young age. How could he possibly lose if he fought earnestly? Rest assured, his life will be yours to take. Ji Qingjie chuckled, that moment. The silver armor army mobilized. They kept a close watch on Lin Chen's movements. Lin Chen, clearly eager to leave, was making his way towards the city outskirts, wishing to escape swiftly. This, however, facilitated the actions of the silver armor army. Outside the city, in the wilderness, Lin Chen was on his way when a large group suddenly appeared ahead. Clad in silver armor, all in perfect formation, exuding a formidable presence. Little mouse, you were fleeing quite merrily, yet do you believe you can escape? Jinwei laughed heartily. You are somewhat perceptive, aware that danger approaches. It's a pity you lack patience, emerging after hiding for a day, thinking we wouldn't find you. Jinwei grinned menacingly, intent on personally slaying Lin Chen. Chapter 61. A sword to slay. Lin Chen swept his gaze over them. Their presence was entirely within expectations, yet he still inquired, you have waited an entire day to kill me, simply because I defeated you? The silver armor army was not without other tasks. It seemed rather unusual for them to expend such effort to hunt him down solely due to Lin Chen's victory over Jinwei. You are indeed sharp, but not sharp enough. Otherwise, you should have stayed hidden in that filthy ditch and not let us discover you. Ji Qingjie let out a cold snort, although Lin Chen possessed remarkable talent and formidable combat prowess. At this moment, he was nothing more than a corpse, but Ji Qingjie did not mind allowing a dead man to grasp the reality of his demise. It's worth mentioning that Lord Ning Yu desires your death even more than I do. To the extent of offering a He Dan, Ji Qingjie sneered. You should feel honored that your worthless life is valued at a He Dan. Lin Chen lowered his gaze. If that is the case, then Ning Yu need not live any longer. I shall seek him out. Well then, you can die now. Do not waste any more of our time. Ji Qingjie said indifferently. At that moment, Jinwei stepped forward, his sword intent swirling around him, strong and sharp. He approached step by step, looking down upon Lin Chen. Do you truly believe you have bested me? Do you think your meager strength can surpass mine? Do you think that by employing an unexpected tactic, you can succeed a second time? Allow me to enlighten you. A clown remains a clown, and even if he wins by sheer luck once, it changes nothing. As for a true powerhouse, minor tribulations only serve to strengthen him further and allow him to reclaim his honor. Jinwei pointed his sword at Lin Chen. At that moment, his aura peaked. He would not grant Lin Chen any opportunity. If he fought earnestly, Lin Chen would stand no chance. Sword intent manifested. A star-piercing strike. This time, Jinwei made the first move, his sword slicing through the air like a meteor. Swift and powerful, augmented by the sword intent. Who could withstand the force of such a strike? Lin Chen stood rooted, unable to react. Jinwei scoffed. Indeed, as long as he exerted his full strength and denied Lin Chen any chance. What could this rat possibly accomplish to harm him? Die. The sword light descended like a star, the sword intent condensing. It was feared that in just a few years it could evolve into true sword intent. Under such might, Lin Chen was but a mere chicken. The previous scenario where he had been defeated by a single strike would never occur again. Yet, this stinking rat had experienced a fleeting moment of glory. Perhaps that was worth something in his life. Jinwei felt a sense of delight in his heart. However, as the starlight sword approached Lin Chen, his expression remained unchanged. Just a day prior, he had indeed needed to exert all his strength against Jinwei, employing the dragon armor and the thunderous 10 swords. But now, it seemed he required only a single strike, a simple, straightforward strike. Lin Chen then swung his sword at Jinwei. Yet, the force of this blow distorted the very air, cutting down with no embellishments, instantly shattering Jinwei's sword light. Furthermore, the momentum of Lin Chen's strike did not diminish. It cleaved Jinwei in two. What on earth? What happened? Jinwei struggled to comprehend that he had been slain, killed. This was the Lin Chen of the moment. Blood splattered. The scene was breathtaking. Jinwei was not merely defeated by a single strike. He had been executed by one, unable to utter a sound as he fell. How could this be possible? Ji Qingjie stared in disbelief. Jinwei should have fought with all his strength this time. Why had he been directly slain instead of merely defeated? This person had only been absent for a day. How could his combat strength have grown so significantly? The 9th level of the dominance realm. Ji Qingjie's expression darkened. In just one day, Lin Chen had broken through to the 9th level of the dominance realm. And what was that overwhelming aura surrounding him? As if it had solidified into armor, Such a dense and powerful aura of dominance had never been seen or heard of by Ji Qingjie. A chill gripped Ji Qingjie's heart that he suddenly felt a pang of regret, but that emotion was quickly cast aside. There was no room for regret now. Lin Chen must be killed at this moment. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. If he continued to be given time to grow, even the commander of the silver-armored army would find it challenging to defeat him. He must be slain immediately to prevent future troubles. Ji Qingjie's gaze turned somber as he raised his hand to signal. In an instant, the silver-armored army roared in unison, powerful and majestic. Waves of energy surged from each silver-armored soldier. Coalescing into a unified whole, the silver-armored army began its advance. The silver-armored army was well-trained and had a formidable reputation among mercenaries. There was even a saying that their combat strength could rival that of the elite legions on the borders. The silver-armored army had always regarded itself as an elite force, holding itself in high esteem. At this moment, the silver-armored soldiers advanced in formation, their energies interconnected, their combined strength resembling a torrent as they pressed forward to suppress Lin Chen. The momentum was truly astounding. In the face of such an army, individual martial prowess would prove ineffective, crushed by the formation. You are indeed strong, surprisingly so, but today you must die. Under my silver-armored army formation. You cannot survive, Ji Qingjie snarled. The silver-armored army was renowned throughout the Great Way, and even if Lin Chen were strong, he was but one person. Surrounded by the silver-armored army, he would find it impossible to escape. The formation was a weapon of mass destruction, not something individual valor could contend with, not to mention that Ji Qingjie himself led it, a powerhouse at the first level of the condensation realm. How could Lin Chen compare? Ji Qingjie was confident in his ability to slay Lin Chen. Yet, to be safe, he combined the formation, leaving Lin Chen with no room for escape. Boy, my silver-armored army reigns supreme in the Great Way. Even rivaling the elite legions on the borders, you shall witness this. Dying will be worthwhile. Ji Qingjie declared fiercely. He then waved his hand. In an instant, the sound of slaughter erupted, the formation coalescing into a single entity. Like a ferocious beast charging at Lin Chen, the might was truly overwhelming. What do you mean? Not weaker than anything. Lin Chen suddenly interjected. His expression was devoid of emotion, his voice icy. He had led troops at the borders, battling the elite legions of the Wu Kingdom, unafraid of death, achieving 7 great victories. He knew the combat strength of the border troops all too well. What was this silver-armored army? How dare they claim to be on par with the elite legions on the borders? This was an insult, a humiliation to the warriors who had fought bloodily on the front lines. Naturally, we are not weaker than the Lin family army. If my silver-armored army were to take the battlefield, we too could achieve great victories, Ji Qingjie declared proudly. Silver-armored army. In comparison to the Lin family army, this group of worthless rabble, a disorganized mob, how dare they challenge the elite army established by Lin Lan? Lin Chen's gaze turned frigid, cold, cruel. He wielded his sword, advancing toward the silver-armored army formation. This half-hearted formation, Lin Chen would shatter it alone. Chapter 62. The Imperial Guards arrive. Kill. Ji Qingjie roared, his powerful aura merging with that of the formation, enhancing its might. The formation charged forward like a flood, surging ahead. A disorganized mob. Lin Chen's aura of dominance coalesced into armor. He wielded his sword, gathering 1,000 feathers, then accelerated in an instant, plunging into the enemy formation like a phantom. Speed sword technique. One sword like thunder, Lin Chen directly sliced into the formation, like a small boat facing a deluge, yet possessing the might of a vessel that could calm the seas. The sword struck, cleaving through the silver armor. Lin Chen aimed to pierce through the silver-armored army formation. Can you do it? This is a formation, not a rabble of scattered soldiers, Ji Qingjie bellowed. As the strength of the formation transformed into a ferocious beast, lunging at Lin Chen. Yet, Lin Chen moved forward like a raging dragon, directly confronting the onslaught. The 1,000 feathers rained down upon the formation, forcing the silver-armored army to divert their attention to defend. Meanwhile, Lin Chen continued to swing his sword, relentlessly breaking through the armor, forging a bloody path straight ahead. The silver-armored army surged past, leaving a trail of corpses and a straight line of blood. Die, Ji Qingjie roared. His sword intent soared with the brilliance of his sword light, enhanced further by the strength of the formation, rendering this strike even more formidable. The sword's radiance was blinding, nearly impossible to behold. The very earth, stones and soil, levitated in the face of this power, and under the sword light, disintegrated into dust. This strike could not be endured by an ordinary first-level condensation realm practitioner. Yet, Lin Chen remained undeterred, turning back to charge at the formation, seemingly ignoring the dazzling sword. Dominance armor. This power, never before attained in the entire history of the Great Way, was a testament to the pinnacle of the dominance realm. Naturally, it was extraordinarily powerful. Lin Chen unleashed the full force of the dominance armor, holding nothing back. Around his body, the air twisted, exuding ferocity, single-handedly shattering the formation. Lin Chen bore the radiant sword light forward. Still unwavering, what? Ji Qingjie was truly frightened this time, his heart trembling. How is this possible? A humanoid tyrant? Was this still a human? A practitioner of the dominance realm? But Lin Chen had already surged forward. Speed sword technique, a sword faster than lightning. It descended with lethal precision, severing half of Ji Qingjie's shoulder, his defensive treasures proving utterly ineffective against the fifth-tier feather sword. Yet, Ji Qingjie was sufficiently ruthless. As expected of someone capable of becoming a commander, his combat experience was immensely rich. He managed to seize Lin Chen with his other hand. Kill him, Ji Qingjie bellowed. Dozens of blades around him instantly slashed at Lin Chen. Yet, is so-called training merely about being synchronized? Is this it? Lin Chen, from his body, summoned the dragon, which spiraled out, the bulge at his neck rapidly expanding, transforming into two heads. Three-headed roar. The serpent-like tongue shot forth instantly, sweeping the surroundings, leaving the ground deeply indented and charred. The silver-armored soldiers were obliterated, blood raining down. None were left alive. Is this the so-called Ace Legion you speak of, rivaling the Lin family army? Lin Chen's voice was frigid. With such weakness, how dare they compare themselves to the Lin family army? They are but mere chickens and dogs. Spare me, Ji Qingjie pleaded, having finally cultivated to the realm of intent consolidation. He had no wish to meet his demise. Hey, when taking lives, have you ever considered that others do not wish to die either? Lin Chen's expression remained indifferent as he unleashed a blade of light, severing Ji Qingjie's head with a single stroke. A decisive execution. After eliminating the silver armor army, Lin Chen did not make his exit. From the very beginning, he sensed to gaze upon him, scrutinizing him, as though seeking to glean something from his battle. That sensation was unsettling, akin to being fixated upon by a venomous serpent. Lin Chen's eyes glinted with coldness. He had surmised the identity of the person lurking in the shadows. As expected, he could not evade detection. It was likely the Imperial Guards, the royal elite. When he was compelled to interact with Zhang Chonglin and others earlier, Lin Chen had already considered this possibility. After rescuing Zhang Tianxue, Lin Chen believed that the Imperial Guards must have had contact with her and could potentially trace him. For the Imperial Guards, the Emperor's orders were paramount. They would do anything to fulfill their objectives. The triviality of mistakenly killing someone was hardly worth mentioning. If they could not locate Lin Chen, they would eliminate anyone who bore resemblance to him, erring on the side of caution. Lin Chen was acutely aware of the might of the Imperial Guards. Each one possessed at least the strength of intent consolidation, far surpassing Ji Qingjie. The prospect of fleeing was futile, as he would surely be pursued. It would be wiser to regain his strength first. Lin Chen consumed a medicinal pill and activated the 9 heaven-slashing divine technique to recover swiftly. Remarkable indeed, slaying a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the dominant force realm. Not to mention breaking the formation, is truly astonishing. Zhou Tao emerged from the shadows, applauding Lin Chen. Lin Chen merely glanced at him, saying nothing. Oh, such calmness. Truly extraordinary. Zhou Tao chuckled. He then continued with a cheerful demeanor. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Tao. As you can see, I am a captain of the Imperial Guards. Zhou Tao gestured to the golden insignia on his chest. This emblem was enough to make the heads of various powerful factions within the Great Wei Kingdom turn pale with respect and caution, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Not to mention, he was a captain. What brings the Imperial Guards to seek me? Lin Chen inquired. Alas, duty calls, and I have no choice in the matter. I have come primarily to ascertain whether you are indeed Lin Chen. Zhou Tao replied with a grin. He appeared quite amiable, yet Lin Chen felt a tightening in his chest. However, he maintained an impassive facade. Lin Chen regarded Zhou Tao and asked, that Imperial traitor, indeed, he is the one. What a mess he has made by fleeing. It has posed a significant dilemma for us. If we cannot locate him, I fear I may lose my head upon returning. Zhou Tao sighed. Do you believe I am Lin Chen? Lin Chen queried. Zhou Tao paused for a moment, his small, sharp eyes scrutinizing Lin Chen deeply. He shook his head and remarked, "To be honest, I do not believe you are. I see little resemblance to Lin Chen within you. In fact, the differences are too numerous to count. Your strength, realm, combat style, and techniques have all transformed. Even your aura is distinct. I believe you cannot be Lin Chen. Indeed." The disparity was immense. It was hard to fathom how one could undergo such a transformation in such a short span, becoming an entirely different person. Thus, Zhou Tao felt that the individual before him was most likely not Lin Chen. "Perhaps you should search elsewhere. Is there not a sense of urgency?" Lin Chen suggested. Zhou Tao nodded, saying, "Resolving matters here does require me to seek elsewhere. Alas, such is the plight of a weary soul." Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. "What matters?" he inquired. Zhou Tao's smile faded as he fixed his gaze on Lin Chen, stating, "While I do not consider you to be Lin Chen, there remains a small possibility. Your appearance is completely different from Lin Chen's. If you truly are him, how could you achieve such a transformation? It must be a human skin mask." Zhou Tao's eyes, sharp as a serpent's, were locked onto Lin Chen. Chapter 63. The Diamond Eagle Claw Technique. Lin Chen's heart jolted. Truly, as the captain of the Imperial Guards, Zhou Tao possessed not only immense strength but also a keen intellect. He had pinpointed the crux of the matter. "Young friend, allow me to examine your face. If you are not wearing a human skin mask, you may leave." Zhou Tao spoke with unwavering intensity. The air seemed to still at that moment. Zhou Tao observed every nuance of Lin Chen's demeanor. Lin Chen's heart raced uncontrollably, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of danger, as though he were on the brink of despair. Yet, it was not yet time for hopelessness. "If you deem it necessary, then by all means, come and try," Lin Chen replied coolly. He stood there, seemingly unguarded, inviting Zhou Tao to inspect him. However, in Zhou Tao's eyes, Lin Chen appeared devoid of any flaws, ready to retaliate at a moment's notice, a strategic retreat. Should Zhou Tao wish to investigate, he would need to approach closely. Yet whether Lin Chen would strike suddenly remained uncertain. "Dare you?" Zhou Tao was well aware of the risks, yet they did not deter him. "Then let us see." Zhou Tao chuckled. He advanced cautiously. This naturally entailed risk. Attempting to unveil whether Lin Chen wore a human skin mask could lead to a close-range counterattack from Lin Chen. Given Lin Chen's previous combat prowess, Zhou Tao too would find himself in peril. But in truth, was there a need to verify the existence of a human skin mask? Better to err on the side of caution. To kill wrongly is preferable to letting an enemy escape. Zhou Tao smiled faintly, yet a chill lingered in his gaze. He was quite adept at killing. Lin Chen was acutely aware of the methods and practices of the Imperial Guards, having previously witnessed their unprincipled conduct. Lin Lan had even set a precedent by personally slaying an Imperial Guard, unable to tolerate their mercilessness. How could the Imperial Guards be so amiable, allowing him to live when they sensed even a hint of possibility? Lin Chen was certain they would strike. Lin Chen remained motionless, while Zhou Tao steadily advanced. Almost simultaneously, both Zhou Tao and Lin Chen launched their attacks. Zhou Tao's palm curved into a claw, and a piercing eagle's cry resonated. Sharp enough to rupture eardrums, he transformed into a majestic eagle, eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen, akin to a hawk. The Diamond Eagle Claw Technique. Once Zhou Tao made his move, he held nothing back, determined to secure a kill in one strike. However, he did not anticipate that Lin Chen would strike nearly in tandem. Both were formidable adversaries. Lin Chen's feathers gleamed with a white light, the character shield emblazoned upon it. Each stroke vivid and exuding tremendous power, shield imbued, the dragon's outer armor. In that instant, Lin Chen merged 1,000 feathers into one, thrusting towards Zhou Tao without reservation. "You are impressive. Your timing is nearly surpassing mine. Unfortunately, you are still too weak," Zhou Tao sneered. Lin Chen's timing had caught him off guard, as it was nearly identical to his own. Upon closer inspection, Lin Chen's timing was even superior. However, such minutiae held no significance in the face of absolute power. The claw's intent was razor-sharp. Zhou Tao had already reached the 4th level of intent consolidation. His strength vastly exceeded that of Ji Qingjie, having honed his claws to a formidable edge, making the very air seem as if it would tear apart. Though Lin Chen possessed some abilities, his dominant force was distinctly different from the norm, as if undergoing a unique transcendence. Yet no matter how much he improved, he remained within the dominant force realm. What could surpass a force that could break through with sheer might? The martial intent of the 4th level of intent consolidation. Let us see if you can withstand this. This claw descended like a giant eagle diving from the sky, its momentum unstoppable. One swipe could flatten a small mountain. Indeed, it exuded immense strength, a palpable sense of oppression. However, when compared to the Northern Gate's commander, Wang Yusi, it fell significantly short in that moment. Lin Chen unleashed all his power. With the shield augmenting him, the explosive force and defensive capabilities of his physique were beyond mere realms. 1,000 feathers merged as one in an instant. He unleashed his mightiest force. Sword and claw collided with tremendous impact. Yet, the strength of the claw was far too sharp, rendering brute force ineffective against it. Wherever the intent pointed, destruction followed. Humph, Zhang Chonglin was indeed generous, gifting you a 5th-grade spiritual sword. Otherwise, both sword and man would be torn asunder. Zhou Tao scoffed. The claw in his hand was also a 5th-grade spiritual treasure, highlighting the rarity of such items, even more so than 5th-grade medicinal pills. However, while the sword remained intact, this claw could not be repelled. Indeed, it could not be repelled. From the outset, Lin Chen never believed he could contend with Zhou Tao's sword techniques. The 4th level of intent consolidation was far too strong, beyond his current capacity to withstand. Yet, the failure of his sword techniques did not imply he could not endure. Shield. Lin Chen channeled the strength of the formidable warrior who had once created the character Shield, his physical fortitude surging dramatically, transforming him into a humanoid dragon, a perfect synergy with the dominant force battle armor, unmatched in ferocity. He braced against the claw with his body. The eagle's claw tore through the air, and the refined dominant force was rent asunder. In the next moment, it seemed as though Lin Chen's very flesh would be shredded, reduced to fragments. Yet, it did not happen. Lin Chen's physique exhibited extraordinary defensive strength. The claw did pierce his skin. But it could advance no further, halted by his bones. The fervor of the claw's intent failed to completely penetrate the defenses of the shield. This embodies the formidable power of ancient script, a quintessential representation of martial prowess. The essence of martial intent belongs to the lower tier. Impossible. It was the first time Zhou Tao displayed a look of astonishment. His claw should have reduced Lin Chen to mere fragments. If Lin Chen were donned in armor of the 5th grade or above, he could perhaps comprehend it. But how could it be that a mere mortal body could withstand such an assault? Not even the adamant bones could endure. Was this a human or a beast? Having failed to vanquish Lin Chen with a single strike, Zhou Tao's movements exhibited a hint of hesitation, and Lin Chen awaited this very moment. Adorned in the guise of a dragon, for dragon heads gaped wide, unleashing the serpent-like tendrils towards Zhou Tao with explosive speed. The immediate surge of power was terrifying. Zhou Tao, being at the 4th level of the intent realm, dared not underestimate the situation even with a momentary delay. He bellowed, and a formidable surge of profound energy coalesced before him, forming a colossal shield, akin to the wings of a mighty eagle folding protectively in front. Its feathers distinct, clearly cultivated to an extraordinarily high level. Lin Chen's serpent tendril could not pierce it. Yet Lin Chen wielded a sword, and his blade was swifter. The speed sword technique. The sword light transformed nearly into an illusion. Eluding the naked eye, as the blade shimmered with a radiant white glow, the character inscribed by Baishu glowing faintly. The sword's edge twisted, as if it could penetrate the void itself, quick to react. With impeccable timing and a sharp attack, yet too weak. Do you not comprehend? Zhou Tao roared, his speed rivaling Lin Chen's. He was set to surpass. The giant eagle screeched, one claw as massive as a door. Zhou Tao was convinced that Lin Chen's sword could not wound him. He aimed to crush Lin Chen's blade. The condensed intent of his claw was sufficient to slay Lin Chen. Zhou Tao held disbelief that Lin Chen could maintain such formidable physical strength. Continuous assaults would surely slay Lin Chen. However, the space before Lin Chen's sword began to subtly distort, and Zhou Tao's seemingly invincible claw was abruptly pierced through. What? Zhou Tao gasped in shock. Chapter 64. The Pure Sand Pass. Lin Chen's sword appeared to have encountered no collision with that claw, directly penetrating into Zhou Tao's ribcage. Zhou Tao's protective armor was utterly inadequate. Nonetheless, Zhou Tao's claw surged towards Lin Chen, sending him hurtling away. A deep wound tearing open on his chest. One could even glimpse his innards. Had it not been for the protection of the shield character, his bones would have surely shattered, and his organs would have been crushed. This injury was grievous, the claw's essence ravaging within him, exacerbating his wounds. Lin Chen hastily consumed a 5th-grade healing pill. With the stock from Zhang Chonglin, Lin Chen was not lacking in such remedies. And as Zhou Tao's chest was pierced by Lin Chen's sword, his countenance darkened to the extreme, yet he was equally perplexed. unable to fathom how Lin Chen achieved such a feat. Why did the two attacks not collide? It was as if the void had warped, existing in disparate realms. What manner of technique was this? Regardless of the nature of it, Lin Chen's injuries were severe, and even with the healing pill, recovery would not be swift. Although he too had been pierced, the vital organs remained unscathed, and after quickly consuming the healing pill, he began to recover rapidly. Just as he was about to strike again, Zhou Tao suddenly grunted, his actions growing sluggish, his profound energy slightly dissipating. Difficult to solidify. What is happening? Zhou Tao's face changed several hues. That it is poison. As a sinister and cold-blooded guardian adept at executing the royal family's dirty work, he was proficient in all manners of lethal techniques. How could he not realize that he had been poisoned? Moreover, this toxin had a paralyzing effect on the nerves, and at first, he failed to react. Without further concern for the nature of the poison, Zhou Tao hastily retrieved a fifth-grade antidote pill and swallowed it. Yet, for tendrils, as thick as brush strokes, suddenly shot forth. How could Lin Chen possibly let such an opportunity slip by? A mere parlor trick. Do you think you can intimidate me? Zhou Tao roared, but fearing a repetition of the previous piercing incident, he could only brace with his claw. He worried that the gathered profound energy would again be pierced through. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. The serpent tendrils were indeed blocked by Zhou Tao, but what followed was a deluge of sword feathers, cascading down like a torrential rain. Zhou Tao gritted his teeth, the effects of the poison forcing him into a defensive stance. Unable to launch a counterattack, seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen unleashed his brute strength, channeling it entirely into his legs, propelling himself like a cannonball into the dense forest, at the fourth level of the intent realm. Zhou Tao was beyond Lin Chen's current capability to defeat. The disparity in realms was too great. Thus, from the outset, Lin Chen had been preparing for his escape. Previously, the venom sac of the red-topped spotted snake he had slain in the Lingyun snake cave was kept on him, precisely for such unforeseen circumstances, and now it proved remarkably effective. The red-topped spotted snake's venom was extremely potent. Even at the peak of the thousand-gene realm, a single drop would lead to rapid demise. Zhou Tao, at the fourth level of the intent realm, while not immediately lethal, could not disregard the toxin's effects, which would exert a significant influence. Although Lin Chen was aware that his opponent would surely consume an antidote pill at once, the toxin could not be instantly subdued, and this delay would afford Lin Chen precious time to escape. In that moment, Lin Chen seized the opportunity and vanished into the distance, employing every means to enhance his speed. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared into the depths of the forest. Can you escape? Zhou Tao bellowed, pursuing at full speed. As he passed, earth and stone flew chaotically, the mountains and woods fell. His velocity astonishing. Yet, the terrain of the 10-story mountain range was exceedingly complex, and while Lin Chen fled, he meticulously concealed his tracks. Although Zhou Tao chased swiftly, he ultimately lost sight of Lin Chen. This was a marshland, with dozens of streams flowing towards the distance, rendering it impossible to discern which direction Lin Chen had taken. Though Zhou Tao raged, nearly uprooting the area, he could find no trace of Lin Chen. He got away. Zhou Tao's expression darkened profoundly, his gaze somber. He had not anticipated this outcome, that Lin Chen would escape right before his eyes. This was a failure Zhou Tao had not experienced in a long time, especially against someone of a lower realm. It must be noted, he had always played the role of the slayer of formidable foes. Truly a case of capsizing in a gutter, Zhou Tao muttered coldly. Utilizing poison should have been his forte, yet he was outmaneuvered by another, which he found unbearable, inciting his wrath. But now, he could only accept the reality. He inhaled deeply, regaining his composure. Fortunately, this individual was most likely not Lin Chen. Otherwise, my head may not withstand the consequences. Zhou Tao exhaled. Although Lin Chen had reacted explosively and attacked him fiercely, this did not necessarily confirm his identity. After all, Zhou Tao was well aware of the reputation of the Guardians. No one wished to be targeted by them. Such a fierce reaction, a life-and-death confrontation, was quite normal. To act otherwise would be foolishness or harbor ulterior motives. It seems the only course is to head to the 100 Battles Wasteland. Zhou Tao declared coldly. Their failure to locate Lin Chen thus far was a dereliction of duty, yet it mattered not, for they still had opportunities. The 100 Battles Wasteland was a deliberate ploy aimed at Lin Chen. Even if Lin Chen were aware it was a trap, he would still be compelled to venture there. Should he fall into their snare, and they still failed to capture him, then they would have no reason to exist. Zhou Tao cast one last glance at the marshland and ultimately departed. A day later, Lin Chen emerged from a pool of water. This was not much different from his escape from the capital. His expression bore a hint of displeasure. However, there would not be a next time. Should they meet again, Lin Chen would not flee in such a disheveled manner. The one who should flee should be his adversary. Lin Chen took a deep breath, recovering from his injuries while hastening towards the 100 Battles wasteland. There remained more than half a month. Time was still ample. The distance between the 10-story mountain range and the 100 Battles wasteland spanned thousands of miles. It appeared a great distance, yet in truth, at Lin Chen's speed, he could arrive in 5 days. Continuing onward, Lin Chen did not delay on the journey. Thus, 5 days later, Lin Chen arrived at the border of the Great Way. Here lay an immense mountain range, stretching as far as the eye could see, known as the 10,000 Great Mountains. However, more accurately, this should be considered a part of the 10,000 Great Mountains. One of its tributaries, the mountains were rife with demonic beasts, toxic substances, and miasma, a perilous and intricate environment, far more treacherous than the 10-story mountain range, and had long served as a natural barrier guarding the Great Way. On the other side of the mountains lay the 100 Battles wasteland. Generally speaking, those who wish to traverse from the Great Way into the 100 Battles wasteland typically do so through the Clean Sand Pass. This route is relatively stable, rarely beset by toxic mists or the intrusion of ferocious beasts. As such, the majority of martial practitioners seeking to hone their skills or seek fortune in the 100 Battles wasteland are willing to pay a fee to pass through the Clean Sand Pass. However, being one of the border checkpoints of the Great Way, passage requires undergoing scrutiny. Given the current circumstances, Lin Chen naturally cannot proceed through the Clean Sand Pass. In fact, to ensure his safety, Lin Chen has donned a new human skin mask, altering his appearance. Even if seen, he would remain unrecognizable. Nevertheless, the Clean Sand Pass is equipped with devices that can test one's profound strength. Although they are seldom activated, once inside, one becomes subject to their operation. If he were to be suspected and tested, there is a high likelihood that Lin Chen would be exposed. Thus, should he avoid the Clean Sand Pass, he would have no choice but to traverse the mountains. The danger is indeed daunting, yet it also presents an opportunity. There have been numerous heinous criminals from within the Great Way who have successfully crossed the mountains to escape into the 100 Battles wasteland. However, the odds of success are exceedingly slim, rendering it a perilous endeavor. Lin Chen gazed towards the distant Clean Sand Pass, where a fortress-like city had already been erected at the checkpoint, bustling with prosperity and abundant supplies. Compared to the 10-story mountain range, the interests involved in the 100 Battles wasteland are truly colossal. The Clean Sand Pass merely collects a share from this bounty, reaping substantial profits. A lucrative position indeed. The commander stationed at the Clean Sand Pass is a member of the Zhao family. From a distance, a continuous stream of people moved through the Clean Sand Pass, with vast convoys of hundreds of vehicles entering and exiting every 15 minutes. An impressive volume. Lin Chen did not rush to cross the mountains but rather took a moment to observe, feeling somewhat taken aback. Among the convoys entering the Clean Sand Pass, one bore the insignia of the royal family. The convoy was extravagantly adorned, and as it passed, bystanders hastily stepped aside, too fearful to approach. Many even knelt on the ground in terror. Is a member of the royal family present? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. What business could the royalty have at this hour? Regardless of the reason, it bodes ill for Lin Chen. If they are entering the Clean Sand Pass, it is highly probable they are heading to the 100 Battles wasteland. Are they coming for him? Lin Chen couldn't ascertain. Continuing to observe, he saw the gates of the Clean Sand Pass swing open, 2 squads of soldiers filing out, while Zhao Qingxi, the commander of the Clean Sand Pass, stepped forward to receive them with utmost respect, guiding the convoy into the pass. Once the convoy had completely entered, normal passage was restored. Zhao Qingxi personally welcomed them, yet did not reveal his face. Suggesting a position of considerable status within the royal family, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it is a powerful prince or a favored princess. The convoy not only bore royal insignia but also included other prominent families and sects, indicating a coalition led by the royal family. Lin Chen deduced. After observing for a while longer and seeing no further activity, Lin Chen decided to make his way into the mountains. The vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains is immense. Even a minor tributary stretches for tens of thousands of miles. It would not be difficult for Lin Chen to find a route into the mountains while avoiding the Clean Sand Pass. Just then, however, his communication jade suddenly pulsed with energy. Lin Chen paused. Zhang Tianxue. This communication jade was given to him by Zhang Chonglin, and he presumed that Zhang Chonglin had informed Zhang Tianxue of the situation. Thus, the only one reaching out to him now would be Zhang Tianxue. Lin Chen took out the communication jade, hesitated for a moment, then began channeling his profound energy to activate it. However, he did not transmit the scene around him. A luminous screen emerged from the jade, and soon Zhang Tianxue's image materialized, still breathtakingly beautiful. Compared to their last encounter, she appeared much healthier, beaming with a smile that it seemed that the old Master Zhang's condition had improved. "White Fei, are you there?" Zhang Tianxue inquired, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. After all, her side did not manifest Lin Chen's appearance. "What is it?" Lin Chen asked, his tone calm. Upon hearing his voice, Zhang Tianxue's large eyes sparkled momentarily. And then she pouted playfully. "Why won't you let me see you? What are you trying to be mysterious about? I didn't even want to see you." At this moment, Zhang Tianxue appeared quite charming. Yet, Lin Chen had no inclination to admire her, that if there is nothing important, "I have matters to attend to," Lin Chen stated. "Wait," Zhang Tianxue quickly called out, her cheeks puffed up. "Why so cold?" She felt somewhat aggrieved. When had she ever been treated this way? Yet, Lin Chen had always been this way. Leaving her to sulk in silence, she huffed. "Thank you for the medicine. With Master Ningyu's help, my grandfather's condition has improved significantly. And he has regained consciousness. He even mentioned wanting to meet you in person to express his gratitude." "Is that so?" Lin Chen murmured. "This could be considered good news that if you don't have anything important. You could come to my house," Zhang Tianxue said, her face slightly flushed. "I have matters to attend to," Lin Chen replied straightforwardly. Zhang Tianxue gritted her teeth, having anticipated this response. "Fine, if you don't want to come, then don't. I have plenty to do as well. Master Ningyu needs many medicinal herbs, and I must accompany him to gather them." Originally, Zhang Tianxue intended to mention the previous talk of becoming a concubine, but she refrained. "Ningyu." Upon hearing this name, a cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. "Are you quite close to Ningyu?" he suddenly asked. Zhang Tianxue was taken aback and somewhat surprised, having thought Lin Chen would simply cut off communication and not engage in idle chatter. She was caught off guard by such a question. Zhang Tianxue blinked, feeling a bit flustered for some reason. "Well, it's not that close. Master Ningyu is a distinguished guest of my family, and he has done us a great favor. So it is only natural for me to treat him well. His search for medicinal herbs is also for my grandfather, so it's perfectly normal for me to accompany him," Zhang Tianxue replied. Somewhat flustered, yet in her heart, she felt a twinge of annoyance. Was she feeling guilty? What was there to feel guilty about? She hadn't married that detestable fellow. It was merely a verbal agreement, not a marriage contract, and she wasn't particularly close to Ningyu either. Ningyu saved your grandfather and is a disciple of a renowned healer. He clearly has feelings for you. I imagine your family would be more than willing to facilitate such an arrangement, Lin Chen remarked coolly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianxue raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit smug as she replied, "Weren't you just saying you had no interest in me? What's this about wanting me to honor our agreement now? I can tell you, my family is indeed very fond of Master Ningyu, and some elders have already hinted at my feelings." Though she said this, for some reason, Zhang Tianxue felt a subtle sweetness in her heart. Acting so indifferent, yet he clearly cares about her. Moreover, she would never marry Ningyu, while she felt grateful to him. She harbored no affection whatsoever. "Is that so?" Lin Chen murmured. "Weren't you saying you had no interest in women? Why are you asking about this?" Zhang Tianxue questioned. "I don't have an interest in women. I just don't have an interest in you," Lin Chen replied. "You?" Zhang Tianxue fumed. This guy was as insufferable as ever. What was wrong with her, really? Was she not charming? She certainly was, so why couldn't he appreciate her? "Then who do you wish to pursue?" Zhang Tianxue retorted, her anger palpable. "At the very least, a princess of the dynasty," Lin Chen answered casually, his gaze drifting towards the distant clean sand pass. "That a princess of the dynasty? Is there a princess from the Great Wei royal family present in that convoy?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianxue's chest visibly heaved, as if she were about to explode with fury. "Well then, you can go seek your princess. I'll tell you this. Recently, the royal family has sent princes and princesses to the 100 Battles Wasteland. You can go there and find them. I wish you success," Zhang Tianxue exclaimed angrily. "Is that so?" Lin Chen's eyes glimmered. Indeed, as the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, Zhang Tianxue possessed knowledge that was far from ordinary. Even without seeking it out, the information she shared would come more naturally. It wasn't he that Lin Chen believed Zhang Tianxue would divulge anything. Rather, he needed to ensure everything was secure, avoiding any flaws. Such a noble princess. Why would she venture into the treacherous Hundred Battles wasteland? Lin Chen inquired. Zhang Tianxue's chest rose and fell heavily once more, her figure becoming even more striking. Lin Chen genuinely feared she might explode. It seems you are genuinely intent on searching for the princess. Well, the Hundred Battles wasteland is fraught with danger. Perhaps you really will have the chance to rescue a damsel in distress, becoming a favored son-in-law of the current dynasty. Furthermore, I should inform you that accompanying her are the young elites of various prominent families and sects, including many noble ladies and the holy maidens of sections. You will have ample opportunity. Zhang Tianxue, despite her frustration, was perplexed as to why she felt so incensed. What significant event had transpired? Lin Chen inquired. Seemingly astounded by the situation, which appeared even more astonishing than he had anticipated, it must be a significant event. Otherwise, such a congregation of esteemed individuals would not have gathered in the Hundred Battles wasteland. It is said that formidable experts from transcendent sects have made their appearance in the Hundred Battles wasteland, seeking to select disciples. Zhang Tianxue remarked, her enthusiasm reignited. Ah, your opportunity has once again arisen. Perhaps there are even young female disciples from those transcendent sects present. They would undoubtedly be far more noble than the princesses of any dynasty. You should pursue them. It is certain that you would soar to great heights. Transcendent sects are indeed terrifying powers that exist beyond the mundane world. Secular dynasties and sects are nothing more than swarms of ants in comparison. However, the status of transcendent sects is so elevated that opportunities for the secular world to engage with them are exceedingly rare. When such opportunities do arise, individuals would undoubtedly vie fiercely for the chance to venture beyond the mundane. The Qingxian Divine Gate is, in fact, one such transcendent sect. No wonder the royal princes and princesses are mobilizing. Such an opportunity is indeed too precious to miss. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seemed that within the Hundred Battles wasteland, young prodigies from several surrounding nations would converge. After all, transcendent sects are only interested in young talents. Those who are too old have exhausted their potential and lack the qualifications to enter. From Zhang Tianxue's insights, Lin Chen gleaned much information. Had he sought to uncover these secrets on his own, it would have been quite challenging. Thus far, it seemed that only a select few at the top were aware of the unfolding events, while the masses remained oblivious. After acquiring the intelligence he sought, Lin Chen intended to sever communication, but ultimately he added, "You'd best not marry Ningyu. What business is that of yours?" Zhang Tianxue retorted angrily. With plans to pursue the dynasty's princess and even seek out female disciples from the transcendent sects, why should she care whom she marries? To spare you from becoming a widow, Lin Chen replied, and promptly severed the communication. On the other end, Zhang Tianxue was so incensed that she hurled the precious communication jade to the ground. What kind of person is he? Not only does he refuse to marry me, but he also curses me to be a widow if I marry someone else. How utterly intolerable. Zhang Tianxue fumed, resolutely wishing never to lay eyes on him again. She failed to consider that Lin Chen was not cursing her to be a widow. He merely intended to eliminate Ningyu. Stowing away the communication jade, Lin Chen made his way toward the mountains. A grand event was about to unfold in the Hundred Battles wasteland, promising to attract numerous formidable individuals. Yet for Lin Chen, it might not necessarily be a boon. After all, the individuals arriving were exceedingly powerful and of high status. Any unforeseen changes could position them against him. Nevertheless, he resolved to enter the Hundred Battles wasteland first and foremost. Approaching within 100 miles of the Jingsha Pass, Lin Chen selected a narrow path to delve deeper into the mountains. With the enhancement from the purple cloud thunder lotus seeds and the Longyan flower, Lin Chen's physical form had grown significantly stronger, rendering common poisons and miasmas relatively ineffective against him. Furthermore, he possessed detoxification pills, alleviating his concerns. As he ventured deeper into the mountains, the wildness of the wilderness intensified. Ancient trees towered above, and an array of unidentifiable flora blanketed the earth. Numerous beasts lay in ambush within the woods, necessitating utmost caution. Lin Chen navigated swiftly, his heightened senses enabling him to evade most of the lurking beasts. The creatures here were not overly formidable. Even if he were to slay them, it would serve little purpose, and Lin Chen was disinclined to squander time on such endeavors. However, as he continued deeper, the path began to grow perilous, with the emergence of fourth-tier beasts posing a significant threat to Lin Chen. Should he encounter a beast king among them, he would have no choice but to flee, utterly incapable of confronting such a formidable foe. Traversing these 10,000 mountains without passing through the Jingsha Pass was indeed no simple task. Fortunately, Lin Chen had honed his evasion skills to an extraordinary degree during his recent escapades, often managing to escape peril, sustaining injuries but never life-threatening ones, allowing for recovery. During his journey, he encountered numerous areas suffused with toxic miasma, which even he dared not traverse, forcing him to take detours. Natural hazards such as corrosive swamps, volcanic pits, and bone-eroding vapors are incredibly perilous, with even the slightest contact potentially fatal. Even Lin Chen's speed diminished significantly as he navigated these treacherous terrains, requiring utmost vigilance. Such is the nature of the 10,000 mountains, a realm of untamed wilderness where humans are starkly out of place. Yet, it is precisely in such locales that spiritual materials may be birthed. Fraught with danger, yet accompanied by immense opportunities. Having ventured deep into the mountains, Lin Chen naturally harbored hopes of serendipitously encountering a spiritual material. He was merely a step away from the Qianjun realm and needed to expedite his progress. Only then could he possess the means to rescue his kin. Perhaps he was overthinking matters. It would be prudent to confront the present reality. Lin Chen settled into a cave, operating the Nine Heavens God-slaying technique to recuperate. He realized he had entered a perilous area, with toxic miasma ahead, corrosive swamps to the side, and the path he had taken now shrouded in bone-eroding vapors. He was effectively encircled, should the wind shift unfavorably. The toxic miasma and bone-eroding vapors might converge, sealing his fate here. The 10,000 mountains truly harbored tremendous dangers. It remained uncertain how extensive the area was. If the miasma were thin, he might be able to force his way through. Lin Chen murmured to himself that he was enveloped in the garb of a dragon, and with the shield character, he was not entirely incapable of withstanding the miasma, as long as the distance was not too great. He still had a chance to break through. However, if the miasma were dense, it would spell his doom, leading to his demise within its grasp. Regrettably, despite his senses being far superior to others in the same realm, he could not penetrate the miasma, leaving him unable to ascertain the extent of its coverage. Fortunately, he still had some time, and his current position was relatively secure. Perhaps the winds within the mountains would shift, dispersing the toxins and allowing him to escape this predicament that in any case. He resolved to restore his strength first and assess the situation upon dawn. He could not afford to linger indefinitely. If the circumstances had not improved by morning, he would have no choice but to risk a breakthrough attempt. As he practiced the Nine Heavens God-slaying technique, Lin Chen's injuries began to heal rapidly. Throughout his journey, he had consumed numerous beast cores, bringing him one step closer to the Qianjun realm, though he still fell short of a breakthrough. Time flowed onward, and in the dead of night, Lin Chen faintly heard explosive sounds. The noise seemed to emanate from a great distance, suggesting considerable commotion. Otherwise, it would not have traveled so far. A series of explosive sounds followed, growing increasingly intense. Were there individuals engaged in combat? Chapter 67. Two women descend from the sky. It seemed as though a cataclysm had erupted in the distance. Lin Chen discerned several beast roars, the sounds emanating from extraordinarily fearsome creatures. Had the beast king of this mountain made its move? How powerful could it be? 4th tier? 9 stars? Or had it perhaps even reached the 5th tier? The distance was too great for Lin Chen to discern anything beyond the mere sounds. He could not perceive the fluctuations in breath, and thus could not make any judgments. Furthermore, the cacophony subsided shortly thereafter, leaving an eerie silence that was even more profound than before. It seemed the remaining beasts had been thoroughly intimidated into silence. Thus, the latter half of the night remained tranquil, and Lin Chen's injuries had completely healed. At dawn, he intended to attempt his departure from this place. However, just as dawn approached, Lin Chen heard a resounding thud outside, as if something had crashed to the ground. Had a flying beast ventured too close, only to plunge into the toxic miasma? That was indeed a possibility. Lin Chen paid little mind to it, surmising that whatever had fallen had likely succumbed to the poison. Yet soon after, another thud echoed. Another one had fallen. Lin Chen opened his eyes, sensing something amiss. The beasts in this region were far more familiar with the terrain than he. It should not be common for them to inadvertently stumble into the miasma. With a sense of caution, Lin Chen ventured outside, concealing himself behind a rock as he peered out. To his astonishment, he beheld 2 humanoid depressions and a patch of mud in the distance. Humans? Warriors? Lin Chen's heart raced. Where had these two come from, to have plummeted from the sky? Could they possess the ability to fly? For warriors to soar in the air was a feat even those at the pinnacle of their realms could scarcely achieve. Could they be experts of the knowledge of the void realm? Lin Chen's expression shifted. However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. Experts of the knowledge of the void realm wield immense power, and it was improbable that the branches of the 10,000 mountains could ensnare them. Had they fallen from a flying treasure ship? Or had they somehow utilized a secret technique to achieve temporary flight, ultimately plummeting here? Lin Chen recalled the explosive sounds he had previously heard. Could it be that these two had engaged in a fierce battle with a fearsome beast king? Casting a fleeting glance at the noxious miasma, Lin Chen found that after a night had passed, he had not drawn significantly closer, nor had he moved farther away. The presence of the two individuals who had fallen here instilled in him a sense of pessimism regarding his ability to transcend this toxic haze. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Chen approached, intending to first ascertain the condition of the two figures. One of them, discernible from the shape of the pit, appeared to be a woman, as the contours were too pronounced, suggesting a figure of remarkable proportions. As Lin Chen drew closer and peered down, it indeed revealed a young woman, her feminine traits strikingly evident, her physique impressively ample, evoking a strong visual impact, albeit slightly eclipsed by Zhang Tianxue. Nonetheless, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he assessed the woman's strength. She was quite young, no more than 20, and possessed an exquisite beauty. Her appearance was vibrant yet not vulgar, exuding an air of nobility that indicated her illustrious lineage. However, her aura was faint, suggesting she had sustained severe injuries, making it impossible to determine her precise realm at that moment. Yet, upon inspection, there appeared to be no external wounds. Lin Chen shifted his gaze to the other pit, which, judging by its shape, likely belonged to a male or perhaps a female. As Lin Chen peered in, he discovered a remarkably beautiful girl at the bottom, younger than the previous woman, though her physique was somewhat difficult to describe. Lin Chen could not discern any distinct feminine features. If one were to disregard her face, it would be challenging to distinguish her front from her back. Both were attired similarly, seemingly hailing from the same faction. Yet they exuded a sense of distance and discord, the disparity in their figures too pronounced to ignore. Like the previous woman, this unremarkable girl also exhibited no visible external injuries, but her aura was notably weak, indicating internal trauma. Surveying the surroundings, Lin Chen realized it would be challenging to leave for the time, being that he promptly dragged both individuals from their pits and brought them back to the cave for a thorough examination. Upon close inspection, it became evident that both had suffered significant internal injuries, their organs damaged akin to shattered glass, riddled with cracks reminiscent of a spider's web. The nature of the attack that had inflicted such at this moment. The plaque was removed. The material of the plaque was uncertain. It appeared to have endured a thunderous strike, its surface charred in many places. Faintly, Lin Chen could still sense the ferocity of the past lightning from the scorch marks. Evoking a sensation akin to thunder erupting within the Sea of Souls, it felt as though the thunder had struck once more. Lin Chen's complexion turned pale. This was indeed astonishing. The remnants of Char still possessed such formidable power, capable of affecting one's spirit. Originally, there were two characters inscribed on the plaque, but regrettably, one had been obliterated by lightning, leaving only one behind. Bai Shu expressed her disappointment. A radiant light danced around her, merging into the plaque. Subsequently, Lin Chen witnessed strokes of calligraphy manifesting, as the solitary remaining character began to clarify. Indeed, it was an ancient script, drawing from his previous experience. Lin Chen focused intently on the character, allowing his mind to enter a state of clarity, embracing an empty and luminous state, seeking to comprehend its meaning through the lens of martial arts. Every stroke and line encapsulated the essence of martial prowess distilled by the character's creator. The higher one's martial talent, the easier it became to grasp its significance. However, this character was more profound than Shield, and Lin Chen's pace of comprehension was considerably slower than before. Yet, he nonetheless captured a thread of its essence, gradually unraveling its true intent. In a moment of reverie, Lin Chen perceived a woman, her features blurred. She exuded a gentle demeanor, devoid of the sharpness characteristic of a warrior. She seemed to embody the essence of a healer. A pharmacist, perhaps. Pharmacists not only refine pills, but also predominantly cultivate healing arts, embodying the most potent elixirs. This woman had evidently traveled far along the path of medicine. The vision revealed her attempting to heal a man, employing every conceivable method. Yet to no avail. The man was evidently of immense significance to her. Ultimately, she sacrificed herself, striving to heal his wounds with her own life force, perhaps by a stroke of fate, or perhaps through a profound revelation derived from her ultimate sacrifice. She pierced the limits of her medical knowledge in that moment of combustion. She inscribed a character, healing, an ancient script. It embodied her mastery of the healing arts. Upon the emergence of the character healing, its restorative powers surged dramatically, ultimately succeeding in healing the man. Remarkably, she herself was spared from death. In her ultimate sacrifice, she transcended her limits, taking a resolute step forward on her path. Lin Chen marveled at this revelation. Having reached this juncture, he had come to grasp the essence of the ancient character well enough to engrave it onto Bai Shu's form, each stroke and line etched into the blade of Bai Shu. It was a reasonably commendable ancient character. Yet regrettably, the character healing paled in comparison to pill or medicine, lacking in excellence, eliciting a slight smile from Bai Shu. With the addition of another character, her power grew stronger, her form becoming more solidified. However, to inscribe pill, medicine, or even healer was beyond your current capability, Bai Shu remarked. After all, Lin Chen specialized in swordsmanship, while healing arts were also a form of martial discipline. The disparity was vast. The fact that Lin Chen could inscribe the character healing was already quite remarkable. That I hope to one day find a character for sword, or perhaps create one myself. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. With the character healing engraved onto Bai Shu's blade, he could harness its inherent power. It seemed that fate had not abandoned them. Lin Chen gazed at the two women. Chapter 69. My name is Shang Tiange. Having gained considerable advantages from the two women, Lin Chen, now aware of the possibility of healing, would not turn a blind eye to their plight. That moment, Bai Shu's power surged forth, and the character healing radiated a brilliant light. In this moment, Bai Shu, though a sword, exuded no trace of lethality, instead emanating an unparalleled warmth, akin to the gentle rays of spring sunshine. The power of healing permeated the bodies of the two women. The healing properties of the medicinal elixirs already present within them began to stir with remarkable vigor, as if further activated, revealing their potent efficacy. Simultaneously, where the power of healing flowed, the internal organs that seemed on the verge of shattering gradually began to mend. The countless fine fissures slowly fused, and under the nurturing influence of a 6th-grade healing elixir, further recovery ensued. Indeed, it was effective. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. While this power did not directly enhance battle prowess, it provided him with immense assistance. No one wishes to battle against an individual with extraordinary healing capabilities. This equates to facing two opponents with every strike, as though Lin Chen were accompanied by a formidable pharmacist. It is said that there do exist some violent pharmacists who, despite practicing the art of alchemy, possess astonishing martial prowess, and such individuals are formidable opponents, exceedingly difficult to defeat. Lin Chen mused. With Bai Shu, he could nearly achieve such feats, and in the future, inscribing other ancient characters would render his abilities even more comprehensive. It would not be an issue for one person to possess the capabilities of a pharmacist, talisman master, array master, and so forth. A cough abruptly pulled Lin Chen back from his thoughts. They had awakened. Following Lin Chen's treatment, the injuries of the two women had stabilized. The woman of greater stature was the first to gradually regain consciousness. Although her complexion remained pale and bloodless, she exhibited a hint of vitality compared to before. Survived against all odds, Xiang Tiange's voice emerged hoarsely and weakly, clearly astonished. Prior to her unconsciousness, despair had consumed her, convinced of her impending demise. Yet now, she found herself alive, her heart brimming with uncontainable excitement. However, another fit of cough seized her, and the pain radiating from her heart caused cold sweat to cascade down her body. Her internal organs, including her heart, had nearly shattered. Clearly, while she had recovered significantly, she was still far from complete healing. Merely awakening caused her heart to race painfully. Xiang Tiange hastily regulated her breathing, striving to calm herself. She glanced around, her pupils narrowing in alarm. Who are you? Did you save me? Xiang Tiange naturally noticed Lin Chen seated nearby. Lin Chen nodded in affirmation. Xiang Tiange couldn't help but be astonished. This seemingly ordinary youth had managed to rescue her, which was truly remarkable. Such injuries would likely leave even a 6th-grade healing elixir helpless. Could it be that this individual is a powerful pharmacist? You are fortunate to have saved me. It will be a great blessing for you. I shall repay you handsomely. Now do everything in your power to heal me. Xiang Tiange raised her chin slightly, speaking in a tone that resembled a command. Despite her grievous injuries, she remained inherently proud. To her, the fact that someone could save her was a boon for them, as it would grant them much in return. Moreover, did he not seek benefits from saving her? Your condition appears stable. You need to treat her next. Lin Chen replied coolly. He disregarded Xiang Tiange's words. Xiang Tiange's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Lin Chen. Even in her severely injured state, she maintained an air of superiority, as if looking down upon Lin Chen from a great height. Did you not comprehend my words? You must focus entirely on healing me. Since the others are not dead, leave them be. Do you understand? Xiang Tiange commanded. She resembled an arrogant swan, insisting that everything be done according to her wishes, demanding absolute compliance. Silence. Lin Chen retorted sharply. You. Xiang Tiange did not anticipate Lin Chen's audacity to defy her, and her anger flared, causing her chest to heave. However, she was soon overtaken by a violent bout of coughing, her complexion paling. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Xiang Tiange ground her teeth. She hailed from the Nine-Sword sect, a formidable and prestigious sect. A mere mortal in her presence was akin to an ant, destined to crawl beneath her feet. At this moment, she deemed it a privilege to allow him to save her. Yet he dared not recognize his good fortune. Do you know who I am? Xiang Tiange's silver teeth clenched tightly. Lin Chen, too, felt a surge of anger. This woman was exceedingly overbearing in such dire circumstances. She remained unwilling to temper her arrogance, persisting in her haughty demeanor, which was utterly unreasonable. It seemed clear that those around her had spoiled her. Big and empty-headed? Lin Chen replied coolly. Xiang Tiange was momentarily taken aback. Big and empty-headed? She was clever enough to comprehend Lin Chen's insinuation. Big breasts, empty mind. This scoundrel dared to suggest that she was lacking in intellect due to her physical attributes. How outrageous! How dare he speak to her in such a manner? Xiang Tiange, with her immense pride, had never been spoken to in such a way. Her indignation was palpable. Just as she prepared to rise and chastise Lin Chen, her complexion turned pale once more, cold sweat trickling down her brow. Indeed, her anger was threatening to consume her. Gritting her teeth, Xiang Tiange forced herself to regain composure, channeling her energy to cultivate her body, hastening her recovery. Lin Chen chose to ignore her, continuing to treat the other woman. After approximately 15 minutes, the second woman began to awaken as well. She opened her eyes and, upon seeing Lin Chen before her, could not help but blink in confusion. Who are you? Ying inquired, somewhat dazed. Was she not on the brink of death? Yet here she was, alive. Did this person save her? Did you save me? Ying could not contain her excitement, her heart overflowing with gratitude. Lin Chen exhaled in relief. It seemed that not all from the outer sect were as haughty as Xiang Tiange. How do you feel? Lin Chen inquired. It seemed that death was not imminent. Ying joyfully replied. She could feel that her previously unhealable internal injuries were now beginning to adhere together, no longer easily shattering. How incredible! This individual is capable of treating such grievous wounds. You should recover on your own for now, Lin Chen suggested. They had already awakened and could utilize their own profound energy to guide their bodies in healing. All right, Ying nodded, commencing her cultivation technique. Lin Chen stepped aside, also in the process of recovery, as activating the character healing consumed considerable energy. Simultaneously, Lin Chen observed the two. Their internal energy fluctuations were potent, astonishingly impressive even in their weakened state, indicative of the high caliber of the techniques they practiced. Furthermore, it was evident that they had transcended the barriers of the 5th or 6th realm, starting at the 6th level of the intent realm. Given their age, Dawu was at most in their early 20s, and their talent was certainly not inferior to Lin Chen's in the past. The two women were fully committed to their recovery. Although Xiang Tiange maintained an aloof demeanor and a rather unpleasant attitude, Lin Chen did not impede her healing process. He had still provided her with healing pills. After 2 hours, the two finally ceased their restoration, needing a moment of respite as it was impossible to maintain such intense cultivation indefinitely. Young master, what is your name? Ying rose, smiling as she inquired. She was lively and radiated youthful exuberance, devoid of any pretense, now curiously leaning forward with her hands behind her back to examine Lin Chen closely. After all, it was astonishing that Lin Chen could treat their injuries. It was hard to fathom that such a person existed in the mundane world. Xiang Tiange. Lin Chen thought of a name that he certainly could not continue using by Fei. Puffed. Upon hearing this name, Ying burst into laughter, her amusement echoing in the air. Chapter 70. After all, you are young. Do you really think I cannot kill you? You lowly wretch, Xiang Tiange bellowed angrily, her countenance darkening as she glared fiercely at Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt utterly bewildered. What was this large-breasted, dim-witted woman going on about? Senior sister, why are you so furious? Young Master Shang saved our lives, and this is how you repay him. Ying interjected, huffing softly while slightly leaning towards Lin Chen, positioning herself between him and Xiang Tiange. Such a shameless scoundrel. Saving us must be driven by some vile intentions. I shall gouge out his eyes, Xiang Tiange retorted furiously. Ying furrowed her brow and replied sternly, Senior sister, your ingratitude is truly disgraceful. Ying, are you still going to oppose me? If it weren't for your insistence on competing with me, I wouldn't have sustained such injuries, nor would I be humiliated here, Xiang Tiange exclaimed angrily. Her internal energy surged, pulsating with great intensity. However, Ying's aura was even more formidable. Xiang Tiange's expression darkened. That you're recovering faster than I am. She gritted her teeth, casting a venomous glance towards Lin Chen. You are indeed favoring one over the other. Lin Chen had anticipated the discord between the two, but he had not expected it to be so pronounced. It seemed their relationship was quite precarious. It has your own characteristics that hinder the transmission of certain energies, Lin Chen stated candidly. The energy he employed was quite similar for both. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I am inferior to her? Xiang Tiange was infuriated. Ying raised an eyebrow and smiled. Senior sister, this is hardly something to deny. After all, I am younger than you. When I reach your age, I shall undoubtedly surpass you. Xiang Tiange was furious. Proud as she was, she would never concede to being inferior. Yet gradually, she seemed to come to a realization. She glanced at Ying, then looked down, suddenly breaking into a slight smile. You are right. After all, you are younger, but whether you can reach my age remains uncertain. Ying blinked. Had Xiang Tiange's mind been muddled? In a few years, wouldn't she be the same age as the current Xiang Tiange? This annoying woman seemed to be cursing her to an early demise. Ying pouted, gritting her teeth. Even if you die, I will not. Humph, Xiang Tiange scoffed disdainfully, deriding Ying's intellect. Lin Chen felt somewhat speechless. Ying ceased her verbal sparring with Xiang Tiange and turned her attention to Lin Chen, smiling. Young Master Shang, thank you very much this time. Rest assured, I will repay you well. With that, she instinctively reached to activate her spatial ring. She intended to select a few valuable items to present to Lin Chen as thanks. However, there was no response. Ying blinked, only then realizing that her spatial ring had vanished. What happened? Did I lose it? Ying exclaimed in astonishment. Xiang Tiange's expression also shifted, as she noticed her own spatial ring was also missing. You took it. Xiang Tiange glared at Lin Chen. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded. This is the reward for saving your lives. Lin Chen had nothing to deny. His direct admission took Xiang Tiange by surprise. That you're perceptive, not attempting to feign innocence. Then return my spatial ring, Xiang Tiange commanded. Wu. Lin Chen shook his head in exasperation. How could I possibly return it? You. Xiang Tiange felt as if her silver teeth were about to shatter. She longed to rush forward and slay Lin Chen, yet her injuries had not healed. And she could barely muster any profound energy. What does Wu mean? Ying inquired, puzzled. She was surprisingly unfazed, although she was initially angered upon discovering that Lin Chen had taken her spatial ring. She soon realized that her life was far more valuable than the contents of that ring, leading her to feel somewhat relieved. She was instead more intrigued by the dialogue between the two. How did those two characters strike a nerve with the proud Xiang Tiange? It appeared she was on the verge of exploding with rage. However, neither seemed inclined to answer, leaving Ying to ponder on her own. Young Master Shang, you may keep the ring you took, but if you wish to leave the 10,000 mountain range, you cannot do so empty-handed. Weapons and medicinal pills are still necessary, Ying stated. Lin Chen nodded, returning the essentials to Ying. Young Master Shang is considerate. Please return my disciple token. Ying chuckled, producing a disciple token. She infused it with her profound energy, and her radiant light illuminated, revealing the recorded information. 9 Sword Sect, Core Disciple. Ying, Core Disciple. Lin Chen felt a surge of surprise. A core disciple of an esteemed sect. That was quite remarkable. By the way, young Master Shang, please also return my senior sister's token. Otherwise, if we cannot exit the 10,000 mountain range, wouldn't it mean your efforts to save us were in vain? Ying suggested. By saying this, Ying aimed to ease the tension between Lin Chen and Xiang Tiange. In her view, Lin Chen was quite commendable. After all, given their previous predicament, they could have been at his mercy, and he could have acted with impunity. He could have taken not just the spatial rings, but their very bodies as well. Yet Lin Chen only desired wealth, which was rare. Though reluctant to admit it, Ying recognized how great Xiang Tiange's allure was to men. With this thought, Ying suddenly found herself reflecting. Wu, how intriguing. Lin Chen stored the essentials into a spatial ring and tossed it to Xiang Tiange. Her expression darkened severely, perceiving it as an insult. How had she ever been so humiliated? Her eyes nearly ignited with fury. For one as proud as she, to receive this unsolicited offering was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet in the face of life, she chose to acquiesce, accepting the spatial ring. Young Master Shang, I must inform you. My senior sister's name is Xiang Tiange. She is a proud swan. Ying chuckled mischievously. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's lips twitched. Now he understood why Xiang Tiange's gaze towards him was laced with murderous intent. So that was the reason. Yet this was quite coincidental. Lin Chen had been entirely unaware of their names beforehand. Although there was a disciple token, out of caution, Lin Chen had refrained from checking it. Fearing he might leave a mark of profound energy and inadvertently attract the attention of the Nine-Sword sect, Lin Chen was not familiar with the methods of such esteemed sects, and it was always prudent to exercise caution. However, from Xiang Tiange and Ying's perspective, they likely believed Lin Chen had known their names all along and had deliberately concocted a false identity. Xiang Tiange. Lin Chen glanced at Xiang Tiange, intending to clarify. The name Xiang Tiange was intended to resonate with the Nine Heavens Dance of the Gods, a subtle nod to the Nine Heavens slaughtering divine art. However, all he received in response was a gaze from Xiang Tiange that could kill. It seemed that explaining would serve no purpose. The remaining medicinal pills should suffice for both ladies' recovery. And leaving this place should pose no difficulty for you, Lin Chen remarked, rising to depart. You had better flee far away. Do not let me see you again. Xiang Tiange gritted her teeth. Young master. Take care. Ying smiled. Indeed, the medicinal pills Lin Chen had left for them were ample for their recovery, and once restored, exiting this place would be a mere formality. The injuries they sustained were a result of their reckless challenge against the Beast King deep within the mountains, which had nearly led to their demise. As long as one does not provoke the Beast King and merely traverses the mountains, the situation should remain manageable. Lin Chen stepped outside, having already delayed considerably. He must swiftly cross the mountains and enter the 100 Battles wasteland. However, before he could exit the cave, he abruptly halted, and both Xiang Tiange and Ying exchanged concerned glances. Someone was approaching. Damn it, it's Qi Bofei and his companions. Ying's expression changed dramatically. Xiang Tiange's gaze turned icy. Chapter 71. The Nine Swords of the Inner Path. Qi Bofei. Were it not for this individual, they would not have dared to challenge the Beast King. It seems Qi Bofei deliberately fed them false information, leading them to believe they had a chance against the Beast King, ultimately luring them into a perilous situation. They had nearly met their demise here. It appears Qi Bofei is an accomplice of Zhang Xianling. Perceiving us as a threat to the position of the Saintess, he seeks to eliminate us. Xiang Tiange spoke coldly. Lin Chen grasped the implication. It seems the internal strife within the Nine Swords sect is exceedingly fierce. Yet he was reluctant to wade through such murky waters. Qi Bofei must be searching for them. If he finds them in a weakened state, he would undoubtedly strike. Ying stated frostily. Humph, this despicable man, given such an advantageous position, would likely not kill us easily. Xiang Tiange scoffed. Ying nodded in agreement. Not everyone is like Lin Chen, indifferent to their well-being. A vile person like Qi Bofei would certainly seize the opportunity to insult them. We cannot let him discover our serious injuries. Otherwise, we would be in grave danger. Xiang Tiange gritted her teeth. Their injuries had yet to heal, and Qi Bofei's strength was not significantly inferior to theirs at full capacity. Should their wounds be revealed, and Qi Bofei perceive an opportunity to strike, they would undoubtedly be in peril. They could only feign strength, instilling enough dread in him to prevent him from acting. Xiang Tiange stated resolutely. She turned to Lin Chen, stepping forward to block his path. You need to cooperate with our ruse. Xiang Tiange asserted through clenched teeth that I have no desire to die. Lin Chen decisively refused. You. Xiang Tiange glared at Lin Chen. Young Master Shang, Qi Bofei harbors malicious intent. Should he discover your association with us and our weakened state, he will not spare you. Ying stepped forward, lowering her voice. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. He was reluctant to get involved, but it seemed escape was no longer an option. Indeed, rewards come with risks. Having gained substantial benefits from the two women, the accompanying dangers were also immense. Yet, at this juncture, further lamentation was futile. Lin Chen would not squander time regretting. What level is this person at? And what cultivation techniques does he practice? Lin Chen inquired. Simultaneously, he returned to his previous spot, igniting a fire and then sitting cross-legged. Ying and Xiang Tiange exchanged a glance, taking their places beside Lin Chen. They concealed their auras and remained undetected, making it difficult for anyone to discern their current state. He has reached the 5th level of the intent concentration realm, practicing the 9 swords divine art. With his martial technique being the outer path 9 swords, Ying quickly explained. Outer path 9 swords. Lin Chen's expression shifted slightly. While examining the two women's spatial rings, Lin Chen had indeed encountered this martial technique. It was a 7th-tier technique, remarkably impressive. However, was there another martial technique called Inner Path 9 swords that corresponded with it? What is Inner Path 9 swords? Lin Chen asked. Why do you want to know this? Xiang Tiange replied somewhat impatiently. She was feeling anxious, her mind racing, worried about exposure. Lin Chen cast a glance at her, studying her from head to toe without saying a word. Xiang Tiange felt the tension rise. And without needing words, she understood Lin Chen's intent. The Inner Path 9 swords are the most powerful martial technique of our 9 swords sect, surpassing the Outer Path 9 swords in power and possessing the ability to counter it. We previously obtained the qualification to contend for the Sanus position, thus the sect granted us the Inner Path 9 swords. But in truth, we have yet to begin our training. Currently, we, like Chi Bofei, only grasp the Outer Path 9 swords. Ying explained rapidly. To collaborate with them, Lin Chen naturally needed to acquire as much information about Chi Bofei as possible. Is that so? Lin Chen retrieved the scroll of Inner Path 9 swords and began to examine it. Xiang Tiange and Ying widened their eyes in astonishment. What are you doing? You are far too naive. Even if Inner Path 9 swords can counter Outer Path 9 swords, how could you possibly cultivate it in time? Xiang Tiange exclaimed incredulously. Furthermore, you cannot even cultivate it. It requires alignment with the 9 swords divine art. Such a critical martial technique would have been disseminated long ago without restrictions. This fellow is truly straightforward. He wants to cultivate Inner Path 9 swords to suppress Chi Bofei now, which is utterly foolish. Ying also found it hard to comprehend. What use is sharpening one's sword at the last moment? Moreover, if anyone were to sharpen it, it should be them. Lin Chen is utterly incapable of cultivating Inner Path 9 swords. Lin Chen ignored them, merely focusing on the scroll that a 7th-tier top-tier martial technique. He had never practiced one before in the Great Wei Kingdom. Aside from the royal family possessing a 7th-tier inheritance, the Lin family's strongest technique was merely a 6th-tier top-tier, 7th-tier, with immense power. Is incredibly challenging to cultivate. Not to mention it requires the alignment with specific techniques to even have the qualification to practice. However, the goddess once proclaimed that the 9 heavens slashing god technique is the most powerful technique in existence. Lin Chen wished to see if this supreme technique could break all rules. To cultivate Inner Path 9 swords, one must practice 9 swords divine art. Lin Chen intended to shatter that rule. Seeing Lin Chen remain unyielding, the two women could only keep silent. This was not the moment to argue with Lin Chen. Chi Bofei and his companions would soon arrive. For now, let us set aside our disputes and collaborate. Xiang Tiange spoke. She was reluctant, but compared to letting Chi Bofei and his ilk succeed, she preferred to cooperate with Ying. Agreed. Ying concurred. Thus, they all sat by the fire, and from Lin Chen, they took some fish, skewering them and placing them over the flames to roast. The more casual they appeared, the less Chi Bofei would suspect anything. Before long, clear noises echoed from outside the cave. They had indeed found this place. Senior brother, there is a cave here. There seems to be movement inside. Someone called out. Let us go in and take a look. It was Chi Bofei's voice. Soon, the sound of multiple footsteps approached, and the first to enter their line of sight was a short, thin man with small eyes, exuding a snake-like coldness. This man was none other than Chi Bofei. As Chi Bofei stepped inside, he immediately spotted Xiang Tiange and the others. His expression shifted dramatically. This was entirely different from what he had anticipated. Xiang Tiange and Ying appeared to be unscathed. Even in the mood to roast fish here, could it be that their injuries had fully healed? Impossible. The Beast King possesses immense power, and having mastered the bloodline's secret technique, he could directly shatter a warrior's internal organs. Even if they survived, recovery would be exceedingly difficult. Even a 6th-tier healing pill would have little effect. How could this be? Qi Bofiai's mind was filled with uncertainty. He had personally witnessed the two women being overwhelmed by the Beast King. Although they had escaped using secret methods, they must have been in a desperate struggle. He had originally planned to enjoy the company of these two celestial beauties while they were still alive. Such opportunities were rare. However, the current circumstances were far beyond Qi Bofiai's expectations. Nevertheless, Qi Bofiai was not an ordinary person. He concealed any signs of doubt and reacted swiftly, with a look of delight. He hurriedly exclaimed, "Junior Sister Xiang, Junior Sister Yi, it is truly wonderful to see you unharmed." Chapter 72. Testing and performance. I heard you challenge the Beast King, but were defeated, sustaining injuries and going missing in these mountains. I rushed here with my fellow disciples to search for you. Thankfully, you are safe. Otherwise, I would not know how to report back to the sect. Qi Bofiai portrayed an image of sincerity, a mix of excitement and relief, appearing to be a genuinely good senior brother. Yet, it was precisely this demeanor that had led Xiang Tiange and the others to trust him previously. Qi Bofiai. How dare you show your face here? Were it not for your claim that the Beast King was in a weakened state, we would not have dared to challenge. Yi Ying's anger flared upon seeing Qi Bofiai. After all, if they acted too calm, it would only raise suspicion. That Qi Bofiai's face turned bitter, filled with regret as he said, "Junior sister, this matter is indeed my fault. Upon learning that the Beast King was in a weakened state, I acted hastily without considering the implications, and so I hurried to inform you that I never expected that the Beast King had undergone a bloodline transformation, rendering him temporarily weak. My good intentions have led to bad outcomes. Please forgive me, junior sister." While it was true that the Beast King was in a weakened state, Qi Bofiai was not entirely honest. He concealed the reason behind the Beast King's temporary weakness and did not inform her that through this bloodline transformation, the Beast King had gained access to bloodline secret techniques, making him even more formidable and dangerous. Qi Bofiai, you wouldn't be intentionally concealing something, would you? I recall that you were quite close to the Holy Sun. Xiang Tiange squinted her eyes. Upon hearing this, Qi Bofiai shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum, and quickly replied, "Junior Sister Xiang, you are mistaken. I was merely aware that you needed the reverse scale of the Beast King, which is why I kindly informed you Dai was purely a case of good intentions gone awry." Really? Xiang Tiange expressed her skepticism. If junior sister does not believe me, there is little I can do. You may certainly report this matter to the sect. If the sect determines that I have maliciously harmed my fellow disciples, then I shall accept that. Qi Bofiai said, his face reddening with indignation, appearing quite wronged. That would be for the best. I do not wish to harbor suspicions against you, but this all seems rather suspicious, Xiang Tiange remarked. In response, Qi Bofiai could only manage a bitter smile. He then inquired, "In any case, as long as both of you are still alive, that is what matters. How are your injuries? Do you require healing pills, or anything of the sort?" Qi Bofiai asked, his gaze fixed on the two women, not missing a single detail. This was his greatest concern at the moment. Unsure of their current state, he dared not act rashly and could only probe gently. "My injuries have mostly healed, thanks to this gentleman, Shan Gongzi," Ying replied with a smile. Qi Bofiai squinted. He had certainly noticed Lin Chen early on, but as he was merely at the Thousand June realm, a minor character, he had not paid much attention. Now it appeared that the recovery of the two women was indeed related to this person. A flicker of hostility flashed in Qi Bofiai's eyes. "And who might this be?" Qi Bofiai inquired. "His name is Xiang Tiange, an apothecary with remarkable healing abilities. It is precisely because of his assistance that we have been able to recover so quickly." Yi Ying explained. An apothecary. Qi Bofiai gritted his teeth, taken aback by such an unexpected turn of events. However, even an apothecary would find it challenging to aid the two women in recovering from such severe injuries. Wouldn't he? At such a young age, could he truly possess such formidable healing powers? Qi Bofiai exchanged a meaningful glance with a junior disciple standing behind him, while maintaining a facade of joviality. Clasping his hands in gratitude, "I am Qi Bofiai, and I extend my heartfelt thanks to Brother Tiange for saving my two junior sisters. Rest assured, my Nine Swords sect will surely reward you." Brother Tiange, Xiang Tiange thought to herself. Feeling 100 irritations rise within her, Qi Bofiai was undoubtedly aware of this, and he found himself speechless. This fellow's name was rather peculiar. Was it truly his real name? Yet, a name was not of paramount importance that it is but a trifling matter, merely a gesture of goodwill, Lin Chen replied. Brother Tiange, my two junior sisters are still in need of care. I have brought plenty of healing pills and spiritual herbs. So please take what you need. Qi Bofiai said earnestly. Is this a test? Lin Chen scoffed inwardly, but smiled outwardly. The two young ladies possess extraordinary talents. Their injuries may appear severe, but they are not as grave as they seem. With my assistance, their recovery is progressing well, and there is no need for concern. Is that so? Qi Bofiai's eyes sparkled with interest as he chuckled. Well then, that is a relief. By the way, the journey has been perilous, and my junior brother suffered an unfortunate injury. I wonder if Brother Shang could assist in his treatment. Qi Bofiai gestured for the person behind him to step forward. Upon doing so, the individual rolled up his sleeve, revealing an arm that was nearly deformed and a bloody mess. How ruthless! This injury had been self-inflicted, merely to test Lin Chen's healing abilities. The wound looked severe, as if it had been bitten by a dog. Lin Chen remarked, clicking his tongue in astonishment. The disciple's face instantly turned pale, but wasn't this tantamount to calling him a dog? This fellow? Ying smirked. Meanwhile, Xiang Tiange let out a cold snort, feeling a surge of satisfaction. This guy certainly had a sharp tongue. I kindly request Brother Shang to lend a hand. Qi Bofiai laughed amiably. Certainly, Lin Chen nodded. He activated the Nine Heavens sword severing technique, causing the sword shadow within his dantian to gradually tremble, illuminating the character healing, which transformed into streams of white light that flowed into Lin Chen's hands. Subsequently, Lin Chen directed the white light into the disciple's wound. To the naked eye, the wound was visibly healing at a rapid pace. Such impressive healing abilities. This individual was indeed an apothecary, and his methods were exceedingly proficient. It appeared that he could genuinely aid the two women in their recovery. However, Qi Bofiai found it difficult to ascertain the extent of their recovery. He was eager to gauge the current strength of the two women, but could not find an opportunity, as they likely harbored little trust in him now. Should he reveal any unusual behavior, and the two women's strength had indeed returned to a substantial degree, then it would be his demise. He could only proceed with caution, waiting for the right moment to strike. Brother Tiange's skills are truly awe-inspiring. To possess such power at such a young age. Your future is boundless. Qi Bofiai exclaimed with great admiration. It is merely a trivial skill. Lin Chen replied modestly. Brother Tiange is far too humble. Qi Bofiai responded with a laugh. Enough of this idle chatter. How are we to cook this fish? It is nearly burnt. Hurry up and continue cooking. Xiang Tiange said impatiently. Lin Chen sighed and walked over to squat down and resume cooking the fish. Sister, couldn't you be a bit nicer? After all, Brother Shang has helped us? Ying frowned. Humph, it is his fortune to have the opportunity to assist me. Otherwise, he would never have the chance to interact with someone of my caliber. Xiang Tiange lifted her chin proudly, resembling an arrogant white swan. Forget it, it is just a trivial matter, no need to dwell on it. Lin Chen said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. He remained unfazed by Xiang Tiange's rudeness. Brother Shang, you are far too kind. There is no need to endure her behavior. Ying remarked with a huff. Why, Ying? What do you mean by that? Am I unreasonable? Xiang Tiange shouted angrily, her martial intent beginning to surge. Humph, does it even need to be asked? Why not inquire with senior brother Qi and see what he has to say? Ying coldly retorted, her own martial intent flaring up. Xiang Tiange's beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Qi Bofiai. Qi Bofiai's expression changed at once. Why are you dragging me into your rivalry? Junior sister Xiang has always been gentle and courteous, he said, eager to defuse the situation. Flatterer. Ying scoffed, clearly displeased. Ladies, you are both still not fully healed. The fish will be ready soon. Why not take a moment to rest and wait for your meal? Lin Chen said with a slight smile. Humph. Both Xiang Tiange and Ying scoffed in unison. Retracting their power and waiting to eat, Qi Bofiai felt a mix of suspicion and confusion. It appeared that the two women had indeed recovered to a considerable extent, displaying no signs of lingering injury. They did not seem to be in a state of severe wounds. Could it be that they had truly healed? The Beast King, with such a terrifying bloodline secret technique, could allow for such rapid recovery? Qi Bofiai could discern no flaws. Yet, he remained unconvinced. Chapter 73. Driven to desperation, the two women maintained their usual demeanor, behaving as they always did, and the longer they concealed their true state, the more advantageous it would be for them. Once they had fully recovered, they would eliminate Chi Bofei. Chi Bofei did not depart, finding a reason to linger nearby. Lin Chen and the others remained vigilant, unwilling to let their guard down. Yet Lin Chen sensed that it would be difficult to maintain the charade. This Chi Bofei was deeply calculating, cruel, and vicious, to test Lin Chen's healing abilities. He had directly ordered his subordinate to injure himself. Such a person could not be easily subdued. Although Xiang Tiange and Yi Ying were exceptionally skilled in acting and had shown no signs of weakness, if the intensity of the test were to be increased, their deception could be exposed that Chi Bofei would certainly not relent. As Lin Chen roasted fish, he mentally practiced the internal path 9 swords. Previously, he had reviewed this martial technique, and upon attempting to practice it in his mind, he realized that as long as he was cultivating the 9 heavens sword-severing technique, he would not be bound by the rules. He could indeed cultivate the internal path 9 swords. Thus, Lin Chen began to continuously practice it within his mind. The internal path 9 swords, as a 7th-grade martial technique, was undoubtedly profound, and even Lin Chen's talent could not allow him to master it in a short time. However, his progress was not slow. The internal path 9 swords consisted of 9 swords, and Lin Chen believed that before Chi Bofei could catch on to any clues, he should be able to master the 2nd sword. This would serve as a counter to the external path 9 swords. The 2nd sword should yield unexpected results. Chi Bofei was in a state of hesitation. He clearly understood that if Xiang Tiange and her companion had not truly recovered and were merely putting on a brave front, he needed to act swiftly. The longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. That a cold glint flashed in Chi Bofei's eyes as he made his decision, signaling to a subordinate to take action. The subordinate's face changed several times, but ultimately he nodded, having no choice but to comply. Suddenly, Chi Bofei clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. What is happening? Could it be that I have been poisoned? Chi Bofei's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly shouted, "Junior sisters, be cautious. Someone has struck from the shadows." As he spoke, the remaining subordinates also spat out blood, their auras diminishing. It was evident that they had been poisoned. Only one person remained standing. He surveyed the crowd with a cold sneer, mocking, "How foolish, to not even realize that I had poisoned the food. You deserve to die here. Zhuo, it was you." Chi Bofei growled fiercely, attempting to summon his inner strength, but instead let out a muffled groan, his breath growing even weaker. It was I who did this. Senior brother Chi, did you ever imagine that you would find yourself in such a predicament? Zhuo sneered. With that, he kicked Chi Bofei away, then cast a cold gaze towards Xiang Tiange and Yi Ying. "Ladies, surely you needn't pretend any longer. How could you possibly recover so swiftly after being struck by the Beast King's bloodline secret technique? I see you're merely putting on a brave front." He clicked his tongue in mockery. "I never expected that I, Zhuo, would have the pleasure of such a day. I've long desired to experience the delights of both of you. One grand and the other petite. A combination that is simply irresistible." Zhuo laughed heartily. He stepped forward, unleashing the full force of his 4th level of the condensed intent realm. "Zhuo, are you seeking death?" Xiang Tiange retorted coldly. "Sister, stop your pretense. Your injuries have not healed at all. I advise you to submit obediently. That way, I might treat you with some gentleness. Otherwise, do not blame me for treating you harshly." Zhuo sneered. He had been pushed out by Chi Bofei and found himself with no retreat. Since that was the case, he might as well take the risk. If fortune favored him, he would have the chance to enjoy these two beauties. Xiang Tiange and Yi Ying's expressions darkened. They never expected Chi Bofei to resort to such underhanded tactics, sacrificing one to ascertain their condition. As for Zhuo's fate, he cared not at all. Truly ruthless. Yet, there was no solution. They had underestimated Chi Bofei. "What's wrong, my dear sisters? Am I mistaken? If I am, why not come and slay me?" Zhuo laughed uproariously. Lin Chen, holding a roasted fish, subtly pointed at the fallen Chi Bofei. At this juncture, there was no recourse. The lies were destined to be exposed, and the only opportunity lay in taking the initiative. Chi Bofei's performance was merely a ruse to allow Xiang Tiange and Yi Ying to showcase their skills, making him believe he had not fully revealed himself. To secure a path for retreat, he feigned poisoning, throwing Zhuo out as bait. Otherwise, he would have acted directly. After all, Once Xiang Tiange and Yi Ying regained their strength, they would inevitably take his life, leaving him with no options. Yet, this also presented an opportunity. The only opportunity. Xiang Tiange and Yi Ying indeed felt a surge of panic. Zhuo Zhao's coercion left them at a loss for how to respond. However, upon noticing Lin Chen's movements, they suddenly found their direction. This was the only way forward. Zhuo Zhao, I never imagined you would dare to do this. You possess great audacity, and your demise will come swiftly. Yi Ying declared, rising to her feet, a flicker of light illuminating her hand as her long sword materialized. The sword's intent resonated powerfully. Though not at its peak, it was formidable nonetheless. Little sister, do you still intend to feign strength? Do you think I can be deceived by such tricks? Zhuo Zhao scoffed. He too drew his sword, his intent instantly reaching the pinnacle of the 4th level of the condensed intent realm. Exceedingly sharp, seeking death, Yi Ying shouted. Qi Buofei remained vigilant, keenly observing Yi Ying, eager to discern whether she was truly putting on an act, given Zhuo Zhao's strength. If Yi Ying failed to decisively crush him, her injuries would remain grievous, far from recovery. Conversely, if she had indeed recovered, he would have grounds to negotiate his escape. Sister, allow me to expose your faade, and then I shall thoroughly ravage you. Zhuo Zhao laughed heartily, slicing forward with his sword, pouring all his intent into the strike. The 9th sword of the outer path, the 6th sword. It was no small feat for Zhuo Zhao to cultivate the 9th sword of the outer path to its 6th form. And its power was tremendous. The sharpness of his sword pierced directly at the very soul. Yi Ying moved, her sword intent surging forth, also wielding the 9th sword of the outer path. However, hers was the 7th sword. Though not her peak combat strength, it sufficed against Zhuo Zhao, and she needed to observe further. Qi Buofei's mind raced, focused entirely, determined not to miss any detail. Just then, he felt a chill at his neck, sending shivers through his very essence. At the moment of collision between Yi Ying and Zhuo Zhao's swords, a beam of sword light shot towards him, swift and deadly, seizing the opportunity while he was distracted by their duel. Xiang Tiange, Qi Buofei's heart raced with alarm. In that instant, he realized that Xiang Tiange and her companion were indeed in a dire state, their strength far from restored. Everything was merely an act. They had seen through his schemes, aware that he was the one pulling the strings. Roar! Qi Buofei bellowed. He summoned all his strength for a maximum burst, exerting every ounce of his being to block the incoming sword strike. He knew that if he could withstand this blow, victory would be his. Chapter 74. I do not favor the large yet. Even in her weakened state, Xiang Tiange struck with all her might. Intent on slaying Qi Buofei, coupled with the element of surprise, it would not be so easily thwarted. With a piercing sound, blood sprayed forth as nearly half of Qi Buofei's neck was severed. He could not withstand the blow. However, he did manage to mitigate much of its force. The injury was significant, yet not fatal. Qi Buofei quickly retreated, denying Xiang Tiange another chance to strike, while simultaneously swallowing a healing pill and utilizing his inner strength to staunch the bleeding. But for now, he could no longer participate in the battle. Make your move. At this point, they are mere paper tigers, unable to hold out much longer. Qi Buofei snarled, a cold smile on his face. Ultimately, he was the victor, and Xiang Tiange and Yi Ying would become his playthings. Once he grew weary of them, he would dispose of them. The remaining subordinates immediately rose, revealing they had not been poisoned. It had all been a ruse, and they surged towards Xiang Tiange and Yi Ying. Most among them were at the 2nd or 3rd level of the condensed intent realm, their combat prowess not to be underestimated. Even wounded, I am not someone you worthless fools can touch. Today, you shall all perish, Xiang Tiange declared, having resolved to fight to the end. She remained proud. What did it matter if she was injured? She would never allow herself to be humiliated by such a rabble. Attack. Battle. On the other side, Yi Ying was locked in a fierce clash with Zhuo Zhao, though her condition was unstable and her strength less than half of its peak. She was not someone Zhuo Zhao could easily subdue. The very reason they were chosen as candidates for the Saintus, granted the 9th sword of the inner path, was due to their exceptional strength. Their talent, potential, and combat prowess all surpassed their peers, though their injuries had brought their power down to Zhuo Zhao and his ilk's level. In their respective realm, they were already difficult to find a match for. Capable of fighting beyond their means, the battle was intensely fierce. Both women had resolved to disregard the consequences, ignoring the worsening of their internal injuries, and indeed, they were formidable, prompting Lin Chen to realize that the great sects were filled with prodigies from the very start. The core disciples were truly the cream of the crop. Xiang Tiange possessed the strength to match her pride, her power so formidable that even in her weakened state, she still pressed the attack. Her sword light, dazzling, and exceptionally sharp. Of course, those few opponents were not to be underestimated. They exhibited their combat strength to a high degree within their realm. Ultimately, however, they were no match for the two women. The results were astounding, with the sounds of flesh being pierced by sword light resonating. Within 3 minutes, the two women had obliterated all of Qibua Fei's subordinates, and Yiying had pierced Zhuo Zhao's heart. However, achieving this was already their limit. Both women were pallid and on the verge of collapse, their internal injuries weighing heavily upon them, nearing the brink of death once more. Just then, 2 beams of white light descended. As Lin Chen stood behind them, using the power of healing to prevent their injuries from worsening any further. Yet, in their current state, there was no time to recover. Truly the daughters of heaven. Even in this condition, they annihilated them all. Qibua Fei remarked coldly, a sinister smile gracing his lips. His injuries were nearly healed. He turned his gaze towards the two women, his lust no longer concealed. Sisters, why not surrender? Otherwise, I genuinely worry I might accidentally kill you. Qibua Fei, I would rather die than let you succeed. Xiang Tiange spat, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Sister, do not speak so. If you truly perish, I shall take advantage of the situation. Qibua Fei laughed. His laughter twisted. The chill ran down Xiang Tiange's spine as her body trembled slightly. She found it difficult to accept such an ending. Lin Chen stood silently behind them, not uttering a word. His inner strength had reached its zenith, a cascade of white light pouring over the two women. The ancient script for healing erupted with power. A formidable healing ability was stabilizing their injuries, and they began to recover. Qibua Fei's expression darkened. He fixed his gaze on Lin Chen and said, Brother, a wise man recognizes the times. I see you possess great talent and are a skilled apothecary. I truly cannot bear to kill you. Why not join me? We can share these two women, one for each of us. What do you say? Lin Chen's abilities were impressive. If he could be won over, it would be ideal. After all, Lin Chen had merely encountered the two women by chance, lacking any ties to them. Even if he assisted them, it would matter little. Upon hearing this, both women stiffened. Lin Chen had no obligation to aid them. They were in a deadlock. Facing the insurmountable Qibua Fei. It was evidently unrealistic to expect Lin Chen to risk his life on their behalf. They could only focus entirely on recovering from their injuries. That proposal is not without merit, Lin Chen said with a smile. However, the healing continued. If that is the case, you should make your intentions known. Qibua Fei, he stated, his gaze darkening. Which one do you want? Lin Chen inquired. Qibua Fei furrowed his brows and chuckled. Since Brother Tiange is so astute, then let Brother Xiang handle Xiang Tiange as he pleases. I only require Sister Yiying. You dare, Xiang Tiange exclaimed fiercely. Young Master Xiang, do not heed his nonsense. His words are utterly unreliable. Yiying cried out as well. Lin Chen turned to Qibua Fei and calmly stated, I refuse. Why is that? Qibua Fei's voice turned icy. He was well aware that Lin Chen was merely stalling for time. However, no matter how formidable the healing ability, this brief duration would hardly alter the outcome. He was merely waiting for the opportune moment. I prefer not to engage in grand displays, Lin Chen replied. You, Xiang Tiange glared furiously at Lin Chen. Opportunity. Qibua Fei had long been prepared to strike. In that instant, he seized the chance, his figure surging forward. The sword radiating an unparalleled sharpness as it pierced towards Xiang Tiange. The speed of this sword was astounding. Xiang Tiange had just momentarily lost focus and was now unable to react. Yet, this was precisely the moment Lin Chen had been anticipating. That if Qibua Fei had been allowed to gather his strength for the most powerful strike, it would have been insurmountable. Only Lin Chen himself could choose the moment to act for a slim chance of success. By stating this, Lin Chen sought to expose a flaw in Xiang Tiange, enticing Qibua Fei to act as he envisioned. In that instant, Lin Chen forcefully pushed Xiang Tiange aside. Yiying, quick to respond, was enveloped in sword intent, already slicing her sword towards Qibua Fei. Qibua Fei scoffed. With his mastery at the 5th level of the condensed intent realm, how could two already half-crippled individuals, one merely a healer, hope to withstand him? Though the strike had not succeeded, Qibua Fei was unconcerned as he swept his sword to deflect Yiying's attack. Both wielded the 9th sword of the external path. Qibua Fei unleashed his 6th sword, and so did Yiying. Yet, the disparity was evident. Qibua Fei completely dominated. Sister Ying, at such a tender age, you have grasped the eighth sword of the external path. Truly impressive. That move is beyond even my ability to execute. Unfortunately, you cannot wield it now, and your sixth sword is simply too feeble to withstand me. Qi Bofei laughed heartily. His sword intent was overwhelmingly powerful, and his mystic force was robust. Meanwhile, Yi Ying's mystic force was dissipating, and her sword intent could hardly reach its peak, making it indeed impossible to resist. With a single strike, she was forced back, blood spilling from her mouth, her injuries worsening. However, streams of white light continually fell, aiding Yi Ying in her recovery, preventing her from succumbing in a single exchange. You are courting death. Then let me slay you first. Qi Bofei's gaze turned cold as he directed his attention towards Lin Chen. Chapter 75. Half for each, the eighth sword. Unaware of the circumstances that it is time to kill, Qi Bofei's sword intent locked onto Lin Chen, causing his heart to tremble. This sword intent was immensely formidable. Indeed, as a disciple of a transcendent sect, even at the fifth level of the condensed intent realm, his sword intent was hardly weaker than Wang Yuxi's. In the Great Wei Kingdom, this individual could be deemed a grand genius. However, the people here were not ordinary. They were geniuses among geniuses. After dodging the previous strike, Xiang Tiange would certainly not allow Qi Bofei to prevail. Lin Chen was their sole hope for survival. Should they lose his healing abilities, they would be swiftly defeated by Qi Bofei. At that point, even death would be difficult to attain, as they would be reduced to mere playthings. The ninth sword of the external path, the seventh sword. The seventh sword possessed immense power, but required a great deal of mystic force. Given Xiang Tiange's current state, the cost of unleashing this sword was tremendous. Her entire being was in a state of decline. Blood seeped from her internal organs, fissures tearing her apart. Had it not been for the support of the white light, she would have already shattered. Nevertheless, though Xiang Tiange was proud and imposing, she was not delicate. At this moment, she disregarded her life, and the pain could not delay her actions. She had to slay Qi Bofei, or she would not even dare to die. The seventh sword of the external path was executed with extreme difficulty, lacking even a tenth of its full power. Yet the seventh sword remained the seventh sword. Its might was still formidable. A massive sword radiance cleaved through the air, and Qi Bofei did not dare to underestimate it. Alas, you cannot unleash the eighth sword. Otherwise, you might truly have turned the tide. Qi Bofei laughed heartily, his own sword suddenly surging with brilliant light. The seventh sword, both wielding the seventh sword of the external path. In ordinary circumstances, Qi Bofei could not contend with Xiang Tiange. After all, their understanding of the nine-sword divine technique was not on the same level. The same sword technique wielded by different individuals could yield vastly different results. But now, Qi Bofei was the stronger. The clash of swords sent sword intent rampaging, the cave itself struggling to contain the ferocity. As numerous rocks were sliced into fragments, leaving no intact surface, this confrontation was indeed astounding. Yet it was clear that Qi Bofei was suppressing Xiang Tiange. Xiang Tiange coughed up blood, her mystic force wavering precariously. Sister Xiang, you should surrender obediently. Qi Bofei sneered, striking again. Xiang Tiange exerted herself to defend, but was utterly unable to withstand it. Her entire body sent flying. Just then, another sword came crashing in. Ying. The seventh sword. I told you, it is futile. Qi Bofei bellowed, repelling Yi Ying with a single strike. Yi Ying spewed blood, struggling to hold on. The white light persisted, never faltering, but clearly, this was not a sustainable solution. Why suffer through futile resistance? Qi Bofei laughed heartily, reveling in the opportunity to trample two core disciples beneath his feet. No, beneath his groin. Ha ha ha. It is your turn. Qi Bofei's mirth vanished as he fixed his gaze on Lin Chen. As he spoke, he had already lunged forward with his sword. He needed to eliminate Lin Chen, this variable. First, do not be too complacent. Xiang Tiange gripped her sword, mystic force surging wildly within her, her sword intent solidifying. Even if she were to perish, she would absolutely take Qi Bofei down with her. It is not over yet. Yi Ying similarly cried out. Coughing blood, she unleashed her final reserves of strength, no longer caring whether she would die. She aimed to slay Qi Bofei. The two harbored a profound enmity, having been at odds since entering the nine-sword gate. Frankly, even with Qi Bofei's intentional concealment of information in the face of the Beast King, they would not have reached this point had they not hindered each other. This demonstrated how much they despised one another. Yet at this moment, an extraordinary tacit understanding emerged between them, perhaps due to their prolonged rivalry. leading to an intimate familiarity. Almost simultaneously, they struck. The eighth sword. This sword style, the eighth sword, was a farce. In your current state, you shall perish before the technique is even fully executed. Chi Bofiai roared. The power of the eighth sword was beyond what they could bear at this moment. Indeed, it was impossible. So, what if they executed only half a style? Just half each. When combined, what then? The two shared an incredible synergy, requiring no prior consultation, each exerting their utmost to manifest the half-style of the eighth sword. And when their swords converged, it became the true eighth sword. Despite their poor physical condition and the difficulty in fully realizing their sword intent, this sword was undeniably potent. They dreamed of overturning the situation. It was a mere fantasy. Chi Bofiai roared maniacally. He unleashed his full strength without reservation. The seventh sword, two colossal sword radiances collided. Xiang Tiange and Ying could not withstand it, being sent flying. Devoid of any remaining energy, Chi Bofiai was similarly thrown back, blood spilling from his mouth that he was injured. The power of the eighth sword was not easily resisted. A gaping wound appeared in his chest. Unfortunately, it did not penetrate fully, and he was not mortally wounded. It is over, Chi Bofiai sneered. Despair etched itself on the faces of Xiang Tiange and Yi Ying. At this moment, they could not even muster the will to take their own lives. Yet, just then, a flickering light appeared in their eyes. A figure dashed forward with astonishing speed, akin to a streak of light. It was Xiang Tiange. The eyes of the two women brightened, igniting a glimmer of hope. Charge, young Master Xiang. If you win, I shall bear your children. Yi Ying exclaimed. If you prevail, I shall forgive your previous disrespect towards me, Xiang Tiange shouted. But was it truly possible? Xiang Tiange was merely a healer. Lacking any combat prowess, you seek your own demise. Chi Bofiai laughed heartily. He aimed a strike at Lin Chen, yet it was deftly evaded. Lin Chen had long since become familiar with Chi Bofiai's combat style. In an instant, Lin Chen dodged, simultaneously transforming into 9 phantoms. What? Chi Bofiai was taken aback. But how could such a diversion deceive him? A sweep of perception revealed which one was the genuine article. Yet Chi Bofiai's expression shifted. He could not discern anything. It was as if Lin Chen were shrouded in a layer of mist, rendering all fluctuations undetectable. But so what? Even if there were 9 figures, it would be of no consequence. Get lost, Chi Bofiai bellowed, unleashing a tempestuous wave of mystic force, scattering the illusions. Only Lin Chen's true form remained. Lin Chen surprisingly endured, not being swept away. This mystic force was remarkably profound, entirely unlike what a 1,000 June realm warrior could possess. His protective aura was akin to battle armor. At that moment, Lin Chen had closed the distance to Chi Bofiai, merely 2 steps apart. The two women sighed, acknowledging that Lin Chen had performed admirably. However, that distance was still too far. No matter how Lin Chen chose to act next, Chi Bofiai would undoubtedly respond in kind. You are too weak. Even with your utmost effort, you remain 2 steps away from me. You can advance no further, Chi Bofiai proclaimed triumphantly, reveling in his anticipated victory. Chapter 76. Boundless fury. At this moment, Chi Bofiai was indeed in a poor state due to his injuries. Moreover, Lin Chen's arrival was so swift that he was compelled to use his mystical power to shatter Lin Chen's illusion, which left him in a most strained position to draw his sword. Yet, even in this strained condition, his strike was of an overwhelming caliber, the 5th sword. Despite the circumstances, Chi Bofiai remarkably executed the 5th sword of the external Dao's 9 swords in its entirety. This strike alone was sufficient to slay Lin Chen 10 times over. However, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. He had awaited this very moment, with the dragon cloak and the dominant battle armor, alongside the ancient shield technique. Lin Chen unleashed his mystical power to its utmost limit in an instant. Heavenly tungsten, white book, all was revealed. In that moment, Lin Chen held nothing back. Before the formidable sect from beyond, he no longer needed to concern himself with revealing his identity. The 9 heavens divine slashing technique. The black and white hues entwined upon the feathers word, resembling 2 colossal dragons roaring forth. Then, the sword stance transformed. The internal Dao's 9 swords. The 2nd sword. The blade was unleashed. Its radiance akin to a comet piercing through the heavens, aimed directly at Chi Bofiai. 2 steps apart. Indeed, this distance felt near, yet somehow insufficient, leading Chi Bofiai to believe that Lin Chen could advance no further. He would face defeat. Yet, the truth was not that Lin Chen's limits were confined to this point, but rather that he intended to stand his ground right here. 2 steps of distance represented the perfect equilibrium between the internal Tao's 9 swords and the external Tao's 9 swords. The sword was drawn. What? Qi Bofiai's countenance transformed, his eyes filled with sheer terror. He sensed an uncanny familiarity in Lin Chen's strike, as if it originated from the same lineage as his own sword. Yet far more powerful, as if separated by the heavens and the earth. He felt an instinctive suppression, as though the very essence of the sword stance was being restrained. A thought flashed through Qi Bofiai's mind. One he could scarcely believe, yet it seemed to be the only answer. This was the internal Tao's 9 swords, and this was not even the first sword. But how could this person possibly have mastered the internal Tao's 9 swords? Qi Bofiai found himself utterly baffled. The internal Tao's 9 swords' inherent dominance over the external Tao's 9 swords rendered Qi Bofiai's strike akin to a paper tiger, utterly shattered, even with the might of his sword intent. He could not reverse the innate suppression of the internal Tao against the external Tao. Following that, 6 dragon heads emerged from the dragon cloak. Serpent's tongue whip. Maximum eruption. The 6 serpents' tongues cleaved through the air, all surging into the gaping wound on Qi Bofiai's chest. Ah! 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 Qi Bofiai shrieked in agony, completely perforated, his heart crushed. He was dead, his eyes still wide open, unable to comprehend how Lin Chen could wield the internal Tao's 9 swords. Huff! 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 Lin Chen gasped heavily, nearly collapsing to the ground. He hastily consumed a medicinal pill to restore his mystical power. At this moment, should his power be exhausted, while he might recover, the 2 women would surely be doomed. Thankfully, Lin Chen's physical form had undergone a transformation, granting him exceptional recup. Ying looked down upon him. What are you saying? Xiang Tiange was enraged, proud as she was. How could she tolerate being called a thief? You should conserve some energy to recover from your injuries, Lin Chen admonished lightly. Xiang Tiange gritted her teeth, snorted coldly, and fell silent. Had it been her usual temperament, she would have likely scolded Lin Chen with haughty disdain. But she refrained this time. Her mindset had subtly shifted. There was little to be done. Lin Chen's previous display had been overwhelmingly fierce. Once the atmosphere quieted, Lin Chen spoke. Ladies, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Please, young Master Shang. Ying replied with a smile. To be frank, I have been delayed far too long because of you, and I am concerned I may not reach my goals in time. Hence I require your assistance, Lin Chen stated. What do you need our help with? Ying inquired. Firstly, to traverse the 10,000 great mountains as swiftly as possible. Beyond that, the circumstances remain uncertain, Lin Chen explained. Humph, do you see us as bodyguards? Xiang Tiange retorted angrily. Of course, with your capabilities, one of you would suffice, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. You? Xiang Tiange's ire intensified. What does that imply? You do not require my assistance. Are you looking down on me? She bit her lip and declared. If you say so, I shall not depart. Let me tell you, I will not owe you any favors. You'd best encounter significant trouble. For I will assist you, and from that point on, we will be even. This statement was indeed in line with Xiang Tiange's proud character. Do not worry, young Master Shang. You saved my life, and I will certainly do my utmost to assist you, Ying remarked with a smile. Moreover, she was quite curious about what secrets such a genius as Lin Chen might be concealing. By the way, it is said that a renowned sect from beyond the world is selecting disciples in the 100-battle wasteland. Currently, many secular forces have dispatched their young elites there in pursuit of a chance to enter this esteemed sect. Is this esteemed sect related to your 9-sword sect? Lin Chen asked curiously. This matter had significant implications. Although it currently bore no direct relation to Lin Chen, there was no guarantee he would not become entangled in it. Moreover, the sect from beyond the world could not be defied by the secular realm. I have not heard of any such plans from the sect, Ying replied, shaking her head. The 9-sword sect is immensely powerful, and even within its own dominion, the selection of disciples is exceedingly rigorous. Externally, it is even more stringent. Usually, only elders are dispatched to travel and select the best candidates, and they would never notify anyone in advance, for they disdain such practices. Perhaps it is some fallen sect from beyond, unable to compete in their realm, seeking superiority in this mundane land. Xiang Tiange remarked disdainfully. That is not entirely impossible. After all, while this method of recruitment is not without merit, it does seem somewhat beneath them. Ying laughed lightly. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. It was his first realization of how divergent the perspectives between the secular and the transcendent realms truly were. After all, from his viewpoint, with so many formidable forces collaborating to send their most exceptional disciples, they would undoubtedly secure a notable ranking. This method of recruitment could ensure that the finest talents were selected, which seemed to him a commendable approach. Yet the transcendent realm did not share this mindset. In their eyes, mere mortals were best served by sending their own people to travel and select candidates, entirely unnecessary to engage in contests or battles to choose disciples. In essence, it boiled down to the fact that the sects from beyond the world fundamentally disregarded the so-called geniuses of the secular realm, showing little interest in investing time in them. It was nothing but arrogance. Upon learning all this, Lin Chen ceased his inquiries, and the two women devoted themselves entirely to healing their injuries. Half a day passed. Lin Chen waited only half a day. In that time, he thoroughly absorbed the medicinal properties of the myriad flower and the Wanjun pill. Boom! At a certain moment, akin to a volcanic eruption, Lin Chen's aura surged dramatically. He had reached the second level of the Thousand June realm. No, the third level of the Thousand June realm. A full vial of Wanjun pills, combined with the potency of the myriad flower, had enabled Lin Chen to break through two minor realms consecutively. At that moment, the mystical energy within him surged forth, crashing like tumultuous waves upon the shore, roaring with vigor. The might bestowed by the Thousand June realm was further exemplified, as if a torrent of 10,000 June was unleashed. Such formidable mystical energy manifesting in a practitioner of the third level of the Thousand June realm was truly astonishing. This fellow is truly terrifying. What a monster! Yi Ying's complexion paled slightly. This level of mystical energy was already on par with the ninth level of the Thousand June realm in terms of dominance and force. If this continued, would he truly reach the realm of condensing intent? Such a phenomenon was unprecedented. At least Yi Ying had never heard of such a feat. Even the Holy Sun, let alone the Master, did not possess such power at the Thousand June realm. Xiang Tiange gasped, and no matter how proud she was, she had to concede that the individual before her was indeed a prodigy. Even within the esteemed sects from beyond, he would overshadow all. As Lin Chen felt the surging power within him, his eyes slowly opened. The moment they opened, divine light burst forth, nearly coalescing into tangible beams. Following this was an overwhelming wave of mental energy. Even the two women felt a hint of threat. It is worth noting that they were formidable practitioners of the condensed intent realm, possessing immense mental power that was not something a Thousand June realm practitioner could contend with, though they had consumed the myriad flower. Such a tremendous growth was unexpected. At this rate, his soul might condense forth. Yi Ying exclaimed, if he could truly condense his soul, it would signify a completely different tier of existence. Humph, he is still far from condensing his soul. Xiang Tiange snorted lightly. Nevertheless, despite her words, she was still astonished. Present, Lin Chen, being at the third level of the Thousand June realm, already exerted some pressure on them. Should he break through the fifth or sixth barrier, or even reach the ninth level of the Thousand June realm, it was likely they would not stand a chance. Both women felt profoundly disheartened and could only silently tend to their wounds. However, Lin Chen would not wait for them too long. Once the internal injuries of the two women healed, they would not linger and prepared to depart. Xiang Tiange held reservations about this, as her injuries were still quite severe, and leaving now posed significant risks. But Lin Chen insisted she could remain to heal. In the end, with a cold expression, she chose to follow him. Equipped with high-grade detoxification and anti-poison pills, they faced little trouble traversing the toxic miasma. As they journeyed onward, maintaining a state of recovery, their speed, while not particularly swift, alleviated the previous cautiousness. Overall, their pace had actually quickened. After all, although the two women were severely injured, their strengths were still formidable. Any demonic beasts that dared to show themselves along the way would be swiftly dispatched, requiring them only to avoid perilous areas. Ultimately, they traversed the mountains, and the time taken was not far off from their expectations. One must say, having powerful escorts indeed made a difference. Upon crossing the mountains, they entered the 100-battle wasteland. This place had been ravaged in the past, leaving behind remnants of desolation. Initially, it was sparsely populated, but countless treasures from the once mighty nation now lay buried within these ruins, attracting martial artists like moths to a flame. Moreover, as people from surrounding nations sought refuge here due to dire circumstances, towns began to emerge in the 100-battle wasteland, gradually expanding in scale until several large cities were established, allowing a significant population to recuperate and thrive. However, behind most of these cities, the shadows of various surrounding nations manipulated affairs. It was no longer possible for a new nation to arise here. Chaos would persist, aligning with the interests of the neighboring states. The three of them, cloaked in hoods, walked along the dilapidated roads, making their way to the nearest city, Yin City. Yin City is one of the 4 major cities in the Hundred Battle Wasteland, closest to the Great Wei Kingdom, yet the influence of the Great Wei Kingdom within it is relatively minor. This is because the Lord of Yin City is a defector from the Great Wei Kingdom. Before the Lord of Yin City defected, he had stirred up considerable turmoil within the Great Wei Kingdom, even annihilating a prominent official family, causing the royal family to be enraged and issue a warrant for his capture, but he ultimately escaped into the Hundred Battle Wasteland. Now, he has taken control of Yin City. However, these events transpired decades ago. Lin Chen had only heard Lin Lan mention them. If his kin were to enter the Hundred Battle Wasteland, they would undoubtedly choose Yin City. Surely you haven't committed some grave offense in the secular realm. Have you? You seem so cautious along the way, fearing your identity might be recognized. Ying inquired, her gaze curious. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded. No wonder you seek refuge in the Hundred Battle Wasteland, Ying remarked. Though she was unconcerned about what Lin Chen had done, matters of the secular realm are but trifles. My purpose here extends beyond mere evasion of pursuit, Lin Chen clarified. Rest assured, with me here, no secular individual, even a sovereign, could easily harm you. Ying chuckled confidently. As a core disciple of a sect from beyond the world, she had every reason to carry such confidence. Thank you, Lin Chen murmured. Then your name is also an alias. Xiang Tiange bit her red lip, glaring furiously at Lin Chen. She remained fixated on the name Xiang Tiange. Change it at once, she exclaimed in anger. Xiang Tiange. Such a magnificent name. It exudes an unparalleled aura, perfectly befitting the noble young master Xiang. I see no reason to change it. Yet, Ying took a contrary stance. Since it is a pseudonym, what name could possibly be unsuitable? Why not change it to Xiangying? Xiang Tiange shot a sidelong glance at Ying. Why not call it Gang Tiange instead? Ying refused to yield an inch. Why not AIing? What about Chao Tiange? Riying works too. You illiterate fool, there is no surname Ri. Ying retorted angrily. Humph, you can barely recognize a few characters, and yet you invite ridicule. Xiang Tiange sneered in disdain. Lin Chen could not help but smirk. He had to admit that the 2 women were not only well-versed in surnames but also possessed an impressive breadth of knowledge. Indeed, the disciples of the secluded sects were quite knowledgeable. The lady is correct. There is indeed a surname Ri, though it is exceedingly rare that I recall from my era a formidable figure named Ri Tian, whose strength was truly terrifying. He even created the ancient character Ri, a testament to his unparalleled power. If you have the chance, you might seek him out. The character Ri holds many meanings. It commonly refers to the great sun in the sky, that is, the sun itself, but can also denote days or even symbolize the essence of male and female in literature. She relished such discussions, but was interrupted by Lin Chen that he had neither the interest nor the time to indulge in such topics. Eager to hasten their pace and avoid further disputes between the 2 women, he was suddenly met with the thunderous sound of hooves behind them, shaking the very ground. It's a blood demon horse. There are quite a few of them. Only a significant power could afford such beasts. The blood demon horses moved with astonishing speed, racing like the wind. They were galloping down the road and showed no signs of slowing down as they approached. How audacious, if others do not yield or are unable to evade. Do they plan to trample right over us? Seeing this, Lin Chen preferred to avoid trouble and stepped aside, allowing them to pass. Why should we give way? Xiang Tiange expressed her dissatisfaction, proud as she was. Of noble status, she had never deigned to yield to others. It was always others who made way for her. This group was so rude, recklessly charging forward on their blood demon horses, showing no intention of slowing down even upon encountering pedestrians. It was utterly infuriating. I have matters to attend to. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Chen stated. Xiang Tiange gritted her teeth, her expression darkening. Nevertheless, she complied and stepped aside, for Lin Chen to compel her. Xiang Tiange achieved what the disciples of the Nine Swords sect could not. Yi Ying seemed less perturbed. While not entirely pleased, she acquiesced to Lin Chen's request and stepped aside. The group approached rapidly. Like a whirlwind, it was evident that many of the riders were young, with the men exuding gallantry and the women radiating beauty, all clad in attire befitting the children of affluent families. Brother Song, your blood demon horse is truly impressive. It outpaces even us. The blood demon is indeed formidable, a young woman in a pale yellow dress exclaimed. Her name was Zhuo, a young lady from the Zhou family of the Great Wei Kingdom. One of the prominent families with considerable influence. Sister Chiu is right. This divine steed belongs to the imperial military that I acquired it through various connections, obtaining it from General Zhao's camp. Naturally, it is powerful." Song Heqian laughed heartily, his face brimming with pride. Song Heqian was a young master of the Song family, one of the influential families in Great Wei, with military connections that allowed them to supply the army with provisions, making them exceedingly prosperous, far more powerful than the Zhou family. "Brother Song, may I ride it? I wish to experience this divine steed." Another charming young woman piped up sweetly. She was Cici, a young lady from the He family, which flourished through business dealings with the Song family. Of course, since Sister Cici has asked, how could I refuse? Song Heqian replied with a hearty laugh. Leaping onto the horse's back, the guard swiftly dismounted from his horse to allow Song Heqian to switch mounts seamlessly, showcasing his exceptional prowess, which caught the attention of many women in the group. "Sister He, do be careful. This horse has quite a fiery temperament," is what Chiu warned, her expression not entirely friendly. "Fear not, Sister Chiu. I can manage," He Cici replied with a smile, casting a provocative glance at Zhuo Chiu. With that, she leaped onto Song Heqian's steed. "What a magnificent creature," He Cici exclaimed joyfully. She was eager to gallop and test the horse's speed. Zhuo Chiu's eyes darkened as she discreetly unleashed a surge of energy, subtly directing it into the abdomen of the blood demon horse. Provoked, the horse let out a piercing neigh, rearing up on its hind legs. Nearly throwing He Cici off, she screamed, her face paling with fright. However, unwilling to embarrass herself in front of Song Heqian, she quickly gathered her energy to rein in the horse, the blood demon horse. Agitated, bolted forward, and He Cici, in a panic, yanked the reins, veering off the path. There are people ahead. At such speed and force, should they collide, it would surely reduce those unfortunate souls to mere pulp. Chapter 79. Mischief by the unsightly. He Cici saw the oncoming figures but made no attempt to redirect the blood demon horse, fearing that a sudden maneuver would further agitate it. If she were to be thrown off, it would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule. Should that happen, her image in Song Heqian's eyes would surely shatter. That absolutely could not be allowed. As for the lives of the pedestrians, humph, a bunch of worthless rats. If they could not dodge, they deserved their fate. He Cici paid no mind to their lives. Instead, she focused on channeling energy into a protective shield around her, ensuring she would not be splattered with blood and ruin her attire. "Young master," a guard approached to consult Song Heqian. Yet, he merely waved his hand, chuckling. "This horse does have a fiery temperament. It will settle down shortly. Sister Cici is in no danger." He did not even mention the three pedestrians. "Humph, Vixen, you will have much to answer for," Zhuo Chiu scoffed. Regardless of the circumstances, riding a horse into a crowd and causing injury was inherently unpleasant and exceedingly unlucky. Furthermore, the horse would be sullied. Song Heqian likely would not appreciate that. Zhuo Chiu believed that Song Heqian's perception of He Cici had already diminished considerably. The fact that he did not rush to her aid only served as proof. Just a family that relied on the Song family for support, attempting to transform their fortunes by marrying into the Song family. How laughable. Zhuo Chiu mocked inwardly. The blood demon horse surged forward, barreling toward Lin Chen and the others with the force of a cannonball. That it was evident that if they failed to evade, they would be reduced to mere blood and gore. What a pity, Lin Chen sighed. As a man of the military, he recognized at once that this horse was from the army, and such a fine steed should have been charging alongside soldiers on the battlefield. Now, it had been reduced to a plaything for the idle rich, a true gem hidden in dust. Stepping aside, he gave the horse's neck a light pat. The blood demon horse suddenly neighed, raising its front hooves high and coming to an abrupt halt. To stop so quickly at such speed, this horse was indeed extraordinary, its bloodline rich with demonic essence. However, this sudden stop sent He Cici flying off its back. Even a martial artist could not maintain their balance. Landing face first on the ground in a most comical fashion, Zhuo Chiu nearly burst into laughter. What a delightful turn of events. He Cici's reputation was utterly ruined. Song Heqian squinted, his expression darkening. He had worked hard to tame this divine steed, still grappling with its temperament, and here was someone who could simply pat its neck and bring it to a halt, while the blood demon horse now stood docilely beside that person. Song Heqian felt overshadowed, his face burning with humiliation. "Ah!" He Cici shrieked as she scrambled to her feet, her hair disheveled, blood staining her face, looking utterly disheveled. How could she bear such embarrassment? "You filthy rat! You wretched creature, it was your doing. How dare you make me look foolish? Kneel before me," He Cici bellowed at Lin Chen. Just then, a host of guards from the He family arrived, glaring coldly at Lin Chen and his companions. You nearly trampled us, did you not? Lin Chen replied calmly. What of it? What are you to me? You dared to block my path. You deserve to die, and for your audacity in throwing me off the horse to avoid being trampled. I swear, if my face is marred, I will slaughter your entire family. Cece shrieked, her voice twisted. She was obsessively concerned with her appearance. Only through her beauty could she aspire to marry Song Heqian and become a lady of high standing. Cece's arrogance and brazen demeanor were indeed repugnant. Yi Ying and Xiang Tiange exchanged glances, their eyes icy. Truly, the unsightly often sow chaos. With a face as unpleasant as hers, one would be nauseated by merely looking at it. If it were ruined, what was there to lament? Ying scoffed. Ugly. Xiang Tiange simply uttered a single word. In truth, Cece was not unattractive. She had meticulously adorned herself and could be considered a beauty. However, when compared to the two of them, she indeed paled in comparison. What are you saying? Cece exploded, her face contorted with rage. You two wretches dare to insult me. I will tear your faces apart. Cece bellowed, charging forward, intent on clawing at Ying and the others' faces. It was evident she was a spoiled child, a martial artist who had no understanding of combat. Yet, it also indicated that no one dared to lay a hand on her, allowing her to unleash her violence without fear of retaliation. However, how could Ying and Xiang Tiange refrain from striking back? Their tempers were formidable, capable of challenging even the Beast King, and they were not above sabotaging each other in critical moments. What was Cece, after all? Slap. A crisp sound echoed as Ying mercilessly slapped Cece across the face, sending her sprawling. Her features were still intact moments ago, but now one side of her face swelled instantly, resembling a pig's head, truly an unsightly sight. Dazed from the slap, Cece could not believe her opponent dared to retaliate. In the past, when she had bullied others, those wretched beings could only endure her tyranny. They wouldn't even dare to resist her, let alone retaliate. Yet now, this wretch had the audacity to strike her. Kill her. You must kill her, Cece screamed frantically. The guards of the He family all roared as they rushed forward. They assumed it would be easy, thinking Ying would not dare to fight back. But now that Cece had been slapped and injured, they would surely face punishment upon returning. They had no intention of holding back. They were determined to kill Ying. Despite her youth, Ying was far from a delicate miss. She was resolute in her actions. She struck directly, her sword radiating with energy, and none could stand against her. In mere moments, all the guards were slain. Yi Ying's beautiful face was as cold as frost as she turned her gaze towards Cece, deeming such a woman unworthy of survival. You cannot kill me. I am a young lady of the He family. If you kill me, you will not live. Cece was stunned, feeling a warmth spread beneath her as fear overwhelmed her. The scene left Song Heqian and his companions aghast. They had anticipated Lin Chen and the others would face misfortune at Cece's hands, yet the situation had completely reversed. Stop, Song Heqian shouted. He had to intervene. Otherwise, Cece's death before him would lead to dire consequences for him upon returning. He swiftly moved forward, with the others following suit, surrounding Lin Chen and his companions. Song Heqian maintained a lofty demeanor, his gaze chilling. Miss, is it not excessive to resort to such lethal measures? He spoke in a grave tone, exuding an air of authority. Excessive? Ying laughed coldly. This ugly creature galloped recklessly, colliding with others. If I were weaker, I would have been killed by now. Is that not excessive? Ying retorted icily. Chapter 80. Get lost. Song Heqian's eyes flickered slightly at her words. Yi Ying's voice was indeed melodious. He looked her way. Even though she wore a cloak that obscured much of her face, the portions visible were breathtaking. What a beautiful woman. Song Heqian's heart stirred. His previously sullen expression vanishing in an instant, he adopted a cultured demeanor and replied, Indeed, she was in the wrong, but she has paid the price. I kindly ask the young lady to show mercy. I am Song Heqian of the Song family. If you have any requests, please feel free to mention them. His posture, bowing slightly, showcased his cultivated nature. Song Heqian felt a sense of pride. He had revealed his identity while lowering himself to gain favor, believing she would not act rashly again. Furthermore, he thought such a beauty was worth pursuing. Once the situation calmed, he was confident that with his appearance, status, and strength, he could win her over. Song family, Song Heqian? Ying repeated. Song Heqian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a hint of arrogance flashing in his eyes, though he humbly replied, You need not concern yourself with the Song family's influence. I, Song Heqian, am not one to leverage my family's power against others. What Song family? I've never even heard of it. Are you done talking? If so, then get lost, Yi Ying retorted impatiently. What nonsense about the Song family? Yi Ying held no regard for him at that moment. Even if royalty were present, she would remain unfazed, let alone someone from the Song family. Moreover, she found Song Heqian's demeanor utterly distasteful. Such pretentiousness was truly repugnant. Did he believe this would make him appear cultured and admirable? Was he out of his mind? Song Heqian's smile stiffened, completely caught off guard by Yi Ying's response. Anger surged within him. How dare this woman speak to him in such a manner? Lin Chen sighed, wishing to avoid trouble and hoping to bypass this situation, not wanting to waste time here. He only hoped Yi Ying would resolve things quickly and not delay their progress. However, Song Heqian's icy gaze fell upon Lin Chen. This man was sighing. Song Heqian sneered. So, this was Yi Ying's reliance, daring to challenge him without regard. He would see who this young man was, with such contempt for him. It seemed someone was backing him. Song Heqian coldly stated, in his view, a woman who spoke so boldly must be leaning on a man that I would like to know which family you hail from. Please enlighten me, so I may recognize you, Song Heqian said ominously. Lin Chen had not anticipated the focus would shift to him. He was the last person wanting to be embroiled in this mess, simply wishing to reach Yin City as quickly as possible. Yet, it seemed that would not be so straightforward, with a scoundrel like Song Heqian wanting to reason things out and brush past this. It was utterly impossible. Thus, Lin Chen had no choice but to opt for the most time-efficient approach. Additionally, they possessed the demon-blooded horse. If they could seize it, their traveling speed would significantly increase. Lin Chen's eyes glimmered. He patted the neck of the demon-blooded horse, which neighed in response, obediently trotting beside Lin Chen. It appeared that Lin Chen was indeed its master. Song Heqian's expression darkened further upon seeing this. It was akin to a slap in the face. Reveal your background. I want to see which family you come from that grants you the audacity to act so brazenly before the third young master of the Song family. Song Heqian said coldly, Get lost. Lin Chen uttered a single word. Yi Ying stifled a laugh, delighted. This fellow Lin Chen showed no fear even towards them, let alone be intimidated by Song Heqian. Xiang Tinga nodded in approval. Pleased with that dismissive remark, seeking death, Song Heqian roared in fury, pointing at Lin Chen. You dare to oppose me, thinking I am easy to deal with. You think I am easy to talk to? Seize him. I want him dead. Following Song Heqian's command, a cruel aura permeated the air. To oppose him was to court death. This was the nature of the aristocracy. They took lives without a second thought, treating it as casually as if they were slaughtering pets. His guards advanced with wicked grins. These hulking figures radiated immense power, all being martial artists of at least the 6th level of the Thousand Forces realm. Resembling wolves and tigers, they were evidently accustomed to such skirmishes, eager to crush Lin Chen. Song Heqian stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on Yi Ying, determined to show her that her reliance meant nothing before him. She was merely fodder, unworthy of resistance. Zhuo Qiu, with a playful smile, lingered beside Song Heqian. She felt elated. The annoying Hisisi had been humiliated, her face swollen from the slap, leaving no chance to vie for Song Heqian's favor. Yet, now there were two new women. It seemed Song Heqian held some interest in them. A cold glint flashed in Zhuo Qiu's eyes. She spoke. Those two women should be taken down. What wretched beings dare to offend my brother's Song? They shall serve as slaves from now on. She intended to belittle the two. Even if Song Heqian truly favored them, they would merely be concubines, posing no threat to her status. Rest assured, Miss Zhuo. We will handle it appropriately. The guards grinned maliciously, believing Lin Chen to be an ignorant fool, unwilling to lose face before women, thus posturing unnecessarily. Such individuals often meet a tragic end. In the past, many have perished at my hands, and this one before me shall be no exception. I fear he will soon be crying out for mercy. Lin Chen remained silent, gripping his sword as he advanced. How audacious! Seeking death! The group of guards shouted in anger. They were not mere lackeys like his CCS, but rather the elite enforcers cultivated by the Song family, far beyond the capabilities of the ignorant youth who failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. Kneel before me, one guard bellowed, brandishing a gleaming long knife. His formidable strength at the 7th level of the Thousand June realm rendered his strike immensely powerful. With a swift downward motion, Lin Chen made no effort to evade. The guard scoffed, can't even dodge? Truly pathetic. How dare he oppose Song Heqian? A fool courting death? Yet in the next moment, he felt something was amiss. Lin Chen stood unharmed, but his blade had indeed descended. His eyes widened in disbelief as he noticed his own hand falling away. His hand had been severed. He hadn't even realized it. With a severed hand, how could he possibly harm Lin Chen? Lin Chen continued forward, unsheathing his sword without a hint of hesitation, mercilessly striking down his foes. The brilliance of his blade dazzled, and despite the guards possessing strengths as high as the 9th level of the Thousand June realm, they could not withstand even a single strike from Lin Chen. Like grass being mowed down, within 3 breaths, they all lay dead. How could this be? Who on earth is this person? Zuiqiu exclaimed, her complexion paling as she struggled to suppress her trembling. She had thought it merely a matter of bullying a few background-less fools, simply for amusement. Yet she hadn't anticipated that this young man would be so extraordinarily powerful, single-handedly annihilating that group of guards. I failed to see he possessed some skill. No wonder he is so arrogant. But he truly underestimates the Song family, Song Heqian said coldly, his expression darkening. When had he ever been treated in such a manner? It was akin to a slap in the face. Such a person must die. Wu Bo, I implore you to take action. Song Heqian's voice was frigid as ice. Behind Song Heqian stood an elderly man who had not opened his eyes throughout the commotion. This individual was a personal bodyguard dispatched by the Song family, a formidable outsider of considerable strength, who had reached the 2nd level of the condensed intent realm. Such power was sufficient for Song Heqian to walk unchallenged in most places. Before reaching the condensed intent realm, no matter how formidable Lin Chen was, he would merely be an ant, easily crushed. Wu Bo nodded, casting a glance at Lin Chen. He sighed, truly a promising talent, destined to reach the condensed intent realm in the future. Alas, he has provoked someone he should not have, and I must now bear the burden of extinguishing this genius. Wu Bo advanced, garbed in simple robes, exuding an ethereal aura. A sword rested upon his back, yet to be unsheathed, but already the chilling intent of the blade could be felt brewing within. He smiled faintly, raising a hand to gesture towards Lin Chen. Young man, unleash the strongest sword you have learned throughout your life. Otherwise, you shall have no further opportunities. Wu Bo's tone was filled with arrogance, carrying an air of condescension. He looked down upon Lin Chen. Wei Ying and Xiang Tiange exchanged glances, rendered speechless by his ostentation. One might think he was a master of the specialized arts. Lin Chen had nothing to say. As a battle-hardened warrior, he could hardly comprehend the mindset of those who would allow their opponent to strike first, especially in the heat of battle where losing even a fraction of the initiative could cost one their life. How could one dare relinquish the first move just to showcase their prowess? Such foolishness. However, since the other party insisted on this request, he would not refuse it. Thus, he unleashed the inner path S9 swords, a commendable sword technique. The initial stance shows promise. It seems you have learned a respectable sword art. Likely a 6th-grade martial skill. Wu Bo chuckled. In his assessment, it was evident that Lin Chen had practiced diligently for several years to achieve such a form, deserving of praise. Yet, the flaws were too many. He remained insufficiently strong. Is this truly your utmost strength? It leaves this old man somewhat disappointed. Wu Bo appeared to stand in a position of superiority, scrutinizing Lin Chen's every move as if he could see through everything. Wu Bo was formidable, perceiving all with clarity. To him, the young man's actions resembled mere monkey tricks. Zuiqiu laughed lightly. Naturally, Song Heqian replied with pride. This is the foundation of the aristocracy. The lives of those beneath us matter little. They can be replaced at any time. As long as there are strong individuals present, we shall remain invincible. Ying and Xiang Tiange found this rather absurd. This 2nd level of the condensed intent realm seems rather lacking. After such an evaluation, not a single comment was accurate. The secret sword technique of the 9 Swords sect, the inner path S9 swords, is deemed insufficiently strong. Let us see just how formidable this so-called master of the 2nd level of the condensed intent realm truly is. Lin Chen concentrated, and in an instant he unleashed his full power. The sword's body shimmered with white light, the first sword of the inner path S9 swords, a horizontal slash. This strike appeared rather weak. I recall when Brother Song wielded his sword, the brilliance was resplendent, akin to the blazing sun. In comparison, this is like a firefly next to the moon. Zuiqiu laughed. Song Heqian smirked with pride. What can Lin Chen's strike accomplish? Wu Bo could shatter it with ease. Young man, I must commend your courage. Wu Bo chuckled, flipping his sword before launching downwards. In an instant, the sword intent surged wildly, the dazzling sword light transforming into a colossal ice peak, enveloping Lin Chen entirely. This Wu Bo practiced ice-based techniques. This strike, the Ice King's slash, a 6th-grade sword technique. And this is the true might of the 6th grade. The difference is clear. Wu Bo smiled faintly, confidence radiating from him. Song Hetian's gaze darted between the two women. He wished for them to regret their choices. Yet, why did those two women show not a trace of concern? Ying shook her head, speaking calmly. The sword technique is commendable. The initial stance shows promise. It is evident you have practiced diligently for several years to achieve such form. Rather mediocre, she remarked to Xiang Tiange. However, the flaws are too numerous. Is this truly the extent of his strength? It is somewhat embarrassing for the second level of the condensed intent realm, Ying stated. This assessment echoed Wu Bo's earlier words. And the two women repeated it with precision. It turned out that what Wu Bo had said applied to him. Boom, the ice crystal shattered. The seemingly formidable sword intent was instantly vanquished, and the resplendent sword light collapsed. Yet Lin Chen's strike pressed forward regardless. What? Wu Bo's face fell in shock. This man lacks sword intent. Yet how could this strike be more solid than his own? What level of profound energy is this? Both its dominance and power are terrifying. More importantly, this sword is far from simplistic. It is imbued with unfathomable force. This is not a mere 6th grade martial skill. It is a 7th grade skill, and an exceptionally powerful 7th grade skill at that. Wu Bo roared in alarm, desperately channeling his own power as layers of solid ice shields appeared to block Lin Chen's strike. But it was too late, since he insisted on offering the first move. How could he possibly catch up now? With a single thrust, Lin Chen pierced Wu Bo's heart. The profound energy that had gathered within Wu Bo instantly dissipated, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. He had been slain by a single sword. Song Hetian's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend this reality. How is this possible? A second-level condensed intent realm master slain by a mere 1,000 June realm warrior. And with a single strike, this was utterly revolutionary. He had never heard of anyone achieving such a feat trembling. Song Hetian took 2 steps back, his body shaking. This is the inner path S9 swords. Its power is naturally terrifying. But why does it feel like the inner path S9 swords in his hands is even stronger than when wielded by us who have cultivated the 9-sword divine technique? Ying murmured. She was not the least bit surprised by the outcome. Yet, she could not fathom why Lin Chen was able to cultivate the inner path S9 swords, and so perfectly. It seemed as though watching him wield the inner path S9 swords aided my own swordsmanship, allowing for mutual verification and hastening my grasp of the inner path S9 swords. Xiang Tiange said restlessly. She had acquired the inner path S9 swords even earlier than Ying, yet had never been able to comprehend its essence, unable to even perform the first strike. However, seeing Lin Chen wield the sword consecutively, especially this time with the first strike, ignited a spark of inspiration within her. She felt that this could lead to mutual verification, enabling her to truly master the inner path S9 swords. In an instant, Xiang Tiange's heart burned with fervor. Very well, I concede. This matter ends here, Song Hetian said with a grim expression. With Wu Bo slain, he knew he could not contend with Lin Chen and had no choice but to concede. However, he was not worried about his own safety. His esteemed status could not be compared to that of Wu Bo and the others. Killing him would incur too great a cost. He would undoubtedly be hunted by the Song family. And at that point, there would be no escape. No matter how talented the opponent, they could not withstand the repercussions. You wish to kill me and then simply walk away. Indeed, it was Lin Chen, sword in hand, who gazed indifferently at Song Hetian, his demeanor exuding an icy aura. Chapter 82. The Haoyue sect to those who sought his demise. Lin Chen would harbor no mercy. Song Hetian's complexion shifted, and he exclaimed with a fierce tone, "Do you truly wish to kill me? Are you aware of the consequences? The Song clan shall leave you with no means of survival." He continued, "If we end this now, I can assure you that I will not trouble you again in the future. Such an arrangement benefits us both." Lin Chen's expression remained impassive. These words held no significance. The pampered scion viewed the lives of others as mere trifles, carelessly slaughtering them, yet when faced with his own peril, he faltered, "Ridiculous." Lin Chen advanced, drawing his sword. "Fool, if I perish, do you believe the Song clan will spare you?" Song Hetian bellowed, realizing Lin Chen genuinely intended to take his life. Was this man mad, oblivious to the might of the Song clan? In a frenzy, he unleashed his inner power, seeking to flee, while simultaneously roaring at Zuiqiu. "What are you waiting for? Send your men to kill him." Zuiqiu was already in shock. Having witnessed Wu Bo's demise, she had been left utterly dumbfounded. Now, Song Hetian's words jolted her back to reality. Gritting her teeth, she turned her men around to escape. She had aspired to marry into a powerful family, to soar to greater heights, not to face death. The opponent was utterly deranged, their strength terrifying. Having already slain Wu Bo, what could she and her few subordinates possibly achieve? Did Song Heqian truly expect them to engage, to serve as cannon fodder, facilitating his escape? Zhuoqi was not foolish. She fled without a backward glance. You wretched creature, yours will family shall await annihilation. Song Heqian's face twisted in rage, his cowardice apparent. He too desired to flee, yet the chill emanating from Lin Chen's sword pressed against his heart, plunging him into an abyss of fear. Song Heqian knelt, pleading, "My lord, spare me. I am the third young master of the Song clan. I can be of great assistance to you. Whatever you desire, merely say the word, and I shall fulfill it. Please, do not kill me. I will do anything you ask. You have come here for the disciple selection of the Haoyue sect, have you not? I can introduce you to the disciples of the Haoyue sect." Song Heqian babbled in a panic. Desperate to sway Lin Chen, a glimmer sparked in Lin Chen's eyes. Song Heqian seized this opportunity like a lifeline, hastily proclaiming, "Yes, the Haoyue sect is an immensely powerful sect, reputed to rival the Qingxian Divine Gate. My elder brother shares a profound friendship with the disciples of the Haoyue sect. I can beseech him to secure you a place in their ranks." A derisive laugh escaped Yi Ying's lips. The Haoyue sect, really? Haven't they long since fallen from grace, their gates nearly destroyed? How dare they still claim to be a great sect? Yi Ying remarked mockingly. No wonder they openly recruit disciples in the secular realm. Xiang Tiange regards them with disdain. They were aware of the Haoyue sect's past grandeur, which, even at its peak, paled in comparison to the Qingxian Divine Gate, let alone now, having long since declined, nearly falling from the ranks of the great sects. Upon hearing this, Song Heqian felt a chill run down his spine, as if struck by thunder. Ordinary folk would never dare voice such contempt unless they were fools. How could they belittle the Haoyue sect so openly? Were these two women perhaps disciples of another great sect? Song Heqian's complexion turned ashen. If so, what would it matter if he were killed? Before such powerful sects, even the royal family of Wei would seem insignificant. Let alone the mere Song family. He was doomed. A ruthless glint flickered in Song Heqian's eyes. Though he was begging and pleading for his life, he suddenly struck. A sharp dagger appeared in his hand, its surface gleaming with intricate patterns, as if eager to tear through the air. It was a top-tier spiritual treasure of the 5th rank. With a sudden surge, Song Heqian unleashed his full power, employing secret techniques to double his combat prowess. "This is the moon phase body technique," he held. Clearly, the Song clan had significant ties to the Haoyue sect. His elder brother had indeed procured a secret art for him. A crescent moon began to glow faintly above Song Heqian's head, and his aura surged dramatically, exceeding double its previous intensity. This was indeed astonishing, coupled with his 9th-level strength in the Thousand June realm. He believed he could severely wound Lin Chen, and then use him as a hostage to ensure his own survival. How could Lin Chen possibly defend against such a close-range ambush? How foolish of him to have left his guard down. With a roar, Song Heqian lunged, the dagger aimed unerringly at Lin Chen's heart. Yet in the next moment, Song Heqian's expression transformed entirely, his eyes widening in disbelief. The dagger could not penetrate. It was blocked, as if an invisible armor enveloped Lin Chen's body. No, it was more than just one layer. It was the tyrant's battle armor. Song Heqian's attack could not breach Lin Chen's defenses, let alone inflict harm. Indeed, at that moment, Song Heqian was no weakling. After enhancing his power, he would have been a formidable opponent even in the 9th level of the Thousand June realm. But his opponent was Lin Chen. The difference between enhancement and no enhancement was negligible. Lin Chen raised his sword and struck downwards. A crimson line appeared on Song Heqian's neck as he was slain. Subsequently, Lin Chen stowed away the spatial ring and mounted the blood demon horse. "Let us depart," he commanded. Yi Ying and Xiang Tiange each summoned a blood demon horse and galloped along the path towards Anyan City. As for the events that had just transpired, they regarded them as trivial. The killer is always hunted, such is the way of the world. In the place where the confrontation occurred, corpses littered the ground, leaving He, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, cowering in the distance, too terrified to move. Upon witnessing Song Heqian's death, she was utterly stunned, sitting there in a daze, unsure of what to do. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that a flying eagle descended, surveying the scene with an expression that turned ominously dark, as if it possessed intelligence. It then fixed its gaze on He, a chilling gaze that could not be concealed. It spoke. "What happened? Speak." The voice was unmistakably that of a man. He was taken aback. Could this eagle be a powerful beast of the 6th rank, capable of speech? "Who are you?" She stammered. "I am Song Heqian's elder brother." Tell me, who killed him? The eagle demanded coldly. His Sisi was horrified, the eldest son of the Song clan. Song Helong. He could see everything that transpired here through the eagle and transmit his words. Why yes, it was like this. His Sisi hurriedly recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing the account, the eagle's eyes filled with murderous intent. Dare to slay a member of my Song clan? You are audacious. Thinking you can act with impunity in the 100 Battles wasteland, you underestimate my Song clan. Song Helong's voice was frigid. Song, young master, what should I do next? His Sisi inquired, her demeanor somewhat demure. Unfortunately, at that moment, she resembled a pig, devoid of any allure. You wretched creature, my younger brother is dead, and you still draw breath. Go and accompany him in death, Song Helong commanded coldly. With that, the eagle opened its beak, and a beam of light shot forth, piercing through His Sisi's forehead. She collapsed lifelessly. The eagle soared into the sky, heading towards Anyun City. Chapter 83. Anyun City. Lin Chen and his companions galloped furiously towards Anyun City. The blood demon horses indeed provided swifter travel. Along the way, Lin Chen rummaged through Song Heqian's spatial ring, discovering a trove of treasures. Leaving aside the demon cores, Lin Chen believed that if he consumed them all, a breakthrough would not be far off. However, what intrigued Lin Chen the most was the moon phase body technique, the secret art that Song Heqian had invoked before his demise, dramatically enhancing his combat power. The Haoyue sect, Lin Chen murmured. Although Ying and the others dismissed it as a mere shadow of its former self, nearly falling from grace, for Lin Chen, it remained a formidable entity. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is larger than a horse. Even in its decline, the Haoyue sect surpassed the likes of the Wei Kingdom and other secular realms by a considerable margin. Its legacy was certainly extraordinary. The moon phase body technique? Humph, it was indeed powerful, one of the foundational techniques of the Haoyue sect, but alas, it has been lost since the last sect leader's demise, leaving behind only fragments. Xiang Tinga scoffed dismissively. Yi Ying chuckled softly, explaining, young master Shang, you may not be aware, but the moon phase body technique was indeed formidable, a standout among enhancement-type martial skills. However, the inheritance has now been interrupted, and a significant portion of the scriptures has been lost. Even the Haoyue sect finds it challenging to fully wield the complete set of lunar phase manifestations. The previous figure, Song Heqian, exhibited a new moon phantom, which represents the most rudimentary stage of the lunar phase manifestation. Following that are the crescent moon and full moon stages. It is said that the full moon culminates in the brilliance of the full moon in the sky, though it remains uncertain whether anyone has ever achieved such a feat. Consequently, this secret technique has begun to circulate externally. Lin Chen listened intently to Yi Ying's account while simultaneously reviewing the scroll on lunar phase manifestations. Indeed, numerous gaps were evident, leaving only the first half intact. It appears that one could only cultivate up to the crescent moon stage before further progress becomes impossible. What a pity, Lin Chen remarked. Even with his extraordinary talent, he found it impossible to restore the already fragmented scroll of secret techniques. As for cultivation, merely reaching the new moon stage would yield limited enhancement. Let me have a look. Suddenly interjected by Shu. The girl in white materialized beside Lin Chen, her large eyes sparkling with eagerness. She resembled a curious young maiden, making it hard to fathom that she had lived through countless ages as a sword spirit. Can you restore it? Lin Chen asked, somewhat surprised. The form of Bai Shu was only visible to Lin Chen, alleviating concerns of being noticed by Yi Ying and the others. Humph, in my earlier days, I perused countless tomes. I have encountered all manner of martial arts and techniques. Many ancient secrets and divine arts have been restored by my hand. Wouldn't you agree? Bai Shu puffed her chest proudly. The bookish girl seemed to have read anything with text. Explaining her extensive knowledge, it was a mystery what sort of family or sect Bai Shu hailed from that allowed her to immerse herself in books from such a young age. Then why not teach me the powerful secret techniques directly? Lin Chen's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Humph, you greedy little rascal. Bai Shu pouted, casting Lin Chen an indignant glance before lamenting, I am utterly devoid of content. Having discarded all my past knowledge, I am unable to teach you anything. Yet you can still restore it, Lin Chen queried, astonished. What is the use of just looking? Can I look? Bai Shu retorted with irritation. Lin Chen allowed Bai Shu to examine the scroll before putting it away, holding on to a flicker of hope for restoration, though he chose not to dwell on it too heavily. They continued on their journey. A day later, the towering and dark walls of Anyun City loomed into view from a distance, resembling ominous clouds pressing down upon the earth. However, although referred to as city walls, They merely delineated the city's boundary without any significant protective formations. In fact, many areas were dilapidated, with even the city gates missing. This exemplified the style of the Hundred Battles wasteland, where no sanctuary was required, chaos reigned, and the martial atmosphere was fierce, with all matters resolved through brute force. Even within the city, safety was scarce, with fatalities occurring almost daily. Only in the inner city of Yin, in regions governed by powerful factions, was there relative tranquility, where battles seldom broke out. However, residing there required substantial financial resources. Akin to purchasing safety, such was the reality of the Hundred Battles wasteland, and Yin City was no different from other cities. This perilous place could attract unwanted attention at any moment, where the theft of possessions was trivial. But the loss of life was grave. Except for those born here, no one wished to settle in such a location unless absolutely necessary. Lin Chen brought her kin here as a last resort. It presented a slim chance of survival, whereas remaining in the Great Wei Kingdom would guarantee death. Approaching in Yin City, Lin Chen dismounted and gestured for Ying to ride his horse. He then led the reins toward the city. Ying felt somewhat speechless. This fellow, in his bid to conceal himself, pushed her into the saddle instead. Yet, she did not mind. Previously, she had trained within the Nine Swords sect. Leading a relatively simple life, this excursion had sparked her curiosity, and she was keen to cooperate with Lin Chen. Xiang Tiange, on the other hand, was somewhat displeased. Why should Lin Chen's finest horse be given to Ying? However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, as doing so might suggest that she desired to ride Lin Chen's horse herself. Thus, the trio entered in Yin City to etched the city gate, if it could even be called that. The walls on either side were considerably damaged, merely allowing a gap to pass through. With no actual gate present as Lin Chen and the others approached, many gazes turned their way. Groups of people loitered near the gate, eyeing every passerby. Occasionally, cold glints flashed in their eyes as they trailed some travelers into the city. It would not be long before the sounds of conflict echoed. As for casualties, no one cared. A demon blood horse, a splendid specimen, especially that one. It's a top-tier demon blood horse, someone exclaimed in awe. Those who managed to survive in this realm were keen observers, capable of discerning the extraordinary nature of Lin Chen's demon blood horse at a glance. Such a creature could fetch a hefty price. Particularly, the horse ridden by Ying was valued at a level comparable to a fifth-grade spiritual treasure, prompting many to feel tempted. With such immense value, it would be unreasonable not to take a risk. Moreover, although the two women were obscured by cloaks, their occasional glimpses were enough to captivate onlookers. Not to mention, their figures were so striking that even the voluminous cloaks could not conceal their allure. One of them is certainly like that. The other, however, remains ambiguous in gender for now, but it matters not. If one could capture them, it would be a dual gain of wealth and beauty in the Hundred Battles wasteland. There were plenty of desperate individuals. Although it was evident that these two women were not of ordinary lineage, they could also very well be pampered young ladies from affluent families who, believing they could roam freely anywhere, had naively ventured into the wasteland. If that were the case, it would indeed be a tremendous windfall, and taking a gamble would be worthwhile. Thus, some began to lie in wait for an opportune moment. They were seasoned veterans, prepared to test the waters, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. Those who lived in such places not only possessed combat prowess, but were also adept at escaping, each possessing their own unique skills. "Oh, beautiful lady, that horse is quite remarkable. Would you let your brother take a ride?" A small figure, resembling a monkey, sprang forth. He emphasized the word ride with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Scanning Xiang Tiange from head to toe. Chapter 84. Preparations in advance. Everyone scoffed. This little fellow, nicknamed Monkey, wasn't particularly strong, only at the 5th level of the Thousand June realm. However, his escape skills were exceptional. He had mastered a 5th-grade movement technique, illusory steps, to perfection, making it exceedingly difficult for even a 9th-level Thousand June expert to catch him. This was why he dared to step forward first. All eyes turned towards him, eager to see how the two women would respond. Should they show fear or fail to handle the situation, they would surely become prey, and everyone would rush in. In the Hundred Battles wasteland, it was commonplace for trouble to find them, entirely expected. However, the individuals here were clearly seasoned, far more experienced than those from the previous ancient tower city. Lin Chen observed silently, saying nothing, merely leading his horse. For now, he was a mere stable hand, unworthy of drawing attention. Xiang Tiange's face darkened, her temples throbbing with rage. She felt provoked. Lin Chen, under the alias Xiang Tiange, was a source of immense irritation to her, fueling her anger. Yet, She had no choice but to endure it thus far. Now, this loathsome creature dared to utter the word ride towards her. How could Xiang Tiange not grasp the implication? Seeking death. The anger directed at Lin Chen erupted within Xiang Tiange. He had been patient, but now this repulsive individual dared to tease her. She extended her delicate finger, slender and graceful, resembling a verdant shoot. And with a swift motion, she struck downward. It appeared devoid of any significant force. However, the monkey, seasoned by countless battles, instantly sensed the imminent danger. His expression shifted, and his body blurred as he activated his illusory steps. Attempting to flee, he understood that these two women were not to be trifled with. What harm is there in a ride? Your brother is quite gentle. The monkey leered, thought he was confident in his ability to escape. Determined to seize a fleeting moment of advantage, Xiang Tiange's gaze turned icy. Her fingers sliced downwards, a sword-like brilliance erupting instantaneously, its speed far exceeding expectations. The monkey could not evade. His figure turned into an illusion as he aimed to dart into an alley. But unexpectedly, his body was flung backward, a deep gash visible to the bone on his back. By the time he hit the ground, he had already breathed his last. Slain. Many gasped in shock, their pupils constricting in horror. And a number of them retreated, no longer daring to make a move. Simultaneously, they felt a chill of fear, uncertain of the origins of these two women, who displayed such formidable prowess. They must surely hail from a prominent family or a powerful sect. The direction appears to originate from the Great Wei Kingdom. However, in this tumultuous realm of the 100 battles, where countless young talents from neighboring nations converge, it has become rather challenging to ascertain their true origins. One thing is certain, though, these two individuals are not to be trifled with by ordinary folk. Of course, they are merely ordinary individuals. Unbeknownst to them, there are those who have set their sights on the two women, believing that such exquisite beings possess significant value. This is indeed the 100 battles wasteland, a place teeming with all manner of people, where no one can claim absolute safety. Xiang Tiange dispatched the monkey. Her beautiful eyes shot a fierce glare at Lin Chen, as if she intended to carve a piece of flesh from him. Lin Chen felt utterly innocent. What did this have to do with him? He promptly led his horse into the city. The Anyan city is vast. Although chaotic within, it offers a comprehensive array of establishments found in other cities. Brothels, casinos, taverns, inns, and various shops selling rare treasures abound. And the bustling marketplace is perpetually crowded. Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of a tavern, the finest in Anyan City, located in the heart of the metropolis, where the security is considerably better than that of the outskirts. Esteemed guests, please step inside. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to instruct me. Upon their arrival, a young servant eagerly greeted them, while another attendant took charge of their horses. Here, as long as one can afford it. Personal property such as horses will be well taken care of without issue. However, for those lacking funds, this is a place where one could easily be devoured without a trace. Fortunately, Lin Chen and his companions were well off. Having accumulated numerous spatial rings filled with wealth, Lin Chen had yet to spend any of it. Even if prices were exorbitant, he would not be troubled. Point 2 upper rooms. Lin Chen stated. Point 3. Both Xiang Tiange and Yi Ying chimed in simultaneously. Lin Chen opened his mouth in surprise, then nodded and addressed the young servant. 3 rooms, please. The servant beamed with delight, responding enthusiastically, yet still cautioned, esteemed guests, the upper rooms are rather pricey, costing 1,000 taels of gold or 10 spirit crystals per night. Spirit crystals, comprised of concentrated spiritual energy, are a type of precious ore, the energy of which can be absorbed by martial artists, rendering them immensely valuable. Martial artists require spirit crystals. They have come to function as a form of currency in the martial world. One spirit crystal is approximately worth 100 taels of gold, which equates to about half a year's income for a small family. It is indeed exorbitant, bordering on outrageous, yet, in the 100 battles wasteland, such prices are quite standard. This is a note for 1,000 taels, Lin Chen declared, handing a gold note to the servant. The gold note serves as the unified currency for this expansive region, established by the sects beyond the world, and can be utilized across any nation. While spirit crystals can be used directly, they are generally not employed lightly. Esteemed guests, please ascend to the upper floors. The servant, brimming with excitement, courteously led Lin Chen and his companions to the tavern's upper levels. Once the payment was secured, the service was undoubtedly top-notch. Rest assured, although this is the 100 battles wasteland, which can be quite chaotic, within this establishment, you shall face no danger. You may sleep soundly. The servant assured with a smile. That's good to hear, Lin Chen replied. The 3 rooms were interconnected, and Lin Chen opted for one on the end.